Chapter 1. Marriage, a beauty like a painting. In the exquisitely elegant boudoir, a young woman clad in resplendent bridal attire sat before the mirror, her radiant countenance adorned with a gentle smile. The girl's mother was meticulously arranging her hair, gazing at her daughter with a mix of pride and bittersweet sorrow. Having raised her daughter to this age, she felt a pang in her heart. I'd hoped to keep you by my side for a few more years, but alas, the imperial edict for your marriage has arrived just as you have come of age. Jiang Fenghua offered consolation. Mother, I am to marry into the royal family as a princess, destined for wealth and luxury. There is no need for concern. I shall be well cared for. Yes, indeed. My daughter is truly fortunate. Among so many noble ladies, the empress has chosen you to be the consort of Prince Heng. He is the empress' beloved son, and with her favor, you will surely not be neglected. Feng Jingyuan wept tears of joy, envisioning the prince's remarkable talents and noble stature, while her daughter's beauty and accomplishments in the arts made them a perfect match. Mother speaks wisely, Jiang Fenghua replied obediently. Feng Jingyuan's sorrow transformed into joy as she carefully imparted her advice. Ruan, you are the apple of our eyes. We have cherished you like a precious gem. But now, as you embark on this new journey, you must understand that marriage is a transition into a new family. Being a royal consort requires you to uphold propriety, diligently manage your household, and honor your in-laws. I understand, Mother, Jiang Fenghua said, embracing her mother, a coolness washing over her. The favor of the royal family was but a fleeting sentiment, often devoid of genuine warmth. In her past life, she had adhered to propriety, diligently serving her mother-in-law, striving to please and comply. Yet her meekness and obedience had not garnered her husband's affection, only his indifference. Though her mother-in-law feigned kindness, her selection as the prince's consort was merely a means to assuage the emperor's suspicions. Once her usefulness faded, she would be cast aside without a second thought. Ultimately, when the prince ascended to the throne, he bestowed the title of empress upon his concubine, Su Tingwan, while Jiang Fenghua was left with only the meager title of a virtuous consort, having borne 2 children. Ironically, their union was consummated under the influence of medicine. Otherwise, he would never have touched her. Deprived of her husband's affection and subjected to his disdain, her life in the prince's residence was far from blissful. She had believed fate had been merciful, for she became pregnant with the imperial heir. Yet, the arrival of the child only intensified his aversion towards her. Worse still, the discord in their marriage led their children to grow distant from her, even rejecting her as their mother. Her greatest regret was failing to raise her children well, leading to her untimely demise at the age of 35, consumed by despair. Perhaps heaven, in its mercy, granted her a second chance, allowing her to return to the age of 5, for 10 years. She had confined herself to her home, diligently improving herself in anticipation of the emperor's marriage edict. Destined to be wed to the most esteemed and powerful man in the realm, she would not relinquish her opportunity. She would leverage his influence to ascend to the pinnacle of nobility, ensuring that this time, she would not yield nor afford Su Tingwan any chance to overshadow her. Today, the bustling city of Shengjing was alive with festivity, the air filled with the sounds of drums and gongs. The emperor had decreed that Jiang Fenghua, the second daughter of the Jiang family, was to wed Prince Heng, Xie Shang. The Ministry of Rites was overseeing the wedding arrangements, and a grand procession approached the Jiang residence, unrivaled in its magnificence. Dressed in splendid attire, Jiang Fenghua entered the royal bridal sedan chair, embarking on her new life as a royal bride, destined to become the future crown princess, perhaps. Even the empress of Xuanzong, the bridal procession, adorned in vibrant red, resembled a magnificent dragon winding its way to the prince's residence, causing passers-by to pause in admiration. She mused, regardless of Xie Shang's reluctance to marry her, he would today don his wedding attire and await her at the gates of the royal residence, while the empress would be present to offer her blessings. In this life, she vowed not to remain submissive and passive. She understood well, one must act in their own interest to avoid divine retribution. After an indeterminate time, the official's voice rang out, "Please, your highness, open the sedan door," abruptly pulling Jiang Fenghua from her reverie. She straightened her posture, the jeweled phoenix crown weighing heavily upon her neck, yet she bore it with grace. She had always been composed and dignified, having spent a month under the tutelage of Mama Wang, who instructed her in the proper etiquette of the palace. Everyone had cautioned her to avoid any missteps on her wedding day, and she simply nodded in agreement. As the sedan door opened, the official placed a red silk cloth in her hands, and a fair, elegantly formed hand reached in. Her delicate fingers grazed his, feeling the chill of his touch, which conveyed an air of aloofness. In her previous life, she had been blissfully unaware of this, but now she understood that it was not a physical coldness, it was his instinctive rejection of her proximity. Yet she remained unfazed. Prince Heng, clad in luxurious wedding garments, walked steadily ahead of her, while Jiang Fenghua, supported by her maidservants, moved gracefully forward, oblivious to the lively chatter around her, her focus solely on her embroidered shoes. Just as she crossed the fire pit, her embroidered shoe slipped onto Xie Shang's ceremonial robe, causing him to stumble. The red silk slipped from his grasp and fell into the flames, igniting instantly. The flames licked at the silk, prompting everyone to instinctively retreat. Jiang Fenghua, witnessing the fire, panicked and in her haste, lunged toward the flames. To that moment, Xie Shang instinctively caught her waist, drawing her close. She felt his strong yet gentle grip. Her body pressed against his as her wedding robe fell into the fire. He had not intended to draw near, he merely could not bear to let her fall to harm, especially not in front of the assembled guests. To his surprise, Jiang Fenghua clung to him desperately, as if fearing for her life, wrapping her arms around his neck, her youthful fragrance enveloping him. When he looked down, he was met with the sight of an exquisitely beautiful face, her brows like crescent moons, lashes fluttering and wide, frightened eyes reflecting a delicate vulnerability. Her lips, tinted like blooming cherry blossoms, were a sight to behold, truly a beauty that could be captured in a painting. Chapter 2. Marrying her as a strategic measure. The events that transpired occurred in the blink of an eye. Xie Shang acted swiftly, pulling the veil that had slipped down from Jiang Fenghua's chest back over her head. Subsequently, he adopted an air of aloofness, exuding an icy demeanor. His gaze as frigid as winter's breath, devoid of any emotion. His deep, steady voice resonated in her ear. "Can you continue?" Jiang Fenghua nodded slightly, affirming her willingness. She understood that despite Xie Shang's reluctance to marry her, he would not abandon her in her time of need. They had never met before, and their first encounter had unfolded like a tale of chivalry, enough to evoke the concern of Su Tingwan, who remained hidden in the crowd. As for whether her actions would displease her mother-in-law, that was beyond her contemplation. At that moment, the officiant hurriedly proclaimed, "The fire burns brighter and joyously. The life of the princess and the prince will surely flourish and prosper. The wedding shall proceed." The guests, having caught a glimpse of the bride, began to murmur in astonishment, exclaiming, "Who would have thought that the Jiang family harbored such an unparalleled beauty?" Some even began to compose verses. "In a millennium, no beauty is eternal. The true delight lies in the fair maiden, whose captivating visage could sway nations." This, indeed, seemed to describe the princess consort of Heng. The incident unfolded in an instant, and the queen, who had been observing, felt a moment of anxiety for them. However, she quickly regained her composure, forcing a smile and remarking, "Shang, fearless in the face of danger, will undoubtedly protect his bride." Those around her nodded in agreement, acknowledging the prince's vigilance. Had he not shielded the princess, the fall could have led her into the flames, which would have been disastrous for her visage. The wedding continued, and after all the rituals were completed, she was assisted into the bridal chamber by her maids. The groom remained in the hall to entertain the guests. Once Jiang Fenghua entered her new abode, she dismissed the attendants, leaving only her personal maids, Hong Xiu and Lian Yi. As the door closed behind them, she finally relaxed her tense demeanor, removing her veil and massaging her aching legs and back. "Lian Yi, go and ask Granny Su to prepare water. I wish to bathe." Lian Yi softly remarked, "Miss, it is such a pity to wash away such an exquisite makeup. A woman is most beautiful at the moment of her marriage." Jiang Fenghua understood her sentiment and smiled faintly. Prince Heng was not a man swayed by mere beauty. Besides, having seen her earlier, it was no longer a novelty. If one's heart does not dwell on the right person, no amount of effort can yield results. The heavy, intricate bridal attire only served to constrict her breath. Lian Yi still felt regretful, wondering why Hong Xiu had not steadied the mist during the earlier mishap. However, she said nothing further and went out to fetch water. Hong Xiu said, "Princess, allow me to remove your phoenix crown and hairpins, and I shall massage your shoulders to relieve your fatigue." Having been with the mist since childhood, they understood her temperament well. She was resolute in her decisions. Before the marriage decree was issued, she had already instructed them to secretly investigate Prince Heng, well aware that he had a favored woman. "Yes, take them off. After all, Xie Shang will not return so soon, and I am utterly exhausted from the day." After bathing, Jiang Fenghua intended to indulge in a restful slumber. She instructed Hong Xiu to awaken her promptly upon his arrival, recalling how she had nearly broken her back waiting for him in her previous life. As the clock struck midnight, soft footsteps echoed in the corridor. Hong Xiu peered through the crack of the door and, indeed, spotted Prince Heng being assisted by guards as he approached the bridal chamber. She hurried to the bedside, marveling at her mistress's foresight. The prince had returned precisely at this hour. Yet, her mistress had removed her hairpins and was in a state of undress. Would this lack of decorum strike the prince as inappropriate? Now that she was the princess consort of Heng, she could no longer act as she did in her boudoir. The prince had little regard for excessive formality. He hardly glanced at her, nor would he concern himself with her appearance. Her comfort and freedom were all that mattered to her. Jiang Fenghua's raven hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, her scarlet gown accentuating her curves. Her waist slender as a willow, and her delicate skin glowed with ethereal beauty, exuding an allure that was both enchanting and innocent. Hong Xiu, captivated by her mistress's charm, could not help but swallow hard. Even without makeup, she was breathtaking. As the door quietly creaked open, she hurriedly covered Jiang Fenghua with her veil. The night breeze wafted in, carrying with it the strong scent of wine, as a tall figure glided past the intricately carved screen. Inside the dimly lit room, the interplay of candlelight and the vibrant red drapes created an atmosphere of alluring intimacy. Upon entering, Xie Shang's gaze fell upon the delicate, bare feet of Jiang Fenghua resting on the crimson carpet, her toes curling in a display of nervousness. Witnessing this, his handsome face hardened, his brow furrowed, and a chill radiated from his eyes, rendering the atmosphere tense and uncomfortable. Hong Xiu noticed that her mistress was without shoes and gasped, realizing the oversight. However, it was too late to remedy the situation, so she bravely stepped around the screen and exited the room. In contrast to her maid, Jiang Fenghua remained composed, adjusting her veil and sitting upright. A shadow fell across her feet, prompting her to retract her toes, curling them in a manner that was both endearing and timid. Xie Shang caught sight of the disheveled bed and silently chastised her. It seemed the daughter of the Jiang family was not as well-mannered as the queen had suggested. Having changed her attire and removed her hairpins, she likely had just awakened. Dressed in such a manner, was she attempting to seduce him? What audacity she possessed! Did she believe her beauty alone could entice him to consummate their union? He was uncertain whether her earlier actions were intentional or accidental, but was resolute that no matter how beautiful she appeared, it would not sway his heart from honor. Observing her now, she seemed at ease and content, while he had been preoccupied with the duties of entertaining guests and had endured the relentless toasting from his royal brothers. Feeling a sense of frustration, he reminded himself that marrying her was merely a response to his mother's wishes, a practical measure. He had no desire to enter. But recalling his mother's consent to allow him to take honor as a secondary consort, he felt it necessary to consider the matter with Jiang Fenghua for the benefit of both parties. If she remained compliant, she would not be treated unfairly. He steadied his thoughts and lifted her veil. Upon revealing her face, he saw Jiang Fenghua's cheeks flushed crimson, her head bowed slightly, her body trembling with trepidation as she knelt gracefully, her voice barely above a whisper. "This humble servant greets the prince." Xie Shang had not anticipated that Jiang Fenghua would be such a timid and delicate young woman. Without her makeup, her features appeared even more refined and exquisite. Her skin as pale as fine porcelain, her eyes soft and gentle, embodying grace and elegance. She resembled a celestial being that had wandered into the mortal realm. Recalling her earlier panic, resembling a frightened fawn, as she clung to him with wide, innocent eyes, he found himself instinctively wanting to protect her. Regaining his composure, he spoke in a steady tone. "Rise. We are now husband and wife. There is no need for such formalities." Jiang Fenghua stood, akin to a willow swaying in the breeze, and faced him, affirming, "Yes." Chapter 3 The innocent thoughts of the princess. Jiang Fenghua fluttered her eyelashes. Her small face flushed crimson. Her delicate fingers fidgeted with her already scant outer garment, which, instead of concealing, accentuated her graceful figure. Her bare feet were fully exposed before him, resembling an enchanting sprite that evoked tenderness. Xie Shang hastily averted his gaze, coldly commanding, "Put on your clothes." Upon glancing down, Jiang Fenghua realized her attire was indecently disheveled. She swayed her slender waist past him, hastily pulling on her garment while softly explaining, "I am not ignorant of propriety. Your Highness, please allow me to explain. My outer robe was burned during the day, and I feared it would mar my appearance. Upon returning to my quarters, I instructed someone to prepare water for a bath, intending to refresh my appearance. Perhaps fatigue overcame me, and I inadvertently fell asleep, forgetting the hour. I am not concerned," he replied, his tone distant and indifferent, his eyes dim with apparent displeasure. He thought to himself, a person whom one does not care for would elicit no reaction, even if they were entirely unclothed. Jiang Fenghua's eyes sparkled with apprehension as she timidly retreated, biting her cherry-red lips, murmuring about the series of wedding customs taught by Granny Wang. Observing the timid girl before him, he realized he must have frightened her. The coldness in his gaze softened slightly, and he lowered his voice, saying, "You may sit." "The prince may sit first," Jiang Fenghua responded with a smile, her radiant expression seemingly infectious, causing a tremor within him. Xie Shang sat at the edge of the bed with a solemn expression, making an effort to avoid looking at her, maintaining a facade of deliberate coldness. Jiang Fenghua feigned ignorance of his aloofness, boldly taking a seat beside him, Her cheeks flushed. Granny Wang said, "Do not heed everything Granny Wang says. I have matters to discuss with you," Xie Shang interrupted, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Granny Wang was like the queen's eyes, perpetually watching over him. "Please speak, Your Highness." Jiang Fenghua promptly ceased her chatter, her bright eyes gazing innocently at the man beside her. Xie Shang was indeed handsome, adorned with a jade-inlaid golden crown, his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding a heroic aura. His high nose and thin lips conveyed a sense of detachment and aloofness. His chiseled features were strikingly beautiful, and it was no wonder she had adored him fervently in her past life. Regrettably, he had already been devoted to another, leaving no room for anyone else. Now, to her, Xie Shang could only serve as a stepping stone to power. Her affections had dissipated. However, the allure of a handsome man was undeniable, and she unconsciously leaned closer to him. Xie Shang sensed her proximity. Her outer robe had suddenly opened, revealing a thin scarlet veil beneath, her enchanting figure barely concealed. He abruptly stood, reaffirming his love for Su Tingwan. His expression turned icy, and his voice was devoid of warmth. "I have someone I cherish and have vowed to love her alone for this lifetime. Beyond her, my heart cannot accommodate another woman. Therefore, I shall not consummate our marriage." Granny Wang's teachings are erroneous. Only two individuals who genuinely love each other may engage in such intimacy. Jiang Fenghua's wide eyes held a calm facade as she softly replied, "So, Your Highness already has someone you cherish." The man's words, mere fabrications. Following his ascension, the palace would demand a harem. The royal family would not permit him to love but one. He would soon learn the harshness of reality and the insignificance of his love for Su Tingwan. Her gaze reflected confusion and innocence as she slowly spoke, since the marriage edict arrived at the Jiang residence. "My mother has told me that I can only love Your Highness. Yet, I have never met you before, so how could I possibly love you? Since you have someone you admire, you should strive to marry her." Her implication was clear. You have someone you love but lack the ability to bring her home. "What is it to me? I do not love you, yet I am wed to you solely due to the emperor's decree." She wished to convey that it was not her intention to intrude between the two of them. She was married into the Wang household as a princess by divine order. Understanding Xie Shang, she knew it best to present herself as a blank slate before him. A man's possessiveness could be far stronger than one might imagine. Xie Shang was taken aback by her reaction, his eyes filled with inquiry. Was her sudden closeness not a sign of desire? Yet, her clear and sincere gaze, devoid of pretense, bewildered him. He felt the stirrings of unease within himself, realizing that Jiang Fenghua was now his princess, hearing her husband's affection for another woman. She appeared utterly unperturbed. Perhaps, as she claimed, her indifference stemmed from a lack of affection for him. He reaffirmed, "You truly do not mind her entering the residence?" "How could I possibly mind? The woman you admire must be a remarkable one. Why should I concern myself?" She replied, her voice soft and melodious. "Granny Wang says that as the prince's wife, I must ensure the prosperity of the royal lineage. It is my responsibility to select suitable women to attend to you. I shall certainly take this duty to heart." What difference would it make if she disagreed? Would crying and lamenting change anything? In 3 days, he would still take her as his bride, so why not play along? She wished to witness firsthand the depth of his affection for Su Tingwan. Xie Shang regarded her, her delicate brows framing a serene expression, her eyes earnest, seemingly unconcerned about his feelings for another. Yet, how could she appear relieved upon learning of his affection? "Your Highness, shall we retire for the night?" Jiang Fenghua inquired proactively. Xie Shang's heart jolted. Now that they had clarified matters, he intended to sleep in the study. "Do not misunderstand. There shall be nothing between us. We shall simply retire to our separate quarters. Is that agreeable?" She bravely suggested. "You must be weary after a long day. There is no need to disturb the servants. It would be more convenient to rest here. Moreover, if you leave your new wife's chamber to sleep alone in the study tonight, I fear Granny Wang will scold me endlessly about my duties as a wife come morning." Xie Shang considered her words carefully. Jiang Fenghua was, after all, a woman bestowed upon him by the emperor, and he could not neglect her. Since she had agreed to allow Su Tingwan into the residence and consented to refrain from consummating their marriage, he had no grounds to retreat to the study. Furthermore, if he left tonight, the daughter of Jiang Shaofu would be abandoned on her wedding night, which would be difficult to explain. As long as Jiang Fenghua understood her position, he would not make things difficult for her. "I shall attend to your needs, Your Highness," she offered. "No need," Xie Shang replied, turning away from her and heading behind the screen. After a long day and a considerable amount of wine, he was already fatigued and needed to freshen up. Jiang Fenghua's expression remained calm, entirely unsurprised. After all, she had already bathed. She made no further effort to intervene as Xie Shang settled comfortably into bed, falling into slumber alone. Chapter 4. The room bathed in spring light. As the season of late spring approached, the weather began to heat up. She lay beneath a thin blanket, neither cold nor hot, soon falling into a deep slumber, her breathing even and tranquil. Upon returning from his bath, Xie Shang found her nestled at the innermost part of the bed. Her figure was alluringly curvaceous, with a waist as slender as a willow and long, elegant legs extending beyond the covers, an enticing sight. Her arms, smooth as jade, rested casually, while her exquisite face radiated an ethereal beauty. Her eyes were softly closed, eyelashes gracefully curled, and her full, glossy lips were irresistibly tempting. Xie Shang paused for a moment, compelled to acknowledge that Jiang Fenghua's stunning beauty was indeed rare in the world. He lay at the outer edge of the bed, a distance of one person between them, the faint fragrance wafting from her reminding him of the delicate scent he had noticed when he held her during the day, incredibly pleasant. He shut his eyes, unable to find rest, reminding himself that sharing a bed with a woman did not mean he would lose focus. Jiang Fenghua was not the one he loved. She was merely a fragile beauty, unworthy of any inappropriate thoughts. In contrast, Jiang Fenghua's sleeping posture was exquisite, serene, and captivating. Xie Shang couldn't help but remark to himself how comfortably she had drifted off to sleep so quickly. Clenching his fists, he turned away from the lovely figure in bed, resolute that he would never betray Wana. Wana was the love of his life, and soon she would become his bride. He fervently loved one woman, believing that this was the love he desired, not one dictated by parental arrangements. Unlike his father, he would never be able to admire all the women of the harem simultaneously. With these thoughts, he slowly closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. Jiang Fenghua silently scoffed at his resolve. His heart might be as hard as stone, yet his body betrayed him. In her previous life, he had even given himself the chance to speak before retreating to his study. In this life, he had willingly joined her in bed, truly a good omen. As dawn broke, Xie Shang suddenly found a soft presence in his arms. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the tranquil, sleeping face of Jiang Fenghua. The fabric over her chest had slipped, revealing a glimpse of her delicate skin, the smoothness of which pressed against him enticingly. In the next moment, Jiang Fenghua shifted, her fingers inadvertently grazing his neck, sending warmth coursing through him. She leaned slightly, her cheek brushing against him, her lips unintentionally kissing his neck, rendering him momentarily stiff. At that moment, their positions mirrored those of lovers who had just shared a passionate encounter, the room awash in springtime light, igniting vivid imaginations. His gaze darkened, tinged with coldness. Jiang Fenghua had claimed she would not overstep boundaries. Yet here she was, revealing her true nature after just one night, contradicting her earlier declarations of disinterest. Realizing she remained asleep, he carefully distanced himself from her. Memories of Su Tingwan's radiant smile and bright laughter flooded his mind. Their conversations had been open and sincere. She was knowledgeable and cultured, unrestrained and free-spirited. He had never encountered a woman as genuine as Wana, who wasn't consumed by scheming for a man's affections. Yet, before him, Jiang Fenghua possessed only beauty, lacking substance. He was not a superficial person. He believed that true worth lay within, not in outward appearance. Suddenly, Jiang Fenghua extended a beautifully smooth leg towards him, her skin warm and silky, causing his heart to tremble. He furrowed his brow, and before she could take any further action, he forcefully pushed her away, decisively exiting the bed, seemingly devoid of any emotional turmoil, cold and unfeeling. Jiang Fenghua was awakened by the commotion, bewildered as she rubbed her sleepy eyes, watching the man flee in a panic. "Your Highness," she called out softly, her voice sweet and alluring. Xie Shang glanced back and saw the petite woman in bed, her springtime radiance fully revealed. "Jiang Fenghua, you have performed quite the act, almost convincing me of your innocence." With that, he left the bridal chamber without a backward glance. "Why does the prince scold me so? What has transpired?" Jiang Fenghua felt perplexed. Xie Shang heard her words and grew angrier, incensed by her oblivious allure and his own flustered state. Her indifference was palpable at that moment. He was likely consumed by thoughts of his true love, Su Tingwan, as he lay beside his new bride. The maid Hongxiu entered timidly, having witnessed the prince's apparent fury as he departed. "What has caused the prince's anger? Last night, did something happen between you two? Do not overthink it." "Nothing occurred," Jiang Fenghua replied nonchalantly as she rose from the bed. Lian Yu was astonished. Facing such beauty, the prince had remained unmoved, truly a modern-day Lu Xiaohui. However, it was also known that the prince had been entangled with that wild woman, pouring his heart into her, while Jiang Fenghua was worth 1,000 times more. How could he treat her so unjustly? Their marriage was sanctioned by the emperor, yet he had neglected her so soon after their wedding. Jiang Fenghua's gaze turned cold as she spoke in a low voice. Choose your words wisely. If you cannot learn decorum, I shall send you back to your family. Lian Yi, frightened, immediately fell silent, kneeling respectfully. I wish to serve you for a lifetime. Please do not send me away. Proceed with caution in your actions. This is not the Jiang family. Get up and prepare yourself. We must soon enter the palace to pay respects and express gratitude, Jiang Fenghua instructed. Although chatty, Lian Yi was loyal, having died in her previous life while protecting her. They remained oblivious to the allure of imperial power, which could dictate life and death with a mere command. In their eyes, her marriage appeared insignificant. Who would care? After enduring a lifetime of hardship, she had learned her lesson. Soon, Mama Wang and others filed in, and after a moment, she approached Jiang Fenghua, shaking her head. Did the prince and princess not consummate their marriage last night? Jiang Fenghua's gaze lowered, concealing her true emotions. Her voice was subdued. It was only last night that I learned the prince has a beloved. The lessons from Mama were of no use to me. I feel utterly inept. Mama Wang observed the resplendent beauty of the princess. It was astonishing that the prince would remain virtuous for the sake of another woman. As a confidant of the empress, Mama Wang offered a polite smile. Do not despair. My lady, time will reveal your merits to the prince. Jiang Fenghua nodded obediently, saying nothing further. Upon entering the front hall, she found Xie Shang waiting there, looking like a celestial being. Despite his anger, he understood the propriety of bringing his new bride to the palace to pay respects to the empress. Chapter 5. It is well known that the princess consort of the Heng Wang is delicate. Today, Xie Shang is adorned in a regal violet brocade robe, cinched at the waist with a matching gold-threaded sash featuring cloud patterns. Her lustrous black hair is elegantly styled and crowned with a golden diadem set with turquoise, while her tall figure stands straight, exuding an innate nobility and grace. Jiang Fenghua, on the other hand, is draped in a soft lavender smoke shirt over a misty, pleated bodice skirt. Her shoulders are delicately shaped, her waist slender, and her neck is elongated, with skin as fair and smooth as jade. Each ensemble she dons showcases her unique charm, and her refined cloud hairstyle today enhances her dignified elegance. Approaching him with a graceful gait, she is adorned with subtle makeup that accentuates her beauty. I have come to pay my respects to the prince, she speaks softly, her tone gentle and poised, a stark contrast to the carefree demeanor she displayed the previous evening. She embodies the elegance of a true princess consort. Xie Shang is momentarily taken aback, then turns coldly, stating, according to protocol, I shall escort you to the palace today to pay homage and express gratitude. If you are prepared, let us depart. Very well. Jiang Fenghua replies with composure. Initially, Xie Shang intends to offer her a few words of guidance, but upon seeing her appropriately attired and poised, he refrains. Assuming that Elder Wang has instructed her sufficiently, the two board a carriage to the palace, which halts at the Qingtian gate. Even the prince's carriage must switch to one provided by the palace to enter the inner court. Xie Shang is the first to elegantly disembark. Jiang Fenghua follows closely, yet suddenly comes to a halt, her watery eyes fixed on Xie Shang with a hint of embarrassment. Might the prince lend me a hand? My maid is not present, and the carriage from the Wang residence is indeed much higher than mine. Observing her delicate stance atop the carriage, Xie Shang's gaze reveals a flicker of concern. He frowns, questioning how the daughter of the Jiang Taifu can appear so fragile. Is she incapable of descending on her own? Not wishing to linger, he steps forward and extends his arm, indicating she may take hold to assist her descent. Jiang Fenghua lightly places her fingers on his palm and gracefully steps down, offering a charming smile. Thank you, Your Highness. The adage a crying child receives candy resonates with her. A woman who knows how to be endearing receives affection. The wisdom she had never grasped throughout her life has now been learned at Yichuan Tower. The warmth of her touch evokes a memory of springtime in Xie Shang's mind, and he nods, choosing not to elaborate further. As they prepare to board the carriage, he coldly instructs, hold on to my arm. She looks up, complying with his request, but finds it amusing that he is concerned about physical contact. Jiang Fenghua relishes the moment, while Xie Shang, despite his reluctance, feels compelled to attend to her every need. They appear as a pair of affectionate newlyweds, a striking couple amid the palace's splendor. In the distance, a young girl clad in vibrant crimson watches this scene with a heavy heart. Her maid, Ginkgo, complains, Prince Heng swore his undying love to Our Lady, declaring he would marry no one but her. Yet here he is, wed to another and tending to her with such care. It is truly lamentable for Our Lady. Xie Shang has explained that marrying her was not his desire. He was compelled by imperial decree. He promised me he would never harbor feelings for another woman, she replies. Recalling how she had hidden among the crowd during his wedding, witnessing the astonishment in his gaze as he looked at Jiang Fenghua. Her heart aches as she remembers waiting for him at Wangwei Tower all night, believing he would come, only to be disappointed. Surely they consummated their marriage last night. The more she thinks, the more sorrowful she becomes. If not for love, she would leave him, but as her aunt advised, how could she willingly relinquish her beloved? Su Tingwan clenches her fists, determined. I will not let go. Xie Shang is mine. At that moment, the 9th princess suddenly appears. Sister Wan, you snuck out to see 5th brother's new princess, didn't you? I am not here to see her. I merely wish to ride, Su Tingwan asserts confidently. Convinced that Xie Shang would never fall for another, for he is not a man easily swayed by mere beauty. Having been too far away to see clearly, she now wishes to ascertain Jiang Fenghua's true appearance. From the palace, she had only seen a tall and graceful silhouette, unable to discern her features. I shall see what kind of woman dares to steal my sister's beloved. Do not be disheartened, Sister Wan. Just watch. I will ensure she has a difficult time. Xie Lingao declares. Sister Linger. Su Tingwan attempts to intervene, but Xie Lingao has already stormed off with a determined group. Meanwhile, as their carriage arrives at the entrance of Kunning Palace, Jiang Fenghua elegantly disembarks. This time, without her prompting. Xie Shang extends his arm for her to hold as she steps down. Jiang Fenghua smiles softly, but notices the distance he maintains, as if shrouded in aloofness. As her fingers lightly touch his, an unexpected force pushes her away. Your Highness, she gasps, losing her balance and teetering down the carriage steps. Xie Shang reacts swiftly, catching her waist and lifting her effortlessly. Jiang Fenghua's eyes widen in shock, her face paling as she trembles, with her arms wrapped around his neck. Her voice is sweet as silk. You have saved me once more, Your Highness. I am forever in your debt. He sets her down and glares at Xie Linger. 9th sister, how could you act so recklessly? Xie Lingao had not intended to push her off, but merely sought to separate their entwined hands, which she found bothersome. She had not anticipated her actions would lead to such a fall, inadvertently granting the opportunity for 5th brother to rescue her. At only 13, her lips pouted, upset by the scene that unfolded, which was neither what she nor Sister One wished to witness. Rather than apologize, she provocatively states, 5th brother, have you forgotten that Sister One is waiting for you? Imagine how heartbroken she would be to see you so intimate with another. Mentioning Su Tingwan sends a pang of urgency through Xie Shang. Where's Wan Wan? Knowing you brought your new princess into the palace. She has gone to the stables to ride, Xie Lingao announces loudly. Upon hearing this, Xie Shang disregards everything and turns to leave. Jiang Fenghua, quick-witted, stumbles slightly and grasps his arm to stop him. Lowering her voice for only them to hear, she implores, Your Highness, if you wish to take Miss Wan into your household, you cannot leave now. The Empress is still awaiting you in Kunning Palace. Without the Empress's approval, Miss Wan will bear the stigma of an unapproved union. Xie Shang's eyes widen in shock, his gaze icy as he scrutinizes Jiang Fenghua, his words cutting. Were it not for you, Wan Wan would be my rightful consort. Unfazed, Jiang Fenghua replies nonchalantly, Your Highness, consider it calmly. If not I, another woman would have wed you. I suspect Miss Wan shall never become your princess consort, which is why you begrudgingly took me as your consort. You. Xie Shang's eyes brim with suspicion. Jiang Fenghua appears anything but the fragile figure he imagined. Your Highness, please endure for now. I shall ensure Miss Wan enters your household. She insists earnestly, her large, innocent eyes devoid of guile. Later, I will accompany you to find Miss Wan and explain that nothing transpired between us last night. I will not contend with her for your affections. You two share mutual feelings, and I shall not intrude. All I ask is for some dignity for the Jiang family, to spare me from public scrutiny. Her sincerity shines through, and Xie Shang is taken aback by her selflessness on behalf of him and Su Tingwan. Though she is indeed the princess consort of Heng, she carries herself with such humility. A flicker of guilt crosses his features. Realizing that the grievances of his mother and the noble Su Guofei should not be directed at her, Jiang Fenghua, marrying someone she does not love, is also a victim in this circumstance. With clarity, Xie Shang turns to Xie Linger. 9th sister, Go inform 1-1 to wait for me at the usual spot. Unaware of the intimate exchange between the two, Xie Linger assumes fifth brother will abandon Jiang Fenghua for sister Wan. Jiang Fenghua stood gracefully, nodding towards Xie Linger. Might the ninth princess accompany us to pay respects to our mother? Xie Linger pouted and shot a glare at Jiang Fenghua. This princess is going to find sister Wan. In my heart, only sister Wan is my fifth sister-in-law. No one else may presume. With that, she proudly lifted her chin and strode away. Jiang Fenghua's heart harbored a cold smile. Today, should you take Xie Shang away, it would indeed be a disgrace to this princess. Had it been in a previous life, she would have wept inconsolably, but now. Chapter 6. The side concubine is but a concubine within the exquisite confines of Kuan-Ning Palace. Elder Wang had already conveyed the news of their unconsummated union to Empress Cheng. Thus, the Empress was aware of the minor disturbances occurring outside. However, despite how Jiang Fenghua managed it, she ultimately preserved her dignity. Empress Cheng lightly arched her brows and remarked, if Jiang Fenghua possesses true capability, it is merely a matter of time before the marriage is consummated. From what I have observed today, I believe I have chosen a commendable bride for Shang'er. His Highness is certainly fond of the bride, added Nanny Shi. Yet the ninth princess displays a shocking lack of decorum. Arriving at the palace gates and failing to pay her respects to your Highness is quite beyond comprehension. One wonders how the noble concubine has imparted her teachings. She shall inevitably face her own trials. Empress Cheng expressed her disdain for Xie Linger. Nanny, she continued with a gleeful tone, since the arrangement of His Highness's marriage. The noble concubine has been weeping before His Majesty, lamenting that Miss Su and our prince share mutual affections, and thus requesting a favor for Miss Su. Ultimately, His Majesty flatly declined her request, stating that a ruler's word is unbreakable. Her countenance at that moment was quite unpleasing, yet His Majesty has avenged your Highness's grievances, as it was your Highness who wisely sought the imperial decree ahead of the noble concubine. At the thought of this, the Empress's expression darkened. She had instigated her niece to seduce her son, leaving Shang'er utterly bewitched. Since Shang'er is enamored, I shall not be the one to sever their bond and harm the mother-son relationship. I shall permit her to be a concubine. Your Highness is indeed sagacious. Nanny, she flattered. The Empress scoffed. Although Shang'er is the legitimate son, he rarely receives His Majesty's affection. With the crown prince yet to be established and His Majesty's numerous offspring vying for favor both openly and covertly, the atmosphere is one of fierce competition. Furthermore, as His Majesty grows increasingly suspicious by nature, he would certainly not consent to my son gaining the Su family's support. Shang'er must now practice discretion. He has reached the age of courtship and ought to marry a daughter of a powerless and unprestigious scholar, ensuring His Majesty's peace of mind. The Jiang family, being of scholarly lineage, is barely a suitable match. His Majesty also seems intent on keeping Prince Heng in check, wary of the Cheng clan's influence. Both the Emperor and Empress harbor their own agendas. The Emperor can grant marriage, and the Empress feels fortunate to have encountered such an opportunity. At this moment, a palace maid entered the inner hall to announce, Your Highness, the Prince and the Princess have arrived at the main hall. The Empress adjusted her hairpin. Linking arms with Nanny Shi as she stood up. Come, let us take a look at my beautiful daughter-in-law. One of her reasons for selecting the daughter of the Jiang family was that Jiang Shaofu held little power, making her easier to control in the future. The palace, resplendent with golden decorations and intricately carved beams, exuded grandeur and elegance, showcasing an air of majesty and nobility. Such opulence could only be rivaled by the Emperor's residence in Chengxian Palace, making the Empress's palace the most splendid of all. Jiang Fenghua and Xie Shang awaited in the main hall, maintaining a dignified composure without a hint of deference or arrogance. She pondered. The noble concubine and Empress Cheng are locked in a subtle struggle for supremacy, with the noble concubine often overshadowing the Empress before the Emperor. Although the Empress is the primary consort, her bond with the Emperor is as fragile as paper. She has endured a lifetime devoid of her husband's affection. Reflecting on this, a subtle smile graced Jiang Fenghua's lips. She saw a resemblance to herself. However, the Empress was astute, having devoted her life to securing her position, while she herself had foolishly pined for Xie Shang's love. At that moment, the Empress entered with a radiant smile, gracefully taking her seat upon a soft couch. Xie Shang promptly bowed. Your son pays his respects to mother. Jiang Fenghua also respectfully knelt. This humble servant pays her respects to mother. Do not be overly formal, rise. The Empress gazed at Jiang Fenghua with a smile and instructed, Shang'er, do not delay in assisting your wife. Yes. Xie Shang properly helped Jiang Fenghua to her feet. Thank you, Prince. At that moment, Nanny Shi brought forth tea, which Jiang Fenghua accepted and approached the Empress, offering, "Mother, please enjoy this tea." The Empress took a delicate sip before placing it down, instructing a maid to bring forth a tray adorned with exquisite jewelry as a token of their meeting. Jiang Fenghua graciously accepted the gift, expressing her gratitude. The exchange of tea between them proceeded without much enthusiasm. Suddenly, the Empress spoke. "I have heard about the events that transpired outside. Shang wishes to take you as a side concubine. Do you have any objections?" Replying to Mother, "This humble servant has no objections. I shall begin preparations for His Highness's side concubine," Jiang Fenghua stated with a calm demeanor and respectful attitude. The Empress's brow furrowed slightly. Jiang Fenghua's beauty surpassed Su Tingwan's, though her gentle disposition might not stand up to Su Tingwan's cunning. The Empress then urged Nanny Shi to invite them to sit. Warmly pulling Jiang Fenghua's hand and exclaiming, "My daughter-in-law surpasses all the ladies of Xinjing. Her beauty truly pleases me." Jiang Fenghua blushed modestly. "Mother is too kind. I am not that exceptional." She cast a discreet glance at Xie Shang. The Empress noticed and continued, "If I say you are commendable, then you are. From now on, I shall call you Wan, just as I do your mother. Is that agreeable?" Jiang Fenghua felt overwhelmed and responded, "Yes." Her delicate appearance exuded innocence, as if she were merely a docile and useful pawn. In her past life, Jiang Fenghua had been cast aside by the Empress due to her failure to win Xie Shang's affections, and her disregard for the Empress's wishes led to her demise. Eventually, Su Tingwan's schemes proved to be formidable. Xie Shang nearly severed his ties with the Empress over her, and even after Su Tingwan ascended to the position of Empress, both Su Guifei and the Empress shared the title of Empress Dowager, which left the Empress infuriated. In this life, she willingly became the Empress's pawn, determined to reach the pinnacle of power, regardless of the means. After breakfast, Xie Shang excused himself to the imperial study, leaving Jiang Fenghua to accompany the Empress in conversation. Jiang Fenghua sat gracefully on the soft stool as the Empress candidly inquired, "In these few days of marriage, do you truly wish for Shang to take a side concubine?" "If I do not wish it, it will not change anything. It is better to enable the lovers to eventually unite. Does Mother not think the same?" She replied with an air of indifference. "The more one obstructs, the more determined he becomes. It is best to let him be." Her exquisite features radiated beauty, her expression serene as a gentle breeze, her crystalline eyes betraying no ripple of emotion, as if she truly did not mind. The Empress studied her for a moment before her lips curled into a smile, recognizing her as a truly astute woman. "With such a wise wife as Wan to care for Shang, I shall rest easy." The Empress then redirected the conversation to the matter at hand. "Su Tingwan has grown up in the frontier. Her temperament is rather lively. Shang may merely be momentarily captivated by novelty. Once Su's side concubine enters the residence, I shall leave the responsibility of guiding her to you. How to instruct her will be left to you, Wan. After all, she is but a concubine. Men need to be cajoled. Naturally, he will come to your chamber." "I understand," Jiang Fenghua replied, her ears flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze, focusing solely on the teacup before her. The Empress was indeed attempting to win her over, and she knew she must respond appropriately. Chapter 7. Securing a position for the Prince. Jiang Fenghua softly remarked, "Since childhood, I have heard my father praise the Prince as a paragon of both literary and martial prowess, exceptionally intelligent and capable. He once entered the Imperial Academy and gained fame by besting numerous scholars in a contest. Later, when the Huzhu tribe amassed an army of 300,000 to attack the Great Zhou, their forces swept through the cities like a tempest. However, the 15-year-old Prince Heng led a small band into the enemy camp and captured their leader, forcing the Huzhu to retreat. In that moment, he secured a magnificent victory for the Great Zhou, a testament to his unparalleled bravery, which undoubtedly stems from the meticulous guidance of our Empress Mother." As Queen Sheng reflected on Xie Shang's past glories, her eyes sparkled with pride. Yet, upon considering her son's extraordinary talents unrecognized by the Emperor, her brow furrowed in concern. "Shang has suffered due to my influence, lacking the Emperor's affection." A flicker of confusion crossed Jiang Fenghua's youthful cheeks. "What troubles Mother? Shang is now entirely captivated by that woman, which only adds to my own distress." She glanced at Jiang Fenghua, grasping her hand firmly. "Thus, you must devote more attention to Shang. I believe the Prince understands the Empress Mother's intentions. There is a saying among the people, first establish a family, then pursue a career. When the Prince was unmarried, his thoughts were naturally scattered. It is only reasonable that the Emperor hesitated to entrust him with significant responsibilities. Now, the situation is different. Once consort Su enters the palace, the prince will undoubtedly become diligent and ambitious. Upon hearing this, the queen's expression brightened. Realizing the merit in the suggestion, let Shang seek a position before the emperor. Previously, the emperor was reluctant to assign him heavy duties, but now, with Shang married, he is an adult and cannot afford to be idle. The emperor has no reason to refuse. Currently, he does not need a heavy burden, Jiang Fenghua interjected. The queen furrowed her brow. What do you mean? The crown prince has not yet been established, and all princes are eager to distinguish themselves. Shang must achieve great feats. In this time of peace, the prince need only remain by his majesty's side to alleviate his burdens. The affairs of Shengjing are numerous and complex. With the prince's intelligence and talent, I am confident he can handle them adeptly. If he performs his duties well, the emperor will surely be pleased. The queen's eyes widened, recognizing the insight of the daughter of the grand tutor. Keeping him close to the emperor is certainly preferable to allowing him to drift away. She gently inquired, which position does Wan believe Shang would be suitable for? Hearing that there was an opening for the position of the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Jiang Fenghua suggested, the prince could certainly excel in this role, gaining valuable experience while awaiting the emperor's favor. The queen, invigorated by this notion, sprang to her feet. This position is indeed commendable. His Majesty held this role when he was still the crown prince. I shall go to the imperial study and seek the emperor's decree at once. Wan, you may remain in the palace for a while. Fearing that this coveted position might fall into the hands of another prince, Queen Qing had her maid carefully reapply her makeup and prepare a bowl of soup from the kitchen before heading off to seek the emperor. Jiang Fenghua hurriedly rose to see her off, only straightening her posture once the queen had departed. She recalled that Xie Shang was appointed as crown prince due to his promise to don armor again and repel the Huzhu tribe's incursions within a year's time, a battle he fought splendidly. Later also earning merit for his efforts in flood control, demonstrating exceptional capability that delighted the emperor. Yet, since his marriage to Su Tingwan, their affection had blossomed, leaving little room for other matters. Meanwhile, Xie Shang, having left Kuan-Ning Palace, headed directly to the stables. Unaware that his wife had assigned him a burdensome position that would keep him occupied, even if it meant creating tasks for him to perform before the emperor. At the stables, a chestnut steed galloped swiftly, skillfully maneuvered by a spirited woman clad in red. Xie Shang, catching sight of her, attempted to call out, but realized she could not hear him from a distance. Thus, he mounted a fine horse and pursued her. Xie Shang was an excellent horseman, and as he drew near Su Tingwan, he reined in his horse and explained, "Waner, please do not be upset. Jiang Fenghua and I are entirely innocent." With a hint of red in her eyes, Su Tingwan stubbornly held back her tears. "I am not angry. The prince has married a princess, so you should enjoy your life with her. I shall return home to the general's residence at the frontier." In a rush, Xie Shang abandoned his horse and leaped onto Su Tingwan's mount. "You claim you are not angry, yet what will I do if you leave? The imperial edict for our marriage was issued by my father, and I cannot defy it. Marrying her is merely a matter of necessity. My heart belongs solely to you." Su Tingwan, not wishing to maintain her composure, brightened with delight. "Shang, do you truly have nothing with her?" "I swear." But Su Tingwan quickly covered his mouth. "I do not want your oaths. I only desire your unwavering love, that your heart holds only me." "Very well. I promise my heart belongs only to you," he replied, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Alas, your mother does not favor me. Otherwise, she would not be so eager to marry you off to another." Su Tingwan's eyes brimmed with disappointment. "Shang, I have sacrificed so much for you. I could have chosen not to marry you and instead become a consort for another suitor. Many young men in our land sought my hand, and I could have been their principal wife. Yet my heart belongs solely to you, and I cannot bear to part with you." Xie Shang felt increasingly content, knowing that the Su family would never allow their daughter to become a concubine. He vowed that if he were to rise to greatness, he would provide her with the best life possible. The Su family was acutely aware that among the many princes, Prince Heng had the greatest chance of ascending the throne. Had it not been for the strained relations between the queen and the emperor, Prince Heng's talents would likely have led to his earlier appointment as crown prince. Furthermore, as consort, Su had no sons. She was distanced from the Empress Dowager. In order for the Su family to survive, they had to seek other avenues. However, the queen's interference had led to another woman occupying the position of Heng Wangfei. Feigning annoyance, Su Tingwan exclaimed, "But why do you still embrace her?" "I do not embrace her. I saw it with my own eyes." "You certainly did," Su Tingwan teased. "Is she beautiful?" Xie Shang's mind flashed with Jiang Fenghua's stunning visage, leaving him momentarily stunned. She is acceptable. Is she more beautiful than I? Su Tingwan pressed. Xie Shang found himself at a loss for words. In his heart, Su Tingwan was unparalleled, not merely for her beauty, but because he cherished her for who she was, beyond mere appearances. Seeing his silence, Su Tingwan felt a lump form in her throat. With a confident tilt of her chin, she declared, I am the most beautiful girl in the grasslands. Remember, you have married the most beautiful maiden of our land. It is a blessing for you to have me. Her boldness was indeed audacious, and no wonder the queen disapproved of her. Who could rival a prince's pride? Yet Xie Shang was unbothered, appreciating her candidness and lack of guile. He replied, Indeed. And I eagerly await the day you become my wife. She leaned in to kiss him. Ah Shang, you must promise me that no matter how beautiful she is, you shall not develop feelings for her. I have no feelings for her, he assured her. Nor shall she have feelings for you, Su Tingwan added triumphantly. But my Ah Shang is so handsome, she cannot possibly resist you. A peculiar sensation surged within Xie Shang, knowing that Jiang Fenghua indeed held no affection for him. She had even proactively arranged their marriage. He mused, Jiang Fenghua spoke a truth. What we share is merely a hasty union. And it is likely my father will be disappointed in me. After riding for a while, he suddenly said, Let us return. Su Tingwan paused, surprised by the quick decision. Are we heading back already? You have not been like this before. Is it because of Jiang Fenghua? Do you care for her? I still need to pay my respects to the emperor, he replied, his tone turning cold and imbued with an air of authority that brooked no argument. Chapter 8. The superficial bond between father and son on the other side. The empress indeed secured the position of the minister of Jingzhou for Prince Heng. However, amidst her delight, the emperor's cold laughter echoed through the hall. Youth, he mused, is blissfully carefree and audacious, demanding positions without even making an effort to seek them. The empress hurriedly defended her son, asserting that he was quite ambitious, recalling how he had shown promise in his youth. With a heavy thud, the emperor slammed the memorial on the table, declaring that it was her indulgence that had spoiled him, leading him to act so recklessly. If he truly had ambition, he would not be preoccupied with frivolous pursuits, wasting his days on women. Even if he were granted the position of minister of Jingzhou, could he perform adequately? The empress's face shifted between shades of pale and flushed, her nails digging into her flesh without causing her any pain. She lifted her gaze defiantly to the emperor, imploring him to be fair. If only he treated him like the other princes, would he still be so idle? Every word from the emperor seemed to belittle her son, and she began recounting Xie Shang's childhood accomplishments, believing that the emperor's disdain for her had unjustly affected her son's standing. The emperor's brow furrowed deeply as his thunderous voice filled the grand hall, demanding whether she had finished her tirade. How could the empress, a figure of high status, behave in such a manner? The empress trembled not from fear, but from the sharpness of the emperor's words, which pierced her heart like daggers, leaving her feeling wounded and despised. Suddenly, the door to the study swung open with a sharp sound, revealing Xie Shang. His expression as cold as ice as he stood at the threshold, fixated on the emperor at the desk. The empress turned, disregarding her sorrow and decorum, urging, Shang'er, do not forget to pay your respects to your father. Xie Shang masked his icy demeanor and stepped inside, each footfall heavy, until he knelt before the emperor and respectfully declared, Your son pays his respects to you, father. The emperor's gaze remained unyieldingly frosty as he replied, devoid of emotion, Rise. Thank you, father, Xie Shang responded with his customary reverence. Having just argued with the empress, the emperor acted as if nothing had transpired and stated, Your mother has secured a position for you. The minister of Jingzhou is currently vacant. If you cannot fulfill the role, I shall appoint another. This was implied as a warning against refusal. I shall not disappoint the expectations of father and mother, Xie Shang affirmed, bowing again. His fingers clenched into a fist with a force that seemed to reveal the bones beneath. The emperor, decisive and swift, drafted the decree to appoint Prince Heng as the minister of Jingzhou. The empress felt a surge of hidden joy, though she dared not show it, as the emperor, indifferent to their presence, commanded, You may leave. Father, Xie Shang interjected once more. Is there anything else? Your son wishes to marry General Su's daughter, Su Tingwan, and requests your imperial decree to take her as a concubine. At this declaration, the emperor's expression darkened, his gaze fixated on Xie Shang. Recognizing that the Su family was willing to marry their daughter to Prince Heng, indicating their high regard for him, the empress's heart raced. How could he still desire that woman at such a time? The emperor's demeanor was inscrutable, After a moment's pause, he replied, "Let your mother decide on such trivial matters." He turned to Empress Cheng, asking, "What do you think?" Empress Cheng, with a calculating glance, noted that since Xie Shang had already married, whether to bring another into the household should be left to the decision of the princess. The emperor, with a slight smirk, concluded, "Then it is settled." He had cleverly calculated that without an imperial marriage decree, the Su family would likely be displeased with their daughter becoming a concubine. "I take my leave," Xie Shang said, his fists tightly clenched. He had intended to secure a noble position for Su Tingwan, but it had backfired, leaving the ultimate decision in Jiang Fenghua's hands. After Empress Qing departed, Jiang Fenghua found herself feeling somewhat bored in the palace and requested that a maid accompany her for a stroll in the garden. At this time, the flowers were in full bloom, vibrant and alluring, and she wore a gentle smile, reveling in the grandeur of the empress's residence. As the heat of the day increased, Jiang Fenghua instructed a maid to fetch her a fan. The gold-edged embroidered round fan depicted a girl chasing butterflies, her graceful form seeming to dance in the breeze. Inspired by the beauty surrounding her, Jiang Fenghua couldn't resist the urge to dance, softly parting her lips to sing. With flowing red garments, I step. Blooming flowers beneath my feet, my visage reflects the rosy dawn. In phoenix crown and golden threads, my heart rejoices in this union. Her melodious voice captured the attention of the maids and eunuchs of Kunning Palace, who watched in awe, enchanted by the elegance of the young princess's song and dance. She glided gracefully, her figure reminiscent of willow branches swaying in the spring breeze, her deep and enchanting gaze conveying unspoken emotions. As she sang Red Dress, it was as if her eyes held 1,000 words, completely immersed in her own world. The fan in her hand became her instrument of expression, transforming the small garden into her stage, her slender fingers and outstretched arms moving with a lightness that seemed to defy gravity. She twirled and leaped, her purple skirt billowing like a blooming peony, a sight so stunning it left onlookers entranced. The audience around her seemed to be invigorated by her performance. Their spirits lifted in excitement. Every smile and frown from Jiang Fenghua exuded charm and shyness, perfectly mirroring the innocence of her newlywed heart. When Xie Shang returned to Kunning Palace, he was met with the enchanting sight of Jiang Fenghua's dance and the sweet sound of her voice. The pent-up frustrations in his heart seemed to dissipate in an instant. Her smile had the warmth to melt all the world's chill. It became clear to him that Jiang Fenghua had married him with hopeful aspirations, longing for a lifetime of joy alongside her husband. Empress Cheng, her anger still simmering, returned later than Xie Shang. With little inclination to appreciate the performance, she was startled to find a crowd gathered in the garden and barked, "What is all this fuss about?" Instantly, the maids and eunuchs scattered, the melody abruptly ceasing. Jiang Fenghua, noticing Xie Shang and Empress Cheng's arrival, turned pale with fear and unexpectedly stumbled to the ground, crying out in pain, her body going limp. Empress Cheng approached, inquiring, "What were you doing just now?" Jiang Fenghua's gaze fell, her voice soft and tremulous. "Mother, forgive me. I was captivated by the beauty of the garden and could not resist dancing. I inadvertently fell." Empress Qing, still irritable from her quarrel with the emperor, did not wish to take her anger out on Jiang Fenghua. She replied coldly, "Get up." "Yes." Jiang Fenghua bit her lip, attempting to rise, but the pain in her ankle was unbearable, causing her face to turn pale as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Lost in distress. Noticing her distress, Xie Shang stepped forward, his voice low and concerned. "Have you sprained your ankle?" Jiang Fenghua lowered her eyes, appearing pitiful as she nodded. "It seems so." Seeing her son show concern for Jiang Fenghua brought a flicker of joy to Empress Qing's eyes. "Summon the physician," she commanded, instructing the maids to help Jiang Fenghua to her feet. Struggling to stand, Jiang Fenghua felt a sharp pain in her ankle, tears welling in her eyes as she could barely move. Without hesitation, Xie Shang swiftly moved to her side, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her toward the inner palace. Chapter 9. A couple respected like guests. Jiang Fenghua's eyes widened in shock as she stared blankly at Xie Shang's brow and eyes. His face remained as cold as ice, and his movements were rather brusque as he placed her on the soft couch, showing no tenderness. "Before the imperial physician arrives, I shall first examine whether you have injured your bones," he stated. "Can the prince also do that?" A glimmer of light flashed in Jiang Fenghua's beautiful eyes. Xie Shang refrained from explaining that this was a requisite knowledge for a soldier, lamenting that he would never again set foot on the battlefield. Having been abandoned by his father, who despised him, he gently lifted the hem of her skirt and removed her shoes and socks, revealing her flawless jade-like feet, now flushed and swollen at the ankles. As he pressed lightly on the swollen area, tears immediately welled up in Jiang Fenghua's eyes. Observing her tearful visage, Xie Shang remarked, "If it hurts, just cry out. It may relieve you." Jiang Fenghua continued to weep, her eyes tightly shut, shaking her head. The pain was unbearable, and she even began to bite her own hand. Xie Shang had never encountered a woman so fearful of pain. He had yet to touch her, and it would only hurt more when applying ice later. "You haven't injured your bones, it's just a sprain. We will apply ice first, followed by medicine." He instructed the palace maid to fetch ice. She asked, "Your Highness, will applying medicine hurt?" "It will hurt. Just endure it," he replied. Jiang Fenghua curled her legs tightly, her entire being shrinking into the couch, her brow furrowed. Her eyes, like deep lakes, shimmered with crystalline tears, and the droplets on her fair cheeks resembled pearls, enhancing her beauty to a heart-wrenching degree. "Let us not apply the medicine. If we leave it alone, it won't hurt as much. Let it heal slowly," Jiang Fenghua suggested. "If we don't apply ice or medicine, your foot will not recover and you may end up limping," Xie Shang warned her deliberately. Frightened, Jiang Fenghua straightened her leg and kicked it into his embrace. "I can endure it. I don't want to become a cripple." Xie Shang shook his head in resignation. Soon the palace maid returned with ice, and he instructed her to apply it. However, as soon as the ice touched her ankle, tears streamed down Jiang Fenghua's face like pearls from a broken string, her lips trembling in pain as she cried out, "Be gentle, it hurts." Seeing her in such distress, the palace maid dared not exert too much pressure. Any slight touch sent Jiang Fenghua trembling in agony. "If you don't apply some pressure, how will the swelling go down?" Xie Shang could no longer bear to watch. The palace maid, fearing his reprimand, cautiously increased her pressure, causing Jiang Fenghua to bite down hard on her hand, leaving marks of blood. Witnessing her nearly faint from pain, Xie Shang instructed, "The pressure is incorrect. Let me do it. You all may step back." Relieved, the palace maids quickly retreated. Xie Shang sat on a low stool, gently cradling her delicate foot, his cool fingertips swirling around her swollen ankle, attempting to help her acclimate to the pain. "Stop biting your hand. If you continue, we will have to treat your hand as well. Hold on to my arm and think of something else to distract yourself," he coaxed. Jiang Fenghua obediently nodded, placing her hands on his arm. The moment the ice made contact with her pain, she squeezed tightly, her grip intensifying. Xie Shang feared that his arm would bruise under her grasp, yet at least she remained still. He continued to work in circles to reduce the swelling. And when the pain became unbearable, she clutched his shoulder tightly, her fingers digging into his back. Xie Shang frowned slightly, his handsome features flushed as the scent of her youthful fragrance wafted to him. Her cheek brushed against his ear, sending a tingling sensation through him. After what felt like an eternity, her ankle began to show signs of relief. The swelling diminished slightly. Jiang Fenghua appeared on the verge of fainting, her consciousness drifting as she slumped against him. Beads of perspiration dotted her forehead, her body glistening with sweat, a sight that stirred pity. Xie Shang swallowed hard, his heart racing as Jiang Fenghua fidgeted in his embrace. Fortunately, they were alone in the palace. Otherwise, the palace maids and eunuchs might misconstrue their intimate position. Outside, Empress Qing instructed the imperial physician to leave behind medicine for bruises before dismissing him. A faint smile graced her lips, making one reluctant to intrude upon her. "Your Majesty, I have never seen the prince so patient. If the princess can win his affection, it will alleviate your worries about the Su family daughter," Shi Mama whispered. "Xiang'er is deeply sentimental. He would never forsake Su Tingwan for Jiang Fenghua. The crucial matter now is whether he can truly care for Jiang Fenghua." "Indeed," Shi Mama continued. "Such a delicate beauty, like water, is bound to capture the prince's heart. Since the emperor has permitted Xiang'er to hold the position of Jingzhaoyin, it indicates that he has not completely abandoned him. With Xiang'er's intelligence, he is sure to achieve great things." Jiang Fenghua is right. If Xiang'er is under the emperor's watchful eye, he is bound to remember he has such an exceptional son. On the way back to the estate, Empress Qing feigned fatigue and did not come out to see them, allowing them to return on their own. Jiang Fenghua had her foot bandaged after the application of medicine, cradled in Xie Shang's arms as he carried her to the carriage. Upon arriving at the Heng Wangfu, Xie Shang carried her into the bedroom and turned to leave. Jiang Fenghua quickly called out to him, "Your Highness." Xie Shang paused. "What is it?" "Thank you," Jiang Fenghua replied softly. Xie Shang replied solemnly, "It was the Empress who inadvertently frightened you, leading to your fall and injury. There is no need for thanks." She insisted, and for the last time, And the time before that, I thank you. Xie Shang paused, realizing she referred to their wedding day and the incident in the palace when she nearly fell from the carriage. He instructed Hongxiu, be cautious when bathing. Avoid getting your foot wet and refrain from walking for the next few days. He could clearly feel her clothes were damp with sweat, making it difficult for her to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, he had seemingly accepted Jiang Fenghua as his wife, and their interaction resembled that of a couple who respected each other like honored guests. Hongxiu responded respectfully, yes, I will be careful. After Xie Shang left, Jiang Fenghua straightened herself, her expression returning to normal as she lifted a cup of water to sip. Prepare some water, she instructed. Hongxiu remarked, Princess, what transpired between you and the prince in the palace? Why did he carry you back and speak those words? It seemed like he was genuinely concerned for you. Do not overthink it. He treats other women the same way, especially Su Tingwan, with even greater tenderness, Jiang Fenghua said, her previously bashful demeanor dissipating, replaced by an indifferent expression. Oh, Hongxiu replied, perplexed as to why Jiang Fenghua remained unmoved, given the prince's extraordinary charm. Any woman would surely be captivated by such a handsome man. After bathing, Jiang Fenghua had the writing implements arranged on the table, beginning to practice her calligraphy in tranquility. Knowing that Xie Shang would not come tonight, she had to devise a plan. Chapter 10. Together again in slumber in her previous life. Su Tingwan deliberately chose the day of her return to the palace for her entrance. This time, since the empress has granted her full authority, she decided to make him wait. Jiang Fenghua personally inscribed an auspicious date on a piece of paper and instructed Lianya to deliver it to the prince, asking if he found it suitable. If not, he could select another day himself. Lianya glanced at the date, noting it was set for 5 days hence. Today being the 23rd of March, that would place the occasion on the 28th. Lianya remarked, why does the princess permit that woman to enter the palace so soon? If she truly enters, won't the princess lose her chance? It is merely a suggested date from this princess. The prince shall soon be occupied with state affairs, and she will not arrive that quickly, Jiang Fenghua replied coolly. Hongxiu and Lianya felt utterly bewildered. Given the prince's fondness for that woman, one would assume he would be eager to wed Su Tingwan immediately. How could he possibly refuse to marry his concubine on the proposed date? Upon reaching the study, Lianya conveyed Jiang Fenghua's words faithfully to Xie Shang. After perusing them, his expression turned cold, and a flicker of barely perceptible anger crossed his handsome features. Did the princess say anything else? He inquired. Lianya respectfully answered, if the prince finds the date unsatisfactory, he may discuss it further with the princess. Originally, Su Tingwan and Xie Shang had agreed upon the 24th of March, also an auspicious day. However, the 28th marked the anniversary of a significant personal loss for him, a secret known only to him. Did the princess speak of this? A fierce fire ignited in Xie Shang's gaze. Does she know something? That cannot be. No one knows of it. Yet she coincidentally selected this date. Lianya responded dutifully, indeed. Change the date, Xie Shang commanded coldly. She could not help but admire the princess's foresight. It was truly remarkable. But wasn't he the prince eager to marry his concubine? Was he not in a hurry? The 28th was indeed the most auspicious date. If the date is to be changed, the princess requests that the prince discuss it with her, Lianya suggested. Unnecessary. Leave, Xie Shang said, his gaze suddenly icy. Lianya, frightened, hurriedly exited, feeling utterly perplexed. The prince's eyes seemed to radiate lethal intent. Just as she turned, she heard the prince summoning wine, startling her. She quickly returned to the princess's quarters, pondering, what did I say to offend the prince? After practicing her calligraphy for a while, Jiang Fenghua felt fatigued and decided to rest, only then recalling she had yet to practice her martial arts that day. Upon Lianya's return, she recounted the events in the study, adding, the prince may be angry. I saw Lin the guard moving several jars of wine inside. It seems the prince wishes to drown his sorrows. Jiang Fenghua, however, did not care. Let him be. If he desired to marry Su Tingwan, he would come to find her eventually. She remembered that in her past life, on every 28th of March, Xie Shang would neglect his concubines, even Su Tingwan, for he held a profound significance for that day, a meaning unbeknownst to her. Since her foot was injured and she could not move, she decided to exercise her arms and neck, noting that the other leg was still in good condition. Her endurance was commendable. As a child, she had endured much hardship for the sake of dance and had persevered through it all. Stretching and leg exercises were far more painful than a sprained ankle. She felt satisfied with her performance before Xie Shang today, sufficient to elicit his tender affection. Her body was as supple as a willow, effortlessly performing even the most challenging movements. She would never make such a basic error as falling while dancing. However, today, she prepared herself for Xie Shang. Seated on her bed, she practiced diligently for a full hour, her body warming and glistening with fragrant perspiration. Her skin, as pale as snow, now bore a rosy hue. Alluring and enchanting. Her arms were slender like lotus stems, immaculate, with perfect collarbones resembling delicate crescents, captivating and enchanting. Jiang Fenghua's beauty was not merely defined by thinness. It was a harmonious blend of curves, with delicate areas slender and ample where needed, flawless in its perfection. That night, she wore only a sheer pair of undergarments and a peach blossom embroidered bodice, her dark hair elegantly styled atop her head, revealing her graceful neck. At that moment, Xie Shang, inebriated, barged into her chamber without a care. He circled around the screen and, upon witnessing the scene before him, his eyes flashed a hint of confusion. Yet he found it difficult to tear his gaze from the enchanting figure before him. Jiang Fenghua gasped, hastily pulling the thin blanket over herself, though it offered little concealment. Biting her crimson lip, she feigned annoyance. Why did the prince not knock upon entering? His thoughts were pulled back by her delicate protest. He pointed towards the plaque outside, then gestured to the bed and the furnishings within. Is this not the Lanhua pavilion? Is this not my chamber? These are all mine. Why must I knock to enter my own bedroom? You. Hick, step aside. With that, he advanced towards the bed. Almost immediately, he lunged at her, and she made no effort to evade him. In the next instant, Xie Shang had her pinned beneath him. Jiang Fenghua's brows furrowed in disbelief. Who would have thought Xie Shang, inebriated, could be so endearing? Who could foresee that he would become the iron-fisted, ruthless emperor of the great show? Her fingers gently caressed his cheek as she softly inquired, "Why has the prince indulged in so much wine?" I haven't drunk much, Wan. Upon hearing the name Wan, an icy chill washed over Jiang Fenghua, igniting not a single ripple in her heart. A cold smile graced her lips. Xie Shang, how deeply you are enamored with Su Tingwan. Your Highness, please take heed. I am Jiang Fenghua, not Miss Su. She gently reminded him. Suddenly, Xie Shang recalled some matter he intended to discuss with Jiang Fenghua. He nonsensically declared, "Then let us speak of it tomorrow." Jiang Fenghua understood his intent. He wished to allow Su Tingwan to enter the palace tomorrow. However, tomorrow marked her ceremonial return, a significant occasion for any woman. Yet he appeared to regard it with utter indifference. This simply demonstrated one thing. He cared not for his legitimate wife. Seeing Xie Shang with his eyes closed, seemingly deeply intoxicated, she mused, how much has he drunk? He must have been swimming in the wine jar. A glimmer of coldness flickered in her gaze. In that case, do not blame me for my actions. She called out, Hongxiu, Lianya, come in and assist me. The maids entered, and upon witnessing the intimate position of the two, they bashfully shut their eyes. Jiang Fenghua urged, I cannot exert pressure on my foot. Hurry and help me. Lift him up and place him on the bed, and bring a basin of warm water to assist the prince in changing. Together, they managed to arrange Xie Shang comfortably, removing his ornate robe and shoes. Jiang Fenghua, exhausted and breathless, wore only her bodice and undergarments, appearing quite enticing. Yet alas, Xie Shang slept soundly, oblivious. The maids delicately wiped her down and meticulously applied skincare oil to every inch of her skin, completing the task with gentle massages. After dismissing the maids, Jiang Fenghua lay quietly beside Xie Shang. After a long day, she was genuinely fatigued and had no desire to seduce a drunken man. She soon drifted into a deep sleep. The night passed without dreams, and both of them enjoyed a sweet slumber. Chapter 11. The Prince was not sated. Chapter 12. Bestowing dignity upon the princess, the news of the prince accompanying the princess back to her family spread throughout the royal residence. Steward Cheng hurriedly selected some gifts for the occasion. Xie Shang glanced over and inquired of Cheng Zhong, are these to be delivered to the Jiang residence? Cheng Zhong replied, Yes, your highness. Xie Shang furrowed his brow, asking, is the return visit particularly significant? Should it be conducted with great formality? The return visit is the final rite of marriage and holds immense importance, particularly for the bride's family. It is difficult to articulate just how significant it is, in essence. The son-in-law accompanies his newlywed wife to present gifts to her parents. The manner in which these gifts are prepared reflects the daughter's fortune in her marriage and the regard in which her husband holds her. Ordinary families value this greatly, while those of wealth and status are even more concerned with appearances. However, given the prince's esteemed position, it is unnecessary for him to bow to someone like Jiang Shaofu. Their family is fortunate that he is able to attend. Steward Cheng continued to elaborate. Xie Shang pondered for a moment before casting another glance at the gifts prepared by Steward Cheng, deciding to retrieve additional items from the storeroom. Qing Zhong had merely picked a few items haphazardly, just to fulfill the formality. Fetching more according to the princess's standards would not pose any problem. Just as he was about to depart, Xie Shang added, "Steward Cheng, please have someone inquire about the interests and preferences of the princess's family, and select a gift for each based on their likes." Upon hearing this, Steward Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Each person to receive a gift? Can this prince afford such generosity? Although the Heng Prince's residence was not favored by the emperor, the prince himself possessed personal wealth. With a shake of his head, he replied, we can manage. I shall attend to it at once." For the past 2 nights, Xie Shang had spent in Jiang Fenghua's chamber, leading Steward Cheng to believe he was deeply enamored with the princess, hence selecting only the finest gifts. The Jiang residence was situated on Willow Street in the northern part of the city. Jiang Huai served as a minor official in the Imperial Academy, among many others in similar positions. His teaching was highly regarded, and he was known for his outstanding virtue, having received numerous accolades for his excellence over the years. Despite this, his unambitious nature led him to miss many opportunities for promotion, remaining at the academy to educate the imperial princes and the sons of court officials. For a family like the Jiangs to be chosen by the empress for the position of Heng Prince's consort was a stroke of fortune unachievable through generations of goodwill, leaving many to resentfully believe that the Jiang family had stumbled into a windfall. As today was the day of the Heng Princess's return visit, Jiang Shaofu was granted a day off. Jiang's mother had been restless since the early hours of the morning, bustling about in the kitchen. Jiang's eldest daughter, Jiang Rumeng, had also arrived early with her husband, Jinji. The entire Jiang household was anxious not to offend His Royal Highness, all adorned in new attire, eagerly awaiting the arrival. It was not long before a servant rushed in, exclaiming, "They have arrived. The carriage from Heng Prince's residence has reached the alley." A total of 3 carriages. Jiang Shaofu, accompanied by his family, went to greet them at the main gate, where they finally caught sight of the princely procession approaching majestically. The carriages halted in front of the Jiang residence, and Steward Cheng stepped forward to offer a respectful bow, instructing the guards to unload the return gifts. From a luxurious carriage, Xie Shang dismounted first, while Jiang Fenghua was slowly assisted out by her maid. Jiang's mother gazed at her son-in-law, who resembled a radiant orchid, beaming with delight, momentarily entranced. Jiang Shaofu quickly urged his wife to join him, signaling the family to bow in greeting. "Your servant and wife pay respects to His Royal Highness and the Heng Princess." Seeing her parents bowing to herself, Jiang Fenghua's eyes reddened slightly. She understood that this was the royal etiquette and allowed it to unfold. Noticing her impending tears, Xie Shang spoke in a deep voice, "Father-in-law and mother-in-law, please. No need for such formalities." As the Jiang family rose, Xie Shang suddenly scooped Jiang Fenghua into his arms, explaining, "The princess sprained her ankle yesterday while entering the palace. Making movement difficult, I shall carry her inside." Jiang Fenghua had anticipated he would assist her down from the carriage, but she had not expected him to refer to her parents as father-in-law and mother-in-law. For a moment, she was taken aback, remembering how in her past life he had been disinterested in even meeting them. The Jiang family had endured much ridicule because of her marriage, suffering due to her husband's indifference. Xie Shang then addressed Jiang Huai, "Father-in-law, is there a place for the princess to rest? Her foot has caused her some discomfort." "Let us sit in the main hall," Jiang Huai replied, casting a worried glance at his daughter's leg but refraining from stepping forward to inspect it. "Father, there is no need for concern. His Highness is merely overreacting. I am quite well now," Jiang Fenghua assured with a smile. Jiang Huai shot a concerned look at his daughter, his heart aching. "Dinner will be served shortly. Ruan will keep the prince company. I will go check on your mother and second sister." Initially intending to stroll around, he refrained from saying more upon noticing her foot's condition. Once they reached the main hall, Xie Shang seated her on a chair, prompting her to softly express her gratitude. "Thank you." Xie Shang raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to her ear to whisper, "Is this not sufficiently dignified?" Jiang Fenghua's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, appearing to bask in the harmony between the Heng Prince and herself, her delicate features adorned with shyness. "Yes, thank you, truly, thank you." Having known her for only 3 days, Xie Shang found her repeated expressions of gratitude quite fulfilling. At that moment, Jiang's fourth son, Jiang Fenghua, approached them with a bright smile. I pay my respects to His Royal Highness and my esteemed brother-in-law. How's my third sister? He then turned to Xie Shang, bowing. Thank you for the gifts, third brother-in-law. Xie Shang paused, noting the youth, around 13 or 14 years of age, bearing a resemblance to Jiang Fenghua. His carefree demeanor and striking appearance made him quite charming. There is no need for such formalities, Xie Shang replied awkwardly. The inkstone from Zishuan Studio is rare. Even for those with wealth, I shall treasure it dearly. Jiang Fenghua's eyes sparkled with delight, clearly enamored with the gift. Xie Shang felt a surge of joy seeing his preparations so warmly received. Jiang Ruming approached to invite them to the side hall for dinner. Expressing her gratitude to the Heng Prince while affectionately addressing him as brother-in-law. She received a set of precious jewelry from Tsiyu Pavilion, and both sisters inherited their mother Feng Jingyuan's beauty. Now 24 years old with 2 children, Jiang Ruming appeared as graceful as ever. Xie Shang had not only prepared jewelry for Jiang Ruming, but also toys for her 2 children, the latest designs, acquired on short notice by Steward Cheng. Jiang Ruming's husband, Jin Ji, a wealthy merchant, received a golden abacus from Xie Shang, which he cherished for its significant meaning. Jiang's mother, overwhelmed with joy at her daughter's fortunate marriage and the love showered upon her, wept tears of happiness. My dear daughter, is this not wonderful? Why are you crying again? Jiang Fenghua consoled her mother. I am truly delighted, Jiang's mother replied, tears streaming. Ruan has married such a suitable husband. It brings me joy. Jiang Ruming sincerely rejoiced for her sister, whispering, I once feared that my third sister would live a life of subservience in the Heng Prince's residence. But now it seems His Royal Highness is not only remarkable in appearance, but also considerate. Mother was right. My sister has indeed what a worthy husband. As Jiang Fenghua sipped her soup, she feigned bashfulness, contemplating. They do not know that in her previous life, there were no return gifts, and Xie Shang had shown her not even a glance. The Heng Prince had welcomed consort Su, clad in vibrant red, while she was invited merely to serve tea to the matriarch, enduring ridicule from all, becoming the greatest jest of the capital. Witnessing their affection, her heart bled. The banquet was divided into 2 tables, one for men and one for women, separated by a screen adorned with seasonal flowers. Xie Shang sat with his back to Jiang Fenghua, observing her mother weeping softly, musing, Jiang Fenghua's propensity for tears must be inherited from her mother. They both exude a gentle demeanor. Jiang Hui was in high spirits, having consumed a bit of wine, and began to expound his philosophy on life at the dining table. The prince, now the governor of Jingzhou, held a position of considerable significance, intimately connected to the lives of the common people. Ah, Jiang Hui, how much wine have you consumed? Must you commence with your preachings again? The son-in-law is a prince. Does he not comprehend these principles better than you? Feng Jingyuan's delicate voice suddenly echoed from behind the screen. Startled by the outburst, Jiang Hui promptly closed his mouth, raising his cup in a toast to Xie Shang. I humbly salute the prince. Xie Shang was taken aback, finding it somewhat amusing. He had not anticipated that Jiang Shaofu was under the thumb of his wife at home, nor that the emotional shift of Jiang Fenghua's mother would be so pronounced. He lifted his cup and took a sip to mask his awkwardness. Jiang Fenghua, abstaining from alcohol, hastily shifted the topic to alleviate the tension. Prince, brother-in-law, do not merely drink, partake of the dishes as well. These culinary delights are all prepared by mother, each a specialty of hers. Jin Ji added, mother-in-law's skills are unparalleled, his tone replete with flattery. Jiang Hui, chastened, remained silent, diligently eating, a stark contrast to his usual imposing presence in the academy. The Jiang family enjoyed a harmonious meal, yet Xie Shang felt a pang of bitterness within. Gazing at the mountainous heap of delicacies before him, he partook heartily, unbothered. All of these were served to him by Jin Ji using public chopsticks. Witnessing this, Jin Ji felt both honored and astonished. Not only was he dining at the same table as Prince Heng, sharing a pot of wine, but he was also savoring the dishes he had offered. Most gratifying was the fact that Prince Heng was his brother-in-law. Xie Shang had never felt so at ease. In his jubilation, he indulged in a bit more wine. As for the Su residents, Xie Shang promptly dispatched a trusted confidant with the news, indicating that another auspicious date would be chosen for the wedding. Jiang Fenghua assured that their nuptials would be splendidly celebrated, ensuring that Su Tingwan would face no grievances. Recognizing Jiang Fenghua's magnanimity, he felt compelled to concede. Wan, being a woman of broad-mindedness, would undoubtedly understand. Chapter 13. Su Tingwan's distress at the Su residence upon hearing the news that the Prince Heng accompanied the Princess Heng back to her parental home. Su Tingwan felt as if time had frozen. He promised me, she thought despairingly. How could he have gone to the Jiang residence? He clearly does not care for Jiang Fenghua, and had assured me he would come to fetch me today. On the bed lay the wedding gown they had chosen together. Originally, a concubine was only permitted to wear a pink wedding dress, yet he insisted on providing her with the most splendid red bridal attire in all of Xinjiang, along with an extravagant wedding ceremony, spending a fortune on a set of vibrant red garments. The maid, Yinxing, lamented. This is the second time the prince has failed to keep his promise. Today is the day of the young lady's wedding. How could he send a mere guard to inform her that he cannot come, delaying the marriage? It is already enough for the daughter of a general to become a concubine. How could the prince treat her so callously? She is merely the daughter of a minor official. How can she be compared to the young lady? Enough. Leave. Su Tingwan shouted at the maid. Yinxing, silenced, exited the room. In her desire to seek justice for her mistress, she took it upon herself to inform the imperial concubine of the situation, believing that the concubine would surely advocate for Su Tingwan. With tears streaming down her face, Su Tingwan sat before the bronze mirror, her gaze locked onto her reflection. She considered herself beautiful, not inferior to the delicate young ladies of Xinjiang. Shang does not favor those pretentious women, she mused. Yet, the image of him embracing Jiang Fenghua flashed in her mind, his eyes filled with admiration and awe, an expression he had never directed toward her. She touched her exquisite makeup, murmuring to herself, is Jiang Fenghua truly that beautiful? Can she surpass me? Shang once said I was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Bolstered by her confidence, she wiped away her tears. Regardless of Jiang Fenghua's beauty, Shang could never love her. She needed to trust in Shang. Approaching the bed, she began to don the resplendent red wedding gown, entranced by its magnificence. What woman does not dream of marrying the man she loves, especially when their affections are mutual? She admired her reflection, a seductive smile gracing her lips. When Shang sees me like this, he will surely be astonished. He simply has not witnessed me in bridal attire. Today, I shall enter the Prince Heng's residence on Jiang Fenghua's return day, leaving no opportunity for her and Shang to be alone together. The one he loves is me, Su Tingwan, not Jiang Fenghua. Summoning the guards of the Su residence, she whispered to one, go find the Prince Heng and tell him. Today, I want Jiang Fenghua to witness just how much Shang loves me. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, concubine Su received the news relayed by Yinxing, and her anger was palpable. She had not anticipated Jiang Fenghua's cunning, managing to lure the Prince Heng to the Jiang residence, leaving her daughter to wait in vain. This cannot stand. I must seek the emperor's intervention. With that, concubine Su adorned herself elegantly and made her way to the emperor's Chengqian palace. As she entered the opulent hall, she moved gracefully, resembling a blooming flower. Your Majesty, she greeted, her attire billowing like a gentle mist. The emperor's tone softened. Qing has arrived. There are no outsiders here, so no need for formalities. Concubine Su stood gracefully. I have prepared some new delicacies for your Majesty. Do indulge. The emperor smiled. Qing, you are thoughtful. Just as he was about to taste a piece, he affectionately offered it to her lips. My beloved, you have worked hard on these. Her face glowed with the charm of a peach blossom as she shyly took a bite, and he casually sampled a few pieces, finding them delightfully soft and sweet. Your skills have indeed improved. With skin as fair as snow, her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure. As she leaned closer, wrapping her delicate arm around the emperor's neck, she said, Your Majesty has been busy with state affairs and has not visited my Wanfeng palace in quite some time. I have missed you. She was well aware that the emperor had been spending nights with the newly arrived beauty in the palace. The emperor, understanding her insinuation, embraced her slim waist. Though concubine Su was significantly older than the beauty, she possessed an enduring charm. Soon, he held her close, lost in a boundless tenderness. After their intimacy, concubine Su, with a playful glint in her eye, placed her delicate fingers on the emperor's chest. Your Majesty has seen Wan. She has suffered greatly since childhood, accompanying her parents to the border. She only returned to Xinjiang 3 years ago and is now 17, of marrying age. As her aunt, I must take special care of her. Feigning forgetfulness about her previous petition for a union between the Prince Heng and Su Tingwan, the emperor remarked, The daughter of General Su deserves a careful approach to marriage. If you have a suitable match in mind, go ahead and arrange it. Your Majesty, concubine Su exclaimed, turning her face away in feigned anger. You forget so easily. It seems I am not in your thoughts. In the imperial court, a favored concubine's prominence often reflected on the officials, sending an unspoken signal that concubine Su should neither be overly indulged nor neglected. The emperor tilted her chin, still wanting more. Those new beauties in the palace are still too inexperienced compared to you. You have come here today with intentions beyond mere indulgence. Concubine Su quickly altered her demeanor. I genuinely miss you, your majesty. With Wanwan's parents at the border, if she were to marry, I must ensure her wedding is a splendid affair. The emperor's expression darkened slightly. Whether wife or concubine, her wedding's grandeur was merely a matter of his decree. She pressed on, Your Majesty, regarding the matter I mentioned earlier, Wanwan has her heart set on Prince Heng. Please grant her your favor. Do it for my sake. Allow Wanwan to become a concubine of Prince Heng, and grant her this wish. This was her first plea for a wife position and her second for a concubine. The emperor could not disregard the Su family's request. After some deliberation, he finally relented. Then let the Ministry of Rites select an auspicious date, my beloved. You may organize it. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. Today is indeed a fortuitous day for marriage. I shall attend to it immediately. With her goal achieved, she respectfully bowed to the emperor before exiting Chengqian Palace. The emperor, aware of the Su family's ambitions, summoned Chief Eunuch Chao. Where has Prince Heng gone today? Today is the day for the Princess Heng's return. The prince should be accompanying her to the Jiang residence, Chao informed. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in the emperor's eyes. My son is quite capable. Chao dared not interject further and signaled his apprentice, Wu Xin, to bring in the washing supplies to personally attend to the emperor. Wu Xin, only 17, was skillfully trained by Chao. Aside from serving the emperor directly, Chao often delegated tasks to trusted aides. Concubine Su's request for a royal decree had not escaped the notice of Empress Cheng, who remarked, The prince's visit to the Jiang residence today is only proper. Your Majesty, it seems you have been misled. Su Qingqing has overstepped. She should be mindful of etiquette, as a concubine cannot expect a grand wedding. Do not be angry, Your Highness. The elderly maid advised. If the Minister of Rites goes, he can only partake in the joyous celebration. If this matter escalates, it may reflect poorly on our prince and turn into a source of ridicule for the Heng residents. If you continue to meddle, it will only upset the prince, and he may resent you for it. Since you have entrusted the matter to Princess Heng, it is best to let her handle it. If anyone wishes to seek the spotlight, let them do so. Empress Cheng was persuaded. Allowing further disruption would only bring shame to her son. Stuck in indecision, she felt as if a hand were tightening around her throat. After all, her son had chosen to love someone else. Chapter 14. Jiang Fenghua begins to strategize. Meanwhile, the guards from the Su residence arrived at the Jiang family gate, claiming they were looking for Prince Heng and asserting they had a letter to deliver personally. Which Su family do you belong to? Today, my family is celebrating. The master has instructed that no guests are to be received, the doorman declared, preparing to shut the door. I am from General Su's residence in the southern city. I have urgent matters to discuss with Prince Heng, the guard replied, somewhat arrogantly. The doorman, named Jiang Huan, had been taken in by the Jiang family since childhood. He was literate and could not abide arrogance. He also had a temper. He knew that today marked the return of the third young lady, and no one was to be disturbed. Additionally, recalling that the other party had claimed to be from General Su's residence, he remembered visiting there with his sister Lianya. At that time, he had overheard Lianya murmur that Miss Su was indeed favored by Prince Heng. Could it be that the Su family daughter had come to deliver a letter to His Highness? Understanding the implications, he thought, this is not good. Initially smiling, the doorman then stated, Since you seek the prince, I shall inform him. Please wait a moment. Do you require me to deliver the letter? The young lady instructed that the letter must be handed to Prince Heng personally. The guard replied, There is no need. I shall deliver it to the prince myself. Jiang Huan hurriedly approached Jiang Fenghua, saying, Third young lady, there are visitors at the door claiming to be from General Su's residence. Jiang Fenghua smiled lightly, recognizing that Su Tingwan could not contain herself and had sent someone to seek her out. Was she so eager to marry Xie Shang? In her previous life, she had entered the Prince Heng's residence as a secondary consort and had become the one closest to Xie Shang. This time, however, he was delayed, and the one he cherished was becoming restless. At that moment, Hong Xiu brought further news. Su Tingwan had left with her belongings for the 10-mile pavilion outside the city. Jiang Fenghua's expression remained calm. This was indeed an entertaining development. Just then, Lianye rushed in, whispering, Princess, The Empress Dowager has issued a marriage decree for Su Guifei, and she has left the palace. Jiang Fenghua recalled that in her previous life, Su Guifei had not intervened, and the union between Xie Shang and Su Tingwan had proceeded splendidly, albeit without the emperor's blessing. As a result, Su Tingwan had not gained royal recognition, and when Xie Shang ascended the throne, he disregarded propriety and made her his empress. This time, however, with the emperor's endorsement, the situation was drastically different. They had caught her off guard, whether due to the butterfly effect of her rebirth or for some other reason. She would not allow Su Tingwan to enter Prince Heng's residence with great fanfare. Hong Xiu added, "The prince is intoxicated. Should I add something to keep him asleep until morning? If she wishes to leave, let her go as far away as possible. The prince should not pursue her. We shall see how she fares." Jiang Fenghua interjected, "That cannot be. If the one the prince cherishes departs, and he does not bring her back, it will reflect poorly on me as his wife. Moreover, how could she willingly forsake the glory and wealth within reach? Rather than allowing them to sever ties while still longing for each other, it is better to let them love passionately, for life is fleeting. One should not leave behind regrets." She would certainly not provide Xie Shang with the opportunity to settle scores later. She intended for him to feel gratitude and guilt towards her. Observing her mistress's demeanor, Hong Xiu felt a pang of confusion, unable to comprehend her thoughts. Was it not natural for a husband to seek another woman? Jiang Fenghua, ignoring her leg's discomfort, inquired, "Which guest room did the prince retire to?" "The east courtyard," came the reply. "Prepare the carriage and add 2 swift horses," Jiang Fenghua commanded in a low voice. Upon reaching the guest room in the east courtyard, Jiang Fenghua promptly led the guards from the Su residence to Xie Shang and then withdrew. Xie Shang was somewhat inebriated and, coupled with the effects of last night's drinking, felt fatigued and had only rested briefly. The individual before him stated the purpose of their visit. The young lady insisted that the letter must be delivered directly to the prince. He unfolded Su Tingwan's letter, which read, "Ah Shang, as I write this, it feels as though I am with you. I am leaving." Upon finishing the letter, Xie Shang's expression darkened, and a void filled his heart. Wanwan's departure felt like a thunderclap striking him. Just then, Jiang Fenghua entered with a hangover remedy and softly said, "Prince, please drink this tonic first." Xie Shang's icy gaze held no warmth, enveloped in a chill that made him seem unapproachable. He abruptly rose, his hand swiping the bowl from Jiang Fenghua's grasp, spilling the freshly made tonic onto her delicate, fair hand, instantly reddening the skin. She quickly concealed her hand, suppressing a wince of pain. "It was my fault. I spilled it. Hong Xiu, please bring another bowl." Hong Xiu, quick to respond, fetched another bowl and presented it to him. Jiang Fenghua, covering her hand, gently suggested, "Just give it directly to the prince." Xie Shang, initially ready to unleash his anger, merely cast a glance at her sleeve and coldly stated, "You may return to the estate. I have matters to attend to." With that, he strode out the door. Jiang Fenghua followed closely, her brows knitted in concern. If the prince has urgent matters, the Jiang estate has 2 swift horses that may assist. We must reach Su Tingwan before Su Guifei does. Xie Shang paid her no mind and hurried away, while the guard Lin Feng hurried after him, asking, "What is the matter, my lord?" "Find 2 swift horses and exit the city." Xie Shang did not explain. Wanwan was leaving, returning to the border, and he was in turmoil. Lin Feng found himself baffled, glancing back at Jiang Fenghua, who wore a similarly anxious expression. Having just mentioned that the Jiang estate possessed swift horses, Xie Shang paused briefly and nodded, "Let us go." After his departure, Jiang Fenghua's expression returned to normal. She lifted her hand to inspect the spot that had been scalded, her eyes glimmering with indifference. "The prince is truly unreasonable, taking out his frustrations on our young lady. What does this have to do with her? Her hand is burned red," Hong Xiu lamented. Jiang Fenghua's gaze remained unfazed. "A bit of ointment will suffice." Lianya, dissatisfied, remarked, "The prince acted as if the sky were falling or the earth were caving in. Was it truly worth such urgency? The prince loves fiercely. It is only natural to be anxious when the one he cherishes is leaving." Jiang Fenghua felt no ripples of emotion within. She had long since moved on and found Xie Shang's impulsiveness amusing. Then she said, "Let us bid farewell to father and mother and return to the prince's residence." The 2 maidens exchanged glances. Miss does not favor Prince Heng. Why is she marrying him? Their mistress's heart was not set on romance, but rather on those who cared for the world. They could not comprehend why their young lady, in such a blossoming age, did not yearn for beautiful love, so they could only think this way. As Jiang Fenghua exited the Jiang residence, the day was still young. She instructed Lianya. Inform Tan Guangqing that today, her sister's revenge can be taken. As long as it brings her satisfaction, it is permissible. Additionally, notify our spies remaining in the Su residence that they may withdraw. Lianya's eyes brightened with excitement. You mean to act in advance? Truly? That treacherous official should have met his end long ago. Jiang Fenghua remained non-committal. She would become the stumbling block on the path of Xie Shang and Su Tingwan's romance. This time, they would all serve as her stepping stones. Chapter 15. The Land God Temple outside the city. At the Land God Temple 10 miles outside the city, Xie Shang caught up with Su Tingwan. In the throes of their emotions, they decided to pay homage to the heavens and earth in the temple. A suggestion made by Su Tingwan herself. Shang, she said, since we cannot marry openly, let us honor the land god. He is revered by the people, and paying our respects to him will surely not lead us astray. Xie Shang hesitated initially, but was swayed by Su Tingwan's boldness and his own sense of guilt for having let her down earlier. Upon seeing her, the feeling of having regained something precious overwhelmed him, and he ultimately consented to their union in the temple. After their vows, Su Tingwan expressed, Shang, today is the happiest and most carefree day of my life. Having sworn our vows, we are now husband and wife. I am your wife, and it fills me with joy. He was unable to grant her the status of a legitimate wife, and despite knowing the impropriety of their actions, he yielded to her wishes. His gaze was filled with tenderness. As long as her requests did not contravene moral principles, he endeavored to fulfill them. With her arms wrapped around his waist, she nestled against him, pondering if this could be their new home, and what might follow. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. Suddenly, Xie Shang recalled Jiang Huai's warnings at the banquet. He wished to tell Tingwan that his position forbade such actions. He gently pushed her away and urged, Tingwan, we should return. Upon hearing Jiang Fenghua's name, a flicker of displeasure crossed Su Tingwan's eyes. She interjected, are you not to consider me your wife? Xie Shang hesitated, the image of Jiang Fenghua's tear-streaked face flashing in his mind. Tingwan, I cannot promise what cannot be fulfilled. The imperial decree cannot be defied. Indeed, she was the princess consort of Heng Wang, bestowed by the emperor, a fact that could not be altered. Yet, all she desired was to be his wife. Have we not already sworn our vows? She implored, embracing his waist. I was the one who knew you first. How is it fair that she weds you before me? Xie Shang was at a loss. The one he loved was Tingwan, yet he was compelled to marry Jiang Fenghua. It was unfair to Tingwan, who deserved a proper wedding. His heart ached with guilt. Tingwan, I am sorry. As long as you cherish me as your only wife in your heart, that is enough, she replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. He held her tightly, wishing to comfort her. I do not want your apologies. I want your love, a love that is sufficient. From now on, she will merely be the princess consort of Heng, while I shall be your wife. Is that agreeable? Do not let your affection stray toward her. Very well, Xie Shang nodded, his deep-set eyes reflecting an inscrutable depth. Su Tingwan was particularly sensitive about Jiang Fenghua's status, concocting scenarios in her mind. If she learns of our union, she will certainly be displeased and attempt to intervene. Love is inherently selfish, it cannot be shared. She will not be displeased. Xie Shang replied firmly. How can you be so sure? She pouted, unwilling to relent. If Jiang Fenghua wished to prevent us, she would not have sent someone from the Su family to meet you. Xie Shang found himself at a loss for words, fearing her thoughts would spiral further. At that moment, passers-by noticed their gathering and entered to offer congratulations, seeking to partake in a celebratory drink. However, the setting was quite inappropriate, and after exchanging pleasantries, they departed. News of the couple's secret vows at the Land God Temple spread swiftly throughout the city. The gallant young man and his stunning bride in a striking red wedding gown raised eyebrows and sparked curiosity. Why would a nobleman wed in such a manner at a temple, devoid of parental presence? Could it be that he is marrying a concubine? Such a union, performed in the presence of the land god but neglecting one's parents, was deemed a grave offense, tantamount to cursing one's own lineage. The principles of filial piety were held in the highest regard in the kingdom of Dezhou. Pan Taifu, a renowned scholar, caught wind of the scandal while teaching. Enraged by the breach of decorum, he vowed to document the incident as a lesson for future students on the importance of propriety and righteousness. Meanwhile, the guard Lin Feng, stationed outside the temple, discreetly concealed his sword, feigning ignorance of the couple's actions within. He was embarrassed, yet his curiosity piqued, leading him to eavesdrop on the gossip surrounding his master. As the discussions unfolded, he found himself internally critiquing the absurdity of Su Tingwan's actions, questioning how she could so casually disregard the rightful position of the princess consort. At that moment, the imperial consort, Su Guifei, dispatched an entourage to the Su residence, intent on ensuring that Tingwan entered the Heng Wang's estate with all due splendor. As long as Xie Shang's affections remained with Tingwan, there was still hope for her to ascend to the role of mistress of the Wang residence. Upon arriving at the Su residence, Su Guifei found it devoid of her daughter. After inquiring with the guards, she learned that Su Tingwan had already departed for the outskirts of the city. In the afternoon, Xie Shang returned with Su Tingwan, who donned a resplendent red wedding gown, radiating beauty. With 3 steeds at their disposal, Lin Feng rode one, while Su Tingwan and Xie Shang shared another, leaving the third for the agile silver ginkgo. As they traversed the streets, Su Tingwan's eye-catching attire drew the attention of many onlookers, who speculated about the nature of their union. Whispers circulated about the audacity of a young nobleman absconding with a bride, while others noted the bride's radiant smile. Xie Shang, with keen hearing, caught snippets of their gossip, causing his demeanor to grow cold, his body stiffening under the weight of their scrutiny. Su Tingwan's embrace around his waist felt overly tight as they rode onward. Choosing to pursue Su Tingwan on horseback had been a bold decision, and the Jiang estate's steed proved formidable, enabling him to locate her at the temple. However, the absence of a carriage created an awkward predicament. He signaled Lin Feng to find one, but the guard, eager to evade Silver Ginkgo's gaze, spurred his horse onward, embracing the thrill of the ride. Yet, as they entered the city, the opportunity to gallop freely vanished, and he longed to distance himself from the prying eyes of the public. Unbeknownst to him, Su Tingwan spoke passionately about the spirit and sentiments of the children of the grasslands, expressing her desire to share the world beyond with Xie Shang. Upon reaching the gates of Heng Wang's estate, Xie Shang's face paled, reflecting the harshness of the comments they had encountered along the way. Dismounting, he nearly dropped the reins. In stark contrast, Su Tingwan radiated joy, displaying none of the delicacy associated with Jiang Fenghua. With a graceful leap, she dismounted, standing confidently as the crowd grew around them. She wished to proclaim to the world that she was the chosen one of Heng Wang, eager to thwart any attempts by Jiang Fenghua to undermine her position. Chapter 16. A world apart in the grand halls of the Heng Wang Fu, Jiang Fenghua returned to her residence to tidy up, changing from her soiled attire into a more dignified and opulent ensemble. Before long, Su Guifei arrived at her doorstep. As a favored consort of the emperor, Su Guifei enjoyed the liberty to traverse the palace at will, a testament to her esteemed position. Yet, she was well versed in decorum and propriety, even when outside the palace. She refrained from wandering aimlessly or appearing indiscriminately before men, her visage always veiled with a delicate gauze. Accompanied closely by female attendants and guards as she made her grand entrance into the Heng Wang Fu, Jiang Fenghua, neither servile nor overbearing, offered a shallow bow, acknowledging the presence of the esteemed Guifei. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon for not receiving you with due diligence." Su Guifei, adorned in vibrant makeup and exuding a myriad of charms, possessed a slender waist akin to a willow, emanating the allure of a mature woman, dressed in regal splendor. Upon witnessing the graceful and resplendent Heng Wang Fei, she felt a pang of unease before taking her seat at the principal position. Jiang Fenghua remained unperturbed, choosing to occupy a nearby seat. "Hongxiu, please present tea to Her Highness." Despite her status as Guifei, Su Qingqing refrained from asserting her superiority in front of Jiang Fenghua. Recognizing that the empress was her true matron, "I come today bearing the emperor's decree," she stated. Jiang Fenghua, composed and deliberate, set down her teacup, gracefully rising to display her respect. "What edict does His Majesty convey?" "The prince is currently absent from the residence. I shall dispatch someone to summon him back at once." Su Guifei, already aware of the prince's whereabouts, had come specifically regarding this matter, which pertained to her daughter. There is no immediate need to seek out the prince. At that moment, a guard rushed in, breathlessly announcing, "My lady, the prince has returned." Jiang Fenghua stood steady, a faint smile gracing her lips, her expression gentle and composed, akin to a devoted pupil absorbing the wisdom of her elders. Xie Shang entered the hall, noticing Su Guifei seated at the primary position. He cast a glance at Jiang Fenghua before striding with authority to the main seat. Hongxiu promptly offered him a bowl of tea, neither hot nor cold. Xie Shang took the cup as if parched, downing the entirety in one swift motion. The clatter of the bowl upon the table resonated in the silence, echoing in the hearts of those present. Silence enveloped the room. All eyes were fixed upon him, bewildered by the unfolding events. Just then, Su Tingwan entered, her countenance less than favorable. "Ah Shang, what troubles you? My mouth is not yours to command. Let them say what they will." Su Guifei, upon observing her in a vibrant red wedding gown, widened her eyes in disbelief, momentarily losing her esteemed composure. "Wan, why are you dressed in red? And what brings you here? Has the emperor granted you leave from the palace?" Su Tingwan approached Su Guifei without bowing, instead linking her arm and smiling sweetly. "Aunt, I have wed. I am now married to Ah Shang." At this revelation, Su Guifei felt as though struck by lightning. Her delicate features contorted in shock. "The emperor's decree has not yet arrived. What nonsense is this? Without the emperor's permission, a side consort cannot don a red wedding gown. You may ask Ah Shang." She averted her gaze from Jiang Fenghua, her peripheral vision catching sight of the latter's extraordinary beauty, stirring her unease. Though her countenance remained blissful, Xie Shang, a royal prince, had no obligation to pay respects to Su Guifei, who was merely Tingwan's elder and a consort of the emperor. Despite their strained relationship, he was compelled to show her due courtesy. "May I inquire what brings your highness outside the palace?" he asked, his tone devoid of warmth. "The emperor has granted a favor, permitting Wan to enter the Heng Wang Fu as a side consort, yet she has already wed the prince." At this juncture, Su Guifei was at a loss for words. Jiang Fenghua, with eyes gleaming with anticipation, directed her gaze towards Su Guifei. "Earlier, your highness mentioned discussing this matter with me. The prince has just returned. What edict does his majesty convey?" Xie Shang furrowed his brow, preparing to receive the emperor's decree. He too stood respectfully, cupping his hands. "What is his majesty's command?" Su Guifei's discomfort deepened as Steward Chung hurried in, reporting, "Your highness, a multitude of citizens has gathered outside." Xie Shang, exasperated, could surmise the reason without inquiry. Upon reaching the gates, he discovered the townsfolk had been gossiping about a marriage at the local earth deity temple, with unflattering tales of wealthy young men keeping mistresses and neighboring maidens eloping with men. They had ventured into the city, eager to witness the spectacle and uncover the truth. Steward Chung, exasperated, recounted the scene outside, unable to disperse the throngs of curious onlookers. Jiang Fenghua's eyes widened in realization. Whispering, "So, the prince and Miss Su wed at the earth deity temple." She fell silent thereafter. Xie Shang abruptly commanded, "Cheng Zhong, attend to this matter." Cheng Zhong, overwhelmed, pondered how to address the situation. The prince had married the Wang Fei just days prior. Yet now he had brought a woman clad in a red wedding gown into the residence, privately wed at the temple. Should this escalate, it could tarnish the prince's reputation. And if it reached the emperor's ears, the repercussions would be dire. Seeing the somber expressions on their faces, Su Tingwan was about to speak. But Su Guifei swiftly restrained her, signaling her to remain silent. Such behavior was already a breach of propriety. The error lay with Wan in Su Guifei's eyes, who perceived a stark contrast between the two women. Jiang Fenghua interjected, "Prince, perhaps I should handle this matter. My status should allow me to persuade the crowd to disperse." Cheng Zhong, relieved, quickly concurred. "The Wang Fei is the mistress of the Wang Fu. Matters of the prince taking a concubine should naturally fall under her purview. Those outside are misinformed and speak out of turn. Having the head of the household clarify would lend more authority to the explanation." Xie Shang scrutinized her with narrowed eyes, noting her composed demeanor, her every movement exuding grace and nobility, her beauty both striking and dignified. He envisioned the ideal comportment of a Wang Fei, presumably akin to Jiang Fenghua. His anger subsided slightly, and his tone softened. "Can you provide them with a reasonable explanation? Do you comprehend the situation that has unfolded?" Su Tingwan clutched his arm, reminding him that their clandestine marriage at the temple had been discovered, and if not addressed properly, the implications could be severe. With clarity in her gaze, Jiang Fenghua replied softly, "The prince and Miss Su share mutual affection. Their actions are thus understandable. I believe I know how to proceed." She gently placed her hand on Hong Xiu's arm, elegantly turning and straightening her posture as she strode toward the entrance. Xie Shang's gaze fell upon her injured foot. She walked with a measured grace, her movements light and fluid, exuding an air of noble composure. Standing at the entrance of the Wang Fu, she radiated beauty and dignity, her sleeves billowing, her eyes cold yet commanding, shimmering with an ethereal glow. The The very air around her seemed to chill, the cacophony outside abruptly ceasing. Jiang Fenghua's brow furrowed as she began to speak. Today, what brings you all to the Heng Fu? Is there a grievance you wish to voice? Chapter 17. The wedding cannot be lavishly celebrated. Who among the crowd would dare to gossip about the royal family? Even if they approached to inquire about the identities of the couple who visited the land temple, no one would have the audacity to question them, especially with the composed and graceful presence of the royal consort. A hush fell over the assembly. Jiang Fenghua waited a moment, noticing the silence, and continued. Steward Cheng has prepared ink and paper. Anyone wishing to report must provide detailed accounts. Names, residences, household members, all will be meticulously recorded. This was a demonstration of royal authority, a deterrent against slander. Anyone who dared to speak ill would be held accountable. Steward Cheng promptly arranged a table and set out the ink and paper. Jiang Fenghua pointed to an open space in front of the grand entrance of the Heng residence, where the table was positioned. With so many people gathered, the process would take time. Steward Cheng seemed to understand the consort's intent. This arrangement would not obstruct the entrance of the residence, showcasing her foresight. Jiang Fenghua moved gracefully, standing elegantly, and addressed the crowd. They must have heard of her lord's recent appointment as the governor of Jingzhou, and now they were here to discern the truth, or perhaps to present their cases. She assured them that any concerns could be voiced, or they could prepare their petitions, emphasizing that her lord's new position would be administered impartially, without favoritism. She found a pretext for the crowd to gather at the entrance of the residence. A slap followed by a sweet date. Not wishing to be entangled with the affairs of nobility, the crowd began to disperse. Realizing that the current governor of Jingzhou was indeed Prince Heng, the sight of the royal consort was breathtaking, utterly captivating. Implicitly, they wondered how the woman in red who had entered the Heng residence could be so easily forgotten. If she were truly the prince, it seemed illogical for him to neglect such a stunning consort for questionable encounters at the land temple. Surely he was not a fool. Any man would know how to choose wisely. With doubts alleviated and no cases to present, the crowd naturally dispersed. Jiang Fenghua, observing their departure, instructed Steward Cheng to keep the table set, as her lord would soon arrive to assume his duties in Jingzhou. This could serve to bolster his reputation. Cheng's eyes brightened with admiration for the youthful and beautiful consort. Her subtle words conveyed volumes, enhancing her authority as the lady of the house. Xie Shang had been watching Jiang Fenghua's performance closely. He could not deny that her approach, though somewhat forceful, was perhaps not the most prudent solution. Yet it was undeniably appropriate given the circumstances, and her status as the consort lent her words greater weight. Returning to the main hall, Jiang Fenghua looked at Xie Shang with an apologetic expression, softly stating, "It seems the wedding between you and Miss Su cannot be celebrated grandly. With your imminent appointment as governor of Jingzhou, this matter will likely need to be handled with discretion. If you were merely the son of a commoner, a simple ceremony outside the city would suffice, but your noble status necessitates adherence to proper etiquette. This situation is quite unfavorable for you, and even more so for the Heng residents." Steward Cheng quickly interjected, explaining that the consort had already begun organizing the guest list and had arranged for the dowry and wedding attire for the secondary consort. However, given the current situation, it would be inappropriate for her to make an appearance. Should they insist on holding the wedding, it may need to be postponed. Cheng had long been instructed by Xie Shang, and he would follow his master's wishes without question. Before Xie Shang could respond, Su Tingwan stepped forward, declaring, "It's all right. After all, a Shang and I are already married." Implicitly, she suggested that even the formalities of entering the residence could be waived, and there was no need to offer tea to the lady of the house. She then turned to Jiang Fenghua with gratitude, saying, "I should thank you for considering our situation, and I truly apologize. If it were not for His Majesty's decree, I would not have to marry someone I do not love." Jiang Fenghua maintained her composure, her eyes clear and devoid of jealousy, even regarding Xie Shang. She gently replied, "As long as you are happy, that is what matters. In that case, Steward Cheng, please arrange for the secondary consort to take residence." In her past life, she had already partaken in the tea of the lady of the house. In this life, it mattered little to her whether she did so again, as that tea had been difficult to swallow. She blinked her large eyes, asking Xie Shang, "What do you think, my lord?" Xie Shang felt as though he was being grilled over an open flame. He had promised Wanwan a grand wedding, yet their impulsive vows at the land temple complicated matters. Meanwhile, Jiang Fenghua was preparing for their wedding. Looking at her, he He felt a pang of guilt for dragging her into the complications of his relationship with Wanwan. It was indeed unfair to her. For now, there was no other choice. Consort Su had been quietly observing the unfolding events, utterly shocked by Jiang Fenghua's ease in resolving the situation. If Jiang Fenghua truly remained uncompetitive, Wanwan might still have a chance. However, if Jiang Fenghua, Wanwan's position in the Hengwang residence would surely be precarious. Consort Su had mentally noted Jiang Fenghua as her primary rival. With the external matters settled, Xie Shang felt a weight lift from his shoulders as he approached Consort Su, inquiring about the emperor's decree. The emperor had graciously permitted Wanwan to marry the prince as a secondary consort and had sent Consort Su to attend the ceremony. However, given the current circumstances, such a grand wedding was indeed unwise. She seethed internally but maintained a facade of cordiality towards Jiang Fenghua. Su Tingwan was equally stunned. The emperor had issued a decree? Had she known, she would not have fled the city, now left embarrassed and the subject of scrutiny. Xie Shang furrowed his brow, recalling the emperor's previous stern stance. He clenched his fists, feeling increasingly agitated. The queen's decree arrived. The envoy was none other than Chief Steward Chao, a close aide to the emperor. The queen's edict was delivered by the emperor's representative, indicating that the emperor was aware of the events outside the palace, accompanied by 2 matrons sent from the palace. Xie Shang led the others in kneeling to receive the decree. Chief Steward Chao announced in a loud voice that Su Tingwan had displayed poor etiquette and inappropriate conduct. Thus, 2 matrons had been assigned to assist Madame Wang in teaching Su Tingwan the proper decorum, with regular inspections by the queen. Su Tingwan, aware of the queen's disdain for her, glanced at Consort Su, who trembled at the sight of Chief Steward Chao, having no time to spare for her. Su secondary consort, do you not accept the decree? Chief Steward Chao's voice was shrill, startling her. I accept the decree, she stammered. Chief Steward Chao shook his head, indicating, as the prince's secondary consort, you must refer to yourself as a concubine. It seems Madame Wang, Steward Li, and Steward Zhang will have their work cut out for them. The others nodded in agreement. Chief Steward Chao continued, by the emperor's command, Consort Su must return to the palace immediately. Consort Su responded respectfully, I accept the decree. Wanwan indeed needed to learn some manners. Otherwise, her brash nature would not suit life in the capital. Without a backward glance, Consort Su departed. Originally her niece, she should have been present to celebrate, yet the situation had turned dire. The emperor had first granted Su Tingwan to the prince as a secondary consort, only to send someone to oversee her training, revealing that the events at the land temple had reached the emperor and queen's ears. Who had relayed the information to the palace remained a mystery to Jiang Fenghua, as she had not been involved. As the Hengwang consort, she understood her duty to uphold the dignity of the Hengwang residence, knowing that protecting Xie Shang's reputation was tantamount to preserving her own. Chapter 18. No one shall enter the bridal chamber after the departure of Consort Su and Chief Steward Chao. The atmosphere in the Prince Heng's residence turned serene. Jiang Fenghua returned directly to the Lanyue Pavilion, while Su Tingwan was assigned to the Sandalwood Courtyard in the western compound. At this moment, Xie Shang inexplicably pursued her, inquiring about the condition of her foot. Jiang Fenghua was taken aback that Xie Shang would follow her to the Lanyue Pavilion, especially since Su Tingwan had already entered the residence. She had thought that Xie Shang would not hastily wed Su Tingwan in this lifetime. Yet she found herself unable to escape the fate of her previous life. Su Tingwan did indeed enter the residence on the 24th of March. She offered a slight bow, expressing that she felt much better. Xie Shang clearly remembered her slow gait, a sign of her incomplete recovery. The medicinal wine from the imperial hospital was remarkably effective. I know, applying the medicinal ointment alleviated the pain, and I no longer require assistance to walk, Jiang Fenghua replied in a detached tone, her gaze gentle. You were burned today, were you not? Xie Shang asked unexpectedly. Jiang Fenghua widened her eyes, quickly comprehending the implication. She proactively rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair wrists adorned with slender, delicate fingers, the nails neatly shaped. These hands were the most exquisite he had ever seen. I applied the ointment, and it is no longer an issue, just a slight redness, nothing to worry about. Thank you for your concern, Prince Xie. As the dusk fell, she remarked, it is getting late. Your Highness has been busy all day, and Consort Su must be waiting for you. Therefore, I shall not keep you for tea. He responded hastily. Thank you. I did not expect such a commotion. Jiang Fenghua paused, stating, Such matters should be handled by me in my capacity as the princess. There is no need for your highness to thank me." With that, she turned and departed without a trace of reluctance. Xie Shang clenched his fists concealed within his sleeves. Muttering, "I still have official duties to attend to. I shall go to the study." In the dimly lit study, a small lamp flickered, surrounded by darkness. Xie Shang reclined languidly on a soft couch, his icy gaze piercing through the shadows, an aura of chill emanating from him. His voice was grave. "Have you ascertained who instigated the rumors circulating in the city today?" "Regrettably, I have not yet discovered the source," replied the man kneeling on the ground. Clad in black attire, his figure obscured by shadows, head bowed in respectful deference, giving the impression of an empty space. A faint voice emerged. The perpetrator left no trace. "But I can affirm that the rumors were propagated by women, likely employing disguises." Xie Shang pondered the motivations behind these rumors and decided to turn the tables, using this opportunity to inform the palace and thereby alert the emperor and empress. The emperor would undoubtedly be enraged upon learning of his actions outside the palace. He coldly commanded, "You may leave." Once the shadowy figure exited, Xie Shang extinguished the lamp, adjusted his brocade robe, and stepped out of the study. Reflecting on Jiang Fenghua's earlier words, her demeanor had been calm and unyielding, as if upon Su Tingwan's arrival, an insurmountable chasm had formed between them. He recalled how just the day prior, she had wept in his embrace, yet today she appeared composed and dignified, effortlessly intimidating those around her. Under the bright moonlight, he stood tall and elegant in the corridor, moving with the grace of the wind toward the sandalwood courtyard. Since being placed in the sandalwood courtyard, Su Tingwan had not ventured out. Granny Wang had stationed guards at the entrance, monitoring her every move. Thus, she chose to remain indoors until Xie Shang appeared in the courtyard. As he entered, Xie Shang addressed the guards. "Are you treating my consort as a prisoner? Step aside." They quickly retreated, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, please do not be angry." Su Tingwan flung open the door and rushed into Xie Shang's embrace, exclaiming, "Ah Shang, I finally see you. They would not let me come find you." Xie Shang affectionately ruffled her hair. "I have come, have I not?" She pulled him into the room, slamming the door shut with a decisive thud and securing the bolt. The stewards, Li and Zhang, stood outside in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances, speechless at the sight of her unrefined eagerness. Inside, Su Tingwan's cheeks flushed crimson, her bashful demeanor signaling her anticipation. "Ah Shang will stay with me tonight, right?" Xie Shang gazed at her, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. She had always been resistant to him. His body stiffened, fingers tightening before loosening, as if trying to erase the enchanting image of her from his mind. "Yes," he nodded. "Tonight is our wedding night." Wan. He cradled her face, kissing her passionately until her soft, breathless sighs led him to the bed. Yet, despite his fervent kisses, he found himself unable to advance further. She lay passively on the bed, seemingly prepared, waiting for his next move, but he hesitated. Su Tingwan sensed the anomaly and attempted to reciprocate the kiss. Yet he remained unmoved. Frustration welled within her as she wondered why he did not remove her garments. Though they had shared mutual affections, they had never crossed the boundaries of propriety. Su Tingwan was not sheltered. While inexperienced, she had witnessed enough of the world. Given the multitude of concubines in the household and her father's notorious reputation, as emotions intensified, she involuntarily shivered, softly murmuring, "Ah Shang." Suddenly, urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. "Your Highness, there is a grave matter at the yamen. You must come at once." Xie Shang jolted awake, his voice low and serious. "What is it?" Lin Feng answered anxiously from outside. "A murder has occurred. The victim is none other than the Minister of Justice, Yang Jing. Individuals from the yamen are waiting in the front hall. As the governor of Jingzhou, you must be present." Lin Feng had witnessed the interactions between Su Tingwan and Xie Shang. Prior to their relationship, she was straightforward and proper, but later, she had become affectionate and bold, which he found difficult to watch. Now, as the governor of Jingzhou, Xie Shang had to oversee a significant case involving the murder of a high-ranking official, who had the audacity and ability to kill the Minister of Justice. He sprang up, adjusting his robe. "I will be there shortly." A moment later, fully attired, Xie Shang prepared to leave when he caught sight of Su Tingwan's frustrated expression. "Do you really have to go tonight?" "Wait for me, I will return," he said softly before turning to exit the chamber. Su Tingwan, disheveled and unbuttoned, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Regardless of the circumstances, Tonight was meant to be their wedding night, an occasion she had long awaited. Chapter 19. The frustration of the crown prince in court affairs at the moon-gathering pavilion upon her return. Jiang Fenghua devoted herself to the tranquil practice of calligraphy until the news of Xie Shang's visit to the sandalwood courtyard was conveyed to her by Lianya. She set aside her brush, feeling it was anticipated. The prince was likely to consummate his union with that woman tonight. Lianya, growing increasingly irate, could not help but voice her disdain for the prince's affection for Su Tingwan, who bore no semblance of a refined lady and could not even address him properly. Jiang Fenghua, however, was not preoccupied with Lianya's remarks. In her previous life, she too had failed to comprehend why Xie Shang lavished such attention on Su Tingwan, and today, the situation was even more perplexing, as he not only married her at the Earth Temple, but also rode into the city in a most ostentatious manner. She always felt that no matter her own efforts, Xie Shang would inevitably wed Su Tingwan. The Xie Shang of 10 years hence was vastly different from the present. One could say the temperaments of Xie Shang before and after his ascension to the throne were starkly contrasting. Jiang Fenghua pressed her fingers to her temples, recalling her rebirth, which had coincided with Xie Shang's triumphant return at the age of 15. Yet, despite his monumental achievements, he was met with the emperor's reprimand, and she had witnessed his tears, a heartbreaking display of despair. That was the only time in 10 years she had seen him, after which she never dared to reveal herself before him again. Later, he diligently pursued his studies and martial training, concealing his brilliance. After leaving the palace at 20 and being enfeoffed as the crown prince, he seldom ventured outside or appeared in public. His acquaintance with Su Tingwan began when he was 22, while she was a mere 14, having just returned from the frontier. She was a cheerful girl, radiating warmth like a little sun. The Su family possessed an ancestral residence in the capital, thus she resided in the Su household, occasionally visiting the palace at the behest of concubine Su, and over time, they became well acquainted. Their subsequent union was a matter of course. She mused that Xie Shang might be different from her understanding. Hong Xiu, who typically shunned gossip, entered joyfully this evening, announcing that the prince had departed, and the steward, Li and Zhang, reported that the concubine in the sandalwood courtyard had been so incensed that she smashed a basin. Jiang Fenghua's lips curled into a faint smile, her expression calm as she remarked that it was to be expected. Tan Guangqing had never faltered, and as for Su Tingwan's sentiments, she cared little. Having entered the crown prince's residence, she would have to endure her fate. Since that night, Xie Shang had not returned to the prince's residence for 2 days, residing instead in the capital's judicial office. Jiang Fenghua instructed Steward Cheng to deliver several changes of clothing and asked Granny Su to provide some delectable meals, saying nothing more. From the second day of her arrival at the residence, Su Tingwan began learning etiquette and propriety under Granny Wang, who showed no mercy in her instruction. Within the judicial office, Yang Jing's demise was gruesome. He had been mutilated, with his own severed parts found in his mouth, and his body bore numerous whip marks, a testament to prolonged abuse. Yet, curiously, he had died within a sedan chair, leaving one to wonder about the origin of the whip marks. Clearly, the sedan chair was not the initial crime scene. The situation was far more complex than it appeared. Xie Shang dedicated himself to the investigation, quickly uncovering clues. He personally led a team into the residence of the minister Yang, interrogating everyone present and recording their testimonies. The uniformity of their accounts raised suspicion. Following multiple rounds of scrutiny, he concluded that the murder of Minister Yang was not a mere act of malice, but rather an act of vengeance. As Yang Jing, being the Minister of Justice, was himself a principal perpetrator of multiple crimes, an unfathomable revelation. This even linked to a significant case from 3 years prior regarding a missing girl, a case that had led to the dismissal of the former governor due to inadequate investigation. Subsequently, the case of the missing girl had been transferred to the Ministry of Justice, where it had since languished in obscurity, with no further inquiries or updates, leaving the victims' families in despair. Who would have imagined that the Minister of Justice, Yang Jing, was the mastermind behind the girl's disappearance? Upon uncovering this truth, Xie Shang felt overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. Half a month later, he had unraveled all the truths, compiling evidence to present to the Golden Luan Hall. As a high-ranking official of the second grade, Yang Jing had evaded scrutiny, emboldening him in his misdeeds. With fervor, Xie Shang delivered his argument, his gaze piercing as it swept across the officials in the hall before finally locking onto the emperor. He knelt respectfully, stating, "I beseech your majesty to discern the truth. Minister Yang Jing truly deserves his fate. Even dismembering him posthumously would not suffice to appease the spirits of the 118 lost girls. The entire Yang household is complicit, and I implore your majesty to decree their execution. The emperor's gaze darkened, barely contained fury emanating from him. This is one of my trusted ministers, the Minister of Justice of the Great Zhou. For 3 years, none of you have detected even a hint of his misdeeds, allowing him to evade justice. Someone must explain this to me. He sure was trembling, fearfully stepping forward. Your Majesty, I believed Minister Yang's remarks to be merely jest, and thus did not take them seriously. It is not unusual for men to exchange ribald jokes. The emperor's desk resounded with a sharp bang, silencing the hall as everyone knelt in fright. Your health is paramount, my lord, interjected the second prince, Xie, sarcastically. My younger brother has boldly tackled a significant case, which is commendable. Yet, I am left pondering. Despite all this fervor, has he captured the true murderer of Minister Yang? Each case should have a beginning and an end, and I suspect the disappearance of the girl was orchestrated by Minister Yang. But where, then, is the one who killed him? That surely pertains to the first case. An oppressive silence enveloped the hall, with not a soul daring to lift their heads. The emperor squinted at Crown Prince Xie Shang, the unspoken question lingering in the air. He too was eager to know. Xie Shang's brow furrowed slightly, his expression inscrutable as he replied, I have yet to identify the murderer of Yang Jing. However, it is indeed true that his death is of little consequence. The emperor coldly interjected, If you have not apprehended the culprit, then the case is not concluded. Crown Prince, continue your investigation. Dismissed. Steward Chow announced, If there are matters to discuss, please speak. If not, let us depart. A collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly as they bid farewell to the emperor. Father, Xie Shang urgently called out. If the Yang family is not brought to justice, the people's hearts will grow cold. The emperor turned to cast a frigid glance at him, reproaching, You are missing the point. Xie Shang's heart quaked, his eyes hollow and deep as he fixated on the emperor's retreating figure, which loomed before him like an endless precipice, invoking a sense of dread. Once the others had departed, the second prince, Xie, approached him nonchalantly, teasing, You, dear brother, are bold and shrewd, but alas, your fervor goes unrecognized. No matter your efforts, you remain in the emperor's disfavor. Xie Shang clenched his fists, casting a cold glare at Xie, saying nothing as he turned away. Chapter 20. The Unaware Concubine. The prince's discontent upon witnessing the situation, Xie raised his voice, proclaiming, I have heard that my fifth brother has taken the niece of the esteemed Su Guifei as his concubine. It appears that he has a penchant for unruly wild girls. I also learned that half a month ago, outside the city, someone resembling him was wed. Were it not for the fear of incurring our father's wrath, I would have spread this news far and wide. As Xie Shang moved further away, Xie wore a haughty expression. Father does not favor him, and neither do I. Does he truly believe that being the legitimate son grants him nobility? Xie Shang left the palace and headed straight to the prince's residence. Su Tingwan, having devoted herself to learning etiquette for half a month, had not seen him during that time. Upon suddenly spotting him emerging from the shadows, her face brightened with joy, and she hurried towards him. As she approached, she delicately held a handkerchief, resting her hand on her waist, her figure graceful and enchanting. She appeared exquisite, artfully adorned, and smiled as she performed a shallow bow, saying, This humble servant pays her respects to the prince. May the prince be in good health. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Xie Shang furrowed his brows, scrutinizing Su Tingwan, momentarily taken aback by her display. Suddenly, covering her mouth with the handkerchief, Su Tingwan erupted into laughter, her mirth so intense that it seemed her chest might burst, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Xie Shang frowned, feeling a surge of irritation. He wondered what was so amusing. With a cheerful tone, she exclaimed, Shang, tell me, do I possess the grace of a highborn lady? Oh, it is so tiresome. In your absence for just half a month, I have learned to mimic such pretentious gestures daily. Ugh, it makes my skin crawl. I truly find it so affected and revolting. The noble ladies in the capital must speak and walk like this every day. How can they endure it? I am already exhausted just watching. At that moment, a stunning figure in a delicate pink gown appeared in the distance. Bathed in light, she moved with an ethereal grace, her slender form swaying like a willow. Her lightly adorned features accentuated her exquisite countenance, her eyes soft and inviting, radiating charm and elegance. yet exuding an aura of purity and dignity, reminiscent of a celestial maiden, leaving onlookers spellbound. Jiang Fenghua gracefully curtsied. This humble servant has seen the prince. Xie Shang was captivated, his gaze fixated on Jiang Fenghua's face, momentarily oblivious to her approach. Su Tingwan frowned, noting the difference in Xie Shang's gaze towards Jiang Fenghua compared to herself. She interjected, "A Shang." Xie Shang snapped back to reality, averting his eyes. No need for formalities. Su Tingwan, eager to speak, suggested, "It is noon, and I have yet to dine. Let us share a meal together, shall we, my lady?" Jiang Fenghua's lips curved gently, her demeanor serene and graceful. "The prince has not returned to the residence for quite some time. I am certain you two have much to discuss. I shall not intrude and will take my leave." With that, she turned and walked away without a glance back. As she walked, her movements were enchanting, her delicate wrist concealed beneath sheer fabric, hinting at its beauty. Xie Shang thought to himself, after a month apart, her wrist has returned to its former condition without a trace of red marks. Su Tingwan was tugging Xie Shang back to the sandalwood courtyard when Granny Wang and two attendants appeared, holding a ruler, bowing respectfully. This humble servant pays her respects to the prince. Noticing their arrival, Su Tingwan instinctively straightened her posture, withdrawing her hand from Xie Shang's arm. Standing upright, as if fearful of them, "We pay our respects to the concubine." They greeted her with utmost respect. "Please, no need for formalities," she replied. Having learned some etiquette over the past half-month, she behaved with decorum in front of Xie Shang, but in his presence, she often disregarded it entirely. Xie Shang observed her demeanor, a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting fondness as he gently remarked, having been away for several days, "Your clothes and shoes are soiled. I shall return." He intended to mention the moon-embracing pavilion but hesitated, recalling Jiang Fenghua resided there, making it inconvenient. Granny Wang interjected, "The princess has had the Tingsnow pavilion prepared, with all new furnishings. Prince, why not refresh yourself there?" Xie Shang nodded, "Very well. I shall go to Tingsnow pavilion." With Granny Wang present, Su Tingwan did not dare to be overly familiar, fearing she might again use the ruler to discipline her under the pretext of teaching etiquette. She quickly said, "I shall wait for the prince at the sandalwood courtyard." "Agreed," Xie Shang replied, and upon seeing him walk away, Su Tingwan pouted, complaining, "Granny Wang is truly meddlesome." In Sheng, who had recently learned many rules, quickly warned, "Miss, be careful. She might hear you and seek revenge." "I am not afraid of her. I have a Shang to protect me," Su Tingwan replied cheerfully. Returning to the sandalwood courtyard, thinking, "A Shang is back. Surely, the unfinished matters from that night will be addressed." Meanwhile, Xie Shang arrived at Tingno Pavilion, where he found the decor exceedingly elegant, exuding an aura of scholarly charm. The room even featured bookshelves and a writing desk, equipped with ink and paper, as well as a neatly arranged chess set. The layout of the house consisted of 2 chambers. The side room was arranged as a study, while the inner room was furnished with a bed, exquisite screens, wardrobes, and all necessities. Xie Shang had never resided in such refined accommodations. He turned to Granny Wang, inquiring, "This courtyard was prepared by the princess? When did Tingsnow Pavilion come to be? I have no recollection of it." Granny Wang explained, "This place was originally the Furong building, but the princess found it too flamboyant and renamed it Tingsnow Pavilion. The furnishings within were all arranged by her. Indeed, she is a lady from a scholarly family, selecting items that are not only exquisite but also carry an air of literary elegance." The servant speculates that the princess may have thought it unwise for the prince to sleep in the study for extended periods, hence the arrangement of a bed and a few sets of the prince's clothing, conveniently located near the study. Granny Wang continued, "I have a word of caution, though I am uncertain if I should speak it." Xie Shang replied, "Speak freely, Granny Wang." He respected her, as she was close to his mother. Granny Wang said, "Now that the prince has married a legitimate wife and taken a concubine into the residence, it would be impractical to continue residing in a single courtyard. The prince must consider the heirs to the throne. The concubine is lively and has won your favor, while the princess prefers tranquility, exhibiting a reserved nature. This makes me somewhat pity the princess for the future." Xie Shang's brow grew cold. "Enough. Have someone bring water and then leave. You need not attend to me here." Granny Wang recognized she had spoken too much, but noted that today, the prince clearly favored Su Tingwan more, prompting her to voice her thoughts. Over the past month, they had observed that Jiang Fenghua's etiquette and upbringing were impeccable. Granny Wang had spent a month at Jiang's residence, teaching her, though it seemed more like she was enjoying a comfortable life there. Jiang Fenghua learned quickly, mastering everything she was taught, excelling even beyond Granny Wang. Furthermore, she was proficient in music, chess, literature, and needlework, excelling in all. Granny Wang could not comprehend why the prince would overlook such an exceptional princess in favor of the coarse and unrefined Su Tingwan. Chapter 21. The subtle thoughts of Jiang Fenghua. After Wang Momo departed, Xie Shang shed his cumbersome official robes and immersed himself completely in the water. The visage of Jiang Fenghua, a beauty capable of captivating nations, perpetually lingered in his mind. Her flawless figure, elongated legs, porcelain skin, soft voice, and alluringly delicate body. Suddenly, Xie Shang emerged from the water, delivering a powerful punch that sent ripples cascading across the surface. Lin Feng, arriving at the doorway just in time to hear the commotion within, swiftly drew his sword and rushed in. "Your Highness, what is the matter?" Xie Shang's gaze was icy and piercing as he cast a cold glance at Lin Feng, half of his body still above the water, revealing a robust and athletic chest and powerful arms. Lin Feng caught a glimpse and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, hastily sheathing his sword. "Why are you blushing?" Xie Shang inquired. Without hesitation, Lin Feng praised, "Your Highness possesses an extraordinary physique. You appear slender when clothed, but muscular when undraped. The most captivating aspect is the alluring aura that you exude after emerging from the water." Xie Shang's expression darkened slightly. "Do you have anything more to say?" "No. Has Your Highness finished bathing?" Lin Feng responded. "Close the door," Xie Shang commanded. Lin Feng obediently shut the door. Xie Shang regarded him. "Having resided and dined in the yamen for so many days, you do not first cleanse yourself upon returning home?" "I am clean, Your Highness. Not only clean, but well fed before I sought you," Lin Feng replied, satisfaction evident in his tone, relishing the thought of delectable pastries and the sight of a beautiful woman upon entering the manor. Having fasted from dawn till dusk, Xie Shang felt uncharacteristically hungry after his bath, especially hearing Lin Feng's contentment. He teased, "I've never seen you enjoy the royal meals so much." "Oh, it's not the dishes prepared by Chef Zhao that I relish," but Lin Feng hesitated. Xie Shang, wrapping a towel around himself and donning his attire, found no interest in further banter. Lin Feng, ever the smooth talker, could procure food from anywhere. "Isn't Your Highness curious about what I feasted upon?" Lin Feng asked as he approached the screen. "Only what is edible would you consume. Would you eat excrement if offered?" Xie Shang retorted, his irritation evident. "I am not foolish enough to consume excrement," Lin Feng shot back, slightly offended. "The dishes prepared by the princess are incomparable to such things." Xie Shang was momentarily stunned, recalling that Jiang Fenghua had indeed prepared lunch for Lin Feng. Had she intentionally come to the courtyard earlier? He had assumed she would no longer concern herself with him, perhaps returning him to Su Tingwan. He knew Su Tingwan would not cook. It would be the servants in the manor. Previously, he had always prepared meals for Wan Wan, who could only brew a type of milk wine that was rather pungent, an acquired taste he did not favor. Once he was fully dressed and presentable, he opened the door to step outside. The sun shone brightly, and the air grew increasingly warm. He chose a silver-white robe adorned with cloud patterns, tying his semi-dry hair atop his head with a golden crown, exuding an ethereal grace. Xie Shang intended to visit the Sandalwood Pavilion, but given its proximity to the study and the Lanyu Pavilion, coupled with Lin Feng's subtle nudges, he found himself wandering toward the latter. As he traversed the two long corridors, he unwittingly arrived at the outer wall of the Lanyu Pavilion. A gentle breeze wafted through, perfumed with the fragrance of flowers. His tall stature allowed him to gaze upward and behold a sea of blossoms, prompting him to ponder, when did so many flowers bloom here in just half a month? Lin Feng, seemingly reading his thoughts, explained, "Isn't it beautiful? I heard from Hong Xiu that these flowers in the princess's courtyard were gifted by a man." Xie Shang felt a jolt of surprise, a pang of bitterness filling his heart, yet he understood that women of Jiang Fenghua's status were typically well-mannered and loyal. Lin Feng continued, "Doesn't Your Highness wish to know which man presented them? Perhaps you are uninterested. I find it hard to believe you are not at all moved by the princess." Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, Xie Shang hesitated, remembering Wan Wan awaited him. He should be heading to the Sandalwood Pavilion, not lingering here. Just as he prepared to depart, a chorus of cheers erupted from within the garden. "The princess is magnificent." He turned back, peering inside quietly. Beside the pavilion, a frame had been set up, adorned with vibrant ribbons. Jiang Fenghua, draped in a thin garment, appeared to glide like silk as she danced gracefully, her slender arms manipulating the ribbons as she twirled to the ground. She moved like a butterfly, seemingly weightless, reveling in her dance. To his astonishment, her entire form seemed to fold, her toes reaching the tips of her hair as she spun and twirled. A spectacle of sheer brilliance. Lin Feng gasped, "This is truly breathtaking." Jiang Fenghua, noticing him, raised her gaze and saw Xie Shang standing at the entrance. Her face a mixture of surprise and fear. The ribbons slipped from her grasp, and she began to descend. In an instant, Xie Shang leaped forward, employing his lightness skill to reach her just as her bare feet touched the ground, enveloping her waist in his embrace. Jiang Fenghua quickly pushed him away, maintaining a respectful distance. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" As she spoke, she exchanged glances with Hong Xiao, who promptly provided her with an outer robe. Jiang Fenghua adeptly donned her clothing and footwear, her movements fluid and graceful, indicating her ankle had healed completely. Fearful of losing her composure, she stood obediently to the side. Lian Yi hastily offered a cup of tea. "Your Highness, please enjoy some tea." Jiang Fenghua licked her soft, pink lips, and Xie Shang found himself momentarily entranced by the shimmering allure of her mouth, pondering if her actions were deliberate. Suddenly, he accepted the tea from Lian Yi and handed it to Jiang Fenghua. "Are you not thirsty? Drink up. I am not parched." Jiang Fenghua froze, a blush tinting her cheeks as she quickly accepted the tea and drank it all in one go, returning the cup to Lian Yi and curtsying respectfully. Xie Shang inquired, "Do you enjoy dancing so much?" His tone held a hint of probing, suspecting she danced to entice him. "Dancing not only passes the time, but also strengthens the body. When I tire, I take an afternoon nap, awakening to the afternoon, then practice my calligraphy, read books, and engage in fundamental training. When exhausted, I sleep again. More sleep enhances beauty," she explained, her voice sweet and soft. Her words indicated her daily life in the royal manor had become monotonous and exceedingly dull. Xie Shang listened intently, discerning her loneliness. Her voice was gentle and melodious. She must have already possessed considerable beauty. What a greedy woman she was. As his wife, employing some charm to attract her husband was a perfectly normal endeavor. However, he detested such women most. Leaning slightly, he radiated a chill, signaling that she had not ensnared him. Jiang Fenghua paid little heed to his thoughts. Men were often contradictory. Who would have expected that such a delicate and enchanting woman could be associated with the Ministry of Justice's cases, being one of its instigators? She raised her gaze, locking eyes with his fervent stare. Chapter 22. The indiscreet words and actions of concubine Su. Suddenly, a waft of fragrance enveloped the air, causing Xie Shang's stomach to emit a loud growl, which brought a flush of embarrassment to his face. Jiang Fenghua furrowed her brows, her beautiful watery eyes glancing at his belly. "Has the prince not yet dined?" Xie Shang, feeling quite hungry, recalled Lin Feng mentioning Jiang Fenghua's culinary skills. He reminisced about the last time he dined in her courtyard, when he had not quite been satiated and found himself longing for that experience. Taking the initiative, she raised her cheeks in a sweet smile. "My lord, may I offer you some tea? Would you allow me the honor of inviting you to dine?" "Do not feel embarrassed, my lord, after all." Her voice trailed off. Xie Shang chose not to address her abrupt silence. Well aware that she had prepared a meal, "I shall graciously accept your hospitality. I am curious to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." During the past few days at the yamen, he sensed her understanding of his less-than-ideal meals there, as she had instructed Steward Chung to send him food from time to time. The fare at the yamen was rather unpalatable, and he had partaken of it lightly until he found it surprisingly delectable, relishing the experience. He spoke softly, "I too am merely borrowing the princess's tea to honor my own offering." Jiang Fenghua smiled radiantly, neither confirming nor denying his words. Her gaze, however, was deep and detached. Xie Shang's sweet words were all due to her undeniable allure. The woman he truly cherished was Su Tingwan, which led him to indulge Jiang Fenghua time and again, viewing other women merely as distractions. This time, unlike the last, the meal was served in small dishes with a delightful assortment of 7 or 8 dishes. A harmonious blend of meat and vegetables that looked utterly appetizing. The fish and meat were tender and succulent, reminiscent of silken tofu, their aroma intoxicating. Xie Shang could not resist swallowing hard, feeling his taste buds awaken. He took a tentative bite, then proceeded to indulge without restraint. Jiang Fenghua did not touch her chopsticks, occasionally selecting appealing dishes and placing them onto his plate, her focus solely on the food, never casting a glance in his direction. as if she were earnestly contemplating which dish would suit his palate, or perhaps to distance herself from him. She sat upright, her brows and eyes like exquisite paintings, serene as a maiden. Her lack of action left Xie Shang feeling somewhat perturbed. After finishing his meal, his thoughts began to drift. She had not eaten a single bite, and during his meal, she refrained from conversation, displaying remarkable decorum. At that moment, a loud voice echoed from the courtyard. How outrageous! I am the prince's concubine. Do you dare to stop me? Lian Yi hastily apologized. This servant would never dare to obstruct concubine Su. Please, do not be angry. The prince and the princess are inside. But Lian Yi hesitated, her demeanor indicating she was nearly prostrating before Su Tingwan. But what? I demand to see the prince. She had not anticipated Jiang Fenghua's scheming, adorned in vibrant attire to entice Xie Shang. Upon hearing of her dancing in the courtyard, it was no wonder that he had been lured there. Jiang Fenghua presented one faade while harboring another. She despised such duplicity, finding it utterly disingenuous. Su Tingwan forcefully pushed her way inside, calling out, Xie Shang, are you there? Upon hearing her voice, Xie Shang quickly rose and turned towards the entrance, only to find her storming in, her maids unable to restrain her. On, what is the meaning of this commotion? He demanded sternly. Su Tingwan's gaze locked onto the gracefully standing Jiang Fenghua, tears suddenly streaming down her cheeks. I have been waiting for you at the sandalwood courtyard, hoping to share a meal with you, yet here you are with Jiang Fenghua. You claimed you did not like her, and she has no affection for you. What am I to make of this sight? What were you two doing inside? Seeing her in tears, Xie Shang felt a surge of panic. He realized it was indeed his fault for making her wait and intended to explain himself. Jiang Fenghua, with wide innocent eyes, said softly, Concubine Su, you misunderstand. The prince and I have done nothing. Su Tingwan persisted, entering further into the room, where she noticed two sets of chopsticks on the table, remnants of their meal starkly evident, as if they had leisurely dined together for quite some time. She pointed at the table, her eyes fixed on Jiang Fenghua. Is this what you call doing nothing? Who can explain this to me? Jiang Fenghua hesitated, feeling unjustly accused for merely sharing a meal with her husband, her heart heavy with unvoiced grievances. Perhaps it is my fault. See, you finally admit it. I knew you could not possibly feel indifference towards Xie Shang, all while pretending to be aggrieved in front of him, as if you were wronged. Xie Shang suddenly recalled the moment when the second prince had humiliated him, mocking his affection for a wild girl. One had spent half a month learning propriety, yet seemed to make no progress. He raised his voice, scolding. Have you not caused enough trouble? You shout at me. It was Su Tingwan's first experience with his raised voice, leaving her feeling utterly wronged. The thought of them alone together, with Jiang Fenghua's stunning beauty, intentionally alluring, ignited her fury. Did you not see how she has been pretending? She is seducing you. Leave. Xie Shang clenched his fists, his gaze cold and piercing. Su Tingwan, unthinking of the consequences, abruptly overturned the table, sending remnants of their meal splattering all over Jiang Fenghua, staining her pink bodice, delicate gauzy top, and even her embroidered shoes with grease. Jiang Fenghua's expression was rich with emotion, caught off guard, her eyes wide with indignation, rendered speechless. Xie Shang's brows furrowed with anger as he strode to Jiang Fenghua's side. Witnessing her disheveled state, with a sharp glare directed at Su Tingwan, he spoke coldly, you may act recklessly before me, and I can tolerate and pamper you. But to storm into the Lanyue pavilion and douse the princess with food, this is the result of your supposed training? Su Tingwan was left dazed by his outburst, tears streaming down her face as she realized Xie Shang's defense of Jiang Fenghua. Her heart ached painfully. You promised to love me for eternity. How could you change so swiftly? You cannot even look away from her, nor can you walk away. After saying this, Su Tingwan fled in tears. Xie Shang intended to pursue her, yet upon seeing Jiang Fenghua's flushed face, filled with unexpressed grievances, he noticed the tears welling in her eyes, struggling to hold back. Feeling guilt wash over him, he asked softly, are you all right? I merely wish to maintain my small corner of peace. I know my place, and the Empress Dowager has stated that you and concubine Su share a deep bond. I shall not intrude upon your lives. So please refrain from visiting the Lanyue Pavilion in the future, to avoid further misunderstandings that lead to my humiliation. Upon finishing, Jiang Fenghua found herself in tears, hugging her knees, crouched on the ground. I cannot fathom why I am wed to the Prince of Heng, to a man who does not cherish me, married to a husband whose heart belongs entirely to another woman. Her underlying question echoed, what have I done wrong? Her voice trembled, tinged with a hint of sobbing. as if it could shatter one's heart. Xie Shang had intended to leave, but recalled the day when the Empress Dowager stormed into the Heng Prince's residence. Seated in a commanding position, while Jiang Fenghua stood respectfully at her side, it dawned on him that the Empress had come to support Su Tingwan. Jiang Fenghua was merely the daughter of a minor official. Whom could she offend? Who would dare cross her? Returning home, she would only share good news, sparing her parents from concern. She appeared fragile and helpless, utterly disheveled, reduced to tears. What fault lay with her? Just moments ago, he had doubted her. She truly bore no blame. Even her efforts to please him stemmed from the fact that he was her husband. Chapter 23. The Bathroom. Ambiguity. He stepped forward and swept her into his arms. Jiang Fenghua struggled, turning her face away, unwilling to be close to him. The more she resisted, the tighter he held her, their bodies becoming a chaotic mess, his pristine white attire stained by her dirt. Hongxiu, Lianya, and the others stood nervously outside the door. Witnessing the princess's distress, hesitant to speak up in her defense, their eyes filled with sympathy. Xie Shang held Jiang Fenghua and barked at the maidservants. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and clean this up, and fetch some fresh clothes for your princess. The group dispersed in a flurry, not daring to delay. He carried Jiang Fenghua directly to the side room of the bedroom, where the Lanhua Pavilion was originally his residence, and he was well acquainted with its layout. The side room always had hot water available, even a bathing area. He placed her gently onto a nearby stool, personally drew water, and tested its temperature with the utmost care. Jiang Fenghua's eyes were swollen from crying, her face flushed. She clutched her dress tightly, recalling how he had once prepared a bath for Su Tingwan. Despite being a prince, Xie Shang was not the least bit delicate. All his tenderness had been lavished upon Su Tingwan. Let go and change out of your soiled garments, he spoke softly. I can manage myself. Jiang Fenghua replied in a voice as gentle as a butterfly's flutter, akin to falling leaves. Your Highness, please step outside for a moment. She seemed to want to express anger yet dared not. Truly, as his second sister had said, marrying into the royal family meant living under the scrutiny of others. This was the reality of her life in the palace. Yet before her family, she had to feign a loving marriage, portraying a considerate husband. You are my princess, and I shall not permit anyone to bully you from now on. Rest assured in the palace, Xie Shang said solemnly, preparing to assist her in removing her dirty dress. Jiang Fenghua suddenly looked up, her eyes shimmering with brilliance, fixated upon him, filled with confusion and helplessness. Why does your Highness treat me with such kindness? On the day of our wedding, I nearly fell into the fire, and it was you who saved me. Even on the day we returned to Jiang Manor, you were equally kind to my family. Do you perhaps have feelings for me? Xie Shang's heart jolted. Did he treat her well? Did he harbor any affections for her? You misunderstand. I do not, he vehemently denied, attempting to suppress the stirrings within him when he beheld Jiang Fenghua. Denying the deep attraction he felt. His heart belonged to Su Tingwan. He simply could not bear to see her in such a pitiable and eager state. He found it incomprehensible that such impure thoughts about Jiang Fenghua could cross his mind. Was it her beauty that tempted him, or something else? He turned his back to her, stating, Wanwanch may have acted impulsively today, but she is merely straightforward, harboring no ill intentions. She is quite innocent. While you are more sensible and courteous, please be understanding. With that, he exited the bathroom and instructed the maidservants to come in and attend to her. Hongxiu and Lianya hurried inside, only to find Jiang Fenghua's clothing half undone. Miss, has the prince mistreated you? She glanced at the door and replied softly, No. The prince has been very kind to me, but only out of guilt, feeling remorse for concubine Su. Those who are sensible and courteous often find themselves bullied, forced to endure. It was the same in her past life. He had always been cold and unfeeling. Upon hearing her words, Xie Shang left without a backward glance. Jiang Fenghua's demeanor dispelling his doubts for the day. Jiang Fenghua rose and removed her soiled dress alone, revealing her flawless figure, slipping into the bath only when she was entirely unclothed. Her long, beautiful legs glistened, smooth and pale, as she gracefully cleansed her body, her skin as white as snow, resembling porcelain, a sight that would captivate Xie Shang no matter the day. In truth, she had nearly captured Xie Shang's heart just moments ago, but what would that accomplish? He would be bewitched by her beauty rather than genuinely desiring her, and such fleeting attraction could not endure. Any encounter between them would only serve to satisfy his duties as a husband, filling him with guilt towards Su Tingwan. Su Tingwan was no fool. She knew Jiang Fenghua was attempting to entice him. If tonight's seduction succeeded, it would only raise his suspicions. Men are often drawn to what they cannot have, The harder it is to obtain, the more they yearn for it. If they achieve it too easily, they tend to disregard its value. Xie Shang feared he might not sleep well upon returning, uncertain of his feelings for her, and the more bewildered he became, the better it was. A man of his stature would hardly settle for only one woman. She merely aspired to be the most significant one in his life. There remained a pressing matter to address, the murder case of Minister of Justice Yang Jing. 3 years prior, Tan Guoqing and her sister had fallen into Yang Jing's clutches. Her sister tortured to death while she narrowly escaped, only to bear the scars of her torment. Eventually, she was rescued by Jiang Fenghua. They had conducted a secret investigation, discovering that Yang Jing and his family had committed numerous atrocities, with countless young girls falling victim to his cruelty. As a minister of justice, his position was formidable, and he was one of the emperor's right-hand men. No one could touch him. In her previous life, Yang Jing was only dismissed many years after Xie Shang ascended the throne, when he finally purged the corrupt officials from the court, unearthing Yang Jing's malevolence. Now, she merely sought to hasten Yang Jing's demise, using Xie Shang's hand to expose his misdeeds. If Xie Shang could gain renown and authority from this case, it would be a dual victory. In truth, what Xie Shang lacked was prestige, which led to doubts about his intentions in seizing the throne after his ascension. Having awaited 3 years, Tan Guoqing could no longer contain herself, hence her harsh methods. Now that Xie Shang was responsible for the case, he would reveal Yang Jing's malevolence with a thunderous might, though she was uncertain how it would unfold. Judging by Xie Shang's expression today, he might be encountering obstacles in the investigation. Then she would add fuel to the fire, letting it blaze ever brighter. Xie Shang exited the Lanyue Pavilion, not returning to the Tongxiang courtyard, but rather heading back to the Tingxue Pavilion. Su Tingwan had been exceedingly unruly today, even losing her composure. Reflecting on the taunts from the second prince, Xie Yu, he concluded that Wanwan's behavior was indeed lacking in propriety. Thus, he decided to stay at the Tingxue Pavilion to let her ponder her missteps. Upon entering the Tingxue Pavilion, he was enveloped by a sense of tranquility. The decor was exquisitely elegant, drawing his attention to the books on the shelves. As he casually flipped through a few, he found them to be renowned classical works from antiquity to the present. To his surprise, several of these volumes were not mere reproductions, but had been meticulously copied by hand, the lettering neat, yet not overly ornate, exuding a sense of grandeur. He surmised these must have been prepared by Jiang Fenghua, as the Jiang family was known for their literary heritage, and the daughter of Jiang Shaofu was undoubtedly exceptional. One could discern a person's character through their handwriting, and her script differed significantly from her temperament. The moment he opened a book, he was enveloped by a rich aroma of ink and paper. Leaning in to inhale, he discovered a delicate fragrance, suggesting that some sort of spice had been added to the ink, which he found immensely pleasing. After half a month of sleepless nights, he was utterly fatigued. The moment his head met the fragrant soft pillow, he slipped into a deep slumber. Chapter 24. A little girl with a missing tooth in his dreams. He found himself once again at the tender age of 15, where his father reprimanded him for his misplaced priorities, hiding behind the rocks in the imperial garden. He wept bitterly when suddenly a veiled little girl appeared before him, exclaiming, "Shame, shame! At your age, still crying like a child. Aren't you embarrassed?" Xie Shang lifted his head, and in her beautiful, bright black eyes, he saw a reflection of his own pitiful state. He glowered at her, demanding, "Who are you? And how did you enter the palace?" "I came with my parents," the little girl replied, her voice as melodious as a bell. "Our great Zhou has won a victory, and the emperor is hosting a celebratory feast." Her words only fueled his anger further. It was his achievement, yet his father scolded him for his mistakes. In a fit of frustration, he tore away her veil, revealing her toothless grin, which he found utterly comical. "You little ugly," he chuckled. The girl, wide-eyed, slapped him across the face, retorting, "You are a snotty worm." Her fingers, now smeared with his tears and other unsightly remnants, wiped disdainfully against him. How filthy! Originally consumed by sorrow, her slap jolted him awake to a realization. Adults deemed him wrong, but what of children? What did she think? Suddenly he confessed, "I killed someone. They say I was in the wrong, that I should not have taken his life. Do you think the same?" She paused, confusion flickering in her beautiful eyes. "Then why did you kill him? Those who invade our great Zhou must be punished, no matter the distance. He slaughtered my people and ravaged my cities. He deserved death." The malice in his eyes was palpable. She responded, "A gentleman knows what to do and what not to do. He acts when he is aware of what he can do, and refrains when he understands he cannot." This is the way of a gentleman's actions and inactions. If you know you are right, why do you cry? He was taken aback. You can endure what others cannot. Rise above what others cannot bear. Gather your spirits. You will surely achieve greatness in the future. Her words struck heavily upon his heart. His father's rebuke was merely an excuse, no matter his actions. He would always be wrong in his father's eyes. Today, he finally understood why, and that was why he felt such sorrow. By the time he collected himself, the little girl had vanished. He searched the entire palace for her, even discreetly inquired among the court officials, but to no avail. 10 years passed, and it seemed as though it had all been a dream of a little girl without a front tooth. In the darkened chamber lingered a faint, ethereal fragrance. He slept deeply, and when Xie Shang finally awoke, night had fallen. Reflecting upon the girl's words, a spark of determination ignited within him. How could a mere reprimand from his father defeat him? He had done nothing wrong. Why could he not deal with the Yang family? Regaining his composure, he made his way to the study, remaining occupied until late into the night. Only when his stomach grumbled did he finally step outside. At that moment, a maid named Yinxing rushed in, kneeling on the ground, weeping. "I beg your pardon, my lord. You must go check on the concubine. She has refused to eat or drink, remaining silent all afternoon while writing incessantly for hours." Xie Shang's gaze sharpened. "What is she writing? What is happening?" With snot and tears, Yinxing answered, "My lord, the concubine has been gloomy since she left the princess's quarters. She insists on copying the women's rules and virtues 300 times as assigned by old Madame Wang. It's dark now. She hasn't eaten a morsel since noon. And I am deeply worried, which is why I came to plead with you." Xie Shang strode purposefully towards the door, realizing that his neglect must have saddened her. Upon entering the sandalwood courtyard, he found Su Tingwan transformed, her sharp edges softened. She sat upright at her desk, diligently writing, with heaps of completed papers before her. The handwriting uneven and hasty. Suddenly, he recalled Jiang Fenghua's elegant script, a smile tugging at his lips. Feigning ignorance of his presence, Su Tingwan continued her writing. Xie Shang, seeing through her act, pretended to leave, prompting her to rise anxiously and call out, "My lord, wait." He paused. Su Tingwan set down her brush, approached him with utmost respect, and bowed. "I have seen the lord. Please do not be angry with me. I realize now that I was wrong to cause a ruckus in the princess's quarters." Xie Shang, momentarily taken aback by her meticulous appearance and humble admission, asked, "I was informed you haven't eaten all afternoon?" In a soft voice, she replied, "I have been waiting for you, my lord. If you have not dined, then neither will I. Prepare the meal," he commanded. "I have not eaten either." Her spirits lifted. Su Tingwan quickly summoned the servants to set the table. Just then, a woman in palace attire entered, her demeanor respectful as she efficiently ordered the servants to bring out the dishes. Su Tingwan eagerly explained, "My lord, this is Aunt Yunfang, sent by my mother to take care of me. She will be by my side from now on. Is that agreeable to you?" Xie Shang understood now. He had been puzzled by Su Tingwan's lack of progress despite half a month's training under old Madame Wang. It seemed the guidance of the noble consort had worked wonders. "You are fortunate to have someone knowledgeable and respectful by your side. Now that you are in the residence, you must not be as carefree as before." "Understood, my lord. I will take good care of you from now on," Su Tingwan replied, her teeth gritted in determination. Seeing her demeanor, Xie Shang felt a pang of guilt. Once. "I am currently preoccupied with state affairs and cannot devote much time to you. Do as you please." "Yes, I will diligently learn the rules." Striving to earn the Empress's favor, she beamed, clearly influenced by Aunt Yunfang's teachings. After their dinner, Su Tingwan dismissed the maids and, in a coy tone, approached Xie Shang. "Ah Shang, the night is deep. Shall we retire?" Xie Shang stiffened. "Let us take a stroll in the courtyard to aid digestion before sleeping. It is beneficial for your health." Su Tingwan felt a twinge of disappointment but persisted. "I shall accompany you to exercise. It has been long since I practiced martial arts. Let us spar once more." Each time, he allowed her to win, and she believed that his indulgence stemmed from affection. Gently taking her hand, he proposed, "You should apologize to the princess for dousing her with water today. You must do so in the morning." His words bore a hint of command. "Very well." Su Tingwan's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Perhaps I should go now, my lord. Accompany me, for I fear the princess may not forgive me. It would be quite awkward to see her often afterward." Seeing her genuine remorse, he finally nodded in agreement, affectionately tapping her forehead. "Come, do not act foolishly again, and refrain from jealousy." Chapter 25. The sovereignty of concubine Su declared with great authority in the moon-gathering pavilion. Jiang Fenghua, having completed her tasks, handed the account book to Hong Xiu, instructing her, "Please inform Manager Lin that she has done exceedingly well. I encourage her to continue her diligence next month. And the rewards must be distributed appropriately. She ought not to be too stingy, for everyone has worked hard." Manager Lin was known to be frugal. Though she had already shown enough generosity, it was the princess who was overly benevolent. After Hong Xiu left, Jiang Fenghua languidly stretched and began her warm-up exercises. She was acutely aware of the challenges of being a woman, as well as the significance of financial independence. Thus, over the past decade, she had diligently saved, establishing her own little treasury. Lian Ye, feeling disgruntled, entered to inform her that Xie Shang and concubine Su were taking a stroll in the courtyard. "How impressive it is to practice martial arts. It amounts to little more than mere pretense," she scoffed, as if it were a trivial endeavor. Jiang Fenghua, recognizing Lian Ye's tendency to be influenced by gossip, understood that Xie Shang and Su Tingwan must have caused another stir. "Princess, shall we practice in the courtyard?" Lian Ye suggested. "At this late hour? To invite mosquitoes?" Jiang Fenghua replied, dreading the night as pests, protective of her skin as if it were a precious gem. "You may avoid the mosquitoes, but the couple is joyfully inviting them," Lian Ye retorted, her frustration growing. Concubine Su had splashed the princess. Yet Prince Heng not only refrained from reprimanding her, but also indulged in sweet exchanges, leaving their miss feeling wronged. Ignoring Lian Ye's complaints, Jiang Fenghua continued her warm-up, transitioning into more advanced exercises. The splits and leg stretches were essential skills that she mastered with ease. After half an hour, her body was fully limber, beads of sweat emerging on her fair, flushed skin, which appeared alluringly radiant. Her delicate attire accentuated her slender waist, while her curves were impeccable and captivating. As Lian Ye realized her pleas were futile, she exited, only to see Xie Shang holding Su Tingwan's hand approaching. She quickly opened the door a crack and returned to greet them. "I have seen the prince and concubine Su," Lian Ye said respectfully. Su Tingwan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Has the princess rested?" To which Lian Ye replied, "Not yet. She is in her chamber. I shall go inform her." "No need. Simply lead us to her," Su Tingwan insisted. Jiang Fenghua, upon seeing them together, understood who Xie Shang favored. "Yes, of course," Lian Ye acquiesced. Xie Shang traversed the courtyard with ease, the moon casting a silvery glow upon the blooming flowers, creating a breathtaking scene. He recalled Jiang Fenghua's enchanting dance in the pavilion earlier that day. Suddenly, he glanced towards the door, where the soft light from within spilled out, shrouding the interior in quietude. What was Jiang Fenghua doing inside? Positioned at the door, Lian Ye intentionally obstructed Su Tingwan's view, while Xie Shang quietly opened the other half of the door. Upon glimpsing the light within, he was momentarily entranced. Jiang Fenghua appeared more beautiful than the flowers around her, her graceful silhouette swaying captivatingly. Su Tingwan noticed the rigidity in his hand, as if he were under a spell. Seizing the moment, Lian Ye swiftly shielded Su Tingwan and nudged Xie Shang forward. "Please, enter, Your Highness." Taken by surprise, Su Tingwan was shoved aside. And by the time she reacted, Lian Ye had closed the door, leaving her to see Jiang Fenghua in disarray, posing seductively. "What are you doing?" Su Tingwan reprimanded furiously. "Please wait. I shall assist the princess in dressing and then invite you in," Lian Ye replied in a measured tone. "Since the princess is not dressed, why push the prince inside? They are husband and wife. What is the issue with such an encounter?" Su Tingwan snapped back, shameless. She called out for Xie Shang, yet received no answer. Meanwhile, Jiang Fenghua was focused on her practice when Xie Shang unexpectedly entered. Her eyes widened in shock, yet she maintained her stance. Legs stretched straight as she practiced her movements. Suddenly, a grimace of pain crossed her face. Xie Shang rushed to her side. "What is wrong?" Jiang Fenghua inhaled sharply. "My legs have cramped." Being aware of the pain associated with cramps, Xie Shang instinctively knelt, lifting her thin pant legs to reveal her smooth, pale skin. Ignoring the allure of her beauty, he traced his fingers along her calf, feeling the muscles tense and unyielding. Despite her evident discomfort, she remained strikingly beautiful. Realizing her predicament was genuine this time, Jiang Fenghua acknowledged that her intense training had led to the cramp. As he gently massaged her legs to alleviate the tension, she bit her lip, involuntarily trembling, her breath becoming shallow as she endured the discomfort. After a moment, her muscles finally relaxed, yet she remained flushed, her legs sore. As Xie Shang prepared to help her up, he caught sight of the smooth skin of her inner thighs, and his face flushed with heat. Suddenly, she lost her balance and fell, and Xie Shang instinctively caught her, landing atop her. Their lips accidentally met, and he found them sweet and intoxicating. Unable to resist a gentle kiss, Jiang Fenghua's long lashes fluttered as she gazed into his eyes, which were filled with desire. His arms encircled her waist, drawing them closer together, her body soft and yielding, as if made of willow, her skin delicate as silken tofu, her breaths quickening in response to the intimate contact. Chapter 26. The concubine Su weeps and flees at long last. Su Tingwan pushed the door open, only to witness the intimate scene between Jiang Fenghua and Xie Shang. Jiang's garments lay disheveled, while Xie pressed his lips against hers in a fervent kiss. With a sharp gasp, she exclaimed, "Ah, you too." Simultaneously, they snapped back to reality, and Xie's lips reluctantly parted from hers. He glanced down to find her cheeks flushed, their embrace undeniably suggestive. With her back pressed against his arm, they were ensnared in a precarious position. Tears streamed down Su Tingwan's face. The sight was infuriating, and she could not help but feel that Xie had initiated this. Filled with rage, she had initially intended to storm in and slap them both soundly. However, recalling the teachings of her Aunt Yunfeng, she stifled her anger and fled the scene. Observing her departure, Lianya covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with delight. Watching Su weeping concubine in such despair was truly satisfying. Lianya dared to steal only a glance before hastily shutting and locking the door, believing the evening would unfold as it should. After all, Miss practiced her fundamentals nightly, and such a scandalous tableau would surely infuriate Su weeping concubine even further. They had practically invited this upon themselves, entwined as they were. Jiang Fenghua furrowed her brow, a sense of helplessness washing over her, once again. Su weeping concubine had misinterpreted the situation. How could she possibly explain the unexpected encounter? Xie Shang, fearing that Jiang might perceive his embarrassment, deliberately shifted the subject. "Are you all right?" She understood his shyness and smiled gently, whispering into his ear, "There is no need for you to feel awkward, my lord." Confucius spoke of the nature of desire. Even he struggled to maintain composure. "Why should you be shy?" Xie was taken aback by her candidness. Her words seemed to tease while simultaneously offering him solace, igniting a yearning within him. "My lord, please rise so that I may get up as well," she said. He released her and began to adjust his attire, while she took her time to dress, bending and stretching in a manner that was utterly captivating. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "Are you trying to entice me?" Jiang Fenghua explained. "My lord, you may not know, but I have loved to dance since I was 5. I have practiced diligently for a decade without pause. The elegance and allure of a dance are intrinsically linked to a dancer's foundational skills. I was merely practicing my fundamentals, dedicating at least an hour daily to it. Afterward, I must stretch to maintain my physique." Understanding the rationale behind her commitment, Xie recognized the parallel with martial arts. Without a solid foundation, even the most ostentatious techniques are mere show. Struggling to suppress his desire, he questioned her, as a sheltered woman now married. "Why pursue such sophisticated dance? Who do you intend to dance for?" Did she not seek to allure him? "Naturally, it is to please myself," she replied. Xie had never heard such reasoning before. Traditionally, women existed to please men, yet here she was, prioritizing her own joy. As she continued to stretch, she softly elaborated. "A woman has her family, yet once married, her closest relationships are with her husband and children. Life is long, and parents cannot always be present. Children will eventually grow up, marry, and have their own lives. The husband is the closest companion, but who can guarantee lifelong affection and care? Some women may never win their husband's love. One can end up alone, lamenting their solitude. What meaning is there in that?" she mused. "Thus, I sought a personal passion to accompany me through life. It allows me to find joy even in exhaustion." Xie was taken aback, his heart trembling. "You've contemplated all this since you were 5? "Not quite," she replied calmly. "Before marriage, it was simply a passion. My father's strict upbringing forbade me from mingling openly. When my elder sister married, I was but a child with few companions, so I learned to amuse myself. Dancing consumes time. I could spend an entire day lost in it, and eventually, I grew to love it. After marrying, my lord suggested that my beloved could not possibly care for me. I thought continuing to dance was no fate. Whether day or night, it is a cherished pursuit, and life can continue on." Xie felt a pang of guilt. It dawned on him that a woman's entire existence could hinge upon a man's whims. The women in the emperor's court often wallowed in self-pity, eagerly awaiting his attention. just as his own mother had. Would Jiang Fenghua to be destined to live such a life within the confines of his estate? By this time, Jiang Fenghua had donned her attire, her figure graceful and alluring, her beauty radiant like a blossoming flower. Her long hair cascaded down her back, resembling a waterfall that danced at her waist, the softly curled ends adding a hint of playfulness to her visage. She poured a cup of water and offered it to Xie, inquiring, "Why have you and Su weeping concubine come so late?" Suddenly remembering his purpose, he replied earnestly. "It was one who wished to apologize for the events of midday. I empathize with Su weeping concubine. Her jealousy arises from affection for you, a natural sentiment. Who wouldn't desire their husband's exclusive love? It is indeed a rarity for couples to share mutual affection, and that is a blessing for her," she articulated, her tone laced with a sense of solitude, yet devoid of bitterness. Xie felt profound shame. Jiang Fenghua was his lawfully wedded wife, while Su Tingwan was a woman he had chosen to cherish. Had he been more considerate and defied his mother, Jiang would never have had to endure the trials of the inner court. An idea began to bloom in his mind. Perhaps he could attempt to foster a relationship with Jiang Fenghua, for he held no aversion towards her. Sensing his thoughts, she provocatively remarked, "It seems Su weeping concubine has misunderstood once more. My lord should return to comfort her." With her suggestion, he felt compelled to leave. However, upon reaching the door, he discovered it was locked. "It appears your maid is more eager for me to stay than you are," he jested. Jiang Fenghua's cheeks flushed. "Please do not blame Lianya. She is an orphan who has grown up with me, like a sister. Perhaps she acted thoughtlessly. I will instruct her to unlock the door." A pang of melancholy struck Xie's heart. It seemed Jiang Fenghua truly desired him to depart, while her maid's reaction was entirely justified. Even Su Guifei, far away in the palace, had sent a strategist to support Su Tingwan, which explained her maid's theatrics outside the study door. Having grown up in the palace, he was more than capable of discerning the subtleties of a woman's heart. Chapter 27. Drawn to her despite Jiang Fenghua's persistent knocking, silence enveloped the door, void of any response. Lianya and Hongxiu were absent, and Su Mama feigned deafness, while Lin Feng, having been bribed by Lianya, would not come to her aid. Jiang Fenghua felt a twinge of embarrassment, chiding herself for indulging them too much, which had led to their unruly behavior. "Your Highness, please take a seat. Lianya may arrive shortly, and when she does, I shall certainly reprimand her." Xie Shang suddenly inquired, "What do you usually do besides dancing?" "My father is a teacher, and I often find myself at the receiving end of his discipline," she replied, a playful smile gracing her lips. Xie Shang's understanding deepened, being from a scholarly family. Her intellect was undoubtedly commendable. While she exuded a sultry charm during her dances, at all other times, she was composed and dignified. Her mother had mentioned that he required such a consort. "I have heard that the Tingxue Pavilion was also arranged by you. It is quite an elegant name," he remarked. "If it pleases your Highness, it is merely my duty as a wife," she responded impulsively. The mention of the word wife caused her cheeks to flush, her demeanor turning coy and enchanting. To avoid further embarrassment, Jiang Fenghua distanced herself. Xie Shang too felt a sense of awkwardness. Noticing a chessboard beside the study desk, he proposed, "Shall you engage in a game with me? Your arrangement of the boudoir has afforded me restful nights, yet now I find myself wide awake." With a sweet smile, Jiang Fenghua replied, "Should your Highness wish to play, do not weep like a child if you find yourself defeated." Her jest momentarily caught Xie Shang off guard. He gazed at her, memories of a dreamlike girl flickering in his mind, though the details had long since faded. Save for her missing front tooth. Seated at the chessboard, she wore a smile, her demeanor poised yet unassuming. What she desired was to appear as pure as a blank canvas in Xie Shang's eyes. As they played, Jiang Fenghua was both attentive and serene, embodying all the qualities of a chess player, unflustered, fearless, and silent, making it difficult for her opponent to decipher her emotions. Gradually, Xie Shang too became absorbed in the game, feeling as though he faced a worthy adversary, increasingly captivated by her the more he learned about her. "Your Highness, you have lost, I concede," Jiang Fenghua stated, her expertise evident as she recognized Xie Shang's prowess. In her past life, she had devoted 2 decades to winning his affection, yet all her efforts had proven futile. In this lifetime, however, it was her mere appearance that had caught his attention, drawing him to her. He expressed surprise. "With whom do you usually play? Surely Jiang Xiaofu's skills cannot be so formidable." She replied, "With my elder brother, who travels extensively and possesses considerable knowledge, often collecting chess manuals. Out of boredom, I studied them, and gradually I bested him. Unwilling to accept defeat, he sought even more complex games for me to unravel. And over time, I grasped the intricacies. Xie Shang nodded in understanding. Jiang Fenghua ranked third among her siblings, with Jiang Ruming being 9 years her senior and second in line, and an elder brother 12 years her senior as the firstborn. Is your brother not in Xingjing? Indeed. He delights in traveling and often brings back delightful gifts for my sisters and me. Have you seen the flowers in the courtyard? They were sent from my brother as a wedding gift. Jiang Fenghua offered this explanation to dispel any doubts in Xie Shang's mind. He was typically indifferent to women, rarely inquiring further unless he was compelled, yet he would take note of any implications. Upon learning that the potted plants in the garden were a gift from her brother, Xie Shang's spirits unexpectedly lifted. He chose not to reveal his thoughts, asking, when your brother is away, with whom do you engage in chess? With myself, of course. Xie Shang was puzzled. How can one play against oneself? In response, Jiang Fenghua skillfully manipulated the black and white pieces, placing them on the board with deft precision. Her focus was unwavering, gradually filling the board with alternating colors, while Xie Shang watched, astonished. Before him, Jiang Fenghua radiated brilliance. Her eyes sparkled with innocence, akin to a crystalline spring, exuding confidence and charm. Her beauty was unparalleled, and he surmised that any man would be smitten by her allure. Thankfully, the Jiang family had kept her well guarded, and fortunately, she had become his. As the game extended, both remained engrossed, oblivious to the passage of time. Soon surpassing the midnight hour, Jiang Fenghua's ability to play against herself without discernible advantage required her mind to simultaneously envision 2 chessboards, an extraordinary feat as the game progressed. A mischievous glint shone in her eyes. I usually favor the white pieces, finding them charmingly silver, yet today the black pieces have dominated. I cannot accept this outcome. Employing a rare double dragon formation that was nearly impossible to counter, Jiang Fenghua had spent considerable time mastering it. Xie Shang, seizing her left black piece, deliberately misaligned it, allowing the white piece to triumph, thus creating a more favorable conclusion. Seeing the game decided, Jiang Fenghua beamed. Your Highness seems to favor the white pieces as well. Her words hinted at a deeper meaning. Did this imply he was beginning to favor her too? A subtle smile played on Xie Shang's lips, his handsome features captivating. Yet Jiang Fenghua perceived through the facade. This was merely a superficial display. As night deepened, Xie Shang feigned a desire to win, suggesting they resume the match another time. Jiang Fenghua reluctantly acquiesced, realizing she rarely stayed up late. This evening, inexplicably, Xie Shang had been increasingly outmatched. Outside, the sound of drums echoed, prompting Jiang Fenghua to remind him, Your Highness, it is already past the 4th watch. Has it passed so quickly? He murmured, having become so engrossed in the game that he lost track of time. It is late, and if you do not return, will Su Sifei not misunderstand? Having nearly forgotten to placate Su Tingwan, he noticed her composed demeanor and felt renewed determination. Is it that you do not wish for me to stay, my dear consort? On the night of our wedding, you were quite insistent that I remain. Jiang Fenghua's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. It was not entirely my choice. Xie Shang rose, cryptically stating, The game is not yet finished. We shall continue another time. Jiang Fenghua froze, believing he was finally departing, and prepared to bid him farewell. His tone turned stern. Su Sifei is already asleep, and I shall not disturb her. I will rest here for a while. He clarified. I must rise early for official duties. My official attire awaits me at the Lanhua Pavilion. Implying that this was indeed his rightful domain, Jiang Fenghua responded softly. Your Highness is free to do as you wish. Once Xie Shang retreated to the side chamber, Jiang Fenghua rose from her seat and approached the door, gently pulling it open. After a moment, she closed it again, pondering that if Xie Shang truly wished to leave, a mere door could not hinder him. How disingenuous he was. How much genuine affection could he hold for Su Tingwan in the face of such beauty? Chapter 28. The consort Su receives guidance from her strategist after Xie Shang emerged. Jiang Fenghua skillfully sidestepped him and slipped into the side hall, her walk graceful and alluring. Xie Shang fixed his gaze upon her retreating figure, lost in contemplation for a moment, before turning to navigate around the screen and settling onto the bed. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, as if he had resolved to embrace a certain determination. He was her husband and bore the responsibility that came with that title. Just as Jiang Fenghua reappeared, Xie Shang lay on the outer edge of the bed fully clothed, feigning sleep with his eyes closed. Yet she was aware that he was not truly asleep. The turmoil within him was palpable, torn between the allure of beauty and the promises made to another woman. A cold smile played on her lips. Now, it was her turn to shatter the beautiful love he shared with Su Tingwan. She stepped forward to extinguish the candlelight and, with utmost caution, climbed into bed, preparing to nestle against the inner side. Suddenly, she felt a firm grip on her ankle. He yanked her towards him with force, causing Jiang Fenghua to tumble against his solid chest. She let out a soft, playful protest, her body melting into his as her wide eyes locked onto the strikingly handsome man before her. In the darkness, she felt his hand glide from her slender waist to her hips, parting her thighs as their bodies pressed together. Jiang Fenghua's heart raced with trepidation, her voice trembling. "Your Highness, you." In the past, the princess had no favored suitor. Now, does she wish to favor this prince? He held her tightly against him, his movements restrained. Jiang Fenghua trembled, fear coursing through her. The prince had once declared that he would love only consort Su in this lifetime, and she dared not hope for more. His grip on her thigh tightened, and with a commanding tone laden with masculinity, he asked, "I am inquiring if you wish to favor this prince. You need only respond with yes or no." Jiang Fenghua was taken aback, their breaths mingling as she hesitated. Tears welled in her eyes, and before long, they silently cascaded down to Xie Shang's face. Upon witnessing her tears, he panicked. The fire of desire within him extinguished in an instant. He pushed her deeper into the bed, pressing down upon her. "Why are you crying again? Your Highness, you bully me." Her voice choked with emotion. She bit her lip, feeling utterly wronged. "You had said that only those who truly love one another could engage in such acts. You do not genuinely care for me, yet you demand that I care for you." A pang of guilt surged within Xie Shang. Earlier that day, when she had asked if he liked her, he had vehemently denied it. Suddenly, he sat upright, and Jiang Fenghua instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, sobbing uncontrollably. "Your Highness, please don't leave. I wish to like you. As long as you are willing to like me in return, as long as you will make a little room for me in your heart." Xie Shang was taken aback, struck by her humility and caution, as if she were beseeching her husband's affection. If he were to cherish her, she would reciprocate. But had his desire to possess her stemmed from genuine affection? If he were to mistreat her without true feelings, would that not be exceedingly unfair? He turned to envelop her in his arms, effortlessly lifting her onto his lap, wiping away her tears. "Do not cry. I shall remain here and will seriously contemplate whether I like you." Jiang Fenghua's chest rose and fell as she nestled against him, her voice soft. Ruan will also earnestly consider whether she likes you." Her tone was gentle, charming, and delicate, and in the dimly lit room, an unexpected tenderness blossomed between them as she leaned against his chest, her eyes fluttering shut. He glanced down at her, attempting to call her name, Ruan. At that moment, Jiang Fenghua had succumbed to sleep, her breathing steady, her soft body languishing in his embrace. A faint smile of resignation graced Xie Shang's lips. To take advantage of her vulnerability was not the mark of a gentleman. Now he understood. Jiang Fenghua desired his genuine affection, and only then would she willingly surrender her heart. It was clear that he was not an ideal husband. Unlike Su Tingwan, she sought merely a fragment of his affection. Until now, she had been sheltered and cherished by the Jiang family, naive to the world's complexities. After all, she was only 15. He gently laid her back on the bed, where she sought a comfortable position and fell into a deep, sweet slumber, appearing carefree. He chuckled softly and tried calling her name again, Ruan. Receiving no reply, he reclined beside her, quietly taking hold of her hand, feeling her warmth as he too gradually succumbed to sleep. The following morning, when Jiang Fenghua awoke, Xie Shang had already departed. She had risen late, completely unaware of when he had left. Stretching gracefully, she inquired of Hong Xiu, "What time is it now?" "It is the hour of the snake. It has been quite some time since the princess has risen this late. Last night, the prince stayed at the Lanyu pavilion. Have your feelings for the prince deepened?" Hong Xiu had also heard about it from Lian Yi. "One could consider it progress," she replied. Xie Shang's desire to possess her was merely a result of her elaborate seduction. Momentarily, he had been overwhelmed by desire. She was acutely aware that once a woman's body is claimed by a man, her value diminishes. Easily obtained treasures are seldom cherished. Only by making him genuinely like her could she hope to replace Su Tingwan in his heart. In her previous life, after ascending the throne, Xie Shang had many women. Yet he never relinquished his affection for Su Tingwan. Even when he spent nights in the company of other women, Su Tingwan's place in his heart remained unshaken. "My lady, consort Su requests an audience," Lian Yi announced as she rushed in. "A newcomer has entered consort Su's service. Her demeanor rivals that of Mama Wang. Strangely, consort Su seems changed. In the side hall, Su Tingwan sat regally in an elegant chair, as though the events of the previous night had never transpired. Aunt Yinfang advised her, as the Prince of Hong, it is impossible for him to marry only one woman or even love just one. No matter how much he cares for you, he will still take other women as wives and only place you in the role of consort. Su Tingwan naively believed she would be the most cherished woman in Heng Wang's heart, yet she was mistaken. Jiang Fenghua's arrival altered everything. Jiang Fenghua's beauty was undeniable, and Xie Shang was profoundly captivated by her, a truth she could not ignore. If she were a man, she too would surely fall for Jiang Fenghua. For example, despite Su Guifei's favored position with the emperor, he still lavished affection upon other concubines. Similarly, her father, General Su, had once adored her mother but later turned his affections to other women. They were always fickle, easily swayed by new attractions. She had believed the man she found would love only her, but what were their vows worth? Aunt Yifang advised that unless she renounced her status as a woman of Heng Wang, forsaking the wealth and power of the royal household, she would be foolish to push the prince into another woman's arms. She must cling to her bond with Heng Wang, lest Jiang Fenghua seize the opportunity, leaving her with regrets. Her first course of action was to cultivate a favorable relationship with Jiang Fenghua, leading her to this encounter. This marked the first direct confrontation between Jiang Fenghua and Su Tingwan, a contest of presence. Clad in a stately and resplendent gown, exuding an air of authority, Jiang Fenghua approached Su Tingwan without casting a glance in her direction, striding straight to the main seat. A faint smile graced her lips as she settled down gracefully. Su Tingwan rose and performed a courteous greeting. This humble servant comes to pay respects to the princess. May the princess enjoy longevity. Chapter 29. The invitation from concubine Su to attend the flower viewing festival in her previous life. Jiang Fenghua had never received a greeting from concubine Su, as she was not favored by Xie Shang. The servants in the manor often troubled her. However, in this life, Xie Shang had just left her chambers the previous night, and everyone was aware of it, thus they naturally treated her with great respect. Concubine Su, there is no need for excessive formalities. We are all family now. Please, take a seat, she commanded in a low voice, as Hongxiu served tea to concubine Su. Princess Xie, Su Tingwan said gracefully as she settled down. I was too impulsive yesterday, and I apologize. Jiang Fenghua smiled gently, her demeanor as soft as the spring breeze of March. The prince has already explained to me. He mentioned that concubine Su grew up in the borderlands, straightforward and candid, yet with a kind heart. How could I harbor any resentment towards you? It is all in the past. Su Tingwan felt a pang of sorrow at Jiang Fenghua's tenderness. She thought that Xie Shang would not be attracted to such a delicate woman, but she was mistaken. He, too, was drawn to Jiang Fenghua's allure. Now, she wished she could turn back time, for she would not have lost her temper, nor would she have given them a chance to be alone together. She glanced at Aunt Yinfang and respectfully said, Yes, I understand. Jiang Fenghua continued to chat gently with Su Tingwan. Meanwhile, Aunt Yinfang stood respectfully to the side. Jiang Fenghua recalled that she served the Empress Su and would soon leave the palace after 2 years. In her previous life, Aunt Yinfang had come shortly after Su Tingwan entered the Heng Wangfu, after which Su Tingwan's temperament changed. With Aunt Yinfang's guidance, Su Tingwan quickly established her position in the Heng Wangfu. Regardless of how well Jiang Fenghua performed, she could never win Xie Shang's affection, and Aunt Yinfang played a significant role in that. She was beautiful, only 23 years old, a blooming flower of youth. However, 2 years later, Aunt Yifang could have gained her freedom and married, yet she chose to remain by Su Tingwan's side. By then, Xie Shang had already become the crown prince, and Aunt Yinfang had even climbed into his bed, barely earning the title of Lady Fang. Perhaps she had hoped to bear a child for Xie Shang to secure her position, but alas, she never conceived. She later entered the palace as a beauty, and eventually, she died under mysterious circumstances that no one knew. The rumor was that she had jumped into a well. Only Jiang Fenghua knew she had been thrown into the well, and the conspirators were her mistress, the Empress Su, and Su Tingwan. In this life, she looked at the person before her and felt it was all quite ironic. Jiang Fenghua suddenly remarked, Aunt Yinfang is truly lovely. With a little adornment, she would indeed be a striking beauty. Su Tingwan glanced at her, noting her oval face and willow-like brows, which were indeed attractive. However, the scar on her forehead marred her beauty. Aunt Yinfang humbly replied, Your Highness, you flatter me. My appearance hardly merits the grand occasion. She brushed aside her bangs to reveal the scar to Jiang Fenghua. Jiang Fenghua chose not to confront her, maintaining a calm expression and shifting the topic. At that moment, Su Tingwan's eyes sparkled with delight. Tomorrow is the annual flower viewing festival in Shengjing. If your highness has no other matters to attend to, why not join me? I believe you, too, appreciate the beauty of flowers. I have spent my youth in the borderlands, surrounded by sandstorms. Having been in Shengjing for 3 years now, the prince has accompanied me to the festival every year. It is truly delightful. Jiang Fenghua replied. The prince accompanies concubine, Su, every year. It would be inconvenient for me to join. Su Tingwan, naturally reluctant for her to come, feared that her beauty would attract Xie Shang again. Yet Aunt Yunfang had advised her to extend the invitation to Jiang Fenghua. It is hardly inconvenient. If your highness does not attend, it would seem you are still upset with me, she added. You are originally from Shengjing and must be more familiar with the flower viewing festival than I. Jiang Fenghua's expression showed hesitation. In previous years, it was my elder brother who accompanied me. There are too many people, and I am not particularly fond of large gatherings. Su Tingwan replied, beyond the flower viewing. There is also a flower battle, which is immensely entertaining. The prince might be occupied with official duties these days, and may not have time to accompany me to enjoy the flowers. Very well. Jiang Fenghua reluctantly agreed, curious about what scheme they intended to play out. She had planned to attend the festival anyway, and now Su Tingwan's sudden invitation would provide her with a perfect cover. In past years, she had participated in the festival, though she never ventured out as a woman. Today, as she prepared to attend the annual flower viewing festival, Jiang Fenghua observed that Su Tingwan had changed into a striking red riding outfit, her hair elegantly tied up, giving her an air of spirited grace. Jiang Fenghua mused, though not exceptionally stunning, Su Tingwan was indeed a beauty. Perhaps Xie Shang was drawn to her robust demeanor. If she were to lose that quality, what would attract Xie Shang to her then? Su Tingwan had already arrived early, holding the reins of a chestnut steed. Your Highness, she greeted with a bow. Dressed in a pale lotus-pink gown, Jiang Fenghua's slender waist was adorned with a matching bow, her face veiled in a delicate gauze. Her animated eyes sparkled like clear autumn waters, embodying innocence and warmth. Was concubine Su heading to row boats and admire the flowers? She glanced at the horse beside her, somewhat puzzled. It is more comfortable this way, and this horse, named Red Bean, was brought back from the borderlands. I wish to introduce it to the sights. Su Tingwan explained, wearing the same attire as she had 3 years ago when she first met Xie Shang. Aunt Yunfang inquired if she had any unforgettable memories with the prince. She pondered for a moment, recalling their first meeting, when she distinctly remembered the infatuation in his gaze. Aunt Yunfang had said this approach was particularly effective, as Empress Su had once employed it with the emperor. Jiang Fenghua said little more. As Hongxiu assisted her in mounting the carriage, taking each step with utmost caution, her delicate demeanor suggesting that even stepping on an ant would bring her to tears. Meanwhile, Xie Shang had been preoccupied with the Yangjing case and had not returned to the Wangfu for 2 days. He was tirelessly searching for the murderer of Yangjing. The coroner had conducted an autopsy and discovered that Yangjing had been drugged before his death. The whip marks on his body had been inflicted both before and after his demise, and the killer had severed his lineage without hesitation. Such brutal methods suggested revenge from the victim's family. After reviewing the evidence, Xie Shang could only sigh at the ruthlessness of the perpetrator. He deduced that it was a coordinated effort, executed with skill and premeditation. It was inconceivable for an ordinary person to assassinate the Minister of Justice without leaving a trace. Furthermore, he was astonished at how quickly he uncovered that Yang Jing had harmed over 100 young women, with evidence found in Yang's residence. As the Minister of Justice, Yang Jing had long since destroyed the evidence of his crimes. It was impossible for Xie Shang to gather such precise data now. He concluded that the killer had orchestrated it intentionally. At that moment, Lin Feng rushed in, breathless. Your Highness, there has been an incident. Chapter 30. Prince Heng takes the lead in signing the people's petition. Xie Shang arrived at Baihua Lake, only to find it teeming with people, a veritable sea of humanity. He inquired, what brings such a multitude here? Lin Feng elucidated. Today is the annual Flower Appreciation Festival, held at Baihua Lake, which explains the throngs. He was already aware of the circumstances surrounding Baihua Lake. 3 years prior, a young girl had gone missing, igniting unrest. Rumors circulated that the Minister of Justice, Yang Jing, was the perpetrator, accompanied by vivid illustrations of his heinous act, inciting outrage and fury. News of the minister's demise had long since spread, and with the revelation of his numerous vile deeds, the populace condemned him vehemently, declaring his death a fitting punishment for the atrocities he had committed against over 100 virtuous women. The sentiment was one of relief at his passing. Yet, the question arose, who held such noble convictions when the government not only failed to commend them but also issued notices to apprehend the culprit? Thus, the crowd became increasingly agitated. Noticing the turmoil, Xie Shang commanded the Wuqing military officer to dispatch personnel to maintain order. Officers soon arrived with Yang Zheng. The Wuqing military officer, presenting himself before Xie Shang, "I greet your highness, Prince Heng." Xie Shang shot him a cold glance, asserting, "I am currently the governor of Jingzhou." Yang Zheng, taken aback, quickly bowed. "I pay my respects to the governor." Xie Shang exuded an air of authority, his demeanor formidable and unassailable, insisting that the crowd be dispersed. Yang Zheng protested, "That cannot be done. Today is the flower festival, and the event has yet to commence. The death of Minister Yang has stirred such unrest that the people will not depart until justice is served." Despite Xie Shang's imposing presence, the crowd remained unmoved, and the urgency to address the Yang family's misdeeds became paramount. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Someone has jumped into the river." The crowd watched in horror as a woman plunged into the water. Xie Shang turned towards the commotion, commanding, "Lin Feng, save her." All eyes shifted to Xie Shang and his entourage. Someone exclaimed, "That is Prince Heng. He is now the governor of Jingzhou. With so many young women perishing at the hands of Minister Yang, we must beseech him to seek justice for the deceased. Let us implore Prince Heng for accountability." Another added, "We are subjects of the great Zhou. How can the officials, who are meant to protect us, turn a blind eye while high-ranking officials murder our kin? The fates of these young women are tragic. We cannot remain silent." Yang Zheng bellowed, "Silence." But before he could finish, another voice chimed in. "This case has been known for 3 years, and only now do we learn that the Minister of Justice was the mastermind. The suffering he inflicted upon those girls warrants 1,000 deaths. Perhaps they had long suspected Yang Jing of being the culprit, yet his high status shielded him from apprehension, allowing him to continue his reign of terror." At that moment, Lin Feng successfully pulled the woman from the water, bringing her before Xie Shang. The woman wept sorrowfully, lamenting, "My little Wu, your death is so tragic. Mother will join you soon. Why won't you let me die? I must find my daughter. Release me." Xie Shang furrowed his brow, recognizing the chaos around him. The situation was precarious, and without a decisive stance, the people would never trust the government. This matter needed to be brought to the emperor's attention without delay. In a sudden burst of determination, he leaped onto the arch bridge over Baihua Lake, declaring, "Please, remain calm. I am Xie Shang, the governor of Jingzhou. Today, I am willing to lead the signing of a petition on behalf of the people to present to the emperor, demanding justice for the deceased young women and exposing Yang Jing's malevolence to the public." Draped in a purple official robe, he radiated authority and resolve. Soon, someone unfurled a tinjong long white cloth, stretching it across the bridge, encircling half of Baihua Lake. Xie Shang pricked his finger with a dagger, elegantly inscribing his name, a testament to his commitment to seek justice for the masses. The crowd stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched across their faces. Could it be true that Prince Heng would champion their cause? Doubt lingered in the air, but then, from the throng, a veiled woman emerged. Stepping forward to the white cloth, she prepared to follow Xie Shang's example, but hesitated at the pain. With a furrowed brow, her maid swiftly offered her a brush, and she inscribed Jiang Fenghua with grace and strength, her calligraphy eliciting admiration from the onlookers. Having written her name, she did not linger but vanished into the crowd. Inspired by her boldness, others stepped forward, seeking justice for the fallen. The names on the white cloth multiplied. Attendees from various strata, including officials and soldiers, added their signatures, united in their quest for accountability. Xie Shang, from a distance, remained unaware of Jiang Fenghua's participation. He merely observed the graceful figure disappearing into the masses. As the fervor for justice grew exponentially, Jiang Fenghua emerged from the throng and ascended to Xianzheyuan, the highest restaurant in Shengjing City. Upon entering the lavish room, a beautiful woman approached her. As Jiang Fenghua settled onto the plush couch and removed her veil, revealing her exquisite features, the woman promptly offered her a cup of tea, asking, "Do you truly not harbor feelings for him?" Jiang Fenghua scrutinized Lin Yu's vibrant red lips and heavily adorned visage, deflecting the conversation. "Next time we meet, could you refrain from painting your lips so crimson? You resemble a vampire. Do you truly not like him?" Lin Yu pressed again with a teasing smile. Jiang Fenghua found her persistence tiresome, responding coolly, I do not. Then why assist him so fervently? Lin Yu was momentarily speechless. Jiang Fenghua strolled to the window, murmuring, Xie Shang on Baihua Bridge is striking, his demeanor exceptional. A man of such caliber should have captivated me at first sight. Yet, to cherish him seems an arduous and extravagant pursuit. Chapter 31. She aids his rise to fame. Lin Yu was well aware of Jiang Fenghua's lofty aspirations and remarkable capabilities since childhood. When the imperial decree of marriage was issued 6 months prior, Jiang Fenghua accepted it with delight, leading Lin Yu to believe that her affections were directed towards Prince Heng. Xie Shang. However, Jiang Fenghua disclosed her true feelings, stating that she harbored no affection for him and would never do so. Lin Yu was taken aback. Having known Jiang Fenghua for nearly a decade, their bond transcended that of a mere maid and mistress. They were allies and the best of friends. Subsequently, Jiang Fenghua invested in the establishment of a tavern, and Lin Yu, at a tender age, became its proprietor. Though all decisions were orchestrated by Jiang Fenghua from behind the scenes, their initial encounter took place at a dance academy, which, while publicly known for teaching the art of dance, served a more dubious purpose. Their circumstances were starkly different. Lin Yu had been sold into the academy, destined for a life of despair, condemned to serve and please men, resigned to her fate as she entered the brothel. Yet, fate seemed to have gathered all of Lin Yu's fortune on that fateful day. It was then, at the tender age of 6, that Jiang Fenghua, disguised as a boy, boldly entered the dance academy, intending to learn all that it had to offer. At that moment, not just the dancer Lin Shuangni was left speechless. Lin Yu was equally astonished. It was Jiang Fenghua who paid for Lin Yu's freedom, and though their relationship was technically that of master and servant, Jiang Fenghua affectionately referred to her as a friend. No one questioned the motivations of a mere child, as long as she could afford to pay. Look, Jiang Fenghua suddenly exclaimed. Su Tingwan had also made her way to Baihua Lake, clad in striking red attire and leading a magnificent steed, a conspicuous figure amidst the crowd. Xie Shang spotted Su Tingwan waving at him from afar. The scene was chaotic, and he instructed Yang Zheng and Lin Feng to continue gathering public petitions. He hurried towards Su Tingwan. Feigning ignorance upon seeing him, Su Tingwan tugged at her horse's reins, intending to move away. Xie Shang grasped her arm, Wan. What brings you here? Su Tingwan pursed her lips. My dear sir, do we know each other? Xie Shang was momentarily taken aback, calling out, Su Tingwan. She halted, twirling before him. Ah Shang, why are you not cooperating? Can't you observe what's unfolding? Xie Shang frowned, realizing he had indeed missed something. Why are you riding a horse in the street? There are so many people today. In Xiangya Garden, Jiang Fenghua smiled gently, realizing Su Tingwan's intentions. How juvenile. From this distance, do you know what they are discussing? Lin Yu inquired. Jiang Fenghua could easily guess. I left the Wang residence with Su Tingwan, and she has been following the carriage ever since. The further we go, the more she struggles to keep up. Yunfang likely thinks I am still in the carriage, sending people to follow us. Do you wish to know her intentions towards me? Lin Yu became excited. Who wants to deal with you? I sold her to Yichuan Lu. You cannot touch her. She has powerful backing, Jiang Fenghua murmured. Besides, now is not the time to deal with her. She will be a crucial piece in my game. Lin Yu ceased her inquiries, trusting Jiang Fenghua's strategic acumen. She expressed concern. Is the commotion created by Wan Qing too conspicuous? Do you truly believe this uproar is solely due to Tan Wan Qing? Jiang Fenghua's eyes sparkled with clarity. Even without Tan Wan Qing's illustrations, Xie Shang would not remain idle. The public petitions were not prepared by her. Are you suggesting that the petitions were already arranged by His Highness, Prince Heng? Lin Yu was taken aback. Is he not afraid of incurring the emperor's wrath? The law does not punish the masses, Jiang Fenghua replied. He is advocating for the people, seeking justice. Given the magnitude of the situation, if the emperor punishes Prince Heng, how will he justify it to the common folk? Besides, Xie Shang has never been favored by the emperor. He likely does not mind this course of action. Meanwhile, after reassuring Su Tingwan, the imperial decree arrived, delivered by none other than the second prince, Xie Yu. Spotting Su Tingwan beside Xie Shang, he scoffed. The prefect of Jingzhou is truly dedicated, even bringing his concubine along. You two are quite affectionate, I see. Su Tingwan, catching the sarcasm, clarified. Your Highness has misunderstood. Our meeting was merely coincidental, and I had no knowledge of your official duties here. It was only after Xie Shang explained the situation that she understood his involvement in official matters. Initially frustrated by Xie Shang's lack of cooperation, she now felt relieved, stating, Today is the Flower Appreciation Festival. Your Highness should attend to your duties first. I must find the princess. I lost sight of her earlier. Xie Shang nodded, contemplating. Did Jiang Fenghua also come to the Flower Appreciation Festival? Was that her figure I saw earlier? Once Su Tingwan departed, Xie Shang braced himself for the emperor's impending wrath. He composed himself and remarked to Xie Yu, Your Highness seems well informed, having procured the decree from the palace so swiftly. He lowered his voice. Your Highness is watching me closely. Perhaps you harbor some hidden agenda? What do you mean by that? Xie Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Xie Shang smirked. I merely suggest it pertains to a physical ailment. If you require a remedy, I might be able to assist. Perhaps it could alleviate the grievances of the esteemed ladies of your household. At this, Xie Yu's complexion paled, his gaze icy as he glared at Xie Shang, fists clenched, wishing he could strike him down. After receiving the imperial decree, Xie Shang felt invigorated and declared to those present, I shall now enter the palace to seek the emperor's approval. Please await my good news. He mounted his horse with effortless grace, the sound of hooves echoing. His expression as frosty as his demeanor, exuding undeniable authority. Upon exiting the palace, the emperor was incensed, hurling the decree regarding the Yang residents at him, bellowing, You two are quite the couple, inciting the masses and leading the charge against the crown, are you not? You shall both be confined in the ancestral hall for 3 days, without food, to reflect on your actions. Xie Shang, initially furious and bewildered, allowed the emperor's tirade to wash over him. It was only after glancing at the public petitions that he noticed Jiang Fenghua's name. A sudden warmth enveloped him, sweet and alleviating his solitude. He found himself captivated by her handwriting, elegant and refined, befitting the daughter of the esteemed scholar. The news of the Yang residents being raided soon spread, igniting fervent discussion among the populace. The esteemed Minister of Justice had been investigated by the prefect of Jingzhou, further solidifying Prince Heng's reputation as a devoted public servant. Xie Shang's praises echoed through the streets, marking his first significant case since assuming the role of prefect, and establishing his standing among the common people. As night fell, Xie Shang had not eaten since morning. Concurrently, Lin Feng arrived with good news, Your Highness. We have traced the source of these illustrations to Lingyun Mountain Villa. Chapter 32, The Rising Star of Xinyang. Lingyun Villa. When Xie Shang arrived at the entrance of the villa, the doorman did not inquire about his identity but directly stated, His Highness, the Prince of Heng, has been expecting you for quite some time. Filled with questions, Xie Shang followed the doorman into the villa, confident that they were prepared for his arrival. Upon entering, he discovered a hidden paradise, teeming with variety. Tan Guqing had already prepared tea and personally came out to greet him, saying, I am Tan Guqing, a humble citizen, and I greet His Highness, the Prince of Heng. As Xie Shang observed, the young woman before him appeared to be around 20 years old, clad in a black outfit that resembled a man's attire, exuding the aura of a martial artist. He could scarcely believe that she was the master of Lingyun Villa. You are too courteous, my lady. In your eyes, I must be no more significant than an ant, he replied. He then added, You executed the Minister of Punishment without a trace, did you not? Tan Guqing's eyes brimmed with sincerity as she recounted, Yang Jing killed my sister when she was merely 12. In her final moments, she pleaded for mercy. Yet Yang Jing continued his brutal assaults, torturing her to death, while I could only watch helplessly. The feeling of powerlessness and despair lingers in my memory. Xie Shang's demeanor shifted. You may report this to the authorities. The moment the words left his lips, he regretted them. If reporting such crimes was effective, Yang Jing would not have continued his heinous acts for so many years without consequence. Tan Guqing scoffed. Have you ever considered how many others suffered at Yang Jing's hands besides my sister? 118. Xie Shang spoke solemnly. These are merely the figures we have uncovered in secret over the years. The bodies in Yang's household are piled high, making it impossible to piece together a single complete corpse. Tan Guqing's indignation was palpable. Shouldn't such a person deserve death? Xie Shang pressed his lips together, grappling with a tumult of emotions. She was not merely killing an official or a criminal, but a representative of the court. Without rules, there can be no order. Only through reverence can one understand propriety. He broke the law and must face legal repercussions, just as you shall if you take a life. His eyes glinted with frost, radiating an aura of authority. Please, Lady Tan, accompany me. With her fingers clenched tightly within her sleeves, Tan Guqing seized a sword from the wall and hurled it towards Xie Shang. He caught it in a swift spin, questioning her intentions. Are you attempting to silence me? She replied coldly, I propose a contest. Should you win, I shall accompany you willingly. If I lose, I will return with you to the authorities." Having not wielded a sword in a long time, Xie Shang unsheathed it and forcefully embedded it into a nearby pillar, declaring, "I did not come to negotiate terms with you, and your villa is hardly in a position to bargain." Realizing the depth of the sword's insertion, Tan Guoqing understood that his martial prowess was formidable. Steadying herself, she calmly stated, "If you seek to apprehend the murderer of Yang Jing, it would suffice to capture only me. However, you must also take at least 118 other girls, for their spirits, alongside mine, contributed to his demise. Perhaps you should take us all as retribution for Yang Jing." A chill flickered in Xie Shang's gaze. Was she threatening him? Tan Guoqing continued, "We have always abided by the law and created no trouble. Now that the case is resolved, Yang's family has received their just deserts, and the people rejoice. Why should you hold us, the forsaken and vulnerable, accountable? We merely wish to survive." Indeed, Xie Shang had no desire to escalate matters. Even if his men had discovered Lingyun Villa, he had chosen not to disturb anyone. "I shall remember Lingyun Villa," he stated solemnly before striding out of the parlor. Outside, he was met with a throng of women, their eyes wide with trepidation, fixated upon him. Feeling uneasy under their gaze and recalling the fate of over 100 lost girls, Xie Shang resolved to have Lin Feng investigate their backgrounds. To his disappointment, he found that they were merely unfortunate and homeless women. Tan Guoqing was a virtuous lady whose family had been destroyed by Yang Jing, and these women were under her care. Lingyun Villa resembled a sanctuary. Meanwhile, upon returning to Baihua Lake, Jiang Fenghua found the flower appreciation event had concluded. This year's gathering was marked by both surprises and regrets, with attendees lamenting the absence of young Master Jiang. In previous years, his presence had ensured the event lingered long into the night, with his talented scribe providing captivating discourse. Alas, I had hoped to see young Master Jiang. Yet his absence was felt until the very end. One scholar sighed. "I cannot bear to imagine enduring a year without witnessing his eloquence." However, the young gentleman in white who triumphed in 10 consecutive rounds at the flower duel was also remarkable, heralded as the rising star of Shenyang. "What is his name?" someone inquired. "Xiaoyu. I hear he is also a student of Jiang Shaofu. No wonder he is so exceptional." Suddenly, someone pointed, "Young Master Xiao is over there." There stood Xiaoyu, clad in a simple white robe, tall and graceful at the bow of a boat, his handsome features exuding charm. His discerning gaze fixed upon a veiled woman on the distant bridge. Jiang Fenghua gracefully strolled onto the bridge, enjoying the picturesque scenery while listening to the discussions around her. She had heard tales of the captivating flower duel, in which the emerging talent of Shenyang had claimed victory. She appeared unfazed, her expression serene. As flower boats drifted across the lake, filled with laughter, song, and dance, creating a lively atmosphere as if the harrowing events of the morning had never transpired. At that moment, Su Tingwan finally located Jiang Fenghua, inquiring, "Where have you been all day, princess?" Jiang Fenghua replied gently, "I too have not seen you for the entirety of the day." With curiosity, Su Tingwan reflected on Jiang Fenghua's whereabouts throughout the day. Knowing she had dined at an inn, visited a tailor and jewelry shop, purchasing numerous exquisite garments and accessories to send to the Prince of Heng's residence. Internally, she scoffed at how even a prince could be subjected to such extravagance. The noble ladies of Shenyang seemed to know only the pleasures of shopping, such superficiality. She smiled and remarked, "Princess, look at those beautiful flower boats over there. Tonight, Shenyang will not enforce a curfew. The lights will shine brightly all night long. And the city's young masters and ladies will emerge to compose poetry and create art. How delightful and splendid it will be." Jiang Fenghua gazed at the flower boats below, nodding slightly in acknowledgement to the figure she recognized. Chapter 33. He would not allow anyone to tease Jiang Fenghua. Su Tingwan followed her gaze and saw Xiaoyu staring intently in their direction. On the boat, other young masters were indulging in wine, while in the cabin, a woman embraced a pipa, singing sweetly, her voice delicate and enchanting. Jiang Fenghua did not respond to her, as if she were absorbed in the melody. Su Tingwan's eyes brimmed with disdain. While they reveled in pleasure, the soldiers at the border endured daily hardships, battling fierce winds and sands to protect their homeland, suffering in silence. Truly, the merchant's daughter knows not the hatred of a fallen state, still singing songs of the courtyard across the river. Her voice was not soft, instantly drawing the attention of those nearby. Some praised her kindness and sense of justice, while others derided her for meddling in affairs that did not concern her. suggesting she should guard the borders instead. Dressed in a striking red outfit, she stood out among the other women. Jiang Fenghua softly interjected, "Not so, my lady. Your words dismiss an entire group, which is rather one-sided and unjust." Su Tingwan, straightforward and lacking in poetic finesse, remarked that even the princess, a daughter of a high-ranking official, should not support their arguments, as it undermined the dignity of a lady of distinction. "I do not favor anyone. I merely adhere to the truth." The mention of the princess and the side consort immediately piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. Jiang Fenghua, veiled, hid her beauty, yet her graceful figure and striking features were captivating. Observing the growing attention towards Jiang Fenghua, Su Tingwan remarked, "The princess is learned and talented. I implore you to share your wisdom." The singers and courtesans, already lacking virtue, traded their bodies for coin, yet Jiang Fenghua defended them, which genuinely surprised her. As humans, we merely shine in our respective fields. The efforts and struggles of the border generals and soldiers deserve our respect and admiration. I believe that in times of crisis, none will stand idly by, for as the saying goes, the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. Every subject of the great Zhou, irrespective of wealth or status, will strive to defend our lands. Jiang Fenghua spoke with a calm yet passionate tone, her words imbued with reverence. "What this young lady states is true. Should the barbarous Hu tribe invade our Xinjiang, I would not remain passive. I would offer my family's wealth and armor to the battlefield, ensuring not a single foe remains." Guo Xiao, a known dandy, boldly declared. Having indulged in a few more drinks today, he felt emboldened. "I, Guo Xiao, am indeed among the most extravagant of the extravagant, partaking in all the pleasures of Xinjiang with my fellow young masters. Yet does this imply we are all villains? At least today, we have lent our support and signed against the villain Yang Jing. We are neither virtuous nor wicked." Guo Xiao proclaimed with righteous fervor, "I, Guo Xiao, stand before you. Who dares to call me a villain?" He refrained from claiming to be a good person, yet none dared to label him as a bad one. "No, our young master Guo is a good man, cherishing the elderly and caring for the young, aiding beggars. None compare to his benevolence." His companions cheered. Laughter erupted, and Su Tingwan glared, most annoyed by Guo Xiao's demeanor, reveling in brothels and wine. She had not anticipated that despite Jiang Fenghua's concealed appearance, all eyes were drawn to her. Guo Xiao approached Jiang Fenghua, his tone laced with flirtation. "The hibiscus pales in comparison to your beauty, as the breeze carries the scent of pearls and jade from the water pavilion." Before Jiang Fenghua could respond, Xiaoyu had already descended from the boat. Positioning himself protectively in front of her, "Guo, young master, you must not be rude. Xiaoyu, the champion of the flower duel, a man of letters. I would gladly befriend someone like you," Guo Xiao boasted, "but do not think to compete with me for this beauty." "Mind your words, Guo, young master," Xiaoyu cautioned, his demeanor increasingly respectful. The following verses, "Who hides her tears behind the autumn fan, waiting for the moon to shine for her lord," sung by Guo Xiao before the ladies, hinted at seduction and the grievances of court women. He would not permit anyone to tease Jiang Fenghua. Then, turning to Jiang Fenghua, he bowed in respect. "I was unaware that the third young lady would attend the flower festival this year. I thought she would refrain from appearing after her marriage. Has Jiang de Gongzi not returned yet?" He felt a surge of joy. Even a fleeting glimpse of her was enough to elate him. To mask his emotions, he maintained an air of decorum and courtesy. "My elder brother has gone to the western regions to study and has yet to return to Xinjiang, but he shall soon," Jiang Fenghua replied, her expression serene, neither humble nor arrogant. Xiaoyu continued, "In past years, Jiang de Gongzi accompanied the third young lady to the flower festival. This year, you are alone." Guo Xiao inquired of Xiaoyu, "Do you know her? Which lady is she? It is a pity if she is married. Why is it a pity that the youngest son of the Guo family did not attend my celebration?" Xie Shang approached them with swift strides. Guo Xiao, seeing the Prince of Heng before him, smiled. "I bow to His Highness, the Prince of Heng." Su Tingwan was the first to approach, her demeanor intimate. "My lord, have you finished your duties? This one turns out to be a concubine of the Prince of Heng," Guo Xiao disparagingly remarked. Yet Xie Shang's gaze was fixed on Jiang Fenghua. Though veiled, her graceful figure exuded a unique aura, easily seen from the bridge. Her brilliance instantly captivated Guo Xiao and the surrounding young men. Though she was poised and dignified, her awareness of others' attentions made him feel uncomfortable, even inexplicably angry. Following his gaze, the crowd turned to see his eyes fixed on Jiang Fenghua on the bridge. "What are you waiting for? Should I go over to invite you?" Xie Shang's eyes turned cold, his voice devoid of gentleness. Jiang Fenghua, supporting her sleeves, gracefully descended the steps, standing elegantly beside Xie Shang, bowing slightly without uttering more. Xie Shang shot a glare at Xiao Yu. My princess shall not require your concern regarding whom she enjoys the lakeside flowers with. Xiao Yu paused but ultimately refrained from acting. At that moment, they realized that this was the very princess bestowed upon the Prince of Heng by the emperor. And respect filled their eyes, daring not to trespass further. The Prince of Heng had swiftly dealt with the Yang clan, his decisiveness and efficiency instilling both respect and fear. The crowd dispersed, no one daring to linger. Guo Xiao felt a pang of disappointment, but upon realizing she was the Prince of Heng's woman, he felt somewhat reassured, especially after witnessing the prince's gallant action of signing the petition with a dagger earlier that morning. So, she is the Princess of Heng. My apologies, he remarked. Xie Shang shot him a cold glare, unwilling to engage further. Guo Xiao promptly subdued himself, frightened enough to say, Then I shall not disturb the prince and princess's romantic interlude. I take my leave. Xiao Yu bowed respectfully to Jiang Fenghua and turned to depart. A fleeting glimpse of sympathy crossing his eyes. It seemed the Prince of Heng had taken a concubine shortly after marrying her, and his attitude towards her was suggesting her life in the royal residence was less than pleasant. Jiang Fenghua's gaze lingered on Xiao Yu's retreating figure, inadvertently caught by Xie Shang. Chapter 34. The Wrath of the Prince. Suddenly, Xie Shang positioned himself before her, his gaze icy and menacing, as if he were ready to devour her whole. Without uttering a single word, he turned and departed. Jiang Fenghua's eyes widened in innocence. She yearned to voice her thoughts, but ultimately remained silent. Su Tingwan hurried after him, exclaiming, Your Highness, have you finished your official duties? Shall we go for a boat ride? He did not glance back, assenting to Su Tingwan's suggestion without hesitation, reluctant to return to the manor so soon. Especially since Jiang Fenghua was present. Initially, he had questions for her, but upon witnessing her flirtation with another man, he lost all desire to engage. Did Jiang Fenghua not realize her status as a married woman? What right did that man surnamed Xiao have to intervene on her behalf? He was acquainted with her elder brother and seemed quite familiar with the Jiang family. They must have known each other for ages. At this moment, Xie Shang's mind was filled with countless questions. Su Tingwan, having entwined her arm with his, went unnoticed by him as they walked further away. Watching their retreating figures, Jiang Fenghua abruptly turned and walked in the opposite direction, quickly vanishing into the throng of people. By the time Xie Shang turned around and noticed Jiang Fenghua's absence, it was already too late. Just as he intended to inquire after Lin Feng, he remembered that Lin Feng had gone to investigate Lingyun Mountain Villa. He had come to Baihua Lake alone, thinking Jiang Fenghua might still be around since she had appeared there earlier that morning and they had not returned to the manor. Where has the princess gone? Su Tingwan asked, perplexed. I haven't seen her all day. Earlier, I noticed she seemed to know that young man surnamed Xiao. They appeared to be friends. Do you think she has gone? Wan, did you not wish to go boating? Let us depart. Xie Shang had also observed the familiarity between Jiang Fenghua and that man, suspecting their relationship to be more than mere friendship. But where could the princess be? She is so beautiful. I worry for her. Should we not search for her first? Su Tingwan's eyes brimmed with genuine concern. Xie Shang's fingers tightened instinctively as he glanced into the crowd, yet still could not find Jiang Fenghua. He recalled the predatory gazes of Guo Xiao and his companions fixated on her. The bustling crowd tonight, teeming with all manner of people, left him apprehensive. The lakeside was rife with establishments of ill repute, and he began to walk swiftly in search of her. Summoning the dark guards, he commanded coldly, Locate the princess. If you fail, you will present your heads to me. Yes, we shall obey your command. His dark guards rarely revealed themselves unless faced with dire threats, and even Su Tingwan had never laid eyes on them. Su Tingwan also took the initiative to assist in the search, her fingers unconsciously clenching in anxiety. She had initially thought their plan had failed, never anticipating that Jiang Fenghua would wander off alone. She wondered if Aunt Yunfang's scheme was thoroughly devised. Meanwhile, Aunt Yunfang received word of Jiang Fenghua's solitude and finally seized her opportunity. Clad in a delicate pink dress and veiled, she suddenly appeared outside Yichuan Tower. Little did she know that she awaited the cover of night, while others were also biding their time. Suddenly, a group of drunken men staggered out of the tavern. Yunfang, with her alluring grace, intentionally sauntered past them, drawing their attention with her enchanting fragrance and captivating gaze. Ah, a beauty! One of the drunkards exclaimed. Noticing that the men were already ensnared, Yinfang hastened her steps towards Baihua Lake, glancing back repeatedly to ensure they followed. At the same time, Jiang Fenghua, having received a message from Lin Yu, also made her way toward Yichuan Tower. She strolled leisurely, feeling a sense of ennui, when abruptly, a veiled woman dashed toward her. Unable to evade in time, the veil slipped from her face, revealing an exquisite countenance that could rival the heavens. She stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Hong Xiao and Lin Yu rushed to steady her, watching as Yunfang fled in a panic, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. The drunken men shouted, "Beauty, why are you running? Let us treat you well." Upon seeing Jiang Fenghua's beauty, they lost interest in pursuing the veiled woman, turning their attention instead to Jiang Fenghua with lewd remarks. "Brothers, here are 3 lovely maidens." Jiang Fenghua's eyes filled with terror as Hong Xiao and Lin Yu shielded her, calling out, "Stay back. Don't come any closer, miss, run." Their cries drew the attention of those around them, yet no one dared intervene. A band of violent drunks was not something anyone wished to confront. No one desired to invite trouble upon themselves. Jiang Fenghua fled towards Baihua Lake, and, upon spotting Xie Shang's figure ahead, she stumbled and fell, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her face, her body trembling on the ground. Xie Shang arrived just in time to witness this fragile and fearful scene. His rage ignited like wildfire, and he rushed towards Jiang Fenghua, softly calling, "Ruan Ruan." Jiang Fenghua, her tear-filled eyes fixed upon him, expressed a mix of confusion, fear, and surprise. She suddenly threw herself into his embrace, clinging tightly to his neck. "Your Highness, I am so scared. Ruan Ruan is so afraid." "Do not fear. I am here. I will protect you," Xie Shang reassured her. The warmth of her delicate form extinguished his earlier displeasure and fury, replaced by an overwhelming sense of relief. Upon seeing the drunken men pursue her, his anger boiled, wishing nothing more than to tear them apart. Meanwhile, the dark guards swiftly subdued the drunken men, swords drawn at their throats. The inebriated men quickly sobered, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. "We did not mean to offend. It was that veiled woman who deliberately lured us." Xie Shang, hearing this, inquired, "What veiled woman?" "We just left Yichuan Tower when a woman dressed in such garments appeared before us. She enticed us, and we followed her here, not realizing we had trespassed upon the lady. There are so many people on the street. Even if we were reckless, we would never dare to harass a maiden openly. It was truly that woman who led us astray. We were captivated by the lady's beauty, and we are deserving of death." They slapped their own faces in remorse, pleading, "My lord, please calm your wrath." Jiang Fenghua lifted her head, softly addressing Xie Shang. "I merely wished to stroll about, but suddenly a woman rushed toward me, causing my veil to fall. Those men shouted lewd remarks, urging me not to flee. I was terrified and ran, but I stumbled. Bind these men and deliver them to the magistrate. Inform the commander of the 5 cities military division to conduct a thorough interrogation. Should they speak falsely, they shall be executed without mercy," Xie Shang coldly ordered. "Investigate the intentions of that woman." As the drunken men were taken away, Jiang Fenghua remained clinging to Xie Shang. Su Tingwan pinched herself sharply, her heart sinking. Had not Aunt Yufeng vowed to ruin Jiang Fenghua's reputation, to make the prince deem her unchaste and lose interest in her? Yet, the scene before her, a display of tenderness and concern from the prince toward Jiang Fenghua, suggested otherwise. It seemed he had indeed developed feelings for Jiang Fenghua. Tears welled within Su Tingwan's heart. Xie Shang was meant to be hers alone. He had professed that in this lifetime, she was the only one he cherished. Xie Shang then lifted Jiang Fenghua effortlessly into his arms, striding purposefully toward the carriage. Chapter 35. Adding fuel to the fire, pressuring him as she entered the carriage. Su Tingwan softly remarked, "With the princess's beauty, it is inevitable that she attracts attention. Fortunately, nothing serious has occurred. Both the prince and I have been deeply concerned. In the future, the princess must inform us of her whereabouts. It is exceedingly dangerous to venture out alone." Implicit in her words was the insinuation that Jiang Fenghua's beauty incited unwanted attention, cautioning Xie Shang that her wandering had led to encounters with drunken men, thus placing all blame upon Jiang Fenghua. Suddenly, Jiang Fenghua fixed her gaze on Su Tingwan, her eyes intense as she asked, "Are you implying that my beauty is a sin, and that I am at fault for all that has transpired?" Su Tingwan was taken aback and quickly clarified, "That is not what I meant. Please do not take offense, Your Highness. I spoke out of haste, without thinking." Jiang Fenghua pressed on, "You are quite naive. Suicide consort? A mere slip of the tongue can plunge someone into despair. As a woman, you should understand how vital a lady's reputation is. Today, I was fortunate that the prince saved me, but what of those unfortunate women who perished? Are their fates a consequence of their beauty, and thus their fault? Should they be condemned to death for that? Su Tingwan stood frozen, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she looked at Xie Shang. "Ah Shang, that was not my intention." A glint of coldness flashed in Xie Shang's eyes as he cautioned, "In the future, be mindful of your words to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule." He then spoke in a deep voice, "The princess has been frightened today. Cease your chatter and return home on horseback. I will have the guards escort you." Seeing his anger, Su Tingwan dared not protest further, replying, "Understood." She lowered the carriage curtain and turned to leave. Inside the carriage, Jiang Fenghua finally sat upright. Having just emerged from Xie Shang's embrace, she took out a handkerchief to wipe her tear-stained cheeks, ignoring Xie Shang and awkwardly turning away. Noticing her sulking demeanor, Xie Shang, still seething, asked, "Why did you wander off today?" Jiang Fenghua's nose twitched as she fought back tears. He grasped her chin, commanding, "Lift your head and answer my question." Stubbornly, she met his gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, full of grievance. "What does the prince wish to know?" Xie Shang was momentarily taken aback. "You were flirting with other men, and you still have the audacity to cry?" He softened his tone. "What do you wish to say?" "I have nothing to say," she mumbled. Xie Shang's frustration grew, yet he felt powerless against her. "I did not wish to intrude on your private moment with Su's side consort, so I planned to return home alone," Jiang Fenghua explained, her tone laced with jealousy and self-pity. "Did he hold your hand?" "No, he was simply enraged." Seeing her eyes glistening, he felt a pang of sympathy and asked, "Is there nothing else you wish to tell me?" Jiang Fenghua shook her head defiantly. "Stop the carriage," Xie Shang suddenly shouted. The carriage came to a halt, and in his fury, he exited, instructing the driver to take the princess home. "She didn't even say thank you after I saved her. Does she not realize there are men who covet her?" The driver, startled by the sudden command, quickly set off. But after a short distance, Xie Shang chased after them, causing the driver to halt in alarm. "What is wrong with the prince today? He doesn't seem to have had a drink." Xie Shang flung open the carriage door, his gaze icy, filled with rage as he seized Jiang Fenghua's hand and pulled her out. Confused, she protested, "Where are you taking me, Your Highness?" Ignoring her, he tightened his grip on her wrist, almost dislocating it. "Your Highness, you are hurting me. My hand feels as though it will break." Unmoved, he dragged her into a nearby tavern. "Innkeeper, prepare the finest room available." Lin Yu stood in the hall, dumbfounded by the scene, while two maids followed. Perplexed by the prince's sudden outburst, they dared not interfere, choosing instead to respectfully trail behind. Jiang Fenghua, nearly yanked upstairs, was followed by the innkeeper, who ushered them into the finest room. "Do you require anything else?" "No, leave us," Xie Shang retorted, and once the door was closed, he lifted Jiang Fenghua's frail form and threw her onto the bed, descending upon her with fervent kisses, unleashing his pent-up anger, devoid of tenderness. Her lips, soft and sweet, were overlooked as he sought only to vent his fury. This woman belonged to him. No one else could lay claim to her. He wanted to mark her as his own. Anger coursed through him. Just days earlier, he had believed she would come to care for him. Yet her gaze was filled with thoughts of other men. Did she not understand she was already wed? "Deceiver, little liar, I truly fell for your tricks." Jiang Fenghua was already in tears, trembling in fear, her lips quivering, her beautiful face devoid of desire, only fear and trepidation. As Xie Shang kissed away her tears, he halted, his eyes filled with despair. "Is your reluctance due to that young Master Shao?" "Xie Shang, you bully me. You are a scoundrel. They have wronged me and tarnished my reputation, and now you two have turned against me," Jiang Fenghua cried, her voice growing louder. Xie Shang was startled by her calling his name with such intensity. Her eyes, like clear springs, overflowed with tears, as if meteors streaking across the night sky. Her pale face and trembling lips evoked an instinctive urge to comfort her. "Do not cry. That is not my intention, and I would never bully you." He hesitated. "Shao Yu is merely my father's student, nothing more." Jiang Fenghua's sobs ceased abruptly. Her eyes, like the moon amidst the night, shone with clarity and resolve, radiating steadfast beauty. She gazed at him with unwavering determination, her spirit unyielding. Xie Shang then noticed the bruises encircling her delicate wrist, her skin as fair as snow, making the marks all the more pronounced. Guilt surged within him. Why did he care so much about her ties to other men? Was it because she was the consort of Heng Wang, or perhaps? Xie Shang shook his head. He was enamored with Wan Wan, not Jiang Fenghua. Yet, as he kissed her moments ago, it felt as if 1,000 insects were gnawing at his insides, yearning for more of her. He remembered Jiang Fenghua's earlier assistance at Baihua Lake, but chose to ignore it, fearing that his heart was shifting too quickly. Wan was already his side consort. He ought to be content and treat her well. Resolutely, he declared, "Let us return home." Jiang Fenghua slowly descended from the bed, turning her back to him as she began to adjust her clothing and hair ornaments. She understood that Xie Shang was in torment, grappling with his feelings for both her and Su Tingwan. The flames of today's turmoil burned fiercely. Thus, she resolved to stoke the fire further, compelling him to confront his emotions. Chapter 36. The pinnacle of desire and restraint. She adjusted her attire and gently inquired, before returning to the manor, "May I ask, Your Highness, whether your words from that night, about contemplating if you might harbor feelings for me, still hold any weight?" Xie Shang gazed back at her, recalling the exhilaration he felt when he learned that Jiang Fenghua had signed the petition in the palace today. In that moment, an overwhelming urge to see her surged within him. The knowledge that someone stood silently in support of him filled his heart with warmth. Yet, upon witnessing her sheltered behind another man on the bridge, it felt as though cold water had been poured over him. A tempest of anger roiled within him. How could such a beautiful woman as Jiang Fenghua capture the attention of other men? Jealousy consumed him. When he saw her being harassed by a drunken lout, he yearned to charge forth and protect her. All his reactions revealed one undeniable truth. He cared deeply for Jiang Fenghua, and not merely because she was his consort. His heart was in turmoil. Unfamiliar emotions for her stirred within him, and he found himself unable to restrain them. He was reluctant to admit his change of heart, unwilling to acknowledge the betrayal of the vows he had made to Su Tingwan, when he had so fervently declared his exclusive affection for her. Xie Shang offered no response, guilt weighing heavily on him for his earlier actions. The thought of Su Tingwan left him at a loss for words and unsure of how to make a promise. Jiang Fenghua, having arranged her attire, passed him with a newfound understanding. "I comprehend your Highness's intentions. I shall no longer impose upon you." With that, she held her head high and exited. Jiang Fenghua returned to the manor alone, not waiting for him. Aware that he was likely too conflicted to join her carriage that evening, she had exerted considerable effort. It was impossible for Xie Shang to be captivated solely by her physical form. At this juncture, he remained ensnared by the allure of women, and she intended to master the art of allure and restraint to its fullest extent. Upon her return to Heng Fu, Jiang Fenghua retreated to Lanhua Pavilion, while Xie Shang arrived shortly after but made his way to the sandalwood courtyard. Su Tingwan, overjoyed by his return, exclaimed, "Your Highness, you have returned. How is the consort?" "She is well," Xie Shang replied, his gaze evasive. "Oh," Su Tingwan said, gracefully approaching him and resting her hand upon his arm. "It is late. Allow me to assist you in unwinding." Xie Shang's body tensed at her touch, yet he nodded, convincing himself that he was still devoted to Su Tingwan. "I shall freshen up first." Inwardly, Su Tingwan rejoiced, realizing that her confidant Yunfang had been correct. Men were drawn to gentle and delicate women. It was no wonder Xie Shang was enchanted by Jiang Fenghua. After his ablutions, Xie Shang returned to find Su Tingwan, clad in nothing but a sheer garment, lying demurely upon the bed. "Ah Shang, let us retire for the night," she cooed, blinking her eyes softly. Xie Shang pressed his lips together tightly, obediently climbing into bed. But he felt no desire for Su Tingwan. His thoughts were consumed by Jiang Fenghua's visage. Su Tingwan, anxious, fidgeted with the hem of her dress. Previously, she declined his advances, wishing to reserve her best for their wedding night. But that night had been interrupted by his obligations. Now, she hoped this could serve as a belated honeymoon. However, as she awaited his affection, she found him silent, seemingly asleep with his eyes closed. She leaned closer, resting her face against his chest, her nightgown loose and unstructured, her fingers subtly seeking the clasp of his belt. Xie Shang's mind was clouded with Jiang Fenghua's inquiry and her final stance. He had said nothing, yet she claimed to understand his intentions and promised not to trouble him further. What could her words possibly signify? Suddenly, Su Tingwan's hand brushed against him, causing his body to stiffen as he sat up abruptly. "Wan," he began, but before he could finish, Su Tingwan pressed her lips against his. "Your Highness, I wish to be yours." A wave of nausea washed over him, and he pushed her away. "Wan, please do not." Taken aback by his reaction, Su Tingwan's eyes brimmed with confusion. "Ah Shang, do you no longer love me?" In a frenzy, Xie Shang lunged toward her, yearning to kiss her without hesitation, to prove his singular affection for her. Su Tingwan's eyes sparkled with desire, believing she would ultimately become his beloved, the woman he cherished above all. Yet, a feeble voice broke through. Wan, I am sorry, I cannot. Ah Shang, what troubles you? Su Tingwan sensed a foreboding in her heart. He abruptly swung out of bed, reaching for his garments. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt no interest in Su Tingwan. Every touch of hers conjured Jiang Fenghua's face in his mind. He acknowledged his betrayal, yet found himself unable to suppress thoughts of her. Wan, I just remembered I have pressing matters to attend to. Please, rest. Xie Shang donned his attire and exited the room. As his figure vanished from view, Su Tingwan could no longer contain her anguish and wept bitterly. Yinfang entered. Witnessing the scene and Xie Shang's departure, her fists clenched tightly. Did the side consort and the prince not share intimacy just now? Su Tingwan buried her face in Yunfang's embrace. What am I to do? Ah Shang no longer loves me. He doesn't even wish to touch me. Yinfang replied. It appears Jiang Fenghua possesses remarkable influence. It is no wonder the Empress Dowager cautioned me to. What did she advise you? Su Tingwan pressed. Have the prince and I never shared such moments? Yunfang boldly inquired. Have you and the prince not shared such intimacy before? Su Tingwan's cheeks flushed crimson. What? What do you mean? What can a man and woman do alone in a room? Yunfang retorted. Is it not said that the prince is devoted to you? If he is so enamored, why has he not been more intimate? Su Tingwan's blush deepened, but we have yet to reach that stage. I had hoped to save it for after our wedding. Yunfang scoffed inwardly. How foolish could she be? The prince had already shared her bed. Yet she had failed to secure his heart. Was it not claimed that he would marry no one but her? Yet here they were, and the consummation remained unfulfilled. Regardless, the priority now is for the side consort to consummate the marriage and bear the prince's heir. Your position will be secured. I have heard that the prince and the consort have yet to consummate, Yunfang added. Su Tingwan's eyes widened. But I saw them together. Perhaps the prince harbors feelings for the side consort, yet is momentarily bewitched by Jiang Fenghua. It is not uncommon for men to indulge in multiple romances. Your focus now must be on securing the prince's heart. As a royal consort, you must understand the significance of heirs. Bearing a child is paramount. Yunfang instructed her on how to captivate a man. Su Tingwan began to feel fortunate that she and Xie Shang had exchanged vows at the temple. Otherwise, with Jiang Fenghua's cunning, she would have never gained entry into the royal fold. Let us see who prevails in this contest. Chapter 37. The king and his consort enter the palace for instruction. Xie Shang emerged from the sandalwood chamber and made his way directly to the Lanyue pavilion. Upon noticing that the candlelight within had abruptly extinguished, he paused momentarily, yet refrained from entering, opting instead to turn back towards the Tingxue pavilion. Inside, Jiang Fenghua sat upright on the bed, practicing her breathing exercises. Lianya, peering through the window, remarked, the prince was clearly about to enter. Why did you extinguish the light? My lady, this was an opportunity. Why did he leave the sandalwood chamber without staying? A glimmer of cunning flashed in Jiang Fenghua's eyes. The prince no longer favors consort Su. With a gentle smile, she reflected, it is often the first love that lingers most in one's memory, whether man or woman. The initial romance is invariably the most beautiful. Even if he falls for another, the sweetness of first love remains, easily reigniting old flames. Now that Xie Shang has already imprinted my image in his heart, I must take the initiative. I need to compel Su Tingwan to reveal her true nature, allowing him to see her flaws and forget her virtues. Lianya inquired, does the princess have a first love, perhaps concerning young Master Xiao? She presumed that Jiang Fenghua's indifference towards the crown prince stemmed from her potential affection for Xiao Yu, a gentleman of refined demeanor, elegant grace, and profound knowledge. A paragon within Shengjing. Jiang Fenghua lightly tapped Lianya's forehead, replying seriously, Xiao Yu is of no concern to me. Regardless of his thoughts, I shall never provoke him, nor will I harbor feelings for him. Since the day I chose to marry Xie Shang, no man aside from him holds any relevance in my life. And do you hold feelings for the prince? Lianya asked. When one has endured despair and disappointment, and fate grants her a chance for rebirth, she ought to cherish it and not indulge in fanciful notions of love. From that moment forth, no one shall disturb the peace of my heart. I shall never again entrust my true feelings to him. The next day, the imperial decree summoning the crown prince and his consort to the palace arrived early at the crown prince's residence. Jiang Fenghua, perplexed, went to the front hall to receive the edict, while Xie Shang was already cognizant of the emperor's intentions behind this decree. As he beheld Jiang Fenghua, adorned in a fitting royal gown with an elegant coiffure, her exquisite beauty radiant, he instructed Hongxiu to prepare 2 more outfits and a cloak for her. Hongxiu complied without question and hurried to fulfill the request. Jiang Fenghua, her large eyes resolute and sparkling, gazed at him with a gentle charm, softly inquiring, "Do you know why the emperor has summoned me to the palace?" "To commend you," Xie Shang replied, a playful smile curving his lips. Jiang Fenghua furrowed her brow, doubt evident in her expression. A hint of enchanting allure flickered in her gaze as she implored, "I do not comprehend. Please enlighten me, my lord." "You will understand once you arrive," he replied, his tone warm yet enigmatic, his gaze on her piercing and profound. With that, he turned and strode ahead. Jiang Fenghua quickened her pace to keep up, nearly breaking into a run as she called out, "My lord, wait for me. My legs are not as long as yours. And you walk so swiftly on purpose." Xie Shang halted, the carriage already waiting outside the residence. He glanced at the table by the gate and instructed Steward Cheng, "Remove it." Steward Cheng, observing Jiang Fenghua, explained, "The princess intended to keep the table for the convenience of the people to submit their grievances. Recently, I have received several anonymous petitions from the common folk, who seem hesitant to believe that the prince can indeed address their grievances." He continued in a hushed tone, "I believe the princess is correct. The prince has just been appointed as the magistrate of Jingzhou Prefecture and has handled a significant case, earning the people's gratitude. If we remove the table now, they may think the prince is merely posturing. My lord, the people's trust is paramount." Xie Shang cast a glance at Jiang Fenghua, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. These were her sentiments. Steward Cheng nodded, acknowledging that the princess genuinely cared for the prince's welfare. Xie Shang's gaze towards Jiang Fenghua shifted, and he took her hand, urging her, "Let us board the carriage. My father must be waiting anxiously." Jiang Fenghua understood that Xie Shang was destined for greatness and would require more than a mere beautiful consort. She prepared to counter Su Tingwan's machinations. Xie Shang would reevaluate her. In the past, she had ascended to the position of crown princess, only to be dismissed when he chose a consort. No matter her accomplishments, he had never perceived her worth. Meanwhile, Su Tingwan, witnessing Xie Shang's attentiveness as he assisted Jiang Fenghua into the carriage, felt a surge of jealousy but was powerless to act. The emperor had summoned them to the palace, and they were obliged to present a united front. The words of Aunt Yun resonated. She could no longer rely on the prince's affections to summon him to her quarters. She needed to take decisive action. In the palace, Chief Steward Chao personally welcomed the crown prince and his consort, but did not escort them to the emperor's study. Instead, he instructed the eunuchs and palace maids to present a collection of scholarly texts and writings before them, conveying the emperor's decree that the couple would spend 3 days in the ancestral hall contemplating their actions, with no visitors permitted, not even the empress. Steward Chao quietly remarked, "My lord, these books are provided at the emperor's behest for you and the princess to occupy yourselves in the ancestral hall." Xie Shang surveyed the materials. Among them were texts on etiquette and ancestral rites, implying that his father wished him to study the proper conduct, with the additional scrolls indicating a punitive task of transcribing the texts. Only after Steward Chao departed did Jiang Fenghua regain her composure. "My lord, what does the emperor mean by this? Did you not say he intended to commend me? Why have we been sent here for contemplation? Have I erred?" Xie Shang wore an air of acceptance, casting her a sidelong glance. "Are you unaware of your own deeds?" Jiang Fenghua shook her head, responding earnestly, "Since my marriage into the crown prince's residence, I have adhered strictly to propriety. How could the emperor impose such a penalty upon me? He is merely using this as an excuse. Regardless, he seeks a reason to chastise me," Xie Shang explained. "Why should the emperor's punishment extend to me?" She pouted, her confusion evident. "As husband and wife, punishment for me naturally extends to you as well." Jiang Fenghua pressed further, "Did I somehow offend the emperor, hence this shared punishment? But I have not." Pondering deeply, she approached the writing desk, realizing that Xie Shang had anticipated their arrival in the palace would entail punishment. Hence his request for additional attire. Resigned to her fate and acknowledging the weight of imperial authority, she settled down to diligently copy the texts. Xie Shang, observing the lingering bruises on her wrist, felt a pang of sorrow. "Do not write anymore. We shall be confined for 3 days. Since we are to remain here, I might as well learn the etiquette," she replied, her pen moving with purpose. Xie Shang, exasperated by her compliance, snatched the pen from her hand and tossed it aside. Even if you complete these writings, my father will not read them. Chapter 38. Her rejection is a demand. Jiang Fenghua did not anticipate such a sudden outburst from him. Whether the emperor chooses to see her or not is his concern, whether she transcribes or not is hers. Xie Shang rebuked her sharply, his frustration bottled up since yesterday. Did she not perceive it at all? In an instant, she found herself paralyzed, her gaze fixed upon him, and in a tone as calm as a gentle breeze. She inquired why the prince was angry and how she had provoked him. His fury surged, nearly compelling him to overturn the table. His eyes, sharp and cold like a leopard, met Jiang Fenghua's innocent and bewildered stare. Suppressing his anger, he abruptly grasped her hand, demanding to know why she had not applied the medicine after returning last night. Jiang Fenghua withdrew her hand, evading his touch. Wasn't it you who caused this? She replied coolly. This bruise is neither painful nor bothersome. Applying medicine is futile. It will heal in due time. Avoiding his gaze, she returned to the desk, diligently and intently copying the task assigned by the emperor. Xie Shang sensed her aloofness and indifference, as if she had distanced herself because he had failed to answer her question from the previous night. Did she think she could withdraw without his consent? He pulled her up, turning to sit on the soft stool. Jiang Fenghua found him incomprehensible, attempting to leave. Yet, in the next moment, Xie Shang unexpectedly drew her onto his lap, encircling her tightly in his embrace and gently applying the medicine. Jiang Fenghua's gaze lingered on his fingers, noting the long, fair digits that bore a wound. Although it had stopped bleeding, it remained unhealed, and an unbandaged wound always takes longer to mend. Seeing her obediently allow him to apply the medicine, Xie Shang felt a sudden itch of desire within him. Noticing her concern as she stared at the cut on his finger, he reassured her, this minor injury will heal in 2 days. Their hearts are intertwined. Yet pain is inevitable. Jiang Fenghua's voice was soft and alluring, echoing like a melody through his heart, her eyes betraying a hidden worry. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Xie Shang's fingers brushed against her curled lashes. Jiang Fenghua suddenly spoke, since the prince has applied the medicine, may you please release me? Xie Shang tightened his embrace around her slender waist, his deep-set eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. Every gesture exuded an elegance and authority. Jiang Fenghua, caught between acceptance and rejection, pushed him away gently. I thought we had made ourselves clear last night. You mean to say you do not favor me? He asked, lowering his voice to a magnetic whisper that lingered in her ear, an unintentional display of imperial authority escaping him. So, you intend to favor the one surnamed Xiao? Not at all. I do not like young Master Xiao, Jiang Fenghua quickly refuted. I believe the prince only favored consort Su. Thus, a wave of warmth coursed through Xie Shang's heart. Was she angry? Was she jealous because of his affection for Su Tingwan? In the next moment, he abruptly placed her on the desk, scattering the ink and paper across the floor, creating a symphony of chaos. Ignoring the mess, he leaned in, encircling her waist and cautiously kissing her eyelashes, his movements tender and protective as if fearing to startle her. He had restrained himself since last night, maintaining decorum even in the carriage to the palace. Both seemed to harbor a tension, unwilling to yield to one another. Jiang Fenghua struggled to endure. Feeling his touch on her cheek, his fingers grazing her ear and securing her in place, his lips brushed against her nose, akin to a gentle spring breeze stirring ripples upon a lake. His actions were saturated with intimacy, as though he were a devoted husband delighting in his wife. Do you or do you not favor me? Xie Shang's voice was husky, his lips caressing her ear, teasing her deliberately, not rushing to kiss her. Allowing his lips to lightly trace her cheek, akin to delicate wings fluttering against her heart. He knew her lips were soft, yet he yearned to hear her say she liked him. Jiang Fenghua remained silent, tightly closing her mouth, even lowering her head to avoid his touch. Unwilling to relent, Xie Shang embraced her waist, pulling her closer, a charming smile gracing his lips as he leaned near her ear, playfully provoking her, still unwilling to confess. Do you favor me? Jiang Fenghua's eyes brimmed with tears, her eyelids shut tight, biting her pink lips and nodding repeatedly. I like the prince. I have long liked you. She felt as if he were stealing her breath with his kiss. Xie Shang must be a master of romance, perhaps honing his skills on Su Tingwan. Jiang Fenghua nearly lost her wits, succumbing to his tenderness. At that moment, her body and mind were at odds, her body ignited with fervor from his provocations. She finally regained her composure, feeling his masculine heat like fire, softly reminding him, Your Highness, this is the ancestral hall. We cannot. He too was striving to restrain himself. If this were not the ancestral hall, he would whisk her away to the heights of passion. Holding her tightly, He felt as though he could crush her bones, longing to claim her entirely. "Your Highness, the Emperor summons you and the princess to the study." A voice suddenly rang from outside, knocking on the door. After a moment of silence, the person outside, receiving no response, was about to push the door open. The door cracked open slightly, revealing a disheveled scene within. The two figures in an intimate posture, unmistakably the prince and princess of Heng. The person froze momentarily, then hastily retreated, closing the door behind him. "Your Highness, I understand. I shall take the princess to pay respects to the emperor at once," Xie Shang replied coldly. At that moment, Jiang Fenghua lay alluringly on the desk, her delicate figure sprawled across the surface, everything else scattered on the floor. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, resembling a charming red rose, instantly captivating his heart. As Xie Shang rose from her, he abruptly declared, "I must return to the palace." Jiang Fenghua's voice was faint as she retracted her beautiful legs and adjusted her skirt. "But the emperor has summoned us. After we pay our respects to the emperor, we will find a way to leave the palace," Xie Shang replied solemnly. "This time, the emperor has confined us to the ancestral hall for 3 days due to my negligence, for he lost an important ally. If I go to apologize, perhaps his anger will wane." Jiang Fenghua smiled lightly, realizing he sought to vent his pent-up desire by appeasing the emperor. Her beautiful eyes fixed upon his face. "Then why must the emperor also confine me? Must I apologize as well?" Xie Shang affectionately pinched her cheek. "Because the princess signed the petition with your name, Jiang Fenghua, causing the emperor's ire." Jiang Fenghua's eyes widened in realization. "I understand now. I am but an innocent fish caught in the prince's net, unable to escape. You are now tied to me, unable to flee," Xie Shang quipped, his words layered with meaning. Jiang Fenghua smiled brightly, her face aglow with happiness. The contest had officially begun. Chapter 39. The emperor's summons. He gently embraced Jiang Fenghua and descended from the desk, softly kissing her lips. "May I call you Wan, just as your mother did?" he asked casually. "Your Highness is free to do so," Jiang Fenghua replied as she extricated herself from his embrace. She began to arrange her dress and hair, the lip balm he had taken from her lips leaving her looking even more beautiful and dignified, her natural grace akin to that of a celestial being descending to earth. She stood tall and poised, her every movement exuding exquisite beauty. In stark contrast to Su Tingwan, who paid little heed to her attire, Jiang Fenghua approached him with a charming demeanor. "I am ready. Let us depart," she declared. Xie Shang was captivated by Jiang Fenghua. Taking her hand and leading her out, Wuxin stood respectfully by the door. "I greet His Highness and Her Highness," he announced. Xie Shang nodded, glancing at him. "It was Steward Chow who sent you," he remarked. Wuxin lowered his voice, explaining that his master had instructed him to summon the prince and princess due to the emperor's concerns over a theft case. With Wuxin's words laid bare, Xie Shang understood that their summons to the imperial study was not connected to the Yang family's matters, which had already reached a conclusion. The emperor could not possibly cling to his son indefinitely. "Have someone tidy the place," Xie Shang instructed. "My lord accidentally knocked over the inkstone. I shall clean it immediately," Wuxin replied, his tone growing increasingly respectful. Xie Shang smiled slightly, appreciating Wuxin's cleverness. Throughout, Jiang Fenghua had not cast a glance at Wuxin. Only after they had moved forward did Wuxin gaze at Jiang Fenghua's retreating figure, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. It had been 10 years since he had last seen her. She had grown so much. A decade ago, at the tender age of 7, he had been sold into the palace due to his family's poverty, becoming a eunuch. Alone and vulnerable, he often faced hunger and bullying from other palace attendants. He had entered the palace hoping for a meal but found himself in a hellish abyss, wishing for an end to his suffering until a wealthy little girl named him Wuxin, giving him hope. At that time, Steward Chow was not yet the emperor's chief eunuch, but she had advised him to remain loyal to Chow, which led him to join his ranks, eventually allowing him to live with dignity. From then on, he lived in the palace without a care, with the singular wish of seeing her once more. Upon reaching the imperial study, Xie Shang and Jiang Fenghua knelt in reverence. "I pay my respects to Father Emperor," Xie Shang said. "I pay my respects to Father Emperor," Jiang Fenghua echoed. The emperor glanced at him and replied sternly, "Rise." Xie Shang helped Jiang Fenghua to her feet, a gesture noted by the emperor. Standing respectfully to one side, Jiang Fenghua maintained her composure and propriety, leaving no room for criticism. "Jiang," the emperor began. "Yes," Jiang Fenghua responded as she knelt again. "You entered the palace the day after marrying Prince Heng. I should have come to partake in the tea you offered, but due to state affairs, I entrusted the Empress with that duty. Jiang Fenghua lowered her head. I ought to have come to pay my respects to Father Emperor, she replied, acknowledging the formalities. Enough of such empty pleasantries, the Emperor said. Yet he did not bid her to rise. Instead, he spoke slowly. Today, I have summoned you to the palace. Do you know why? Jiang Fenghua raised her head. Her hands clasped together and respectfully bowed again. I am aware, Father Emperor. The Emperor's eyes lit up. What a remarkable young woman she was. Tell me, why do you believe I wish to punish you? He queried. I do not view it as punishment, but rather as guidance, Jiang Fenghua replied, her voice melodic and unwavering. She continued, as the wife of the prince, should he err, I too must share in the consequences. Furthermore, I believe you are not truly punishing us. Rather, going to the ancestral hall to pay respects is our duty as descendants. Had she revealed that the emperor's displeasure stemmed from her signature on the citizen's petition, it would have painted him as petty and unreasonable. She was no fool. Xie Shang felt no wrongdoing on his part, questioning why the emperor seemed perpetually at odds with him. Jiang Fenghua deftly sidestepped the issue with her words. He found himself drawn to her brilliance and beauty. A smile crept upon the emperor's lips. Such unity in marriage, and what a perceptive daughter-in-law you are, he mused. In that moment, he recalled that the wife of Prince Heng was the daughter of Master Jiang, a man of considerable learning. Jiang Fenghua did not mention any faults of Xie Shang, instead commenting, the prince is young, impetuous, spirited, yet perhaps too radical in his approach. Had I been in his position, I would have first informed you of the details. You are benevolent and understanding, revered by the people. If the prince had chosen a more measured approach to assuage the public, they would surely have appreciated your grace. While Yang Jing was indeed a trusted aide to the emperor, he had erred first. The emperor, being in a position of power, must uphold fairness and justice, treating princes and commoners alike under the law. In this matter, he could not favor the Yang family. It would be unreasonable to plead their case, especially since the evidence was irrefutable and Yang Jing was deceased. The Yang family's misdeeds had been exposed, and the prince's position reflected that of the emperor. Now, as the prince was lauded by the people, it was a testament to the emperor's own commendation. Jiang Fenghua had deftly discerned the people's sentiments and understood what the royal family sought, dignity. Though the prince's methods were bold, they preserved the royal family's honor. Xie Shang and the emperor often clashed, lacking understanding and the familial bond of compassion. While the reasons behind the emperor's disdain for Xie Shang remained unclear, Jiang Fenghua was certain of one thing. Xie Shang was the emperor's biological son, his royal lineage untarnished. She speculated that the emperor's displeasure might be aimed at the empress. Though she did not wish to delve into dangerous territory, knowing too much could be perilous. Her only desire was to please her husband, Xie Shang, and gain his honor. Rise. No need to kneel, the emperor commanded. Jiang Fenghua stood respectfully. Thank you, Father Emperor. The emperor then addressed Xie Shang. There is another pressing matter. I received a memorial this morning. Steward Chao presented the document to Xie Shang, who opened it and remarked, the imperial tomb has been robbed. Who dares to commit such an audacious act? This matter concerns the royal family's reputation and the foundation of the Great Zhou. It must not be publicly discussed. The emperor stated solemnly. Xie Shang questioned, is it truly that grave? What exactly was taken? The emperor glanced at Jiang Fenghua, who, understanding the unspoken cue, said, I have not yet paid my respects to the empress since entering the palace. If the emperor allowed her to visit the ancestral hall, it would mean she would be confined for the next 3 days. A visit to the empress's quarters would at least afford her some freedom. Go, spend some time with the empress, the emperor replied coolly. With the emperor's approval, Steward Chao promptly escorted her away. In moments like these, the emperor's words carried weight. Jiang Fenghua's successful retreat indicated that the emperor bore no ill will towards her as the wife of Prince Heng. Xie Shang watched her depart, incredulous that his father had rescinded the decree limiting their movements. He had expected to leave the palace immediately, yet the matter entrusted to him was of great significance. Chapter 40. Old grievances from a past life. As Jiang Fenghua exited the imperial study, her thoughts were consumed by the matter of the royal tomb's theft. She recalled that in her previous life, the tomb had indeed been plundered. Her father had occasionally mentioned it, but said little else, as the royal family had effectively concealed the incident. Although she held the title of princess consort, her relationship with Xie Shang was tenuous at best, and he had never shown her affection, leaving her largely unaware of his affairs. She remembered that after Xie Shang ascended to the position of crown prince, he had been searching for a particular item, which he surmised must have been a royal artifact stolen from the tomb. That item was lost for many years and never recovered. The emperor was enigmatic about it. What could be of such significance? Lost in her musings, she did not notice Wuxin suddenly standing beside her. Wuxin appeared somewhat agitated and greeted the princess consort respectfully. Jiang Fenghua scrutinized him. He introduced himself as Wuxin, and she was surprised to recognize him as the young eunuch from her past, now grown into a handsome man. She said, "Chief Steward Chao has instructed you to escort me to Kunning Palace." Of course, Wuxin replied, excitement evident in his demeanor, mistakenly believing she had not recognized him. Jiang Fenghua glanced around and noticed someone lurking under the eaves in the distance, suspecting it to be someone associated with concubine Su. A gentle smile graced her lips as she raised an eyebrow and said softly, "I appreciate your assistance, eunuch Wuxin." Having spent 10 years in the palace, Wuxin had risen to become the adopted son of Chief Steward Chao, proving his capability. "There is no need for such formality, Your Highness." "It is my duty," he replied. Upon arriving at Kunning Palace, Wuxin personally escorted Jiang Fenghua inside, only departing after bowing respectfully to the empress. "Your beauty is like a blooming flower, my daughter-in-law. May you enjoy good fortune and peace," the empress exclaimed, pulling Jiang Fenghua close to sit beside her on the soft couch. The empress had already learned of Jiang Fenghua's signature on the document supporting her son, which indicated that she had fulfilled her duties as a wife. This alone afforded Jiang Fenghua some respect in the empress's eyes. The empress was also aware that Jiang Fenghua had not yet consummated her marriage with Xie Shang, and she felt exasperated at her son's foolishness for not appreciating such a lovely daughter-in-law. The empress concealed her true thoughts behind a warm smile as she and Jiang Fenghua exchanged pleasantries. After a while, she instructed Shima to take Jiang Fenghua to the Morning Sun Palace, where Xie Shang had previously resided. "You may rest here, princess consort. The prince will come to fetch you once he has concluded his duties," Shima informed her. Jiang Fenghua maintained a tranquil demeanor, her voice sweet and gentle as she listened to Shima's introductions. Yet internally, she was tumultuous. The Morning Sun Palace was destined to become the future crown princess residence. Currently, Xie Shang had not yet moved in, and the palace remained untouched, preserving the state it was in before he left to establish his own household. Xie Shang had insisted on returning to the Morning Sun Palace, transforming it into the crown prince's residence, and naturally, everyone complied with his wishes. In her past life, she had lived there for 17 years. Su Tingwan had also once resided in this palace, but after Xie Shang ascended the throne, she moved to the opulent Kunning Palace, while Xie Shang followed the customary practices and took up residence in the Emperor's Chengqian Palace. She had not only been despised by him, but also abandoned, left in the Morning Sun Palace to be forgotten. At that time, she believed he had long since forgotten that he had a wife he had once pledged himself to. She despised her past self for failing to win Xie Shang's heart. It was not that she was insufficient, but rather that he was excessively callous. Jiang Fenghua walked slowly, her eyes reflecting profound emotions as fragments of her previous life flooded her mind, tears welling in her gaze. The Morning Sun Palace, maintained by the empress's appointed caretakers, appeared fresh and tidy, yet its atmosphere was stark and desolate, chilling her to the bone. As she pushed open the door to the chambers she once inhabited, she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, yearning to flee. Her life here had been filled with countless solitary nights. "Princess consort, this chamber is spacious. You may rest here for the time being," Shima suggested. Images of Su Tingwan's smug expression flashed through her mind. "Crown Princess, I have arranged a spacious chamber for you. In the palace, I will ensure your comfort. Are you satisfied?" Xie Shang had entrusted the East Palace to Su Tingwan, leaving her to manage all affairs, and she dared not express dissatisfaction. This chamber was the farthest from Xie Shang's quarters, resulting in their rare encounters, to the point that he nearly forgot her existence. Until one day, in an effort to quell rumors of favoritism and to maintain his dignity as crown prince, he stormed into her room, consummating their marriage. She became pregnant, yet he never returned to this chamber. The 17 years of endurance she had endured were too painful to recall. Seeing her silent, Shima inquired, "Does the princess consort not like this chamber?" Jiang Fenghua straightened her posture and replied gently, "This will do. Thank you, Shima." It was a familiar space. Shima beamed. "Please rest, Your Highness. I will send 2 maidservants to attend to you, and shortly, someone will bring your lunch. Should you require anything?" Do not hesitate to instruct the maidservants. Shima, I have a request. I hope you can accommodate me, Jiang Fenghua said earnestly. Shima, adept at navigating courtly affairs and favored by the empress, responded, Please, speak freely, your highness. The emperor has commanded that I and the prince reside in the palace for 3 days to transcribe Buddhist scriptures in honor of our ancestors. Currently, the prince is preoccupied with state matters and busy in the emperor's study, so this task falls to me as his wife. I kindly ask you to seek eunuch Wuxin and request him to escort me to the ancestral hall daily to copy the scriptures, she explained, her cheeks flushed, adding softly, I am unfamiliar with the palace routes and fear I may lose my way. Having someone I trust nearby would be reassuring. Shima promptly agreed, This is a small matter. I will ensure it is done. Eunuch Wuxin was the one who brought you here, so I shall notify him immediately. It was clear to Shima that the princess consort was wholly devoted to the prince, displaying both sensibility and decorum, which she would report back to the empress. Once Shima departed, the maidservants changed the linens on the bed, inviting her to rest. Your Highness, you may now take a break. Should you require anything, simply instruct us. Thank you, Jiang Fenghua replied. The maidservants were flushed with excitement, finding the princess consort exceptionally beautiful, polite, and gracious, a true embodiment of virtue. Once alone, Jiang Fenghua closed the door and allowed herself a moment of solitude. She was indeed exhausted from the early rise and hurried pace of the day, so she decided to indulge in a brief nap, for after all, beauty is often cultivated in slumber. Chapter 41. The Intrusion of a Libertine on the Other Side. Shimomo returned to Kuan-Ning Palace and lavished praise upon Jiang Fenghua, comparing her to Su Tingwan and lauding the empress's discerning eye. The empress remarked, She is my personally selected daughter-in-law, and that is precisely what I value about her. However, her ability to gain the emperor's approval indicates she possesses some intellect. If she genuinely cares for Shang'er, I see no harm in elevating her status. Conversely, if she proves unworthy, I shall not hesitate to cast her aside. It merely depends on her worthiness to remain by Shang'er's side. After all, she is not my own daughter. As long as Jiang Fenghua maintains her dignity, I can feign treating her as my own. Shang'er has always been astute, and I trust him in all his endeavors, yet his heart remains tethered to Su Tingwan, preventing him from consummating his marriage with Jiang Fenghua. The empress was filled with concern, for she would never allow Su Guifei to manipulate her son. Since Jiang Fenghua has entered the palace, she must fulfill her duties as a wife. Shimomo's eyes glinted with mischief, with Su's side consort absent. It was the perfect opportunity for the prince and princess to cultivate their relationship. The princess was strikingly beautiful, and surely she could captivate the prince's heart. I have heard that during their time in the Wangfu, the prince spent several nights in the princess's chamber. If we stoke the flames of their romance. The empress interjected coldly, No, nothing is more important than Shang'er's well-being. We must not compromise his health. If Jiang Fenghua cannot capture Shang'er's heart, we shall introduce some clever women into the household. Shimomo hastily amended her words, suggesting that she prepare nourishing dishes instead. The young prince, in the prime of his youth, and the beautiful princess, alone together, surely he would not be thinking of Su's side consort. To their surprise, the lavish feast prepared by Shimomo went unused. Xie Shang was delayed by state affairs and remained in the imperial study, missing lunch. The emperor had also summoned the second and third princes into the palace, and they were locked away in the study, engaged in secretive discussions. The empress was naturally pleased. As long as the emperor valued Xie Shang, it signified he bore no disdain towards him, and he would surely entrust him with significant responsibilities in the future. Unintentionally, he discovered that the maidservant who had been watching Jiang Fenghua earlier belonged to Su Guifei's household. He conveyed this information to Jiang Fenghua, suggesting that he could caution the young maid, as his position in the palace still afforded him some influence. No need, she replied. Just let it be known that this maidservant is affiliated with the empress. Jiang Fenghua had long suspected Su Guifei's involvement, given that she had obstructed Su Tingwan's path. It was only natural for Su Guifei to seek some form of retribution against her. Jiang Fenghua spent the day transcribing scriptures, waiting in vain for Xie Shang to return, as if he had forgotten that his wife awaited him in the palace. Upon returning to Qinxi Palace, she instructed the maidservants to gather some ingredients and took an hour to prepare 2 small plates of pastries. Oblivious to the intrigues unfolding around her, she innocently prepared delightful treats for her husband, yearning for his early return. The empress learned of a maid who had been trailing the princess of Hongwang, and upon investigation, discovered the maid's ties to Su Guifei. Thus, she acted discreetly, but to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Shimomo ensured that someone attended to Jiang Fenghua while she copied scriptures in the ancestral hall. Jiang Fenghua understood the empress's intentions. She feared that Jiang Fenghua might fall prey to Su Guifei's schemes and bring shame upon her son. Little did she know that Jiang Fenghua was the true strategist in this game. Bored in Kuanning Palace, the empress, having heard of Jiang Fenghua making pastries for Xie Shang, decided to visit Qinxi Palace. Strangely, once the empress entered, she did not emerge. The door remained shut, shrouded in mystery. As night fell, an unexpected visitor arrived at Qinxi Palace. Xie Yu, guided by another, stealthily entered, for the vacant palace lacked guards, allowing him to proceed without hindrance. Xie Yu had long harbored disdain for Xie Shang, and upon hearing of his beautiful bride, he was infatuated with the side consort. He scoffed, "How foolish to neglect such a stunning woman. I must see just how beautiful the princess of Hengwang truly is." The entire Qinxi Palace was cloaked in darkness, save for one room where a light glimmered. The maid guarding the entrance eventually departed. Xie Yu crept closer to the chamber and through the window. He heard intoxicating sounds of pleasure emanating from within. His curiosity piqued, he thought. After all, Xie Shang is busy discussing state matters with the emperor. I have no affection for this woman. What harm is there in a mere glance? Just as he leaned in to look, he saw nothing, for several screens obscured the view. Despite knowing he should not trespass, the alluring sounds of revelry beckoned him, resembling the moans of a woman in ecstasy. Wasn't the princess of Hengwang residing within? How could such sounds be produced? With Xie Shang absent, his intrigue deepened, prompting him to gently push the door, which opened surprisingly easily. Cautiously, he stepped into the inner chamber, and from behind the screen, he caught sight of a graceful figure. As he rounded the screen, he was taken aback. It was not the sight he expected, but rather two elderly women. At that moment, Jiang Fenghua emerged from behind another screen, startled by the sudden appearance of a man. "Who are you, and how did you come to be here?" she exclaimed, dropping the basin she held, splashing water across the floor, drawing the attention of the maid outside. Meanwhile, the empress, clad in a strapless gown and barefoot, rose from the bed, while Shimomo similarly emerged from a nearby couch. Upon seeing Xie Yu, Shimomo rushed to the empress's side, exclaiming, "Your Highness, what brings you here?" At the sight of the empress's face, Xie Yu fell to his knees in shock, prostrating himself and addressing her as mother. The empress, furious, bellowed, "Wretched child, begone." News of Xie Yu's trespass into Qinxi Palace reached the emperor with great swiftness. Upon learning the details, he was incensed and made his way to Qinxi Palace. Xie Shang, upon discovering the situation, stormed in without inquiry and pummeled Xie Yu mercilessly until he was left bloodied and half-conscious, only stopping when the emperor intervened. Seeing Jiang Fenghua composed and respectful, he inquired, "How are you?" Jiang Fenghua replied, "I am well, my lord. When my mother and Shimomo were in my chamber, I was teaching them some health practices. To demonstrate for Shimomo's convenience in assisting my mother, I used her as an example. Who could have anticipated that a man would quietly enter? I had never seen Prince Yu before and mistook him for a libertine, which startled me into a scream." Chapter 42. A web of schemes. Xie Shang listened intently, quickly realizing that Xie Yu's intentions were not directed towards the empress and the aging matron, but rather towards the stunningly beautiful Jiang Fenghua. However, Jiang Fenghua had never encountered Xie Yu and was entirely unfamiliar with him. How could he possibly know that she resided in the Morning Twilight Palace, unless someone aimed to harm her and orchestrated this situation? Xie Yu, having been beaten, pleaded for mercy, and the emperor approached, delivering a kick. "Wretched child, how did you find your way to the Morning Twilight Palace? If you do not speak the truth today, I shall have you executed." Terrified, Xie Yu trembled, claiming, "I have never seen the princess consort of Hengwang. I only heard that she was extraordinarily beautiful, which piqued my curiosity. I truly harbor no ulterior motives. I simply wish to admire her beauty. Jiang Fenghua is the wife of Hengwang, and even if I had the desire, I would lack the courage. Father, spare me. I genuinely came just to take a look." The charge against him was far less severe than the act itself, and he clung to this account. At that moment, the empress had already dressed and approached him with an air of authority. "What do you intend to do?" "You barged in uninvited, stealthily pushing open the door. You foolish wretch. If I were not present today, what else would you have wished to do? Who sent you here? Speak honestly, or I shall not forgive you." The empress had long suspected that Su Guifei had dispatched someone to keep an eye on Jiang Fenghua. given the unfolding events. She surmised that Su Guifei was indeed behind this scheme. If she could leverage this situation against Su Guifei, it would be most advantageous. I overheard the maidens discussing how the princess consort of Heng Wang was as beautiful as a celestial being, and out of curiosity, I came to see for myself. Which maidens? Xie Shang seized his collar, eager to deliver another blow. I wish to see how you will spin your tail to escape this predicament. Xie had always been at odds with Xie Shang, and being beaten like this made him furious enough to wish for Xie Shang's demise. How should I know who that maid was? I only happened to overhear it on my way. Father, regarding today's incident, whether for mother or for the princess consort, I must uncover the truth. Xie Shang knelt before the emperor. The empress, still seething with anger, declared, Shang, you must uncover the culprit behind this. I wish to see who dares to stir trouble in this palace. At this juncture, the emperor recognized that it was not merely Xie Yu's thoughtlessness that led him to the morning twilight palace. Rather, he had been guided there by someone. The emperor commanded, Chief Steward Chao, assist Prince Heng in uncovering this matter. Before long, the maid who had been following Jiang Fenghua was apprehended. The maid obstinately denied any wrongdoing, insisting, I did not speak ill of the princess consort. I am innocent. Xie Yu had no recollection of what the maid looked like. In his desperation to absolve himself, he adamantly asserted that it was she and a group of maidens who had spread rumors about the princess consort's beauty, claiming she was a rare beauty of the world, and it was merely curiosity that compelled him to come and see. Chief Steward Chao reported, Your Majesty, this maid serves in the residence of the noble consort, and her name is Xiaoju. I will soon ascertain with whom she was today. The maid had followed Jiang Fenghua throughout the day. Even if she had not spread any rumors, she was now trembling with fear. Xie Shang stated, As long as we follow the clues, we will surely uncover the truth. Who is lying here? Is it Xie Yu who has behaved improperly, or has he been foolishly driven by ulterior motives? I will certainly get to the bottom of this. The emperor turned to Chief Steward Chao, instructing, Summon Su Guifei for questioning. Su Guifei approached gracefully. I pay my respects to your majesty. Upon seeing Su Guifei's face, the empress felt a surge of hatred and immediately laid the blame upon her. Su Qingqing, this is your doing. Only you could instigate a prince to commit such vile acts. Su Guifei, appearing delicate and aggrieved, knelt and protested, Your Majesty, I am wronged. I did not instruct the prince to engage in any improper conduct. Is this maid one of yours? Did you send her to follow the princess consort of Heng Wang all day? What were your intentions? Do you seek to ruin her reputation? The words of the empress revealed that she had long been aware of someone trailing Jiang Fenghua. The emperor glanced at her, demanding, What is the truth of this matter? The empress cursed herself for her impatience and replied, Your Majesty, here is the matter. Fenghua went to the ancestral hall to copy scriptures. I feared she would lose her way, so I had Mama send someone to look after her. They coincidentally discovered someone following the princess consort, and I, fearing she might be frightened, did not inform her. Who would have thought that later in the evening, Xie Yu would suddenly burst into the morning twilight palace? Only then did I connect it to the events of the day and suspect that the one following Fenghua was from Su Guifei's quarters. I surmised that Su Guifei sent the maid to lead Prince Yu to plot against Fenghua. Such malicious intent, Su Qingqing, only you could conceive. The emperor narrowed his eyes and queried Su Guifei, What were your people doing trailing the princess consort? Su Guifei feigned innocence, Your Majesty, I am wronged. I did not send any maid to follow the princess consort, nor did I know what was happening. I certainly did not instruct the maid to lead Prince Yu to engage in any misconduct. Please investigate this matter thoroughly. The princess consort knows full well of her beauty. Upon entering the palace, she ought to conduct herself with propriety. She runs around, and it is only natural for the maidens to gossip about her. It is Prince Yu himself who could not contain his feelings. This matter truly has nothing to do with me. The maid's fate lay in Su Guifei's hands. She would rather die than reveal that it was Su Guifei who had sent her. Can you not speak normally, you seductress? The empress was infuriated. You wish to ruin Fenghua's reputation, to have her spurned by Shang, and then have your niece, Su Tingwan, take her place as the princess consort of Heng Wang. You previously had your niece seduce my son, and now you aim to assist her in dealing with Shang's consort. Such schemes could only originate from you, Su Qingqing, and this is why you are doing it. The empress began to enumerate Su Guifei's faults, revealing her own foolishness. Upon hearing the name Su Tingwan, Xie Shang was taken aback, realizing that Su Guifei had harbored such intentions to ruin Jiang Fenghua and have Wanwan take her place, thus manipulating Xie Yu. He trusted that Wanwan would never engage in such malicious acts. Having grown up beyond the borders, she might lack the knowledge of the etiquette among the nobility of Xinjiang. But her straightforward nature was something he believed in. This matter was undoubtedly tied to Su Guifei, but had nothing to do with Wanwan. Jiang Fenghua furrowed her brow, feeling as though she had encountered a foolish ally in the Empress. It was time for her to take center stage. I should not have allowed the indifferent eunuch to take me to the ancestral hall to copy scriptures, for my beauty was seen by the maid, prompting their gossip. Jiang Fenghua nestled in Xie Shang's embrace, softly murmuring, "My lord, have I erred again?" Looking at the innocent Jiang Fenghua, he realized she was the one entangled in this scheme. Now, due to her beauty, she had caught Xie Yu's attention and was the subject of gossip among the maidens. How could she be at fault? It was these individuals with ulterior motives. He discreetly grasped Jiang Fenghua's hand, feeling the sweat in her palm and the slight tremor. As if she were fearful, he cast a penetrating glance at Su Guifei, his eyes reflecting a chilling resolve. He recalled how Su Guifei had sent capable individuals to assist Su Tingwan in devising schemes, and now, she had dispatched someone to follow Jiang Fenghua into the palace. Had it not been for the presence of the Empress and Shi Mama in the morning twilight palace today, given Xie Yu's character, one could only dread what might have transpired. Upon encountering Jiang Fenghua again, he might have seen only a lifeless body, fulfilling Su Guifei's malicious intent. Chapter 43. The passion of Prince Heng. The emperor had long discerned that the mastermind behind the chaos was consort Su. Meanwhile, the empress, fully aware that someone was tracking Jiang Fenghua, sought to exploit the conflict between Jiang Fenghua and consort Su to her advantage. With a cold voice, the emperor commanded, "Drag this gossiping maid out and execute her. Let it serve as a warning. Anyone who dares disrupt the inner palace shall meet the same fate." Jiang Fenghua observed the scene with a detached gaze. This was the nature of imperial power. Regardless of their transgressions, they could always scapegoat a maid to absolve themselves of blame. If she were to be slighted by Xie Yu today, it would be her due. In her past life, she had been similarly ensnared, with Lien Yi ultimately bearing the brunt of the consequences, meeting a tragic end at their hands. She understood clearly that only by seizing power could she dictate her own fate, rather than be a victim. She had no connection to today's events. She was the innocent bystander, merely a casualty of the celestial conflicts between the powerful. After the emperor departed, consort Su left with eyes full of grievance. While the executed maid was unceremoniously discarded in a mass grave, consort Su discreetly sent a small sum to appease the maid's family, thus allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. Xie Yu, having been beaten and reprimanded by the emperor, had received his punishment. Empress Cheng stormed back to Kuanning Palace without offering Jiang Fenghua a single word of explanation. Upon entering the chamber, Jiang Fenghua timidly threw herself into Xie Shang's embrace, murmuring, "I am so frightened." Xie Shang held her gently, whispering words of comfort. "I was preoccupied with father today and regret leaving you alone in the palace." Jiang Fenghua shook her head, her bright eyes sparkling with clarity and resolve. "Today I finally understand. As the wife of a prince, I cannot remain this fragile. I must learn to protect myself and not burden the prince. I refuse to be a delicate butterfly under his wings. I wish to grow strong." Seeing her newfound determination, Xie Shang smiled gently, his deep eyes shimmering with brilliance. His voice, tinged with playfulness, responded, "Growing up indeed comes with a hefty price." "What price?" Jiang Fenghua's voice was soft and melodious. Xie Shang brushed his lips against hers like a dragonfly skimming the water, teasingly declaring, "I am young, impulsive, and full of vigor." He leaned closer, whispering, "Can you bear such a price?" Jiang Fenghua's cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed by shyness at his flirtation. She grasped Xie Shang's hand, freeing herself from his embrace. "Have you dined, my prince? I prepared some delicacies for you today. Do try them and see if they suit your palate." Feeling a pang of hunger, Xie Shang admitted, "I have yet to eat. This treat, called jade dew, is made with crushed flower petals. Isn't the color beautiful? Please taste it and tell me if it melts in your mouth, the subtle floral fragrance lingering delightfully." Jiang Fenghua scooped a small piece with a spoon and offered it to him. Mother also found it quite delicious. As Xie Shang savored the sweet morsel, a unique aroma and rich flavor graced his palate. He pulled her onto his lap, eager for another kiss, but Jiang Fenghua quickly interjected, "Not here. Just the thought of Prince Yu stealthily entering this room terrifies me. I am relieved I am not alone today. I shall take you elsewhere," he proposed. His voice as gentle as a breeze, laced with allure. Where else? Jiang Fenghua's eyes widened in curiosity. Xie Shang smiled faintly. I do not favor this place. Let us go to my former quarters. Taking her hand, he led her out of the chamber. A gentle breeze rippled through the air, tightening his grip as Jiang Fenghua sensed his nervousness. At that moment, Mama Xi approached them, and upon seeing their intertwined hands, she suddenly understood. This servant greets the prince and princess. I shall take the princess to the main courtyard. Please prepare accordingly, Mama Xi. Xie Shang instructed, and she promptly complied. In her previous life, Jiang Fenghua had yearned to step into the main courtyard, but now Xie Shang himself was guiding her there. She knew they would share a wonderful night together, and regardless of his future as crown prince, she would ensure he remembered the moments they spent here. The main courtyard indeed boasted a more opulent environment, its splendid decorations and imposing pavilions reflecting the grandeur of imperial power. Once Mama Xi arranged for the maids to bring in toiletries and water, Xie Shang turned to Jiang Fenghua, saying, Neither of us has dined. Please prepare something to eat. I have prepared everything in advance. Waiting for the prince and princess, Mama Xi replied, directing the maids to lay out an extravagant spread of imperial delicacies. Gazing at the lavish array of dishes, Jiang Fenghua suddenly realized their purpose. These were nourishing foods, and at Xie Shang's vigorous age, he would surely benefit from them. Even without needing supplements, Mama Xi served them both a bowl of soup, saying, You have both worked hard. Please drink up. This was personally prepared by the empress. Xie Shang felt his cheeks flush. Was the empress's gesture too overt, or a sign of her lack of trust in him? Stealing a glance at Jiang Fenghua, who had her head slightly bowed, he said, Please thank the empress on my behalf, Mama. Seeing the empress's care for him, Jiang Fenghua recalled how the empress had nearly been driven to despair by Su Tingwan's machinations, which had led to consort Su being elevated to empress dowager. The empress had genuinely cared for her son and meticulously planned for his future, only to be betrayed by a woman. Inwardly, she lamented the powerful allure Su Tingwan possessed that could captivate him so. Jiang Fenghua softly added, And I thank the empress on behalf of myself as well. Drinking the soup, she felt that she might not need to sleep at all tonight. Noticing Jiang Fenghua's reluctance to drink, Mama Xi inquired, Why do you not partake? Princess? This is the empress's goodwill. Jiang Fenghua took a symbolic sip, replying, I should avoid too much soup at night, lest I gain weight. Observing Xie Shang finish his soup, Mama Xi refrained from insisting further, saying, I shall leave you both to dine in peace. Once Mama Xi departed, Xie Shang turned to Jiang Fenghua, urging, Please eat, do enjoy. It is rare for mother to cook. He mused that she was likely unaware of the intentions behind the lavish spread. Jiang Fenghua nodded shyly, taking a few token bites before rising from her seat. I am full, my prince. Please enjoy your meal. Watching Jiang Fenghua leave her seat, he realized she was quite perceptive. It seemed that Wang Mama had imparted considerable wisdom to her. With this understanding, he felt a sense of calm. What was meant to happen would inevitably unfold. Consort Su had overstepped her bounds. While she could plot for Wanwan's benefit, she must not encroach upon Jiang Fenghua, who was innocent. As the Prince of Heng, he would ensure Jiang Fenghua retained the dignity befitting her position. After dining, Xie Shang instructed Mama Xi to tidy up before allowing her to withdraw. Chapter 44. The chamber in the softly lit room, flickering candlelight danced, illuminating the exquisite figure of Jiang Fenghua, as the palace maids assisted her with her bath and attire. They were captivated by her flawless skin and graceful form, a beauty that even the empress could scarcely rival. The maids found themselves blushing, unable to tear their gazes away from her enchanting visage. Unbeknownst to them, Xie Shang entered the side chamber, prompting the maids to bow in unison. Your Highness, they acknowledged, before promptly excusing themselves. You may all leave. Your services are not required here, Xie Shang commanded, his tall stature and deep, authoritative voice leaving no room for argument. There was a glimmer of intensity in his eyes. The maids hurriedly retreated, leaving behind an array of toiletries and nightgowns hanging on a nearby rack. Indeed, their presence was no longer necessary. Seeing him intrude uninvited, Jiang Fenghua quickly submerged herself in the water, her long, dark hair cascading like a waterfall over the surface, concealing the intimate scene within the bath. Only her delicate face remained visible above the waterline. Your Highness, please step outside. I am not yet finished, she urged playfully. You think there is any part of you I have not seen? He replied, though he acknowledged that he had not thoroughly observed her. Jiang Fenghua's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she feigned anger. Your Highness, you must turn around, otherwise I shall not rise. Xie Shang, indeed, turned to change behind the screen. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Fenghua reached for her bathrobe and stood gracefully, her lithe figure wrapped in the fabric as she dashed outside. Xie Shang peeked from behind the screen, catching a glimpse of her slender silhouette swathed in the sheer robe, fleeing like a startled rabbit. By the time Xie Shang emerged from the side chamber, Jiang Fenghua had already dried her hair and sat before a bronze mirror, admiring her own radiant beauty and slender figure. Her long hair cascaded down her back, framing a captivating image. In the mirror, she caught sight of him, his attire slightly disheveled, droplets of water glistening on his chest. He possessed an allure that was both striking and magnetic. His chiseled features, arched brows, and piercing eyes exuded an undeniable charm, his gaze fixated on her. She smiled slightly, embodying unparalleled grace. Xie Shang approached her and effortlessly lifted her, carrying her toward the bed. He set her down gently, his fiery gaze locked onto her face. Jiang Fenghua lowered her head shyly, revealing her youthful innocence. Yet, Xie Shang suddenly turned away, a hint of trepidation in his demeanor. He struggled internally, torn between his affections for her and Wan. He had never envisioned himself becoming the indecisive man his father was. Jiang Fenghua, sensing his hesitation, playfully entwined her finger with his, igniting a spark of intimacy between them. She knew he harbored feelings for Su Tingwan, but her concern lay not with whom he loved, but rather with what he could offer her. Outside, the matron and the empress awaited a resolution. With the stakes so high, she had no choice but to take control of the game. Do you not like Wan? She inquired softly. The word nearly escaped his lips, but he could not deny the profound attraction he felt towards Jiang Fenghua. Yet, when faced with the reality of their connection, he felt a pang of fear, for he had never experienced such intimacy before. Suddenly, Jiang Fenghua stood before him, her gentle beauty captivating. Her bright eyes sparkled as she gazed into his, as if she could see her own reflection of beauty within them. Unconvinced that he did not cherish her, she rose on tiptoe and pressed a gentle kiss to his lips. Xie Shang, overwhelmed, embraced her tightly, deepening the kiss, their garments slipping away as they lost themselves in each other, tumbling onto the bed. Jiang Fenghua had prepared for this moment for a decade, yearning to draw him into her embrace and ensnare him in her allure. As the crimson candles flickered, the room was filled with a sense of intoxicating passion. They surrendered to their desires, like a ship tossed upon tumultuous waves, caught in a frenzy. Afterward, Xie Shang dressed her in a robe, his eyes shining with intensity. He tenderly kissed her forehead before retreating to the side chamber. Moments later, he returned in lighter attire. "Let me carry you to wash," he offered. "Yes," she replied, her body weary and weak. He lifted her effortlessly, and the white sheets bloomed with vibrant red roses beneath them. He called for the matron, who hurried in to change the linens, leaving the old sheets behind. Jiang Fenghua felt no embarrassment. Purity and cleanliness were essential for a woman entering the royal fold. Xie Shang gently placed her in the bath, but as he prepared to leave, he was reminded of the marks he had left on her. "I can wash myself." "Your Highness, you may step outside," she insisted, her cheeks flushed. "The maids are cleaning the room, and it would be improper for me to remain here in disarray." He responded, though the thought of leaving her was less appealing than facing the maids. If the tub had been larger, he would have joined her for a shared bath. Jiang Fenghua, evading his gaze, submerged herself in the water to wash away the remnants of their earlier encounter. Feeling refreshed, she called out, "Please hand me my clothes." "Your Highness," and turn your back. Obediently, he turned away, retrieving her garments and waiting for her to rise before he approached to lift her from the bath. As they emerged, the matron conveniently closed the door behind them, and he guided Jiang Fenghua around the screen towards the inner chamber. Nestled in his embrace, she closed her eyes gently. Observing her delicate state, Xie Shang chose not to disturb her further. He extinguished the candles, laid her upon the bed, and tucked her in before lying down beside her. With thoughts of the early court session the next day, he wrapped her in his arms and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 45. Provocation and Retaliation. The following day, as the sky barely hinted at dawn, Jiang Fenghua awoke. She mused to herself, "One disadvantage of entering the palace is the necessity of rising early to pay respects to the empress, despite her exhaustion rendering her nearly immobile." Thus, when Xie Shang rose from his slumber, Jiang Fenghua, too, mustered the strength to rise from her bed. He urged her to sleep a little longer. "No more sleep," she replied. "I must pay my respects to Mother Empress. It is the duty of a daughter-in-law." Jiang Fenghua, feeling the ache in her back. Had to lean against something to stand upright, marveling at Xie Shang's stamina as he appeared unfazed. Seeing her plight, Xie Shang felt a twinge of guilt. Next time, I shall be more restrained. You have endured much. Jiang Fenghua, blushing with modesty, acknowledged his gentle consideration, realizing she had overestimated her own fortitude. Believing she could withstand his fervent passion, and had exerted herself in trying to meet his desires. In the intimacy of their union, she had requested Wuxin to prepare subtle contraceptives, for such items were commonplace within the palace walls. In this life, those two children would not be born so soon. Reflecting on her previous life, she felt unprepared to welcome them, fearing the responsibilities of motherhood and the prospect of being an inadequate mother. Once they were both attired, Xie Shang escorted her to the gates of Kunning Palace. Mama, she greeted them, bowing to Xie Shang, who exchanged a few words before taking his leave. Why is the princess consort up so early? Why not rest a little longer? Mama, she inquired. Jiang Fenghua felt her cheeks warm, softly responding. Has Mother Empress risen yet? I come to pay my respects. Please enter. The Empress has only just awoken, Mama, she explained. Noting that today was indeed the day for all the palace consorts to pay their respects to the Empress in Kunning Palace. Jiang Fenghua, graceful and poised, glided towards the main hall, surprised to find other consorts had arrived even earlier than she. Upon entering Kunning Palace, she was met with admiring gazes from the other consorts, who whispered amongst themselves about her beauty. I heard the Prince of Heng does not favor this princess consort. He prefers the niece of the noble consort, and they are quite inseparable. It was indeed the case, during past banquets. The Prince of Heng had exchanged glances with Su Tingwan, and some had even seen them riding horses together. If the Prince of Heng does not favor the princess consort, why personally escort her to Kunning Palace? Just for show, someone remarked. It has been a while since we saw the noble consort's niece enter the palace. Has it not? They were unaware that Su Tingwan had quietly entered the Prince of Heng's residence as a concubine, without any grand announcements. In her previous life, Su Tingwan had entered the palace with much fanfare as a concubine, bolstered by Xie Shang's affection. Mama, she would not allow her to stand idly in the courtyard like the other consorts. She ushered Jiang Fenghua into the main hall and found a place for her to sit. Please, Princess Consort, have a seat. I will check if the Empress is prepared. Mama, she had heard that the Prince of Heng personally brought Jiang Fenghua over, prompting her to come out and greet them. Just as Mama she departed, Yanfei entered, supported by a palace maid. Her gaze pierced Jiang Fenghua, as if attempting to bore a hole through her. Jiang Fenghua felt a chill as Yanfei's icy stare lingered upon her. Following Yanfei's lead, she took a seat in a position just above Jiang Fenghua. The subtle tapping of Yanfei's tortoiseshell guards against the redwood chair produced a delicate sound, intentionally or not, as she cast disdainful glances at Jiang Fenghua. Jiang Fenghua remained composed, recognizing Yanfei as the biological mother of the second prince, Xie Yu. She surmised that Yanfei's fury stemmed from Xie Shang having broken her son's arm the previous day. At that moment, other consorts began to file in. And Jiang Fenghua noted the absence of the noble consort. She understood well the reason. The noble consort, relying on the emperor's favor, held a superior position among the other consorts and the empress. In the previous night's incident, the emperor had been fully aware that the noble consort had orchestrated the seduction of Xie Yu to her chambers. Yet he had merely executed a palace maid as a means of accountability. This demonstrated the noble consort's audacity. Once all had taken their seats, the empress finally made her grand entrance. In unison, the consorts greeted, "We pay our respects to your majesty. May you enjoy eternal peace and prosperity." Jiang Fenghua also performed her obeisance. The empress surveyed the assembly, her voice somber as she declared, "You may rise, be seated." "Long live the empress," they echoed. After a round of pleasantries, they settled into their seats. Despite the empress's lack of favor and her advancing age, she remained the sovereign of the harem, deserving of respect from all. At that moment, the noble consort entered, adorned in resplendent court attire, and with a slight bow, she addressed the empress, "Your Majesty, I humbly greet you. I rose late today as I attended to His Majesty last night. I hope for your understanding." Before the empress could grant her leave, she straightened and took her designated seat, her arrogance a product of the emperor's indulgence. Though the empress felt a surge of anger, she could only suppress it. For the noble consort was deeply favored by the emperor. To alleviate the tension, Jingfei suddenly spoke up, "This must be the princess consort of Heng. She is truly a vision of beauty. Your Majesty is indeed fortunate." Yanfei retorted with sarcasm, Sister Jingfei, you are mistaken. I recall the Empress prefers those who are demure and virtuous. Perhaps the Empress would not appreciate someone so striking. I have heard that the Prince of Heng did not initially wish to marry her. He has someone else in mind. The noble consort, with a handkerchief in hand, laughed lightly without restraint. The prince's heart belongs to Wanwan. Yin Fei's insinuation suggested that excessive beauty invites unwanted attention, or perhaps that the princess consort was inherently frivolous and lacking in virtue. The Empress, irritated by Yin Fei's demeanor, recognized her words as a grudge stemming from the previous night's events, while the provocateur, Su Qingqing, basked in her triumph. Seething with anger, the Empress's cold gaze swept over them. Jiang Fenghua stood steadily to the side, having been subjected to their casual remarks earlier in the courtyard, now enduring their blatant disregard in front of the Empress. Suddenly, Jiang Fenghua stepped forward to the center of the main hall, kneeling elegantly and respectfully before the Empress. I, the daughter-in-law, pay my respects to Mother Empress. The Empress, already in a foul mood, felt her forehead twitch as she observed Jiang Fenghua's poised reverence amidst her own frustrations regarding her son being seduced by Su Tingwan. Although Jiang Fenghua had already consummated her marriage, the bloom of youth is fleeting, and the Empress questioned how long she could maintain her position. What is it? The Empress inquired. The daughter-in-law observed the etiquette of noble consort Su and found it lacking. She should be punished, Jiang Fenghua stated firmly yet respectfully. Upon hearing this, the Empress's interest peaked, a smile tugging at her lips. And what does Fenghua deem inappropriate? Arrogance born of favoritism, a disregard for her station. Jiang Fenghua articulated with clarity and conviction, continuing, I believe noble consort Su disrespects both the Emperor and the Empress. Her elevated status does not exempt her from proper decorum. Thus, she should indeed be punished. Chapter 46. The indignation of imperial concubine. Su the Empress chuckled, my dear child. You have read too many books and now dare to lecture your elders. Her demeanor was typically straightforward, unrefined, and the Empress felt no need to engage with such a brutish attitude. Not so, Jiang Fenghua interjected. Yesterday, His Majesty commanded me to transcribe the Book of Rites. He wished for me to study it diligently, perhaps to impart the lesson that to treat others with respect is akin to the way one savors wine. The noble do so generously, while the petty do so sparingly. He desires to guide me away from the base behaviors of the ignoble, to understand propriety. With boldness, she continued, Your Majesty, as the matriarch of the harem, it is your duty to instruct those who lack knowledge of etiquette. We must not allow any concubine to tarnish the dignity of the imperial family. Should this reach His Majesty's ears, it would reflect poorly on you. And I fear you would face unwarranted punishment for negligence, which is a trivial concern. However, if the common people were to hear of it, would they not mimic such behavior? What difference would there be between our great Zhou and the barbaric tribes? Jiang Fenghua's voice, though gentle, resonated with strength, embodying the commanding presence of her mentor, Jiang Shaofu. She had no need to feign flattery, especially considering her alignment with the Empress. Each of her words struck at concubine Su's heart, chastising her for her small-mindedness while subtly invoking the Emperor's authority. If she were to show disrespect even to the Emperor, it would be a grave affront. Moreover, the arrogance of concubine Su, bolstered by her favor, suggested a lack of respect for both the Emperor and Empress. This raised suspicions of treachery within the Su clan, who had long resided on the borders, behaving rudely as if they had adopted the ways of the barbaric tribes. Knowing full well the enmity between Great Zhou and those tribes, in a fit of anger, concubine Su leapt up. What do you mean, Jiang Fenghua? With composure, Jiang Fenghua bowed and replied, Your Majesty, I am merely continuing my transcription of the Book of Rites. I happened upon that very phrase today. It was not my intention to counsel the Empress. I hope for your understanding. You. Concubine Su was infuriated yet could not pinpoint any error in Jiang Fenghua's etiquette. Do not be upset, Your Majesty. We are of an age. Why should we quarrel with a junior? It is merely that His Majesty asked the princess consort of Heng to transcribe the Book of Rites, and she merely spoke a few extra words. Yin Fei chimed in, her voice laced with tension, her own grievances against the princess consort of Heng and concubine Su surfacing. Who are you calling old? Concubine Su retorted angrily. Look at the wrinkles on your face. You could use them as blankets. Go home and cover your face to spare the Emperor from annoyance. Concubine Su continued to vent her frustrations. Is that all she said? She nearly accused the Su family of treason. Yin Fei, incensed, gasped for breath. Your Majesty, you are beautiful and youthful, but are you more so than the lovely Wang Marin? Enough of this bickering, the Empress reprimanded coldly. The hall fell silent. The earlier scene having been quite the spectacle, with everyone stifling laughter. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Fenghua spoke, "Your Majesty, concubine Su has entered the palace. In due time, I shall bring her to pay her respects." Her smile was radiant, akin to the brilliance of spring, and concubine Su felt a profound sense of dread upon witnessing Jiang Fenghua's demeanor. At that moment, it became clear that concubine Su's niece had indeed entered the Prince of Heng's residence, yet there had been no news of a wedding. Was it not said that the prince held her in great affection? Concubine Su, still angered, did not rise to pay her respects to the Empress. But with a flick of her sleeve, she declared, "I am unwell and must take my leave." As she departed, she cast a cold glare at Wang Marin in the corner, who had recently entered the palace and garnered the emperor's favor multiple times, inciting concubine Su's jealousy. Although Yan Fei had entered the palace before concubine Su, her rank was lower. Seeing concubine Su leave, she could only whisper, "These two from the Su family are truly alike. They are devoid of manners." Jiang Fenghua watched concubine Su exit, a cold smile forming within her. In her previous life, Empress Cheng had been similarly bullied by concubine Su, only for her frustrations to be unleashed upon her. Whether punishment was forthcoming or not, even the Empress would be disregarded. The Empress had fallen out of favor with the Emperor, unable to escape this predicament, her posture perpetually bent. Jiang Fenghua perceived Yan Fei's seething resentment. Often, an enemy's enemy can become an ally. Once all had vacated Kuan Ning Palace, the Empress retained Jiang Fenghua. "I possess a set of jewelry that I believe would suit Ruan splendidly. Do take a look and see if it pleases you," the Empress said warmly, a smile gracing her face. Xie Shang promptly presented a delicate set of jewelry before Jiang Fenghua. Her eyes sparkled with delight at the exquisite hairpin. "Thank you, Your Majesty. You performed admirably today, vexing that wretched Su Qingqing. It has been long since I felt such joy. Remember, should anyone dare to bully you again, stand your ground as you did today. You are my daughter-in-law, and I shall treat you differently than the other princesses." This was a clear indication that she intended to use Jiang Fenghua as a pawn, yet it was preferable to being a target of abuse. Indeed, Jiang Fenghua nodded obediently. She understood that the Empress also wielded power only within her domain. Her words were one thing, but should her interests be threatened, her demeanor would shift. "Yesterday, you provided me with some relief. I felt completely at ease, and I slept soundly. I did not expect Ruan to possess such skills," the Empress continued. Jiang Fenghua replied gently, "My mother often suffers from back pain, so I brought a lady physician into the palace. I observed her techniques and learned from her. This method is based on the body's meridians, promoting circulation and health, hence the saying, where there is flow, there is no pain, and it even enhances beauty." Jiang Fenghua conversed with the Empress for a while until she was called to the ancestral hall. Once there, she focused intently on transcribing the Book of Rites, reading in all matters. Preparation leads to success, neglect leads to failure. Establish words in advance to avoid confusion. Set affairs beforehand to prevent entanglements. Determine actions in advance to avoid regret. Clarify paths beforehand to prevent poverty. Xie Shang quietly approached her, noticing the array of neatly written pages before her, each character exquisite and fluid, displaying a remarkable grace befitting the daughter of Jiang Shaofu. He had heard of the criticisms directed at her by concubine Su and Yan Fei that morning. Yet Jiang Fenghua had used her intellect to triumph over them. Were these her weapons for self-defense? But within the palace, she could engage in verbal sparring. What would she do if danger arose outside? Her two maidservants were frail and delicate, and Xie Shang wished to arrange for someone skilled in martial arts to protect her, ensuring she could navigate encounters with individuals like Xie Yu and Guo Xiao with ease. He was lost in thought when Jiang Fenghua suddenly paused, lifting her head with a radiant smile as the prince entered silently. His voice was deep and alluring. "Are you so diligent, so fond of reading?" A flicker of helplessness crossed Jiang Fenghua's eyes. Did he think her to be a masochist? She was merely obeying the emperor's command. Xie Shang smiled warmly, snatching the pen from her hand. "You are far too earnest. You could simply scribble a few words. Besides, father primarily punishes me. You have diligently transcribed for 2 days. How foolish. If one must do something, it must be done well. If not, then do not do it. I shall never deceive myself." A glint of mischief flashed in Xie Shang's eyes as he suddenly leaned closer, cradling her face, his fingers brushing her lips. Jiang Fenghua's face flushed crimson, her gaze darting away. Would he truly attempt something here? Chapter 47. The transformation of concubine, Xie Shang gazed at the ink stains adorning her cheeks and the corners of her lips, a captivating smile playing upon his own. In that instant, the innate coldness that characterized him dissipated, and in the soft glow of the setting sun, he seemed to transform into a different person. His smile radiating warmth akin to the sun. Jiang Fenghua, seated by the writing desk, found herself mesmerized as she locked eyes with him. His hands moved deftly, gently brushing against her lips as he meticulously wiped away the ink. The more ink he spread with his fingertips, the broader his smile grew, until he playfully drew two small mustaches on her face. His pupils, as dark as ink, reflected her own ink-stained visage, and suddenly, she grasped his hand, realizing that his fingers were already stained black with ink. Instantly, Jiang Fenghua's face flushed crimson. She could easily imagine how embarrassed she must appear. Seizing a brush, she aimed to draw on Xie Shang's face in retaliation. Quick as a flash, he fled, deftly evading her pursuit. Jiang Fenghua, lifting her skirts, chased after him relentlessly. Having practiced dance, her waist was as supple as a willow, and she could effortlessly perform splits, swiftly regaining her footing to continue the chase. Her movements exuding grace and vigor. The ancestral hall echoed with their joyful laughter and playful banter. She moved with an elegance that resembled poetry in motion, each action light and fluid. Xie Shang came to realize that it was not only martial women like Su Tingwan who embodied such spirited grace. Jiang Fenghua, too, was gradually making her way into his heart. Before the ancestral tablets, Xie Shang unabashedly embraced her waist and kissed her lips, unbothered by the two small ink mustaches at the corners of her mouth. Jiang Fenghua played along, knowing that this was merely Xie Shang's newfound fascination with her. She aimed to capture his heart and break into his innermost thoughts. Xie Shang took her to meet the emperor once more. The emperor found her transcription impeccable, as Jiang Fenghua had excelled in her duties at the ancestral hall over the past few days. Xie Shang displayed his remarkable abilities in court, which led the emperor to grant them permission to leave the palace within just 2 days. In contrast to their initial entrance, Jiang Fenghua now lay peacefully in Xie Shang's embrace with her eyes closed, breathing evenly as she drifted into slumber, lost in sweet dreams. By the time they arrived at the prince's residence, darkness had completely enveloped the sky. Jiang Fenghua appeared as though she could not awaken, shifting her position to cling to his waist and continue her rest. Xie Shang, considering her fatigue from the previous night and her long day of transcription, gently lifted her into his arms, carrying her down from the carriage. Unaware of her surroundings, Jiang Fenghua remained oblivious. Hong Xiao and Lian Yi stood guard at the entrance, their expressions filled with concern as they observed the prince carrying the sleeping princess. She has fallen asleep. I am taking her back to the moonlit pavilion. Do not disturb her. She is too weary, he said tenderly, cradling her as he entered the estate. Hong Xiao and Lian Yi initially feared that the princess had sustained an injury, but upon realizing the prince's concern, they noted a change in his demeanor toward her. Meanwhile, Su Tingwan hid in the shadows, her heart heavy with sorrow. Xie Shang had ultimately forsaken their agreement. Aunt Yufeng stood quietly behind her, observing. Concubine Su, have you seen? Do you still believe that the prince will only love you? He will remain faithful to you alone? For now, there is only Jiang Fenghua. But there will be many more women in the future. You must prepare yourself accordingly. Su Tingwan's nails dug into the pillar, her eyes flashing with intensity. He has been enchanted by Jiang Fenghua. How can I make the prince return to me, at least to become his woman? Concubine, you are already the prince's woman. You must wait for your opportunity. I mean his true woman. I want to ensure that Xie Shang cannot forget me. Su Tingwan had made several attempts. Yet Xie Shang had not consummated their union. Now, she was acutely aware of the looming crisis. Aunt Yunfeng whispered something in her ear, and Su Tingwan's eyes widened as she bit her lip, resolutely nodding. Aunt, please make the arrangements. On the other side, Xie Shang gently laid Jiang Fenghua upon the bed in their chamber. Just as he turned to leave, she stirred awake, her drowsy eyes meeting his. Where are we? We have returned home. Rest well. I must attend to matters at the yamen, he replied, brushing aside her tousled hair. Unable to resist, he placed a tender kiss on her delicate face before preparing to leave, aware that he might have to journey far. Jiang Fenghua wrapped her arms around his neck, her lips glistening. I fell into such a deep sleep. It is already dark outside. Do not overexert yourself, my lord. Take care of yourself out there. I will wait for your return. Xie Shang nodded, exchanging a few intimate moments with her before rising to depart. The door to the chamber stood wide open, and behind the screen, Hong Xiao and Lian Yi could hardly believe their eyes. The prince had taken the initiative to kiss the princess. Once Xie Shang had left, Jiang Fenghua remained on the bed, reluctant to rise. Her body had been tense all day, and fatigue overwhelmed her. Lin Yi approached, remarking, "The relationship between the princess and the prince has certainly deepened. They have already consummated their union in the palace." Her demeanor returned to normal, as her intimacy with Xie Shang had always been part of her plan. Lin Yi quickly understood. Thus, the prince had not escaped the princess's grasp. Should this come to Su concubine's attention, she would surely be furious. Hong Xiu recounted the recent events within the estate to Jiang Fenghua, explaining how Aunt Yunfang had been overseeing Su Tingwan, and even Granny Wang had been unable to interject. Despite receiving the Empress's orders to instruct Su Tingwan, Aunt Yunfang had obstructed her at every turn, even in the kitchen, ensuring that only the best was sent to the sandalwood courtyard, where she feasted better than her mistress. Jiang Fenghua reflected on Su Guifei's attitude toward the Empress, realizing that Aunt Yunfang was merely wielding her power. Having been married to the prince for quite some time, she had yet to assume control over the household affairs, which were still managed by Steward Cheng. Normally, a prince's wife would oversee such matters, but Xie Shang had not considered this, indicating that his affections were not as profound as one might think. Perfectly content with her own finances, she cared little for their internal struggles, waiting for the day when everything would come to light. In her previous life, Xie Shang had thoughtlessly handed over the household affairs to Su Tingwan, allowing her to flourish. Jiang Fenghua was indifferent. The sandalwood courtyard would not bankrupt the estate. All she desired now was sleep, having been exhausted from 2 days of inadequate rest. Hong Xiu, even if the sky were to fall, do not wake me. I must catch up on my sleep. Filled with concern, Hong Xiu noticed the marks on Jiang Fenghua's body while changing her clothes, clearly indicating that the prince had been quite vigorous with her. Meanwhile, Su Tingwan, aware that Xie Shang had left the moonlit pavilion without so much as a glance in her direction, felt a deep sense of loss. Indeed, men were fickle. He had forgotten her so swiftly. After finishing his duties, Xie Shang returned late. Su Tingwan donned a delicate pink gown, gracefully approaching him. "I pay my respects to the prince." Adorned in a meticulously styled hairdo and exquisite makeup, she presented herself as delicate and demure. "Once, it is quite late. Why are you still awake?" he asked gently. "I was worried about you, my lord." "I have been waiting for your return," she replied, mimicking Jiang Fenghua's coyness as she took his hand, her voice sweet and tender. "While you were away, I practiced many etiquettes and learned various skills, even preparing supper for you." Xie Shang was taken aback by Su Tingwan's culinary abilities. Observing her cautious demeanor, he recognized that he had indeed neglected her of late. "I will sit in your courtyard for a while. I am quite hungry. I have just taken over the position of the governor of Jingzhou and have been preoccupied with official matters, neglecting you. Are you upset with me?" "I am not upset. I simply miss you," Su Tingwan replied casually. "You are a prince. Some matters ought to be entrusted to your subordinates." Xie Shang aspired to excel in his role as the governor of Jingzhou Prefecture, not wishing to be underestimated by his father, the emperor. Consequently, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to every matter, remaining silent throughout. Jiang Fenghua opined that preparation is the cornerstone of success. Without it, endeavors falter. Establishing principles beforehand prevents hesitance. Planning in advance averts confusion. Premeditating actions alleviates guilt, and charting a course beforehand ensures prosperity. He contemplated paying a visit to Master Jiang. Chapter 48. Cleverness leads to downfall. Upon arriving at the sandalwood courtyard, Su Tingwan had already prepared a lavish feast. Xie Shang was invited to sit down, and she poured him a cup of fruit wine, saying, "This is a brew I made myself. I hope the prince finds it to his liking." Xie Shang took a sip, savoring its sweetness mingled with a hint of tartness. The fragrance was rich, and the taste was pleasantly sweet, without the risk of inebriation. As Su Tingwan explained, she then offered him a bite of the poached chicken, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. "This dish took me several days to perfect. I never imagined that preparing a delectable meal could be so intricate. It was more exhausting than wielding a sword. But for the prince, I am willing to learn." Xie Shang gazed at her face, unsure how to reveal that his affections had shifted to Jiang Fenghua, with whom he had already consummated their relationship. He was not merely captivated by her beauty, but also profoundly drawn to her. Su Tingwan, sensing what he was about to confess, gently interjected, "Today, I saw you carrying the princess back. Your gaze towards her has changed, hasn't it? Do you?" "Yes," Xie Shang replied resolutely. "I have developed feelings for Jiang Fenghua." Su Tingwan fought back tears, quickly assuring him, "Ah Shang, It's all right. I understand completely. I will get along well with the princess. She is so beautiful, so gentle. Even I would find her charming if I were a man. Are you not angry? Xie Shang recalled how Su Tingwan used to demand his exclusive affection, yet she seemed different now. She shook her head. As long as Shang cares for me. That is enough. Xie Shang embraced her, saying, Wan, I am sorry. As long as you are not upset and willing to coexist with her, I find solace in that. Su Tingwan nestled against him, her gaze unusually cold. She was determined to conceive his child soon. Xie Shang casually sampled her fruit wine again, appreciating its subtle flavor. He drank several cups and soon felt a warmth enveloping his chest. Su Tingwan's demeanor shifted, becoming alluring. He remarked, Wan, I feel quite hot. Prince, allow me to serve you tonight. Su Tingwan clung to his waist, recalling how they had almost consummated their relationship on previous occasions, only for him to withdraw each time. Aunt Yunfang said this is the most potent love potion. Xie Shang felt an overwhelming heat rising within him, his eyes reddening and his expression becoming fierce. Wan. Suddenly, he pressed Su Tingwan onto the soft couch, kissing her fervently, his mind spiraling out of control, unable to contain the surging desire. Clenching his fists, he felt a splitting headache. Wan, what have you given me? I feel terrible. Su Tingwan embraced him in return, kissing him passionately, using every means to entice him. Shang, let me help you. It will be over soon. I love you. As Xie Shang's consciousness faded, he felt the warmth of her body pressed against his chest, sensing that if he did not release soon, he might perish from the intensity. Like a beast, he pushed Su Tingwan onto the bed, tearing her delicate gown apart with all his might. With her plan succeeding, a faint smile graced her lips. Shang, do not leave me. As Xie Shang's heat gradually subsided, he drew closer to her ear, in a daze, murmuring, Wan. At that moment, Su Tingwan's heart turned to ice, her body tensed and trembled. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried, Shang, look closely. I am your Wan. I am Su Tingwan. Xie Shang, in a daze, could not grasp her words, unconsciously uttering Jiang Fenghua's name. Yunfang, hiding outside the window, listened intently. Peering through to see two entwined bodies, flames of desire igniting within her as she imagined Xie Shang's form. Suddenly, Yunxing dashed in front of her. Aunt Yunfang, what are you looking at? Yunfang snapped back to reality, casting a cold glare at Yunxing. Nothing. Come, let us go. Tonight. The side consort has finally fulfilled her desires. Yunxing, unaware of Su Tingwan's deceit, stole a glance inside and immediately blushed, scampering away. In the aftermath, Xie Shang stared incredulously at Su Tingwan, recalling the 2 cups of wine he'd consumed, fury igniting in his eyes. Wan, did you drug me? Though Su Tingwan felt utterly drained, she propped herself up to embrace him. Prince, I did not. Xie Shang pushed her away, the earlier events replaying vividly in his mind. Wan, I never expected you to resort to such vile tactics. I am deeply disappointed in you. With that, he donned his clothes and turned to leave. In an instant, Su Tingwan's heart shattered, crying out, Shang, do not go. Yunfang hurried inside, witnessing the disarray of the bed, yet the sheets remained spotless. She questioned, Side consort, have you and the prince ever shared an intimate moment? In a fit of anger, Su Tingwan retorted, I am innocent with Shang. We have never truly been together. Yunfang adjusted her position. Then why is there no evidence of your union after you consummated your relationship with the prince? Su Tingwan glanced around, realizing there was indeed nothing. How could that be? I have never acted inappropriately with a man. I am pure, Aunt Yunfang. Please believe me, I did not. Yunfang, quick-witted, seized her. Now is not the time to dwell on that. The critical issue is that once Mother Wang learns of your consummation with the prince, she will come for the handkerchief. Any woman entering the Heng Wang mansion will be scrutinized by the empress. Su Tingwan, feeling anxious, pleaded, Aunt, help me. I can only trust you now. Yunfang acted swiftly, pricking her finger and letting a drop of blood fall onto the sheets. You must insist this is from after your union with the prince. Remember, do not let any inconsistencies slip. Su Tingwan nodded repeatedly. Yunxing, eavesdropping outside, was filled with astonishment. How can the young lady have none? Yunfang decisively commanded Yunxing to fetch Mother Wang. After a long wait, Mother Wang finally arrived. Upon entering the chamber, she found Su Tingwan seated on the bed in sheer fabric, tears still glistening in her eyes. Mother Wang, puzzled, remarked, Did not the maid say that the prince and the side consort had consummated their relationship? Why is the prince not in the sandalwood courtyard? Chapter 49. A rift in Xie Shang's heart when Yunfang handed the handkerchief to Wang Mama. She inquired, "Why isn't the prince here?" Wang Mama replied, "The prince just left. He may be occupied with official duties." Yunfang added, "The secondary consort is quite upset about this." The prince did not even spare a moment to accompany her before departing. Wang Mama received the handkerchief with a cold smile and remarked, "It is said that the princess and the prince have consummated their marriage in the palace. The prince is deeply devoted to the princess, carrying her around in fear of her suffering any distress." Upon hearing this, Su Tingwan felt a chill in her heart. Yet, she could not express her feelings. She pinched her arm, recalling Xie Shang's rough actions towards her, and resentment welled up within her. Why must they treat her in such a manner? Naturally, Wang Mama intended to seek an audience with the prince. Xie Shang emerged from the sandalwood courtyard, not heading anywhere in particular, and he even hesitated to visit the Langyue pavilion to face Jiang Fenghua. Instead, he returned directly to the Tingxua pavilion. He did not light a lamp. The room was engulfed in darkness. A sense of discomfort enveloped him, and a dull ache began to throb in his head. Wanwan was not the sort of woman to engage in such schemes. She was innocent, lovely, and vivacious, never resorting to cunning tactics. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside, followed by Wang Mama's voice, reporting to the prince, "It is your humble servant." "Is the prince inside?" "What is it?" Xie Shang replied in a deep voice. Wang Mama respectfully stated, "I just came from the secondary consort and heard that the prince and the consort have consummated their marriage. I inquire for the sake of the royal lineage. Is it true?" Before she could finish, Xie Shang coldly interjected, "Tell the truth to the Empress Dowager. I have indeed consummated my marriage with the secondary consort." Wang Mama remained perplexed. It was late. And why was the prince not resting in the consort's chamber, but instead returned to the Tingxua pavilion? Even if he were busy with official matters, he should have gone to the study. Xie Shang paused, contemplating whether to tell Wang Mama that he had been drugged by Su Tingwan that evening. Reflecting on her pitiful plea, he realized he had violated their agreement. Had he not developed feelings for Jiang Fenghua, Wang would not have resorted to such drastic actions. "Your Highness," Wang Mama called again. Xie Shang finally replied, "I suddenly remembered I had official duties to attend to, hence my return to the Tingxua pavilion." Wang Mama still felt uncertain. After all, the prince was so fond of the secondary consort, having shared a bed together, yet he left in the middle of the night. She departed with lingering questions. Soon, silence enveloped the area, and Xie Shang changed into clean garments before stepping outside. Under the moonlight, he walked alone to the Langyue pavilion. The courtyard was eerily quiet, with all the doors tightly shut, and everyone appeared to be sound asleep. He gazed at Jiang Fenghua's door, noticing the candlelight had been extinguished, indicating she had retired for the night. He did not wish to disturb anyone and turned to leave the estate. He recalled Jiang Fenghua had promised to wait for his return, yet he felt uncertain about how to face her. Half a month later, the weather grew increasingly hot, making it impossible to sleep without ice in the room. Jiang Fenghua set up a hammock in the pavilion, often retreating there to read. Lian Yi fanned her while chattering. "The prince has been away for half a month. Why hasn't he returned? Not a word or message." Jiang Fenghua had already learned that he had departed the royal residence immediately after that night, leaving Xingjing City. She contemplated. Xie Shang must be investigating the case of the stolen imperial tomb. It must be a complicated matter not meant for public knowledge, which is why he left so quietly. Jiang Fenghua also learned from Wang Mama that on the day Xie Shang departed, he had consummated his marriage with Su Tingwan. During these days, she had not seen Su Tingwan, who was said to be ill and unable to visit the Langyue pavilion to pay her respects. Whether they had consummated their marriage or not was of no concern to Jiang Fenghua. She continued to practice her dance, read, write, paint, and manage her affairs diligently. Recently, the sandalwood courtyard had been unusually quiet. Su Tingwan seemed to have transformed, spending her days in the courtyard studying the arts. It was said that her progress was poor, leading her to choose to learn dancing, practicing diligently each day, with Yunfang even bringing in a teacher to instruct her, shrouded in mystery. Jiang Fenghua remained noncommittal upon hearing this, resuming her reading with grace. Learning dance at 17 or 18, starting so late, would yield little result. Jiang Fenghua remarked, "In a few days, the palace will host a banquet to welcome the envoys from the Chaoshi kingdom, who come to negotiate peace with our Dezhou and present a beautiful princess to the emperor, forming an alliance between the two nations. Su Tingwan aims to shine at the banquet. In her previous life, Su Tingwan had performed a sword dance alongside Xie Shang, earning thunderous applause. However, this time, with Xie Shang entangled in official business, he had yet to make an appearance, and the sword dance was likely to be abandoned. Speaking of dancing, Lien Ye's eyes sparkled. If our princess were to dance, she would surely captivate all. Isn't there a courtesan selection competition at Ichuan Tower tonight? Jiang Fenghua casually inquired. Lien Ye replied excitedly. Yes. Manager Lin sent word that she will personally oversee the selection tonight. It shall be quite lively. I wish to see it, but alas, as the Princess of Heng, it is inappropriate for you to visit such places. Jiang Fenghua felt a twinge of excitement. Since Xie Shang was absent from Shengjing City, she said. Has Wang Mama returned to the palace? Yes, she has. Why do you ask? Jiang Fenghua swiftly descended from the hammock. Prepare me for an outing tonight. We shall stroll the streets and see who becomes this year's courtesan. Though she was the Princess of Heng, Xie Shang had not restricted her freedom. Furthermore, it had been a long time since she last visited Ichuan Tower. Since Lin Yu took over Ichuan Tower, the rules had changed. Lin Yu never forced the women to entertain guests, yet they were not saints. They supported the young women in the tower. Those wishing to sell their beauty were not hindered, while those who performed without selling themselves were free to pursue their desires. Over a few short years, Ichuan Tower had flourished. Dressed in male attire, Jiang Fenghua arrived at Ichuan Tower, where Lin Yu, aware of her arrival, hurried to greet her at the side door. Clad in a silver-white brocade robe, holding a bamboo folding fan, she appeared strikingly handsome, resembling a charming young gentleman. Upon seeing her, Lin Yu embraced her waist and raised an eyebrow. Young Master Jiang, please come in. I have reserved a private room for you. We have esteemed guests. Jiang Fenghua was puzzled about who the esteemed guest might be. Upon ascending the stairs and encountering the visitor, she joyfully rushed into his embrace. Elder brother, when did you return? You didn't even inform Wan. Jiang Jinyan, handsome and captivating, smiled slightly, his charm unmatched. He affectionately patted her head. Running off to Ichuan Tower after getting married. Are you not afraid of Hong Wang finding out? Feigning anger, Jiang Fenghua retorted. You didn't even return from my wedding. I shall ignore you. Didn't I send you a congratulatory gift? Jiang Jinyan continued. You sent me a message to investigate the theft of the imperial tomb. Do you not wish to know the progress? Jiang Fenghua's eyes brightened. Elder brother, have you discovered something? Feigning indignation, Jiang Jinyan teased. Aren't you ignoring me? My dear brother, my most beloved elder brother. Jiang Fenghua pouted, and Jiang Jinyan quickly relented, affectionately declaring. It may not have been the people of Dezhou who committed the act. Chapter 50. An elder brother naturally protects his sister. Meanwhile, the election contest for the courtesans downstairs was gradually unfolding, the building bustling with a vibrant crowd, both inside and out. Jiang Fenghua stood by the window, gazing downwards, anticipating that such an event would ensure a bountiful night for Ichuan Tower. Only in such establishments does wealth flow swiftly. Lin Yu, your acumen in business is truly commendable. With a playful curl of her crimson lips, Lin Yu wrapped her arms around Jiang Fenghua's waist. The young gentlemen of Shengjing City were drawn to this place, where their silver would be spent extravagantly, making the experience worth their while. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. As the music began to play, the young ladies emerged in a dazzling display, competing in solo performances, each relying on her own talent. Next, the elegant maiden was invited to the stage. A girl clad in a red gown, her face veiled in crimson silk, descended gracefully, cradling a pipa in her arms. Her enchanting figure began to dance, reminiscent of a blooming red peony. As the audience beheld her, silence enveloped the room, eyes wide with wonder at her exquisite beauty. With a delicate flick of her fingers, a melodious note resonated, and as she danced lightly, the pipa melody flowed like a gentle stream, captivating all. Her voice, ethereal and beautiful, echoed like a celestial choir, earning her resounding applause. Jiang Fenghua was entranced, her eyes sparkling with admiration, her slender fingers unconsciously tapping to the rhythm. She inquired where Lin Yu had found such a remarkable dancer. Lin Yu replied, a stunning young lady indeed. I heard that Ichuan Tower was organizing the courtesan contest, and she came seeking us. The more performers we have, the greater our income. Besides, I shall not shortchange her. If she is skilled, we shall split the earnings evenly. Our goal is profit, while she seeks fame. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. As for whether she can secure the top position, that depends on her talent. Quite intriguing. And her pipa playing is commendable, Jiang Fenghua praised. Yet, you are far removed from her caliber. It is a shame that your current status prevents you from showcasing your own talents. Otherwise, noticing Jiang Fenghua's keen interest, Lin Yu asked, would you consider taking the stage yourself? If you did, Yichuan Tower would surely gain renown tonight. Jiang Fenghua glanced at Jiang Jinyan. Is it permissible? I am now the princess consort of Hong Wang. It would be inappropriate for me to appear in such a setting. Jiang Jinyan's lips curled in a fond smile, assuring her, as long as Ruan is happy, everything else can be overlooked. Your elder brother will safeguard you. The Yichuan Tower of today is not the same as it once was, nor is it comparable to other establishments in Xinjiang. Within its walls, the women who perform are relatively safe, free from coercion unless they seek more for themselves. Yet, the world is harsh, particularly towards women, leading to an influx of those entering the tower. They are not saviors. Everyone is merely pursuing their own means of survival. He understood that his sister, possessing remarkable wisdom from a young age, had meticulously planned her life, including her choice of a husband. Unlike other young girls, she did not harbor romantic fantasies. Her resolute gaze was inscrutable. Jiang Fenghua surveyed the room, noting the presence of many literati and noble sons, even some young ladies from affluent families disguised within the crowd. Guo Xiao and his group of dandy youths had even reserved a lavish private room on the second floor, and Xiaoyu was present as well. After a moment's contemplation, she decided against it. Noticing the hint of concern in her eyes, Jiang Jinyan remarked, during your time as the princess consort of Hong Wang, how has he treated you? You seem so cautious. I hardly recognize the confident Jiang Fenghua from my childhood. In the past, I had you to shield me when I entered Yichuan Tower, but times have changed, and I cannot act recklessly now, she replied calmly. Jiang Jinyan was aware of her status as the princess consort and knew that Xie Shang had already pledged his affections to another woman. However, if Ruan desired to marry, he could not impede her. He only wished for her to remain open-hearted and carefree. He had long pondered whether Ruan had harbored feelings for Heng Wang since childhood. He questioned her, Ruan, I know you have always been wise beyond your years. I hope you do not sacrifice your own happiness for something or someone unworthy. Remember, your joy is paramount. If he cannot bring you happiness or allow you to be yourself, why must you marry him? Jiang Jinyan recognized that she had always been different from other girls. By the age of 5, she had actively pursued knowledge and planned her future. No one realized that the fortune of the Jiang family stemmed from the ingenuity of a little girl. With Jiang Xiaofu's meager salary, the family struggled to make ends meet. Yet now, they were thriving. Despite her love for singing and dancing, Jiang Fenghua dared not take risks. She had meticulously plotted for a decade and could not afford failure. Although her brother hoped she would stay true to herself, he was unaware of the many burdens she carried. Without a plan, the Jiang family would find themselves without a foothold in a decade or so. Though her elder brother was exceptionally talented, his political aspirations seemed bleak, and her second sister and brother-in-law faced dire poverty. The misfortunes of her brother-in-law's business were not due to poor management, but rather because of the countless who sought to undermine them. The fourth brother had also strayed onto a path of no return. Their father, the learned Jiang Xiaofu, had been wrongfully accused, threatening to tarnish his lifelong integrity. All of these tribulations arose from her own actions. She realized that some matters must be communicated to her brother. She could no longer allow the Jiang family to be caught off guard. Elder brother, my marriage into the Heng Wang residence and my plan to supplant Su Tingwan in Xie Shang's heart is merely the initial step. Jiang Fenghua spoke solemnly. Upon hearing her explanation, Jiang Jinyan was unsettled. The position you seek is precarious. How can you be certain he will ascend to greatness? Rumors say he does not have the emperor's favor. He will, Jiang Fenghua replied resolutely, displaying a conviction that belied her years. Jiang Jinyan could no longer remain composed. Ruan, he said, now that I have returned, you must present Jiang Xiaofu's eldest son before the emperor. The Jiang family has never produced a military general, and in the court, we are already at a disadvantage. The Su family has long been entrenched in the military. They possess power and influence, making it difficult to contend against them. Therefore, whether I can secure a position before Xie Shang and carve out a space for our family depends on you. Jiang Jinyan understood that having a voice in the matter was essential to claiming a stake. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Now that they were involved, there was no turning back for the Jiang family. What do you want your elder brother to do? He inquired earnestly. Jiang Fenghua smiled charmingly. Did you not say you would protect me? Jiang Jinyan, ever gentle and amiable, radiated warmth akin to a spring breeze. At that moment, A flicker of cold intensity crossed his obsidian-like eyes, his handsome visage strikingly resolute. Rest assured, your elder brother will always shield his sister. Chapter 51. The unmatched young master outshines all in the Yichuan Tower. An atmosphere of revelry enveloped the gathering, with joyous melodies filling the air as the host called for the unmatched young master to take the stage. At the mention of his name, the crowd erupted into a flurry of whispers, uncertainty gripping them. This was a competition for courtesans. How could a man dare to step forward? Surely, no man would aspire to claim the title of a courtesan. Indeed, where could a male courtesan come from? We seek only women, not men, Guo suddenly bellowed, demanding that the so-called unmatched young master depart. Others joined in his protest, declaring, I came here to spin silver on the ladies, not to see men. Bring back that graceful maiden to sing another tune. I have plenty of silver to reward her. In an instant, the crowd clamored for the return of the enchanting girl. Lin Yu, adorned in an exquisitely tailored gown that accentuated her figure, gracefully ascended the stage. With her alluring red lips curled into a smile, she spoke. Esteemed guest of Yichuan Tower, your presence honors me, Lin Yu. Today, we are hosting a contest for the title of courtesan, and it is not solely reserved for women. Should any men of talent and virtue wish to participate, they are welcome. I, Lin Yu, do not discriminate against men. Huh. Who doesn't know that Lin Yu is a money grubber? She'll accept anyone if the price is right. Someone jested, prompting laughter from the crowd, who echoed, indeed. Lin Yu treasures silver above all else. Lin Yu sighed inwardly, pondering the state of her reputation. Yet, silver was undeniably essential. Those who shun silver are fools, she thought, smiling at the crowd. If someone offered silver, she could not deny them a chance on stage. They could simply enjoy the spectacle. Suddenly, Guo interjected. Now that Lin Yu is on stage, why not perform a dance? If it's good, I shall reward you. Lin Yu cast a deep gaze at Guo, replying, Young Master Guo, you jest. I am tone-deaf and clumsy. I would not wish to offend your senses. With that, she gracefully retreated. In an unexpected turn, the lanterns in the hall dimmed, only to be reignited, revealing a figure in white adorned with a mask at the center of the stage. Her long, dark hair was simply tied back, cascading down her shoulders. Though her face remained obscured, her ethereal presence captivated the audience. As a crisp drumbeat resonated, she plucked the strings of her instrument, a haunting melody emerging that entranced all who listened. Her fingers danced across the strings, producing delicate and enchanting notes that seemed to transcend time and space. With each beat, her movements were graceful and alluring, a perfect blend of strength and gentleness. The audience was spellbound, forgetting that they were in a brothel, lost in the beauty of her performance. At that moment, Xie Shang appeared among the throng, his gaze not fixed on the stage but scanning the crowd, searching for someone amidst the cacophony. Jiang Fenghua, noticing Xie Shang's presence, faltered in her dance. Eager for the accompaniment to conclude so she could escape, she sensed a disturbance in her rhythm, and Jiang Jinyan, observing her distraction, prepared to extinguish the lights and descend the stairs at her signal. Just as the performance concluded, the lanterns dimmed once more. As Jiang Fenghua attempted to leave, two figures suddenly obstructed her path. Jiang Jinyan had arrived on stage, intending to escort his sister away, only to inadvertently grasp the hand of another man in the shadows. In the dark, Jiang Fenghua reached out for her brother, only to find herself grasping a rough hand, unmistakably not her brother's. Panic surged within her as she attempted to free herself, but the stranger held on tightly, drawing her closer. A familiar scent wafted towards her, causing her heart to race. It was Xie Shang. Quickly, she clamped her mouth shut, terrified of being recognized. With her face concealed by the mask, Xie Shang could not discern her identity, but felt the softness of her fingers, reminiscent of a woman's touch. As he wrapped his arms around her waist, he marveled at how delicate she felt. In that moment of hesitation, Jiang Fenghua stomped on his foot with all her might, managing to break free. Without a second thought, she leaped off the stage, landing in the arms of another man. Third miss, it is I, he whispered. Jiang Fenghua froze, recognizing Xiao Yu's voice. How did he know she was the one on stage? With no time to ponder, she allowed him to lead her away, grateful to escape Xie Shang's gaze. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinyan, also masked, sought to rescue his sister but was inexplicably hindered by another man, leading to a scuffle. Lin Yu, noticing the commotion on stage, hesitated to signal for the lights, aware that something was amiss. Amidst the chaos, a well-meaning onlooker ignited the lanterns on the second floor, casting a dim light upon the stage, revealing three men engaged in a fierce struggle. This meddler was none other than the reckless Guo. Upon recognizing the figures on stage, he gasped, "Why is His Highness the Prince of Heng fighting with a masked man?" Xie Shang turned his attention to the struggle, noting the form of a man, but then spotting a fourth figure, a woman. The thief, quick on his feet, attempted to escape. In a remarkable synchronization, Xie Shang and Jiang Jinyan lunged at the thief, swiftly capturing him. This notorious rogue, known as Lai San, was famed for his swift hands and feet, having never been caught before. Yet, today, he had fallen into the clutches of the Prince of Heng. "I haven't done anything wrong. Why pursue me?" he protested. "Whether you are guilty or not, you may defend yourself at the magistrate's office," Xie Shang replied coldly. His men swiftly apprehended the thief, who was soon taken away. Jiang Jinyan, recognizing Xie Shang, removed his mask and bowed respectfully. "I have met His Highness," he stated. Xie Shang was taken aback. This was the renowned eldest son of the Jiang family, Jiang Fenghua's brother, whose reputation preceded him. "I see the Jiang family possesses remarkable talent," Xie Shang acknowledged with a slight smile. Upstairs, the onlookers buzzed with excitement, greeting Jiang Jinyan with, "Eldest young master, it has been too long. And when did you return? Was that you playing the instrument? No wonder it sounded like celestial music. Your skill is unparalleled," they remarked. To maintain their ruse, Jiang Fenghua and Jiang Jinyan had indeed donned identical attire and masks. After all, the unmatched young master could not simply vanish without a trace. Jiang Jinyan greeted the crowd with a nod before turning to Xie Shang. "Your Highness, I would be honored if you would join me for a drink." He needed to stall Xie Shang for one's sake. A hint of a smile graced Xie Shang's lips as he replied, "I would be pleased, young Master Jiang." He had not anticipated the close rapport between Jiang Jinyan and the young nobles of Xinjing City. Their enthusiasm for him surpassed even that of his own princely status. Chapter 52. Young Master Zhao's discerning ear. On the other side, Jiang Fenghua, having fled from the Yichuan building, dared not return, fearful of encountering Xie Shang. Upon seeing her masked visage, Xiaoyu inquired, "Miss San?" Jiang Fenghua came to her senses, lifted her mask, and asked, "How did you recognize me, young Master Xiao?" A blush crept onto Xiaoyu's face as he replied candidly, "I often visited the Jiang residence to seek my teacher. Whenever the sound of qin music wafted through, I knew it was Miss San playing." Hearing that familiar melody once more at the Yichuan building had rendered him speechless. In that moment, he was certain it was Jiang Fenghua, as the familiarity was overwhelming. "Ah, so young Master Xiao possesses the ability to recognize individuals by their music. It seems you, too, have a penchant for melodies," Jiang Fenghua remarked. Xiaoyu humbly replied, "I merely have a superficial understanding, far inferior to that of Miss San." "You are too modest, young Master Xiao. My father often claims that of all his students, none possess talent as remarkable as yours, destined for great accomplishments." Jiang Fenghua spoke truthfully. Jiang Xiaofu was indeed a lover of talent and frequently extolled Xiaoyu's virtues. It was clear that Xiaoyu had a bright future ahead, destined to hold the esteemed position of Minister of Rites. She recalled the time when the Jiang family faced adversity, and it was only Xiaoyu who stood up to defend her father's honor. Thanks to his assistance, the Jiang family was vindicated, and she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed deeper as he mumbled, "So Miss San has heard my name mentioned by the teacher. What did you say, young Master Xiao?" Jiang Fenghua did not catch his words. "Nothing," he replied. She smiled, saying, "I thank you for today's events, young Master Xiao. With this being the second time you have come to my aid, I shall remember your kindness, if in the future, but you need not trouble yourself. My path is smooth, and your assistance is unnecessary." Xiaoyu was taken aback. "Miss San, you mentioned in the future." Jiang Fenghua changed the subject. "How did you know there was trouble on stage in such darkness earlier?" "I happened to see Prince Heng enter the Yichuan building, and he appeared to be searching for someone. I was concerned. I mean, as the Princess of Heng, entering such a place could tarnish your reputation," he explained. At the mention of Xie Shang's name, Jiang Fenghua felt a surge of panic. "Young Master Xiao, I must take my leave. I hope to have the opportunity to exchange musical skills with you another time. Farewell." With that, she darted away, her movements akin to a playful rabbit, utterly charming. Xiaoyu stood transfixed, unable to shake off the image of her retreating figure. Meanwhile, Yun Fong and Su Tingwan appeared mysteriously behind them. Su Tingwan pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Aunt, do you see? That person is Jiang Fenghua. Is it truly her, dressed in a man's attire and wearing a mask? Was the one playing the qin on stage just now really her? Who else could it be? I cannot believe she has not only taken it upon herself to perform at a brothel, but is now clandestinely meeting with a man, Yin Feng remarked, glancing at Xiao Yu, who was indeed quite handsome, though it was a pity he had fallen for a married woman. I must inform the prince. He is in the Yichuan building, Su Tingwan declared. Yun Feng quickly intervened, adopting a scheming demeanor. You must not go, my lady. You are here to learn skills. If people find out, it would tarnish your reputation. Should the prince learn of your presence in a place like this, we may face dire consequences. But she is dressed like this, sneaking out to meet a man. Such shamelessness, such moral decay. Xie Shang has been bewitched by her. Su Tingwan fumed. Blaming Jiang Fenghua for ensnaring Xie Shang, Yun Feng observed the disguises of both women, knowing they had also dressed to avoid detection, having just witnessed the earlier scene. If you go to report her now, the prince may punish her. But do we have evidence of Jiang Fenghua consorting with another man? Su Tingwan replied. Look at the longing in his gaze as he watches Jiang Fenghua. He is utterly enamored. Now that she has left, he nearly lost his wits. We need solid proof, Yin Feng insisted. Su Tingwan, vexed, recalled how, previously, Xie Shang had heroically saved her, and though the prince had witnessed their ambiguous interactions, he had dismissed it. You are right. Without tangible evidence, Xie Shang will not believe it. Does the concubine know this man? Yin Feng inquired. Of course. His name is Xiao Yu, a rising star in Shenjing with quite a reputation, Su Tingwan explained, her eyes filled with indignation. These people love to put on airs, pretending to be cultured. What is so impressive about reading? If not for the soldiers defending our homeland, could they indulge in such leisure, visiting brothels and drinking wine? My family, the Su clan, has guarded the borders and is a benefactor of the great Zhou. Even the emperor respects us. Is it not my family that earned the favor of the concubine? Yun Feng, indifferent to matters of national defense, believed that only through hard work could one ascend to greatness and enjoy a good life. A plan began to form in her mind. If the prince discovered that Jiang Fenghua had been frequently meeting men during his absence, merely speaking of it would not suffice. If she could catch her in the act of infidelity, Jiang Fenghua would have no chance of redemption. To strike effectively, one must aim for the vital point. Otherwise, the effort might backfire. Su Tingwan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Aunt, what is your plan? Without Jiang Fenghua, there will be nothing to stand between Xie Shang and me. We can return to how things were, she replied. Jiang Fenghua returned to her carriage, where Lien Yi anxiously awaited her. Princess, where have you been? I just left the Yichuan building and could not find you. I was terrified. I went nowhere. Let us return to the manor. Xie Shang has returned. Jiang Fenghua said hurriedly, slipping into the carriage. Her brother would surely devise a way to delay Xie Shang. Upon arriving at the Wang residence, Jiang Fenghua took a bath, changed into her nightgown, and climbed into bed. As she lay there, memories of her dance at the Yichuan building flooded her mind. Carefree, joyous, indulgent, and captivating. Today had been exceedingly bold. She had acted recklessly but felt no regret, finding it exhilarating. Such opportunities were rare. By the time Xie Shang returned to the manor, it was deep into the night. Having indulged in excessive drinking with Jiang Jinyan, he reeked of alcohol and could barely stand. Lin Feng supported him and called for servants, rousing Steward Cheng from his slumber. Your Highness, why have you drunk so much today? Jiang. Xie Shang swayed, astonished by Jiang Jinyan's drinking prowess. Realizing he had been bested. No, he had already succumbed. Jiang Jinyan seemed unaffected. As he relaxed, his mind grew foggy, and he struggled to maintain his footing. Allow this old servant to escort you back to your chambers, Steward Cheng offered. Lin Feng quickly interjected. Take him to the princess. She can care for him. He preferred to assist the mistress of the Lanyue pavilion, thus naturally gravitating towards her. Upon entering the Lanyue pavilion, the maids and matrons exchanged glances, disapproving. How could the prince be this inebriated? The princess has long since retired. Take him to the Tingxue pavilion. Jiang Fenghua. Xie Shang suddenly called out. Moments later, Jiang Fenghua emerged, donning an outer garment, her long black hair cascading over her slender shoulders. Her delicate face bore no expression, and she did not advance towards him. At this moment, she silently pondered. How much has he drunk to be in such a state? Can someone please remove him? Chapter 53. The intoxicated prince, disdained by all Xie Shang, observed Jiang Fenghua gracefully standing at the entrance, extending her hand towards him as she spoke in a low voice. Come here. However, before he could finish his sentence, Xie Shang suddenly erupted in a violent bout of vomiting, his posture utterly disheveled, devoid of any princely dignity. Jiang Fenghua covered her mouth and nose, her heart aching at the sight of her meticulously arranged courtyard now tainted by his indiscretion. Lin Feng felt a twinge of guilt. The prince had humiliated himself today in a most profound manner. How had he allowed himself to become so inebriated? Jiang Fenghua instructed the maidservants to prepare warm water for the prince to bathe, and she requested Granny Su to fetch a bowl of hangover soup from the kitchen. As soon as he expelled the bile from his stomach, Lin Feng and Steward Chung worked together to transport Xie Shang into the side hall and into the bathing tub. In truth, Jiang Fenghua had wished for Lin Feng to escort him to the listening snow pavilion. Lin Feng assisted in removing Xie Shang's garments, leaving only his underpants intact, and tentatively inquired, "Shall I take my leave now?" Jiang Fenghua frowned, intending to suggest that he clean him up first, but Lin Feng was quick to excuse himself. Vanishing in a flash, Red Sleeve and Lotus Leaf gazed at the prince, slumped in the tub like a lifeless doll, their foreheads creased with concern. Was this not simply asking for trouble? They too held a certain disdain for the situation. Jiang Fenghua cast a glance at them, commanding, "You both take care of him." The two maids hurriedly waved their hands, insisting that propriety forbade them from attending to a man in such a state, especially with the prince in such undress. Fearing they might witness something inappropriate, Lin Feng lingered outside the door, suddenly entering to pull Red Sleeve and Lotus Leaf away, reminding them that they both had futures to consider. "You cannot tend to your master," Jiang Fenghua called after him. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly, asserting, "The prince is the husband of the princess. I cannot overstep my boundaries, nor can I lack discernment. I shall not intrude upon the prince and princess cultivating their affections." Red Sleeve and Lotus Leaf feigned ignorance, feeling quite embarrassed as they followed Lin Feng out. They too wished to assist their mistress, but with the prince undressed, it would be quite inappropriate. After walking some distance, they remarked to Lin Feng, "The prince truly cannot hold his liquor. How could he become so intoxicated?" Lin Feng explained, "The prince has always had a poor tolerance for alcohol, and today, upon meeting young Master Jiang, he insisted on drinking to excess, which led to this predicament." The two maids understood. Young Master Jiang had an impressive capacity for alcohol, having once drained 2 barrels without so much as a change in countenance. For the prince to challenge him, he was indeed a brave soul. "Is young Master Jiang truly that formidable?" Lin Feng affirmed. The maidens nodded vigorously, with Red Sleeve questioning, "Did not the prince drink quite a lot on the day of his wedding to the princess? He seemed completely unfazed that night." Lin Feng then divulged the truth. "You see, on that occasion, the prince did not consume much at all. He pretended to drink, substituting water for wine. The reason his garments smelled of alcohol was that he had splashed some on himself beforehand." Red Sleeve replied, "No wonder when we cleaned his clothes that night, they seemed as if they had been soaked in a barrel of wine. Now it makes sense." Meanwhile, the other servants busily tidied the courtyard, fetching water and cleaning up with great haste, and soon enough, the area was immaculate, with not a soul remaining. Jiang Fenghua gazed at Xie Shang's closed eyes, feeling a wave of sorrow. Had he not been able to drink well on their wedding night? At that moment, Granny Su arrived with the hangover soup, freshly prepared, advising it to cool before serving to the prince. Jiang Fenghua, aware of the impropriety of having another man assist, declined Granny Su's help, saying, "Leave it there. I will feed him later. Thank you for your efforts. You may rest now." She closed the door, intending to return to bed and ignore him, feeling that his drunken return in the dead of night was a deliberate attempt to disrupt her peace. Yet, as she observed Xie Shang submerged in the water, with bare arms and torso, her heart softened. Even if it were a stray animal in distress, she would feel compelled to rescue it. Moreover, should he drown in his inebriation, her dreams of royalty would surely be dashed. Despite it being the height of summer, she worried he might catch a chill. Reluctantly, she took the hangover soup and proceeded to the side hall. "Your Highness, awaken," she murmured softly near his ear. Xie Shang seemed oblivious, not stirring in the slightest. Despite his poor tolerance for alcohol, he possessed decent character, at least not causing a ruckus. She gently scooped some soup with a spoon, attempting to feed him. "Just a sip, otherwise you will regret it upon waking." Yet, he remained motionless, breathing steadily, lost in a deep slumber, as if utterly exhausted. Jiang Fenghua patiently continued to offer him a bit, but it spilled messily from his mouth. Feeling exasperated, she ceased her efforts, reasoning that his earlier expulsion must have emptied his stomach of alcohol. Jiang Fenghua could not physically move him, and as her fingers grazed over his sculpted chest, she marveled at his physique, akin to a masterpiece of art. The moment her fingertips made contact, she recoiled, scolding herself. What an impropriety to behold! With her eyes closed, She hastily grabbed a cloth, wiping him down without a second thought, eager to finish the task. Her movements were gentle, yet deliberate, lingering on a particular spot on his chest. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Shang had opened his eyes, taking in the sight of Jiang Fenghua's face. Her features scrunched together in concentration, her nose adorably reminiscent of a rabbit's. He glanced down at her futile efforts, a smile of resignation gracing his lips, before suddenly grasping her wrist and pulling her into the bath with him. Before she could comprehend what was happening, water splashed everywhere, and she stumbled, colliding against his chest. "Your Highness, you are awake," she gasped, drenched from head to toe, and as the scent of alcohol wafted from him, her brow furrowed in distaste. Xie Shang wrapped his arms around her slender waist, noticing her hands pressed against his chest. He found himself unconsciously admiring his own physique. Recalling how Lin Feng often drooled over it, suddenly filled with confidence as he pulled her closer. Jiang Fenghua squirmed, attempting to distance herself. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" He smirked, his voice deep and teasing. "What do you wish to do, squirming like that?" Jiang Fenghua hesitated. "Your Highness is intoxicated. I am merely assisting you with your bath," she replied truthfully, avoiding eye contact. "How can you wash with your eyes closed?" he questioned, a glimmer of mischief in his gaze. Not wishing to admit her reluctance, she softly retorted, "Who bathes while fully clothed? It is improper." Seeing her refusal to meet his gaze, he leaned closer, deliberately provoking her. "I recall our last night together. The lights were not extinguished, and you saw everything. Did you not?" Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, her complexion resembling a ripe persimmon, her captivating eyes shimmering with embarrassment. He murmured, "Help me bathe. Your Highness, since you have already awakened, you should wash yourself." Jiang Fenghua responded, her frustration simmering beneath the surface. "As your wife, do you not wish to serve your husband?" he countered. Inwardly, Jiang Fenghua longed to unleash a torrent of curses upon him, questioning whether he possessed hands or feet, or if he were injured or incapacitated. Why must she serve him? Her inner turmoil clashed with the shyness reflected on her face as she grasped the cloth. Chapter 54. The unspoken understanding between couples. Xie Shang was surprisingly considerate, proactively making space for her. The bathtub in the Linghua Pavilion was spacious enough to accommodate two, with ample room to spare. Jiang Fenghua noticed he was honestly resting by the edge of the tub, and just as she was about to rise, Xie Shang suddenly grasped her ankle, inviting her to join him in bathing. Jiang Fenghua intended to protest that she had already washed, but Xie Shang's tone left no room for argument. She picked up a cloth and gently began to wipe his back, washing his arms and gradually moving downwards. Her movements were tender, akin to caressing a cherished pet. At that moment, she regarded him as such, fearing that she might lose her patience if she treated him otherwise. Her hair, damp below her shoulders, floated delicately on the water's surface, rendering her alluring. Yet, Xie Shang remained unaffected, the two of them helping each other bathe like an ordinary couple. She even washed his hair, and although the water had turned somewhat cool, he had no intention of rising. "Your Highness," she remarked, noticing he seemed disinterested and in a foul mood today. "I am somewhat fatigued. You may rise first." Xie Shang replied, feeling a tumult of heat and restlessness within him. However, he maintained his composure, unwilling to engage in anything untoward in the water with her. Jiang Fenghua gracefully stood up, her body still dripping as she walked behind the screen. She removed her soaked long skirt, wiped away the water stains with a cloth, and changed into fresh attire before emerging once more. "I am ready now," she announced. Xie Shang reclined in the tub, his eyes half closed, feeling considerably better than before. Having consumed too much alcohol on an empty stomach, he felt somewhat ill at ease. It had been half a month without any progress on the case, which left him feeling irritable. Jiang Fenghua, perceiving the anxiety etched on his brow, quietly exited the room. Xie Shang heard the sound of her departure, but paid it no mind. Soon after, he too emerged from the tub, scooping clean water to rinse off. After refreshing himself, he felt rejuvenated and dressed before stepping out. The room felt empty, and he pondered, where had Jiang Fenghua gone? A sudden wave of disappointment washed over him. He had been away for half a month, tirelessly pursuing the thieves who had robbed the imperial tomb, and only after much effort had he managed to trace it back to Lisan. Now he truly felt weary. He took a sheet of paper and began to write. Moments later, Jiang Fenghua returned, carrying a food box. Upon seeing Xie Shang deeply engrossed in his writing, she realized he had not even noticed her entrance. She placed the tray on the table and approached him. "Your Highness," she said, Xie Shang continued his task, responding mildly. What is it? I have prepared some food for you, Your Highness. Please eat a little to warm your stomach, Jiang Fenghua said gently. Xie Shang's hand paused momentarily as he observed her moving to the table to open the food box. A wave of fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils, causing him to involuntarily swallow. Jiang Fenghua continued, when one is hungry, one cannot focus. Only by satisfying one's hunger can one have the energy to think. Do not worry, Your Highness, eat your fill first. She had prepared 2 light dishes and a bowl of chicken noodle soup. The soup had been simmering on the stove, with tender chicken that was flavorful yet not greasy, and the noodles were delightfully smooth. As she spoke, his stomach began to grumble, her soft, melodious voice soothing to his ears. Unable to resist the temptation, he moved to the table and glanced at her, feeling a sense of comfort as his frustration dissipated. He asked playfully, Did the princess prepare this specifically for me? Jiang Fenghua's eyes widened in surprise. Is there another person in this room? She teased, glancing around. Crossing her arms. Do not frighten me, Your Highness. I am not brave and easily scared. Xie Shang smiled faintly, and Jiang Fenghua suddenly took his hand, urging him to sit. Please eat, Your Highness. You have toiled on the journey back, and though your return was somewhat unexpected, I will ensure you do not go hungry. She handed him a pair of chopsticks, saying, Here. Xie Shang accepted them, feeling warmth spread in his heart. The noodles were delicious, and after finishing, he felt his mood lift and his stomach content. Indeed, one's emotions were closely tied to whether one was well fed. Jiang Fenghua perceived Xie Shang as a child, his temper seemingly capricious. No wonder they said men needed to be coddled. He appeared to lack care and affection, reminiscent of a child who once wept for the emperor's approval. After tidying up, she returned to the kitchen while Xie Shang resumed his unfinished official duties at the table. It was late, and he had not gone to the study. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he began to write fervently. Moments later, she re-entered, having caught a glimpse of the contents of his paper, which seemed related to the theft of the imperial tomb. Her brother had mentioned that he had obtained some intel through special channels. Was Xie Shang troubled by the case? She recalled that in her previous life, the theft of the tomb had little consequence, with merely some royal burial treasures going missing over the years. Yet, the current state of Xie Shang indicated that something of great significance must be lost. Please rest. I have matters to attend to, he said gently upon seeing her return. She said nothing, knowing it was late and urging him to finish his work for the night. As she moved to the inner chamber, Xie Shang lost interest in writing, setting down his pen to follow her inside. He extinguished the candle and climbed into bed. Noticing his swift arrival, Jiang Fenghua instinctively shifted closer to the inner side of the bed. She pulled the covers to her chest, but Xie Shang suddenly grasped her hand, causing her heart to race. The blanket covering her was swept aside, and she felt his large hand enveloping her gently. She wondered how much he had wielded his sword in recent days. Otherwise, how could his palms be so calloused? What had his life been like during this time away? As a prince, even while solving cases, he ought to have enjoyed comforts. Yet he appeared so fatigued, personally pursuing the thief to Yichuan Tower. Focus, Xie Shang gasped, his breath heavy against her, breaking the momentary silence. Jiang Fenghua shook herself from her reverie, cooperating with him. Their interactions flowed harmoniously, and once certain matters commenced, they became inexorably intertwined, their connection feeling familiar yet increasingly pleasurable. She instinctively draped her arms around his shoulders, and they exchanged no further words, merely feeling as if their souls had been laid bare to one another. He toiled for more than half an hour before Jiang Fenghua finally broke free from his embrace. Her consciousness blurred, and she sensed that Xie Shang had grown ever more adept. She was uncertain how many women he had encountered before her, but she could tell he was inexperienced during their first encounter. As it was late, neither wished to rise for the bath again, and they drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, before dawn, Xie Shang roused her once more. Jiang Fenghua gazed up at the man above her with wide, clear eyes. She thought, Xie Shang was dressed. Had he already risen? Was he headed to morning court or to the magistrate's office? Xie Shang's presence was like a roaring beast, exuding a palpable tension as he brushed aside the stray hairs from her forehead, his gaze fixated on the flush of her cheeks. She resembled a captivating rose, enticing him to explore further. Jiang Fenghua found her hands held down by him, sprawled across the bed as he descended upon her with kisses like a tempest. Eventually, she found herself overwhelmed. Xie Shang tirelessly savored her essence, only relenting when she begged for mercy, treating her as a subject of his experimentation, each time lasting longer than the last. Jiang Fenghua felt a sense of frustration. Something about his return seemed amiss, and she wished to caution him against excessive indulgence. Fortunately, Xie Shang was gentle with her, his actions far from crude, even displaying a newfound desire to please her. After their affair, the sky had already begun to brighten. He remarked, "You should rest a little longer. I must attend to matters at the yamen and may have to enter the palace later. I cannot ascertain when I will finish, and it is uncertain whether I will return to the residence today." Jiang Fenghua lacked the strength to respond, for even without his words, she would succumb to deep slumber. Yet, was he informing her of his whereabouts? Her gentle, watery gaze fixed upon him as she softly nodded, affirming that no matter how late it became, she would await the prince. After Xie Shang departed, Jiang Fenghua instructed someone to deliver a letter to Jiang Jinyan. Chapter 55. The Jiang family aligned with the Prince Heng. Jiang Jinyan swiftly perused the letter he had received before reducing it to ashes. What could have been stolen from the imperial family that left Prince Heng so perturbed? If he was to engage in this matter, he must take the initiative. As he stepped out of his chamber and into the corridor, he heard his father's cold voice. "Jiang Jinyan, where are you headed now?" Upon hearing his father's tone, Jiang Jinyan instantly adopted a more submissive demeanor, respectfully bowing to Jiang Huai. "Father, you returned only at dawn, and now you are off again?" Jiang Huai expressed his displeasure. "You have been restless since childhood, and you are not a child anymore. Are you planning to linger outside for a few more years?" "Father, I am not loitering. I am earning a living," Jiang Jinyan replied, knowing that the Jiang family's wealth relied on his diligent efforts in the outside world. "Money, money, money. Have you studied so hard merely to pursue wealth? You bear no resemblance to me, Jiang Huai retorted impulsively. "The son is of my mother's blood. Do you not realize how that sounds?" Jiang Jinyan countered. "Silence." Jiang Huai struck his own mouth in frustration. "Son, I truly have urgent matters. It was remiss of me not to pay my respects to you and mother upon my return. I have left a gift for you in your study, a fine inkstone that I assure you will please you." Jiang Jinyan smiled, performed a bow, and departed. As Jiang Huai contemplated the inkstone, Jiang Jinyan had already vanished from sight. He called after him, "From tomorrow onwards, you shall teach at the Guozijian and prepare for the imperial examination." "I understand," came Jiang Jinyan's distant response. "Do not forget to visit the Zhang family's daughter. If you fail to impress her this time, you may remain a bachelor for life," Jiang Huai shouted again, lamenting that the young lady had been waiting for him, hoping for a straightforward answer. Yet, this time, he received no reply. Meanwhile, Xie Shang had gone to the yamen to interrogate Lai San. Under duress, Lai admitted knowledge of the royal tomb's theft and the pilfering of numerous royal treasures. However, he vehemently denied any involvement in the actual theft, claiming he had merely heard rumors about a few rare treasures resurfacing and sought to investigate, which led him to Xie Shang's attention. Xie Shang furrowed his brow, contemplating, to whom could those treasures have fallen? At that moment, an officer entered the room. "My lord, a young gentleman seeks an audience outside." "Refuse him," Xie Shang replied, perturbed. The officer added, "The gentleman claims to be Jiang Jinyan." Knowing that Jiang Jinyan had paid him, the officer felt emboldened to relay the message. Xie Shang tightened his brows. "Let him enter." Upon Jiang Jinyan's arrival, he bowed and greeted, "I pay my respects to His Highness, Prince Heng." "Please, have a seat, Master Jiang," Xie Shang offered, his tone softening slightly. Recognizing Jiang Jinyan as the elder brother of Jiang Fenghua and now a member of the royal family. Without further ado, Jiang Jinyan stated, "I shall be direct. I may possess some insights about the thief captured yesterday, which could aid your highness in recovering the lost items." Xie Shang straightened, his eyes glimmering with intrigue as he observed Jiang Jinyan's calm and composed demeanor. "What do you mean?" In the next moment, Jiang Jinyan produced a translucent jade carving from his sleeve and placed it on the table. Xie Shang's eyes widened in astonishment as he examined the piece. "Is this not one of the 4 rare treasures of the previous dynasty, the Jade Linglong?" "Indeed, beyond doubt," Jiang Jinyan confirmed. "I have verified its authenticity. Having dealt in jade for many years, I assure you, despite its size, it is priceless." Xie Shang was puzzled as to how this Jade Linglong came into Jiang Jinyan's possession. Knowing it had originally belonged to the previous dynasty and later became a burial item for the late emperor under the control of the Xie family. "Do you not wish to inquire how it came to be in my hands?" Jiang Jinyan inquired. "Where did you acquire such an item?" Xie Shang pressed. "From Chang City," Jiang Jinyan replied truthfully. recognizing it as a crucial route through the western regions. Did individuals from the western regions break into the royal tomb to steal its treasures? Xie Shang asked solemnly. What else do you know? I know nothing else. I cannot confirm if anyone else aided them. After all, the royal tomb is a significant site, and most would not dare to covet it. However, I am acquainted with Lai San, who has a modest reputation in the underworld. Since your highness is pursuing him, it is evident he has committed a grave offense. Jiang Yin elaborated. I happened to recognize this trinket from the previous dynasty and purchased it for a sum of silver, he added, skillfully avoiding any incrimination. Xie Shang pondered, recognizing that the Jiang family's knowledge of the Jade Linglong was unsurprising. Jiang Shaofu was well-versed, and Jiang Jinyan's popularity among the elite of Shengjing indicated his scholarly prowess. How much did you pay for it? Xie Shang inquired. 50 taels of silver. Jiang Yin held up a hand. Xie Shang was nearly taken aback. 50 taels for the Jade Linglong? Whoever sold it must have been a fool. The rarity of such a treasure should have commanded a far higher price. Jiang Yin, perceiving Xie Shang's skepticism, remarked. Those individuals were unknowledgeable. Xie Shang had not anticipated that the item he had tirelessly sought for over a month had traveled to the western regions. Have you acquired anything else from them? He probed. None, as I suspect they have sold most of it. This item is inconspicuous and goes unrecognized. Xie Shang felt overwhelmed. Realizing that the royal tomb had not been robbed by the people of Zhou and that the stolen treasures had been sold off. In such a vast world, how could one possibly find them? He merely hoped that the crucial items would not fall into the hands of those with ill intentions. How do you know Lai San? He asked. Those in the underworld are somewhat familiar with one another and share certain connections, Jiang Yin replied. Your connection with the rabble is surprising, Xie Shang mused. Jiang Yin had traveled extensively for his studies, yet he refrained from voicing the latter thought. Having more friends opens more avenues, and I merely know some remarkable individuals. Jiang Yin concluded. Xie Shang contemplated for a moment, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. The princess often speaks of you, Master Jiang. She claims her exceptional chess skills were taught by her elder brother. Might I be fortunate enough to challenge you to a game? Jiang Yin was taken aback, but quickly grasped that Prince Heng was extending an invitation. With Jiang Fenghua now married to Prince Heng, the Jiang family would undoubtedly align with his faction, and he intended to demonstrate their strength. The two engaged in a game of chess, their skills evenly matched, yet ultimately, Xie Shang emerged victorious. He reflected on how Jiang Fenghua had outplayed him previously, and a suspicion arose that Jiang Yin had deliberately allowed him to win. Chapter 56. Various displeasures among sisters-in-law. Xie Shang inquired why, despite his remarkable talents, he chose not to pursue an official position. He evaded the question, suggesting that if the prince trusted Jiang, he could persuade Lai San to assist him. Such cooperation would prove far more efficient than the prince's aimless wandering. Xie Shang fell silent, contemplating whether he could fully trust Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin continued, stating that if the prince placed his faith in him, he could compile a list, and within 2 months, he would ensure everything was recovered. Xie Shang picked up a pen and sketched an item on the paper. Upon seeing it, Jiang Yin's expression turned icy. Afterwards, Jiang Yin met with Lai San, who had already endured severe punishment. Yet Xie Shang still gleaned little useful information from him until he pleaded for Jiang Yin's help. Lai San glanced at Xie Shang and repeatedly insisted that even if he had 100 lives, he would never dare to steal from the royal tombs. Jiang Yin solemnly replied that if Lai San cooperated, he would intercede on his behalf with Prince Heng. Otherwise, the name of the legendary thief Lai San would vanish from the world. After some contemplation, Lai San agreed to cooperate, revealing that several items had been purchased by wealthy merchants from the south. Xie Shang furrowed his brow, incredulous that anyone would dare to trade royal possessions. In truth, many dared to buy royal items, and some even resold items from the palace at exorbitant prices. Such occurrences were not uncommon, Jiang Yin explained. Xie Shang was not shocked. Instead, he felt a flush of embarrassment, recognizing that such events stemmed from the corruption of those in power or officials who were mere figureheads. Later, Xie Shang entered the palace alone to meet the emperor, securing an opportunity for Jiang Yin, leaving it to him to prove his worth. Jiang Yin was correct. Certain matters were best handled discreetly, avoiding royal involvement, which could backfire. He was willing to act as Xie Shang's hands, but only if he demonstrated the competence to do so. Xie Shang observed the unfolding events, which did not affect his relationship with Jiang Fenghua. On that day, A grand banquet was held at the palace, with the emperor issuing a decree for officials of the third rank and above, along with their families, to attend. A special edict was also issued, inviting students from the Imperial Academy to join in welcoming the foreign envoys. Kunming Palace was nearly overflowing, as the court ladies came to pay their respects to the empress. Jiang Fenghua and Su Tingwan adorned themselves elegantly for the occasion. Upon reaching the palace gates, a stunning young woman blocked their path, exclaiming, "When did such a beautiful flower arrive in the palace?" Accompanying her were several women, all chattering in agreement, commenting on the beauty of the newlywed Lady Yu. Lady Yu, having heard rumors about Prince Yu's punishment, believed it was due to his infatuation with Lady Heng, leading to his severe beating by Prince Heng. He had taken over half a month to recover. Instead of being angry at her husband's infidelity, she blamed Jiang Fenghua for her beauty, which had supposedly captivated Xie Yu, prompting her sarcastic remarks. Jiang Fenghua stood tall and dignified, ready to respond, when a steady voice interrupted. "The beauty you speak of is none other than Jiang Fenghua, the daughter of Jiang Shaofu, recently married to the 5th prince. You ought to address her as Lady Heng." The 3rd princess, witnessing the 2nd princess and her entourage surrounding Lady Heng, decided to intervene. She approached Jiang Fenghua with a smile, saying, "Though I have not met you, I have seen you on the day of your wedding to the 5th prince, standing not far from the brazier. I was genuinely anxious, but thankfully, the 5th prince prioritized your safety and did not let you come to harm. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yuan Wenxiang, the wife of the 3rd prince." Jiang Fenghua recognized her. Among the many princesses, only the 3rd princess seemed genuinely kind-hearted. She smiled and said, "Fenghua pays her respects to Sister San. Do not be overly formal. We are all daughters-in-law of the imperial family, peers by rank, and such courtesies are unnecessary. As for others who see us, we ought to allow them to pay their respects," she stated, addressing the ladies surrounding her to prevent further gossip. Upon hearing this, the ladies blushed and hastily greeted the 3rd princess and 5th princess. The 3rd princess, maintaining her poise, advised, "Today's banquet is crowded. Do not embarrass your husbands." The others complied and departed. Seeing everyone leave, the 2nd princess remarked to the 3rd princess, "You have quite the commanding presence. The entire palace seems to be under your control." Such a jest. "As a member of the royal family, I merely fulfill my duties." The 3rd princess replied, "I have caught wind of some of the happenings involving Prince Yu. Upon hearing them, my husband felt utterly humiliated, as if stripped bare. Yuan Wenxiang, do you feel uncomfortable unless you oppose me?" The 2nd princess retorted, agitated. The 3rd princess chose not to engage further, taking Jiang Fenghua's hand and leading her toward Kunming Palace. Su Tingwan approached the 2nd princess. "Second princess?" The 2nd princess shot her a glare, recognizing her as the wild girl often criticized by Xie Yu for her lack of decorum. Today, however, she looked graceful and poised. "As a concubine, do you not know to show respect when meeting a princess?" The 2nd princess scoffed. She had also learned from Xie Yu that Su Guifei had deliberately set him up, using him as a pawn to further her niece's ambitions. Su Tingwan clenched her fingers, having not wasted her time learning etiquette. She offered a slight bow and gently said, "Second princess, why bother with them? With the 3rd prince's limp, he can never compare to the 2nd prince." Realizing this, the 2nd princess felt considerably uplifted. Xie Shang was indeed destined to be excluded from the throne due to his disability, while Yuan Wenxiang, who married the lame prince, seemed rather pleased with her lot. "Miss Su, I have yet to congratulate you on marrying the 5th prince." The 2nd princess decided to set aside her grievances regarding Su Guifei's schemes against Prince Yu and focus on building rapport with Su Tingwan. "You have taken my position as a princess. Naturally, I harbor some resentment," Su Tingwan thought to herself, feeling a pang of bitterness. "Ah, what a situation. You and Prince Heng are clearly fond of each other, yet you are forced into the role of a concubine. How unfortunate for you." She sighed. "Since it is the emperor's decree, there is little to be done. It seems you must live the life of a turtle, hiding away." Su Tingwan blushed fiercely. She would never be a turtle. Xie Shang had stayed at Lanhua Pavilion for several days, seemingly forgetting her. She was determined to ensure he recognized Jiang Fenghua's true nature. At that moment, Xie Linger approached in a pink dress, saying, "Fifth sister-in-law, I have arrived." "Linger, do not speak recklessly," Su Tingwan admonished playfully. "I've already declared that I only recognize Sister Wan as my 5th sister-in-law," Xie Linger replied candidly. The 2nd princess, having observed Su Tingwan's intense hatred, remarked, "I must go to pay my respects to the empress. I shall not delay your conversation with the concubine and the ninth princess. As she departed, Xie Linger advised, Sister Wan, do not converse too much with her. She is quite scheming. Su Tingwan, discerning the second princess's attempt at manipulation, recognized she could use this to her advantage against Jiang Fenghua. I find the second princess quite amiable, more so than the third princess, she remarked. Sister Wan, your heart is pure and untainted. Growing up in the borderlands, you are unaware of the deceitful intrigues in the capital city of Shengjing. The second princess seems to find fault with everyone. Should she suddenly smile at you, it is a cause for caution. These are the lessons imparted to me by my mother, and you would do well to heed them, remarked the ninth princess. Su Tingwan nodded slightly. Then shall we pay our respects to Her Majesty the Empress? The Palace of Cunning is bustling with people. It is neither our turn nor our place to pay our respects today. There is a grand banquet being held in the palace, and it is quite lively. Allow me to show you, the ninth princess exclaimed, taking Su Tingwan by the hand and leading her away, without indeed paying a visit to the Empress. Chapter 57. Cultivating connections in the Grand Hall of Kuan-Ning Palace. Tables and chairs had already been arranged, with the wives of court ministers and members of the royal family gathered to converse with the Empress, laughter resonating throughout the hall. Jiang Fenghua and Yuan Wenxiang entered, exchanging playful banter as they approached the Empress, offering their greetings. We pay our respects to the Empress. May you enjoy eternal peace and prosperity. The Empress beamed with delight. Rise, there are many guests today, no need for formalities. Thank you, Mother, they replied, gracefully standing. Upon their entrance, the noble women lavished praise upon them. The third princess and other ladies mingled, playfully declaring, do not jest with us. We are mothers of three. It would be embarrassing to speak of it. The fifth princess is truly a genuine beauty. A blush tinted Jiang Fenghua's cheeks as she humbly replied, Dear sister-in-law, please do not flatter me excessively. I am new here and need your guidance to avoid any faux pas that might provoke laughter from you all. Her smile was sweet, her demeanor elegant, and her attire was both simple yet striking, allowing her to blend seamlessly with the others. In her previous life, Jiang Fenghua had no opportunity to cultivate connections or seek alliances. In this life, however, she excelled at it, quickly earning the admiration and affection of those around her. The second princess entered with a sour expression, offering her greetings to the Empress. The Empress, immediately irked by her presence, impatiently replied, No need for formalities. There are many people today. Go amuse yourself. You need not linger by my side. The second princess, undeterred, approached Yin Fei, greeted her, and sat down. Having long grown weary of her mother-in-law, in just a few years of marriage, Yin Fei had brought numerous women into the princess residence. As the princess of Yu, she was filled with frustration but had no outlet for her grievances. For years, she had been childless while the concubines bore children, and her mother-in-law looked down upon her for it. In contrast, the limping third prince had been blessed, with the third princess already having given him 2 sons and a daughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Fenghua engaged in conversation with the elderly matriarch of the Zhang family, eliciting laughter from her. My elder brother often brings me local delicacies from various regions. I have savored many specialties, yet I find the taste of my hometown to be the most satisfying. The Jiang family was not originally from Shengjing, and not all relatives resided there, so she would return home to pay respects to her ancestors. This sentiment resonated deeply with the elderly matriarch. Indeed, what you say is true. Every time I taste the food from Yuzhou, all other delicacies seem bland in comparison. The culinary offerings from Yuzhou are so rich that one must visit to truly appreciate the flavor. The fifth princess's knowledge of local snacks delighted the matriarch, who reminisced about how nothing satisfied her as much as a hot rice cake. As she imitated the local dialect, her gestures brought forth memories of her youth, making her eyes misty with nostalgia. Jiang Fenghua promptly offered her handkerchief, cheekily winking. Do you find the flowers on my handkerchief lifelike? The matriarch, realizing her lapse in decorum, accepted the gesture with gratitude, growing fond of Jiang Fenghua. The Empress observed Jiang Fenghua's rapport with the ladies of the court, acknowledging that a woman must not only care for her husband, but also cultivate connections for him to be deemed a worthy spouse. Jiang Fenghua excelled in this regard. Oh dear, you youngsters should go and play. We old women tire of mere conversation, the matriarch suddenly exclaimed. She then called over a gentle beauty, Mor. Why are you daydreaming? Come and chat with the third and fifth princesses. At 19, Zhang Yumo remained unmarried and unengaged, with suitors aplenty due to her family's stature. Yet she found little interest in anyone, except for her grandmother. "Grandmother," she softly addressed, her cheeks flushing at the sight of Jiang Fenghua. Jiang Fenghua recalled that in her past life, a lady from the Zhang family had drowned herself, and it was this very Zhang Yuma. In her previous existence, her elder brother had not pursued scholarly endeavors abroad, but had instead participated in the imperial examinations, achieving first place only to be demoted to third by the emperor. His subsequent foray into politics was fraught with challenges, ultimately leading to his resignation. She understood that it was not her brother's lack of talent, but rather the darkness of the political arena that precluded the Jiang family from finding their footing. He never married, despite the Jiang family's proposals, as he did not wish to burden their daughter. Zhang Yuma, unable to cope with this, had tragically taken her own life. Jiang Fenghua lamented the missed opportunity for her brother to have such a gentle sister-in-law. "Yuma, please pay your respects to the Princess of Heng," Zhang Yuma said, slightly bowing before Jiang Fenghua. Jiang Fenghua warmly took her hand. "Sister Yuma, there is no need for excessive formality. We shall often meet. When my elder brother brings Yuzhou snacks back to the capital, I shall be sure to invite you to join me." Zhang Yuma's face turned crimson, her palms warm with shyness as she nodded in agreement. Previously, Yan Fei had sought to arrange a marriage between Zhang Yuma and the Prince of Yu, but the matriarch had declined, leaving Yuma to remain single. Yan Fei, with a mocking tone, remarked on rumors that the wife of the loyal and brave Marquis wished to strengthen ties with the Zhang family, declaring it a fine match. If Miss Zhang were to marry, her aunt would become her mother-in-law, surely leading to fewer conflicts in the future. "Miss Zhang is quite fortunate indeed." Zhang Yuma's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling both vexed and helpless. The matriarch's expression darkened in response. The Zhang family had not agreed to the marriage. Knowing the Liao family was riddled with troubles, the Zhang family had discreetly severed ties with the Liao family, and it was unthinkable to marry their daughter into such a family, yet the matriarch could not voice her sentiments. Jiang Fenghua quickly intervened to divert the conversation. "The Luo family of the Earl of Dongyang is indeed related to the Princess of Yu. If I am not mistaken, Lady Yin also hails from the Luo family, making them relatives. Thus, it is not inappropriate for the Princess of Yu to address Lady Yin as aunt or mother. This is truly a matter of mutual benefit." In terms of family status, the Luo family could not compare to the Zhang family. When the Zhang family had refused Yan Fei's proposal, she had turned to marry a distant cousin, which was already a source of embarrassment. Upon hearing this, both Yan Fei and the Princess of Yu turned pale. The second princess, Luo Ziqiang, was also caught in the crossfire, her teeth gritted in frustration at the insinuations of familial ties. If Yan Fei truly regarded her as a niece, she would not be so insistent on sending her to the princess residence. These words remained unspoken, and she had to swallow her indignation in silence. Suffering this injustice without recourse, Yan Fei, having failed to secure the granddaughter of the Duke of Zhang, had settled for a distant relative, yet had not even produced a single child since her marriage. Where was the joy in that? Chapter 58. The unjust misfortune of consort. The onlookers perceived the consort of the Prince of Heng as delicate and meek, especially when she remained silent in the face of the biting remarks from the Princess of Yu outside the courtyard. They all assumed her to be an easy target. However, her subsequent words left both the Princess of Yu and the Empress Yin speechless. It became evident that the consort of Heng was not to be trifled with. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the third princess, Yuan Wenxiang, promptly suggested, "Fenghua, let us go outside and enjoy the festivities. The emperor and the ministers are already welcoming the envoys from the kingdom of Chaoxi. It is said that the princess from Chaoxi is a true beauty, and the emperor has already conferred her the title of Lady Ya. We should go take a look." The banquet had not yet commenced, and it would be improper to leave at this moment, Jiang Fenghua gently reminded her. With the emperor, various princes, and important ministers attending to foreign guests, it would be inappropriate for their households to intrude, as it could lead to embarrassment and possibly severe repercussions for their husbands. With this thought, the third princess refrained from dragging her outside. At that moment, a palace maid rushed in, whispering urgently into the empress's ear, "Your Highness, the ninth princess and consort Su have gotten into a scuffle." The empress frowned and chose to ignore it. As long as Xie Linger did not cause trouble, she would have no peace. Let consort Su handle her daughter. The maid, however, was anxious, explaining that the ninth princess had struck a maid from the Chaoxi kingdom, who retaliated, and now there was chaos outside. Upon hearing that they had clashed with someone from Chaoxi, the empress felt a headache coming on. Xie Lingo truly believed she could strike a maid from her own palace without consequence. How reckless. She stood up to leave, instructing someone to summon Jiang Fenghua. For now that Su Tingwan was the consort of Heng, she ought to ascertain what had transpired. Jiang Fenghua, heeding the call from Mama Shi, followed her out of Kuanning Palace. Upon seeing the Empress and Jiang Fenghua hastily departing, Yin Fei and Yu Wang Fei swiftly followed suit. Simultaneously, Consort Su, receiving the news, rushed in a flurry, demanding, "Linger, what is the matter?" "Mother, that wretched maid struck me." Xie Linger sobbed uncontrollably. Su Tingwan also wept, "Aunt, you useless girls, you cannot even handle a mere maid? Are the palace maids you brought with you lifeless?" Consort Su's eyes turned green with rage as she glared at the proud woman before her, as if she wished to carve out several large holes in her. The girl retorted, "It was your princess from the great Zhou who struck first. I merely retaliated in kind. She brought this upon herself with her inferior skills." Consort Su barked at the surrounding maids and eunuchs, "Are you all dead? The princess is being bullied, and you do not come to her aid." It was the 9th princess who forbade assistance. Who would have thought she could fight? A maid quickly responded. Consort Su, furious, commanded, "Someone, seize her and give her a slap." The girl, however, was not one to be easily caught. As the maids advanced, she evaded them, causing a tumult. When the Empress arrived at the scene of the incident, the disarray caused her further distress. What is the meaning of this? Everyone stepped back. The crowd, intimidated, hastily retreated. The girl, observing the regal woman dressed in resplendent attire, speculated aloud, "Could you be the Empress of the Great Show?" Empress Qing, noting the girl's exceptional demeanor that belied her maid's garb, surmised the situation and smiled. "Indeed, it is I." The girl, seizing the opportunity, knelt before Empress Qing, declaring, "Your Highness, I did not intend to offend the princess of your esteemed kingdom. It was she who struck first. I beseech you to see the truth. Rise and speak." Empress Qing replied, "For anyone able to infuriate Su Qingqing and her mother would earn her goodwill." "Thank you, Your Highness." The girl stood, feigning innocence. "It is the Empress of the Great Zhou who possesses wisdom, unlike certain concubines who resort to violence without discerning right from wrong." Her words directly targeted Consort Su. The Empress inquired, "What is your name? How did you come to be in the inner palace? And why did you quarrel with the 9th princess?" "I am Yupiampian, a maidservant to the princess of Qianya from the kingdom of Chaoshi. I wandered here by mistake," she explained, gesturing towards Su Tingwan. "It was she who first insulted me. I merely defended myself when she struck me. Then that little girl, confident in her martial prowess, attacked me, and I retaliated." She recounted a lengthy account, indicating that Su Tingwan had not merely insulted Yupiampian, but had publicly demeaned the kingdom of Chaoshi, claiming it to be a mere speck, and that the great Zhou could easily reclaim it, akin to crushing an ant. Yupiampian, overhearing this, could not contain her anger. She asserted that while Chaoshi pursued peace, it was not to be taken lightly. Should they insist on conflict, the outcome was uncertain. Thus, she chastised Su Tingwan for her narrow-mindedness and arrogance. Naturally, Xie Linger could not tolerate being called a frog at the bottom of a well. Seizing the moment, she struck Yupiampian, who, not one to back down, retaliated with 2 slaps of her own. Seeing this, Su Tingwan rushed to help, but to her surprise, Yupiampian was skilled in combat. The two began to fight, with Yupiampian gaining the upper hand, while Xie Linger, a mere weakling, ended up with her hair disheveled and clothes torn. Though Su Tingwan emerged relatively unscathed, she too was left in a disheveled state. The Empress, furious, struck Su Tingwan across the face, exclaiming, "What do you intend to incite between our two nations?" Su Tingwan was momentarily stunned. "I did not." "Silence!" the Empress bellowed. Mama, she wasted no time, delivering 2 sharp slaps to Su Tingwan in front of everyone. "After all this time, you still have not grasped the etiquette required of a consort in the presence of the Empress. How could you, a princess consort, not understand such basic decorum?" Su Tingwan, caught off guard, was dazed by the blows, her resentment towards Empress Qing intensifying. Finally, the Empress calmed herself and declared, "Enough. Let her reflect on her transgressions in the ancestral hall." Su Tingwan, reluctant to enter the ancestral hall, turned to Consort Su for help. "Mother, I did not say such things. She lies. After all, she is merely a maid. Who would believe her? Moreover, the esteemed Empress would not assist a maidservant over a princess of the Great Zhou. It is beneath her dignity." Xie Linger also refuted, "Mother, I did not say any such thing. It was this maid who attacked me." The surrounding maids and eunuchs shook their heads. asserting that neither the ninth princess nor consort Su had uttered such words. The empress pointed at consort Su, exclaiming, "Is this the kind of princess you have raised? Su Qingqing, you have taught her well. She has learned to lie, and now this scandal has reached the emperor. Su Qingqing, you shall not escape the consequences." The empress could not solely rely on the words of a maidservant. Linger and Wanwan could not possibly have spoken such things. Consort Su, witnessing her daughter's plight, vehemently denied the accusations, realizing that the empress could not confine Wanwan to the ancestral hall. Now that the empress had struck and her anger had subsided, she understood that the emperor was still preoccupied with entertaining esteemed guests. If this matter escalated, the empress would face inevitable repercussions. She doubted the empress would wish to escalate the situation, as it would tarnish the reputation of the great Zhou royal family. Could she withstand the emperor's wrath? Moreover, regardless of what the empress claimed, the emperor would never side with her. Indeed, the empress was intimidated by consort Su's threats. "I too have punished them. Miss Piampian, it would be best not to pursue this matter further, especially as your masters are currently negotiating amicable relations with the emperor. We should avoid unnecessary disputes." Yu Piampian was momentarily taken aback. It was said that the great Zhou valued reputation and etiquette above all else. How could one not acknowledge their own actions? It truly opened her eyes. With that, she turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. Chapter 59. The displeasure of the Su side concubine towards the distinguished guest of the Chaoxi kingdom Jiang Fenghua hurriedly followed, smiling gently as she addressed her. "Miss Piampian, please wait." It was no wonder she felt a sense of familiarity. This was the red-clad woman who had entered Yichuan Tower that night to compete for the title of courtesan. Among the ladies that evening, she had indeed emerged victorious. However, since that night, the courtesan Piampian had vanished, prompting Lin Yu to conduct a special investigation. It turned out she was a distinguished guest from the Chaoxi kingdom. Yu Piampian turned to her, struck by the woman's gentle nobility, grace, and exquisite beauty, embodying the elegance of the esteemed ladies of the Central Plains as described by others. "What brings you here?" she inquired. As the saying goes, guests are to be treated with respect. "I was truly impressed by Miss Piampian's noble ideals," Jiang Fenghua replied. Yu Piampian was taken aback. Jiang Fenghua continued, "Having traveled thousands of miles from the Chaoxi kingdom to Dezhou, it is clear you seek genuine peace and do not wish for discord between our nations." My side concubine acted thoughtlessly and spoke out of turn. "I kindly ask that you do not hold it against her and refrain from escalating this matter." The lady's words were quite agreeable, and I, Yu Piampian, am not one to harbor grudges. "Since you have spoken in such a manner, I shall refrain from informing my princess about this incident," she responded. Jiang Fenghua had indeed offered her a graceful way out, as the Chaoxi kingdom truly was a small territory, and they sincerely wished to avoid conflict and the burden of annual tributes. "Miss Piampian is indeed a person of great magnanimity. If you would allow it, I would like to befriend you," Jiang Fenghua said earnestly. "But I am merely a maid," Piampian replied. "In our Dezhou, we believe that true friendship transcends status and wealth, based on sincerity." "Hello, my name is Sang Yu Piampian. You are my first friend in Dezhou." Sang Yu is the surname of the Chaoxi royal family, thus indicating her identity. The consort of the Heng king, Jiang Fenghua, welcomed Princess Piampian to Dezhou. Jiang Fenghua, composed and dignified, also recognized that Sang Yu Piampian was the crown princess of the Chaoxi kingdom, destined to one day govern the entire realm. When the empress and Jiang Fenghua entered the banquet hall, it was already filled with ministers and their families. Jiang Fenghua quickly spotted Sang Yu Piampian, who had changed into her royal garments, looking splendid and regal, surrounded by the other two envoys from the Chaoxi kingdom and her attendants. Reflecting on the stark contrast between Piampian's demeanor last night and her current appearance was striking. At that moment, a eunuch announced loudly, "The emperor has arrived, and the graceful concubine is here." The empress stared intently, almost forgetting to move, astonished at how quickly the princess from the Chaoxi kingdom had taken residence in the Dezhou imperial harem. Jiang Fenghua respectfully assisted the empress, standing to the side. Even the empress had to show deference, waiting for the emperor to settle into his high seat before following the crowd to pay their respects. Who would have expected the esteemed empress of Dezhou to be in such a humble position? Jiang Fenghua's gaze was fixed on the graceful concubine, who was named Sang Yu Qianya, marrying into the Dezhou imperial harem as a symbol of the enduring friendship between the two nations. Whether she was truly a princess mattered little. What was of utmost importance was her beauty and whether she could capture the emperor's attention. Only when the emperor was seated did the empress move toward the main seat, intent on securing her place behind the throne to plan for her son, regarding all else as mere trifles. Jiang Fenghua, however, approached the Hung king with propriety. When Xie Shang saw her approaching gracefully, he pulled her into a seat beside him. Leaning in to whisper, "Why are you and the empress so late?" He had been preoccupied with receiving the envoys and had only just found the chance to sit down, unaware of the happenings within the harem. It was only later that he learned the crown princess of the Xie kingdom had disguised herself as a maid to blend in. Before Jiang Fenghua could speak, Su Tingwan, unbeknownst to them, had approached their side, her face veiled and dressed in a suitable palace gown. "I have met the Wanya," she said. Xie Shang had not yet grasped the events unfolding in the harem and had not seen her veiled before, replying, "Please, have a seat." Su Tingwan took a seat beside Xie Shang, a position that had been reserved for her. As the sounds of silk and bamboo filled the air, the dancers entered the stage, and the guests exchanged toasts, creating a lively atmosphere. Su Tingwan discreetly scanned the grand hall, spotting Xiao Yu and a group of young gentlemen seated at the male guest table. They were students from the National Academy, invited by the royal family to attend the banquet. Meanwhile, Sang Yu Piampian cast a casual glance at Su Tingwan, realizing that the audacious woman was the Hung King's side concubine. She could not fathom what the Hung King saw in marrying such a woman, causing him self-distress. The men of Dezhou seemed to favor multiple wives, a notion she found utterly bewildering. Having already a beautiful consort, why would one seek an ill-mannered side concubine? She scanned the room again, noting the pervasive air of decay among the raucous voices. At that moment, she caught sight of a white figure amidst the male guests, an apparition that inexplicably incited different emotions within her, infusing a breath of fresh air amid the room's foul atmosphere. Suddenly, Sang Yu Piampian rose and strode towards the outer hall, her steps swift, her eyes fixed ahead, feeling that the person before her was clad in fine garments, exuding an aura of elegance. She approached Jiang Jinyan directly and declared, "I recognize you." Jiang Jinyan, engaged in merriment with Xiao Yu and other scholars, noticed the exquisitely dressed woman approaching him, her gown reflecting the attire of the Xie kingdom. Instantly, he understood her identity. "Princess, I believe you may have mistaken me," he said. "Do you know I am a princess?" she asked. "Is it not obvious? The only one in this banquet hall who stands apart is the princess," Jiang Jinyan complimented. His words brought a smile to Sang Yu Piampian's face, bringing her joy. At the round table, 7 or 8 men were seated, having indulged in wine, emboldened by their spirits. "Since Brother Jinyan knows the princess, we are fortunate to share in his company. Come, let us toast to the princess," they exclaimed. Sang Yu Piampian squeezed into a seat, refraining from mentioning her earlier encounter with Jiang Jinyan at Yichuan Tower, as it would not be fitting for the esteemed princess of the Xie kingdom to boast about her competitive exploits. "So, your name is Jinyan, not Wu Shuang," she noted. Fixing her gaze on Jiang Jinyan, she clasped her hands and said, "Sang Yu Piampian, a pleasure to meet you." The others were momentarily taken aback, pondering, could it be that this princess from the Xie kingdom has taken a liking to Brother Jinyan and wishes to invite him to her realm as a consort? Jiang Jinyan quickly grasped her earlier words, realizing she had mistaken him for Wu Shuang. "So, you are Piampian. I see now," he replied, raising his cup in a toast. "Jiang Jinyan, a pleasure. Surname Jiang? Today, this princess has made the acquaintance of 2 friends by the name of Jiang," Sang Yu Piampian remarked. "Could the Jiang friend you speak of be my sister, the Hung King's consort?" Jiang Jinyan inquired. "Indeed, your sister is delightful, but alas, she is married to the wrong man. Her husband's side concubine is of a completely different caliber," she replied. The group exchanged drunken banter, while Xiao Yu, upon hearing this, clenched his fists tightly, downing a cup of wine, realizing that Xie Shang truly was unworthy of Jiang Fenghua. His gaze wandered to where Jiang Fenghua sat, composed and listening to the music, as did Xie Shang. The two treated each other with mutual respect. He noticed that his side concubine seemed to be looking towards the outer hall, puzzling over what had captured her attention. Lifting his cup, he concealed his expression with his sleeve, sensing that Su's behavior was indeed strange. She appeared to be searching for something, drawn to something outside. He abruptly set down his cup and stood to leave. Observing Xiao Yu's unusual behavior, Jiang Jinyan placed his cup down, saying, "You all continue. I will accompany Xiao Yu to seek the empress." Sang Yu Piampian, having enjoyed several cups with the young gentleman and feeling quite at ease, added, "Please return swiftly." Jiang Jinyan refrained from further elaboration, pulling Xiaoyu into a secluded corner and whispering, "Xiaoyu? Brother Jiang, what brings you out here?" Xiaoyu inquired. Lowering his voice, Jiang Jinyan replied, "I was about to ask you the same. We are in the imperial palace. You must not wander carelessly to avoid creating any troubles." Jiang Jinyan was aware of Xiaoyu's affections for his younger sister. He had once thought highly of Xiaoyu, but his sister was still too young and lacked any romantic inclinations, so he had let the matter rest. "You have already overstepped this evening. She is now married to another, so cast aside those chaotic thoughts for her sake and for your own future," Jiang Jinyan cautioned softly. "Remember, whatever transpires today has nothing to do with you, Xiaoyu. She has a husband and does not require your protection. Moreover, Ruan has her own plans, and your interference would only complicate matters." Observing the indifference of Prince Heng towards her, coupled with the restlessness of his concubine, Jiang Jinyan feared for Jiang Fenghua's well-being. Upon hearing Jiang Jinyan's words, Xiaoyu's heart jolted, leaving him momentarily stunned and uncertain of how to respond. He then obediently followed Jiang Jinyan back. Chapter 60. They resemble a married couple. The melodious notes at the banquet could cure insomnia. Jiang Fenghua, having consumed 2 cups of wine, felt her cheeks flush and began to doze off, leaning against Xie Shang's shoulder. Suddenly jolted awake, she straightened up, her eyes wide open as if transfixed by the dancers. Unaware of their performance, like a blind person who can see, Xie Shang observed her state and smiled gently, inquiring with concern, "Did you rise too early this morning?" Jiang Fenghua nodded in acknowledgement. Xie Shang glanced around the table. The banquet had only just commenced, yet many seemed drowsy, with several guests struggling to stay awake. The event organized by the Ministry of Rites was indeed rather tedious. "I shall escort you to the Morning Light Palace for a brief rest and return for you once the banquet concludes," he proposed. Jiang Fenghua shook her head, whispering, "I can endure a little longer. It would be improper for the host to leave before the esteemed guests." Su Tingwan approached, softly suggesting, "I too feel a bit weary. Let me accompany the princess to rest for a while. This banquet is truly dull." She spoke candidly. Jiang Fenghua did not express approval or disapproval, curious about Su Tingwan's sudden eagerness. Xie Shang remarked, "The side consort may accompany the princess. Once the banquet is over, I shall come to escort you both from the palace." Jiang Fenghua felt she could not decline, cautioning, "Please drink less, my lord. I shall try my best." Xie Shang replied, a hint of embarrassment on his face, as he was not particularly good at handling alcohol, especially after the previous encounter with Jiang Jinyan, who could drink excessively. The following day, upon meeting Lin Feng, he learned of his embarrassment before Jiang Fenghua. Su Tingwan, observing their interaction, felt a pang of anguish. Since that day, Xie Shang had not visited the sandalwood courtyard and spent each day in the company of Jiang Fenghua. She felt they truly resembled a married couple. While she felt like an outsider, exiting the banquet hall, the sky had darkened. Jiang Fenghua walked slowly, feeling bored, while Su Tingwan's attention was elsewhere, scanning the surroundings. Jiang Fenghua noticed her tension, but chose not to confront her. Yun Fong had returned to the palace, yet she had not seen her at the banquet. Given Jiang Fenghua's understanding of them, she suspected they would attempt something tonight. She hoped Wuxin could bring good news. It was too stuffy inside. "Stepping out for some fresh air has invigorated me. The drowsiness has vanished. I shall return to join the Lord," Jiang Fenghua declared, pretending to turn back. Su Tingwan quickly interjected, "There is nothing entertaining inside. Why don't I accompany the princess for a stroll in the garden instead?" "That sounds agreeable," Jiang Fenghua responded. Su Tingwan flattered, "I heard the dancers were lackluster. None could compare to the princess's grace, and the music was simply unbearable. Your performance is unparalleled. Have you ever heard me play side consort?" Jiang Fenghua inquired. Su Tingwan, surprised, replied, "I happened to hear your practice at the Lanyue Pavilion. It was truly delightful." Since her marriage into the Heng Wangfu, Jiang Fenghua had not played the piano herself, only allowing Hong Xiu to accompany her for dance rehearsals. Her thoughts raced. It seemed the woman Lin Yu saw at Yichuan Tower was indeed one of them. Lin Yu could not be certain, as they were disguised and veiled. Since Su Tingwan had visited Yichuan Tower and heard her play, it appeared she was aware of Jiang Fenghua's performance there. What scheme was she concocting by withholding this from Xie Shang? That day, Xiaoyu had taken her from Yichuan Tower. Could they have seen him? Jiang Fenghua realized. No wonder Su Tingwan had been restless during the banquet, constantly glancing towards the male guests, as if searching for Xiaoyu. However, She could not ascertain if he could enter the palace unless Su Guifei had whispered to the emperor, allowing the scholars from the Imperial Academy to attend the banquet, supposedly to showcase the talents of Dezhou to foreign envoys. Understanding this, Jiang Fenghua walked slowly, knowing her brother must be with Xiaoyu. She needed to find a way to inform him, ensuring Xiaoyu remained in good company. At that moment, Wu Xin passed by, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to the Heng Wangfei. Isn't Wu Xin serving by the emperor's side? Jiang Fenghua inquired politely. There is a master in attendance. I am merely idle. Awaiting his summons, Wu Xin replied. Jiang Fenghua smiled, expressing gratitude for Wu Xin's assistance in guiding her to the ancestral temple to copy scriptures, as she would have been embarrassed to get lost in such a vast palace. Wu Xin replied respectfully, no need for thanks, Wangfei. It is my duty, and Lord Chao is considerate, instructing me to assist you. I dare not take credit. Both Wu Xin and Lord Chao have worked hard, Jiang Fenghua sincerely stated, handing Wu Xin some silver. This is my brother's first visit to the palace. Please look after him, ensuring he drinks moderately to avoid drunken mishaps that might offend a noble. Wu Xin's eyes sparkled with greed as he discreetly pocketed the silver, his demeanor becoming even more respectful. Rest assured, Wangfei, I shall convey your message. If you find yourself bored, you may release lanterns by the lake, where it is lively. As night falls, it is indeed the perfect time for lanterns. And the blossoms in the imperial garden are vibrant. If you wish to admire the flowers, I can have a maid guide you. Thank you, Wu Xin. He implied that an exciting spectacle awaited that evening, and Jiang Fenghua understood. After Wu Xin departed, Su Tingwan remarked sarcastically, no wonder they say Lord Chao is the wealthiest in the palace. Even a minor eunuch like the Wangfei must offer silver for favors. Besides corrupt officials, there are insatiable eunuchs. It is perplexing how to eradicate such malfeasance. They are neither men nor capable of carrying on the family name. I do not comprehend their pursuit of wealth. Jiang Fenghua replied, such matters are merely the ways of the world. Since you have married as a side consort to the Heng Wang, you ought to prioritize the Lord in all affairs. Certain things should not be carelessly spoken, lest you invite trouble for him. Lord Chao is a close aide to the emperor. Even Su Guifei must treat him with courtesy. Su Tingwan was taken aback by Jiang Fenghua's admonition, feeling somewhat resentful. She thought Jiang Fenghua was not considering Xie Shang's feelings. Su Tingwan scoffed at the notion that Jiang's family was of noble status and the daughters were refined, yet they would engage in such acts of bribery. Will Aunt Yinfang be able to draw Xiaoyu here? She wondered aloud. I heard from the maids that the flowers in the imperial garden bloom splendidly. Why don't I accompany the princess to admire them? Ah, it seems there are many noble ladies by the lake, Jiang Fenghua pointed out. Let us stroll over there. We should visit the imperial garden instead. Su Tingwan insisted, trying to steer her. Jiang Fenghua thought, could it be that there are tigers lurking there? Determined, she chose not to go, waiting for Su Tingwan to grow anxious. Seeing Jiang Fenghua head towards the lakeside, Su Tingwan had no choice but to follow, prepared for any eventuality should Xiaoyu not take the bait. Chapter 61. An assassin disturbs the imperial guards. Meanwhile, in the Wanfeng Palace, Su Guifei was incensed by the emperor's decision to appoint the princess of Chaoxi as Yefei, not wishing to attend the banquet and become the subject of ridicule. She feigned illness and chose to remain absent. Yunfang knelt respectfully before Su Guifei, reporting, Your Highness, after diligent observation, I have managed to uncover a significant piece of information regarding the Princess of Heng. Su Guifei spoke in a low voice. Previously, you sent word urging me to persuade the emperor to invite the distinguished scholars of the Guozijian to the banquet for the Chaoxi envoys. What is your true intention? Yufang smirked coldly. Your Highness, I have discovered a secret concerning the Princess of Heng. Su Guifei furrowed her brow. Are you certain? I have verified it thoroughly. It is indeed true. The individual is a student at the Guozijian, a pupil of Jiang Huai, and has entered the palace today. Jiang Fenghua may have already been involved with him before her marriage to the Prince of Heng. Su Guifei's gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on Yunfang. Jiang Fenghua is not a fool. She would not be so reckless as to cavort with a man within the palace, risking everything if unsuccessful. Do you comprehend the potential consequences, Yunfang? I understand, Your Highness. Thus, I have devised a dual strategy. If we can tarnish her reputation, the side consort will have a chance to take her place. Rest assured, Your Highness. Yufang was aware that only by allowing Su Tingwan to become the mistress of the Prince of Heng's residence could she secure her own position. I have always trusted your capabilities, which is why I assigned you to support Wanwan, Su Guifei said, a hint of amusement in her eyes. You may rest assured that as long as you remain loyal and diligent in serving me, I shall not treat you unjustly." Yinfang quickly bowed her head. "I am grateful for your highness's recognition." She continued, "Xiao Ju is also one of your people. In the end, she was brutally beaten to death. Why did the noble consort not save her? Only by rising above will one gain a voice. Otherwise, one remains a mere servant for life." Su Guifei smirked, her tone laced with mockery. If someone were to witness Jiang Fenghua's flirtations with another man and something untoward were to happen, her fate would be sealed. "I have already lost a trusted aide last time. I will ensure she does not leave the palace alive." Once Yinfang departed from Wanfeng Palace. She hurried to Hongfu Palace, but found neither Su Tingwan nor Jiang Fenghua present, nor was Xiaoyu anywhere to be seen. She pondered anxiously. Could Su Tingwan have successfully brought them together? Yinfang rushed towards the imperial garden. Wuxin had brought Jiang Jinyan to the garden in compliance with his request and spotted a suspicious man lurking behind the rockery. Jiang Fenghua intends to harm Ruan. Jiang Jinyan seethed, his knuckles cracking in anger. Since receiving the news, Wuxin had been keeping a close watch on Yinfang, waiting for her return to the palace to discover that she had secretly brought a man back during the royal banquet. Only after confirming her intentions to harm Jiang Fenghua did he realize the gravity of the situation. The banquet was held in Hongfu Palace. Yet this man remained hidden in the vicinity of the imperial garden. "Rest assured, young master, I shall ensure she does not harm the young lady," Wuxin assured. Jiang Jinyan made a decisive choice. "Do you have a way to discreetly deliver this man to Su Guifei's palace?" Since Su Guifei had consistently been at odds with Ruan, he felt justified in his actions. Wuxin nodded. "This evening." A large number of palace maids and eunuchs have been assigned to Hongfu Palace, and even the main force of the imperial guards is at the banquet hall. If we can incapacitate him, I have a plan. Jiang Jinyan nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, he knocked the man unconscious and concealed him in a cloth bag. Just then, Yinfang hurriedly approached, prompting Jiang Jinyan and Wuxin to hide in the shadows. Yinfang attempted to summon the man with a few chirps resembling a cricket, but received no response. As she drew closer, a figure suddenly flashed behind her, and before she could react, she too was rendered unconscious. Jiang Jinyan stepped forward. "Is this Yinfang?" Wuxin affirmed, "Indeed." In the dim light, he noticed a scar on her forehead, which upon closer inspection appeared to be a fake. Wuxin was taken aback. How could this be? What should we do with Yinfang now? They decided to conceal her in an unoccupied side hall, knowing that as a mere palace maid, she would face dire consequences once Su Guifei's schemes were uncovered. With the entire palace focused on Hongfu Palace, guided by Wuxin, they easily transported her unseen to Su Guifei's quarters. Meanwhile, Su Tingwan observed Jiang Fenghua wandering aimlessly by the lake. "It's quite chilly here. Everyone has left. Shall we depart as well?" "Indeed, since everyone is gone, we should take our leave," Jiang Fenghua replied, her graceful demeanor inciting envy in Su Tingwan. "Would you like to take a stroll in the imperial garden?" she suddenly asked. Su Tingwan's eyes brightened. "That sounds delightful. I've heard the flowers bloom splendidly there, and I wish to see them." "How fortuitous. I too wish to see them. The palace flowers are more vibrant than those in our estate," Jiang Fenghua said, feigning a deep affection for flowers as she gently extended her hand to Su Tingwan. "Side consort, please assist me. This step is too high for me." Su Tingwan was taken aback, her eyes widening. Even if Jiang Fenghua is delicate, she need not be so feeble. She silently criticized but restrained herself, offering her hand with caution. "Be careful, princess." "Thank you, side consort," Jiang Fenghua replied, their interaction appearing exceedingly harmonious, drawing curious glances from those nearby, marveling at the seemingly close relationship between the princess and the side consort. However, Jiang Fenghua felt her palms damp with sweat. Despite it being summer, the riverside was cool, and the mention of the imperial garden made her nervous. As they approached the bridge, Zhang Yumo suddenly appeared before them, bowing respectfully. "Greetings to the princess." Jiang Fenghua, with warmth in her eyes, grasped her hand playfully. "Sister Zhang, please call me Fenghua from now on. Are you also here to enjoy the lake?" It was quite stuffy in the banquet hall, so I came out for fresh air and happened upon the princess by the lake, she replied, her cheeks flushed. "Earlier, I encountered young Master Jiang. He mentioned he had left the palace." Jiang Fenghua understood, realizing he must have escorted Xiaoyu out. "Xiaoyu is a good person. I do not wish for him to be entangled in this. My elder brother cannot remain in one place for long, so let him be. Sister Zhang, Su-side consort, and I are heading to the imperial garden to admire the flowers. Would you like to join us?" Zhang Yumo nodded, certainly. Uncertain of Zhang Yumo's intentions, Su Tingwan followed as they made their way to the imperial garden. As darkness fell and the lack of illumination obscured the flowers, Su Tingwan's thoughts drifted, recalling Yunfang's words about luring Jiang Fenghua to the garden. However, there was nothing to be seen, and despite lingering by the lake for some time, Xiaoyu had not followed. Suddenly, Jiang Fenghua exclaimed, "Oh no!" Zhang Yumo, filled with concern, asked, "Fenghua, what is wrong?" "My stomach hurts terribly," Jiang Fenghua complained, feigning shyness. "I urgently need to find a restroom. What shall we do?" Zhang Yumo looked around anxiously. Jiang Fenghua pulled Zhang Yumo's hand, urging, "Sister Zhang, please accompany me. I cannot hold it any longer." Once the two had disappeared from view, Su Tingwan called out, "Princess, Miss Zhang." Meanwhile, Jiang Fenghua and Zhang Yumo hid away, peeking out cautiously. Zhang Yumo asked, "Fenghua, does your stomach still hurt?" "Not anymore," Jiang Fenghua whispered. "Just wait. A good show is about to unfold." After waiting for what felt like ages, they saw Su Tingwan wandering around, yet nothing of note occurred. Jiang Fenghua contemplated to herself, wondering if her elder brother had already. At that moment, chaos erupted within the palace, alarming the imperial guard. Shouts echoed, declaring the presence of an assassin, urging the capture of the intruder. Zhang Yumo felt a surge of panic, exclaiming, "Fenghua, there is an assassin. What shall we do?" Jiang Fenghua grasped Zhang Yumo's hand and urged her towards the direction of the flames, saying, "Let us go and see together." Chapter 62. The Mistake of Noble Consort Su in the Hall of Abundant Blessings. The sound of capturing an assassin instigated a wave of panic amid the previously festive atmosphere of the banquet. The inebriated emperor was jolted to alertness, and in the blink of an eye, the shadow guards encircled him protectively. Commander Shang of the Imperial Guard swiftly approached to report, "Your Majesty, an assassin has infiltrated the palace. I have dispatched men to pursue, but the assassin has already fled towards the inner palace. Go after them," the emperor bellowed, his voice thunderous with fury. "Who dares to commit murder within the palace? Find them and tear them to pieces." Commander Shang trembled uncontrollably, aware that entering the inner palace required the emperor's permission, lest he offend the noble consorts and lose his head. "Yes, Your Majesty," he replied hastily. The emperor then turned to several princes, demanding, "What are you standing around for? Hurry and see who dares to breach the palace. We must capture this miscreant." The princes complied and exited the Hall of Abundant Blessings, where Xie Shang encountered Su Tingwan, who was breathless and running back. "Wanwan, what brings you here?" Xie Shang inquired, supporting her. "Did the princess not accompany you?" Su Tingwan realized in an instant that Jiang Fenghua had vanished, and upon hearing the shouts of capturing an assassin, she returned to the Hall of Abundant Blessings. "I was originally in the imperial garden with the princess, but she claimed to have a stomachache and went to find the restroom. After waiting for a while without her return, I heard the cries for an assassin and hurried back." Xie Shang's brow furrowed, his gaze sharp and icy. "You must protect yourself. I shall assist the imperial guard in capturing the assassin. I shall accompany you, my lord. If we encounter the assassin, I may be of help." "I fear for the princess's safety," Su Tingwan insisted. Xie Shang shot her a stern look. "Wanwan, we do not even know the assassin's whereabouts. Do not speak recklessly." She took his hand, imitating Jiang Fenghua's tone. "My lord, I am afraid too. I did not intend to cause worry. The princess will be fine. Stay close to me," Xie Shang replied, his face stern yet his heart anxious, pulling his hand away and moving ahead. The empress rushed out. "Shang, be careful. Why are you not hastening to protect Prince Heng? If anything happens to my son, you shall be brought before me." The presence of an assassin in the palace threw everyone into a state of trepidation. Unfortunately, Xie Shang moved too swiftly to hear the empress's admonitions. She cast a cold glare at the emperor, her annoyance piqued by his cowardice. The palace was a place where only the joyous laughter of newcomers could be heard, while the sorrows of the old were silenced. She wondered how long noble consort you could retain her favor, especially with the recent rise of the beautiful Wang Marin, who had already been cast aside. As long as they could incite Su Qingqing's fury, she would graciously tolerate any number of women. The empress grasped the hand of matron Xi and proceeded towards the inner palace. In the Phoenix Palace, noble consort Su, having unknowingly dozed off, awoke and called for her confidant, matron Jean. After calling for quite some time without a response, she pondered why the windows and doors were so tightly shut in this sweltering heat. She entered her dressing room to find a light garment to change into. At around 30 years of age, noble consort Su was exceptionally well-preserved and possessed a graceful figure. In her chamber, she swayed her slender waist freely, her delicate silk undergarments revealing glimpses of her fair, alluring legs. Meanwhile, a man hidden within the wardrobe stirred awake, his eyes widening at the sight before him. Just then, a sound emerged from the wardrobe, prompting noble consort Su to glance around. The noise ceased again, and she resumed selecting a nightgown from the rack. With a soft clatter, she became alert. Who is there? She discerned that the sound originated from the wardrobe and wondered if a cat had inadvertently gotten trapped inside. Approaching cautiously, she called, "Shibao, are you in there?" "Meow, answer me." A soft thud echoed from the wardrobe once more. "Matron Jean, Mei Xiang, Xiazhu," she called. But no one responded. "Meow?" The man mimicked the cat's meow. Upon hearing the sound, noble consort Su relaxed her guard, opened the wardrobe, and was taken aback to find a naked man inside. In the next moment, he lunged out, embracing her. "Little kitty, so you were here? I never expected you to be so beautiful, so playful. I have waited for this moment for so long, thinking you were preparing a surprise for me." When Yun Fong had seduced him, she had always concealed her face with a veil, leading him to believe she was merely a beauty but obscuring her true identity. It was only when she led him into the opulent palace that he realized she was a member of the court. The banquet hosted that evening drew a crowd, ensuring he would not be easily noticed. Having been knocked unconscious and left without even a pair of underpants, he was captivated by the alluring figure before him, dressed in scanty attire that accentuated her curves, eliciting an immediate reaction from his body. Noble consort Su, unaware of his thoughts, was acutely aware of his infatuation. Boldly, "Who are you? Why are you in my wardrobe? Release me, or I shall annihilate your entire lineage." With warmth and softness in his embrace, the man was overcome with desire, disregarding her threats. "Just give yourself to me. I can no longer bear the longing. I always thought you were a palace maid, but now I see you are a consort, which is why you allowed me to enter and rendezvous with you. The emperor has countless beauties in his harem, and though he neglects you, I shall not. Tonight, you shall be mine. Let us ascend to the clouds and revel in pleasure together." "Scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? Let go of me." His words sparked a flurry of thoughts in her mind. The man misinterpreted her resistance as coyness. "You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." Noble consort Su, being a delicate woman, found it difficult to break free from his grasp. "Who are you? How dare you?" She had never been held or kissed in such a manner, nor had anyone dared to praise her so. Even the emperor regarded her from a position of lofty superiority, never flattering or courting her. For over a decade in the palace, she had grown weary of this dynamic, especially as the emperor, now over 50, had waned in vigor. Each encounter left her unfulfilled. Tonight, the emperor was already ensconced with another beauty, indifferent to her plight. The emperor had countless concubines, and with the recent appointment of Wang Meirin and the elevation of Princess Chaoshi to noble consort, one could only wonder if he would ever visit her palace again amidst the influx of new beauties. Men could indulge, why could women not? Su Qingqing, not yet 30, was in the prime of her youth, weary of the cold nights in the palace and sleepless on her solitary pillow. If need be, she could kill him after a night of ecstasy, and no one would be the wiser. Yearning for indulgence, she softly murmured, "I want you." The robust young man could hardly contain himself, and their mutual desire quickly led to an inevitable union. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Flames suddenly ignited in the courtyard as Commander Shang of the Imperial Guard shouted, "We have searched several palaces and found no trace of the assassin. Continue the search. We must ensure the safety of the noble consorts." Chapter 63. Empress Cheng averts previous humiliation. Consort Su plummets into despair upon hearing a voice. Consort Su jolted awake, her heart racing as she instinctively attempted to push the man away. "Are you an assassin?" she exclaimed. The man, equally startled, hastily denied her accusation. "I am not an assassin, I swear. Did you not bring me into the palace and hide me here?" Seeing the man's delicate features, Consort Su realized that this was not the moment to interrogate him about his identity as an assassin. Instead, her immediate concern was the fact that there was now a man in her chambers. If discovered, her fate would be sealed. "You must hide," she commanded sternly. The man, overwhelmed with fear, found himself unable to move. The fire of desire within him had yet to subside. "You need to get up," Consort Su urged in a hushed tone. I cannot get up," he stammered, trembling in fright, regretting his reckless actions as the gravity of the situation dawned on him. Realizing they were ensconced in the narrow confines of the wardrobe in a secluded chamber, both were on edge. Hurry, do not be anxious. The Imperial guards are searching for an assassin. They would not dare intrude upon my quarters, she reassured him. However, outside, the commotion intensified, with shadows and glimmers of blades flickering against the window. Consort Su had hoped to slip through unnoticed, but little did she know that these would be her last tranquil moments within the palace. Outside, Empress Cheng had arrived, accompanied by several princes and the Imperial guards, who were determined to unearth the assassin but had thus far found no trace. Doubt began to creep in. Had there been a mistake? As she scanned the surroundings, Empress Cheng noted the absence of any attendants in the Wanfeng Palace despite the evident commotion and the flickering flames within, suggesting that someone was indeed inside. We have not yet searched the Wanfeng Palace. Could the assassin be hiding there? Minister Shang, do you not find this peculiar? She instructed, her voice low and commanding. Minister Shang shared her concerns, noting the absence of servants in Consort Su's quarters. Is it possible the assassin infiltrated her chambers? He pondered. Search, he ordered sharply. And the Imperial guards, compelled by authority, directed their blades towards Consort Su's residence. At that moment, Consort Su emerged, hastily donning her robe. To her dismay, Empress Cheng was present. She feigned composure, her voice cold. What is all this noise? It disturbs my rest. I have retired for the night. Everyone should leave. Empress Cheng, observing the disheveled state of Consort Su, who seemed as if she had just awoken, felt a flicker of sympathy. An assassin has entered the palace. For your safety, I must insist on a search, Lord Shang. Your attire is rather inappropriate for the situation, she remarked coldly. I was asleep and did not witness any assassin. However, if your majesty insists on sending a group of men into my private chambers for a search, so be it. But I wonder, if his majesty learns of men entering a concubine's quarters, will you and Minister Shang bear the consequences? Consort Su retorted, her tone laced with defiance. Everyone was acutely aware of Consort Su's favored status with the emperor, and none dared to offend her. The emperor was notoriously possessive. Any woman he had touched was off limits to others. Minister Shang, fully aware of the palace's strictures against men entering the harem, hesitated, contemplating withdrawal. Since men cannot enter, Mama Xi, take a few maidservants and investigate. I wish to ascertain whether the assassin is indeed within, the empress commanded, her voice icy. The more Consort Su resisted, the more suspicious the empress became. Where had her maidservants gone? Mama Xi, eager to assist the empress, seized the opportunity and stormed in. Inside, the atmosphere was tense and chaotic. She scoured the bed, finding nothing amiss, even peering under it. As she made her way to the secluded chamber, Consort Su called out, Mama Xi. Startled, Mama Xi nearly shouted back, but Consort Su continued, there is no one hiding inside. If you do not believe me, please check for yourself. Mama Xi entered, pulling aside the curtain to find the room empty, but a foul odor lingered, making her stomach churn. She inspected the wardrobe, finding no one but disordered garments strewn about. However, her keen eyes spotted a man's clothing at the bottom of the wardrobe, alongside a belt and socks. Not having seen the owner, she dared not raise an alarm. Noticing a window tightly shut, she impulsively opened it, peering outside into the pitch-black night. Just as she withdrew, a naked man suddenly fell from the back window of the bedroom, startling Mama Xi, who screamed, Ah, an assassin. Hearing her cries, Minister Shang and his men rushed in, only to find a naked man curled up in a corner. He hesitated, uncertain whether to capture the assassin or expose Consort Su's clandestine lover. Mama Xi, averting her gaze, hastily gathered the garments and fled, muttering about the scandalous nature of the situation. The empress, eager to see the unfolding drama, attempted to enter but was blocked by Mama Xi. Your Majesty, a grave matter has occurred. Look at these. Men's clothing discovered in Consort Su's wardrobe? The empress exclaimed incredulously. Mama Xi raised her voice. This humble servant has uncovered a naked man in Consort Su's chambers. She has been hiding a man. This is a grave offense. Her exaggerated expression incited a wave of shock among the onlookers surrounding Wanfeng Palace. The empress, unable to comprehend how a man could be found in Consort Su's quarters, felt her jaw drop in disbelief. While she found the situation perplexing, she also felt a surge of vindication. Years of subjugation by Consort Su were finally coming to light. She ordered immediate summons for the emperor, for the evidence was irrefutable. In the blink of an eye, Minister Shang commanded his men to bind the naked man, hastily draping a robe over him. Witnessing this, Consort Su nearly fainted, feigning innocence. I did not know him. How dare you invade my chambers and accuse me? Minister Shang, you must execute this assassin at once. Caught in a dilemma, Minister Shang was unsure whether to treat this as an assassin's case or a scandal involving the consort. Yet, with the Empress's people already escalating the matter, he had no choice but to summon the Emperor. Chapter 64. The Demise of Imperial Concubine. Su the man trembled in terror, repeatedly begging for mercy, exclaiming he was innocent, claiming that it was she who had lured him into the palace to the imperial garden. He had waited there until darkness fell, unsure how he had ended up in this predicament. It was her initiative that led him to comply. His words were laced with filth, completely disregarding the warnings of imperial concubine Su. Regret washed over her. She should have dealt with him swiftly, instead of coaxing him to hide outside. As she drew High Commander's blade to strike him down, another sword intercepted her. Xie, eyes ablaze with hatred, confronted her. He had not anticipated such swift retribution for her earlier schemes against him. Who would have thought that imperial concubine Su would find herself in such a predicament? This is true poetic justice, he remarked scornfully. Though Yan Fei had initially not attended the banquet, the uproar in the palace compelled her to join the fray. Young and beautiful, Su Guifei could hardly endure the isolation of the inner palace. Does the concubine believe the emperor has grown too old? His skin too sagged to serve his desires, hence seeking solace in the arms of a young man? The jest elicited a ripple of laughter among the maids and concubines. Yan Fei savored the moment, deriding her with a sharp quip. A man is no more than a plaything for her. Su Guifei's face flushed with indignation. Realizing too late, she had been ensnared. Who had orchestrated this? The thought of the imperial garden flitted through her mind. Was he the man Yunfang had procured? This man was meant for Jiang Fenghua, was he not? Was Jiang Fenghua the mastermind behind this? Where had that wretched woman disappeared? The man had confessed to his transgressions. Without the consent of the concubine, how could he have trespassed into her quarters? Xie taunted. I recall that it was Su Guifei who proposed inviting the students of the National Academy to the palace for the banquet. Did she not plan to seize this opportunity for a rendezvous with her lover, only to have her scheme unravel? The Empress added, indeed. It was Su Qingqing who suggested this invitation. Clearly, there is a trail to follow. You cannot deny it. Su Guifei could never confess that their target was Jiang Fenghua. She must keep Wanwan out of this mess to preserve their chances. If she could eliminate the man, she could claim he had intruded upon her in a nefarious manner. As for Yunfang, she would ensure the woman paid dearly for this betrayal. Meanwhile, Jiang Fenghua, hand in hand with Zhang Yuma, pushed through the crowd to enter. Suddenly, her hairpin was seized. Turning, she found Xie Shang's gaze, cold and penetrating, fixed upon her. His eyes were filled with urgency and a hint of rage. He had finally spotted her. She lifted her skirt, attempting to flee, but the warning from Mama, she echoed in her mind. There was a naked man inside, and she dared to venture forth. Jiang Fenghua blinked innocently. Why are you pulling my hairpin, my lord? Seeing her unharmed, he spoke in a low voice. Where have you been? I haven't gone anywhere, she replied, her eyes wide with confusion. Suicide consort wished to admire the flowers in the imperial garden. So my sister and I accompanied her. I suddenly needed to find a restroom, and she stayed with me. Upon returning to the garden, we found suicide consort was missing. With commotion and cries of catch the assassin, we sought refuge until we could discern what had transpired. I was unaware until you grasped my hairpin. Her clear eyes sparkled with innocence. I heard Mama, she shout about a man. What has happened? Why is there such a crowd? Xie Shang harbored doubt. The man had claimed Su Guifei summoned him to the garden, yet she had remained in the inner palace, unable to have summoned an outsider unless she had an accomplice. Who would dare assist her in such an affair? Su Guifei had enjoyed favor in the palace for years. She would not dig her own grave. He sensed treachery afoot and cast a discerning glance at Su Tingwan, speaking sternly. It was the side consort who invited the princess to the garden. When did Wanwan develop a fondness for flowers? He recalled her aversion to floral endeavors, preferring to hone her swordsmanship instead. Su Tingwan felt a wave of anxiety. I know the princess loves flowers and wished to accompany her to admire the blooms in the garden. Now that I have married the lord, I thought to learn from the princess and share in her passions to win his favor. Her reasoning seemed valid, given Xie Shang's prolonged indifference towards her. At that moment, a herald announced the emperor's arrival, prompting all to kneel and proclaim, "Long live the emperor." No one dared rise or meet his gaze, unsure how to endure his wrath. Seeing the emperor approach, Su Guifei hurried to kneel before him, crying out in desperation, "Your Majesty, I am wronged. Someone has intruded upon my chambers and forced me. Please, grant me justice." Yet the emperor, unwilling to entertain her pleas, kicked her to the ground with no hint of compassion. The saying goes that a day is husband and wife bonds for 100 days, yet his coldness showed no trace of affection. Su Guifei trembled in fear, never having witnessed such fury from the emperor. This was a consequence of Mama Xi's detailed reports, claiming they had apprehended the man in the act. The emperor seized a guard's sword and swiftly executed the man, denying him any chance for defense. Regardless of his innocence, having sullied Su Guifei, he deserved a fate worse than death. Su Guifei is hereby stripped of her title and demoted to commoner status, confined to the cold palace for life, the emperor decreed. His decision tempered by his consideration for the Su family. Otherwise, he would have dispatched her without a second thought. Su Guifei quivered. "Your Majesty, I am innocent. Chowda, take her to the cold palace at once." The emperor showed no inclination to hear her defense. The onlookers watched helplessly as Su Guifei was sent away without even a garment to cover her, condemned to the cold palace. The empress observed that the emperor had not executed her, interpreting it as a sign of leniency. He still harbored feelings for Su Qingqing. Long ago, she had been wronged on scant evidence, and the emperor had loathed her for years. The empress pondered deeply. The events of that time were surely orchestrated by Su Qingqing. Yet she lacked proof. Over a decade had passed without her vindication, resulting in her son being subjected to the emperor's suspicion and causing her cousin to die by poison, unjustly perishing. At that moment, the imperial guards retrieved the sleeping palace maids from the side chamber of the Wanfeng Palace, revealing they had been drugged. This suggested that Su Guifei might have been framed. But even if she were a victim, she had indeed engaged in an illicit affair with the man. The emperor's gaze turned frigid, a useless lot. Take them away and execute them. Su Tingwan, witnessing the scene, wished to intercede, but was firmly restrained by Xie Shang, who warned her with a glare against any foolish actions. Regardless of the underlying schemes, Su Guifei alone bore the burden of this evidence. There was no room for her denial. Anyone daring to speak out would only draw suspicion upon themselves, potentially uncovering more secrets. Xie Shang wished for Su Tingwan to remain untainted, ensuring she would not be led astray by Su Guifei's influence to harm Jiang Fenghua. As for who had aided Jiang Fenghua in evading this crisis, Xie Shang had already formed a conjecture. Su Tingwan knelt, filled with uncertainty, contemplating that this man was likely a pawn of Aunt Yunfang, intended to tarnish Jiang Fenghua's reputation. Yet now Jiang Fenghua remained unscathed while her own aunt faced the snares of betrayal. She cast a discreet glance at Jiang Fenghua, who was kneeling on the ground with decorum, her expression mirroring the startled countenance of others, exuding an air of innocence. Su Tingwan had not anticipated that the ultimate victim would be her aunt. Jiang Fenghua appeared entirely unscathed. Where had things gone awry? Chapter 65. Doubts concerning the queen's actions. Xie Shang's unjust misfortune. A thunderous roar erupted in the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. Yunfang was startled awake, finding herself surrounded by darkness. Upon opening her eyes, she glimpsed tree branches swaying outside, resembling ferocious beasts in a tempest, sending a chill down her spine. At that moment, she heard a repulsive gasping sound from the adjacent room. Peering through the crack in the door, she beheld two disheveled palace maids and a eunuch engaged in an illicit act. Yunfang was not surprised. The palace was rife with unsavory affairs, and in the solitude of the inner court, such clandestine encounters were not uncommon. Having been knocked unconscious and abandoned here, it was evident that her predicament had been exposed. She resolved to wait until the couple finished before rapping on the wall. Startled, the two questioned, "Who is it?" Yunfang leaned out, her face veiled, and smiled at them. "It matters not who I am. What you are doing here has been witnessed entirely by me. I am Tsuehua, a servant from the miscellaneous department. And you are Shunzi. Surely, you have indulged in this act more than once. Should this information leak?" She was well aware that, although such behavior was common in the palace, no one wished for it to be publicly known. The eunuch and maid trembled in fear, stuttering, "Who are you? How do you know our names? What do you intend to do?" Yunfang replied, "Simply answer my questions. There is no need to know my identity." The maid, feeling embarrassed, quickly asked, "What questions?" "We will answer, but you must not disclose this matter." She inquired, "Has anything of significance occurred in the palace tonight?" She sought to ascertain the fate of the man involved, whether he had been discovered, and if the affair was exposed. She would need to devise a strategy to deal with consort Su. The eunuch recounted, Consort Su was cast into the cold palace. She and her lover were caught in the act within her chambers, and the palace maids and eunuchs who aided her were executed. Hearing this, Yunfang's eyes widened in disbelief. Having served Consort Su for many years, she knew well that the consort had no paramour. She feigned ignorance, asking, "Given the palace's stringent security, how did that man gain access to the consort's quarters?" The maid explained, "When the imperial guards searched for an assassin, I accompanied them to the Wanfeng Palace." The man confessed that Consort Su had brought him into the palace under the pretense of a banquet, hiding him in the imperial garden before taking him to Wanfeng Palace for their tryst. The emperor killed him on the spot, blood spilling everywhere. The inconsistencies in their testimonies were glaring. It was impossible for Consort Su to have personally smuggled a man into the palace. If she intended to engage in an affair, why not directly bring him to Wanfeng Palace instead of leaving him in such a conspicuous location? The emperor's swift execution of the man stemmed from the fact that he had slept with the emperor's woman, leaving no room for his defense. He deserved his fate. Realizing that she could no longer remain in the palace without facing a similar destiny as the other maids of Wanfeng Palace, Yunfang declared, "I must leave the palace. Shunzi, can you devise a plan?" Without a moment's hesitation, the two nodded vigorously, recognizing that her departure posed no threat to them. They were eager for her to vacate the palace. Meanwhile, in the Qingxian Palace, several princes knelt in the downpour, drenched to the bone. The second prince, Xie, seethed with anger, exclaiming, "It was Consort Su's indiscretion that was discovered. Why must we be punished? I refuse to accept this unjust calamity." The third prince, Xie Shang, remained silent, limping as he arrived last, truly the one who had suffered an undeserved misfortune. The fourth prince, Xie Yang, trembled with fear, on the verge of tears, lamenting, "Will we perish in this reign like our elder brother?" The sixth, seventh, and eighth princes knelt alongside him, and other younger princes, still in their youth, would also face punishment today. Xie Shang knelt in the rain, allowing the deluge to soak him completely, the sky seemingly unrelenting as the rain intensified. He remained silent, fully aware that both the man's testimony and Consort Su's defense were riddled with flaws. The emperor's choice to maintain tranquility was merely a facade to preserve the imperial family's dignity. Consort Su, being the emperor's woman, had engaged in an affair, and regardless of the truth, such matters were not suitable for public scrutiny. Yet, the empress had personally dispatched someone to catch them in the act, making the incident widely known. Yan Fei and Prince Yu were relentless in their pursuit, exacerbating the situation, while the third prince was so incapacitated he could barely walk. The fourth prince only knew to weep, and the fifth prince remained indifferent, prioritizing self-preservation. The emperor, disheartened by the realization that none of his many sons were capable of bearing responsibility, felt isolated amidst the palace's treachery, where concubines schemed against one another with deadly intent. The emperor lamented that his shortcomings were exposed to the envoys of foreign nations, tarnishing his authority. Thus, he resolved to punish these unworthy, disobedient sons. The empress, alongside the other concubines and princesses, rushed to Chengqian Palace, pleading, "Your Majesty, what fault do the princes bear? In such heavy rain, do you not have a shred of compassion for them? They are all your sons, Your Majesty." Yan Fei knelt at the palace entrance, adding, "It is all my fault. This matter has nothing to do with Prince Yu. It was I who spoke out of turn." "Enough." The emperor, furious, shattered a vase. The crowd trembled in fear. The empress, unwilling to see her sons suffer through the night in the rain, continued, "Your affection for Su Qingqing is evident, but she is the one who erred. Have you forgotten how the late consort Wenyi and the first prince met their ends? They too were punished to kneel in the rain, later succumbing to illness. Your Majesty, come and see. Those kneeling outside are your sons. Are you truly willing to disregard their lives for Su Qingqing?" The empress knelt, nearly begging, "If you must punish someone, let it be me. If you are angry, direct it at me. I will accept any punishment, but I implore you to allow the princes to rise. Their health is paramount." Empress Cheng rarely pleaded with the emperor. Even if she had to endure a lifetime of solitude, she could bear it. What she could not tolerate was the thought of her sons facing even the slightest injustice. As thunder rumbled ominously, tears streamed down her face. Suddenly, the doors of Chengqian Palace swung open, revealing the emperor, weary and aged, casting a cold glance over the assembly before finally resting his gaze on Xie Shang. "You need not kneel any longer. You may return." Eunuch Chao quickly supported the emperor, urging, "Your Majesty, your health is of utmost importance." The emperor, trembling and barely able to stand, turned and re-entered Chengqian Palace. With the emperor's consent, the princes, supported by one another, rose. The empress hurried to Xie Shang, urging, "Shang, rise quickly. Return to Kuanning Palace to change your clothes before leaving the palace." Xie Shang, filled with rage, stood and turned to leave, while Jiang Fenghua and Su Tingwan rushed to follow him with an umbrella. The empress, watching her son's indifferent retreat, could not help but weep quietly. "Quickly, take a cloak to Shang. He is drenched. Ensure the princesses take good care of him." Though Xie Shang treated her coldly, the empress's heart remained with him. Upon receiving the order, the matron swiftly pursued, handing the cloak to Jiang Fenghua while offering a few words of caution. "The prince is in a foul mood. The princess has endured much." Having witnessed the emperor's glance at Xie Shang, Jiang Fenghua remarked, "Please convey to the empress that I am aware." Chapter 66. The silent empress. In this scene, Empress Cheng entered the Chengqian Palace directly, her tone grave as she stated, "I must speak with His Majesty alone." "Chief Steward Chow, please excuse us." Chief Steward Chow found himself in a dilemma when the emperor suddenly declared, "I am hungry. Fetch me something to eat." Chow answered repeatedly. The empress approached the emperor and, without further ado, knelt before him. "The matters concerning Su Qingqing within the palace were not orchestrated by me. I would never resort to such vile means to tarnish a woman's virtue, for I have suffered greatly from similar treachery and understand the anguish of being wronged. These years have been a torment for me, living a life less than death." The emperor's cold gaze pierced her. "Are you implying that I have wronged you? You occupy a position that countless women covet. What more could you desire? I dare not accuse your majesty of neglect. As empress, I must embody the dignity befitting my status. Despite Su Qingqing's repeated provocations, I have always been mindful of my identity and have maintained my composure." The words of Empress Cheng struck the emperor like arrows. "You claim to uphold propriety," the emperor retorted angrily, "yet the empress leads a scandalous uproar. Everyone in the harem knows this is how you govern. Look at yourself today. Where is the semblance of an empress? I suspect you may be the mastermind behind this. Your Majesty, it is Su Qingqing's own moral failings that led to this. Even if someone were to intrude upon her chamber, would she not call for help? Could she not resist?" Empress Cheng countered sharply. "The imperial guards are at the palace gates, yet you still protect her. Is she being threatened with a blade at her throat? If she were indeed a paragon of virtue, she should take her own life. What is the truth behind this incident? Why does your majesty not inquire with the servants of Wanfeng Palace before hastily condemning anyone?" The atmosphere grew tense as the empress pressed on. Now, the palace is rife with fear and speculation. Who is truly to blame? Does Su Qingqing bear no responsibility? She has enjoyed the emperor's sole favor for years, and yet remains discontent. Thus, the empress seeks her revenge, the emperor questioned coldly. Tears streamed down the empress's face. "I do not. I, Cheng Langjin, would never employ such underhanded tactics as Su Qingqing." The emperor's words struck her like a whip, leaving her speechless and her heart chilled. "Your Majesty, Shower is truly your child. I have remained faithful, having known only you as my man. Whether you believe me or not, I have never wronged you." In the past, she had struggled to conceive and, misled by a maid, contemplated borrowing a child to secure her position. However, she ultimately refrained from such actions. Years of marriage without a child made her fear her own inadequacies, leading her to seek a maid to bear a child secretly. Yet, when the maid became pregnant, she harbored inappropriate thoughts, resulting in tragedy. Unbeknownst to Cheng Langjin, she was already pregnant, and in losing the emperor's heart, she was filled with regret. The emperor still held her accountable for the past, leaving her to lament the harm her actions had caused their son. On a silent, rainy night, Xie Shang ventured forth in the downpour, heavy-hearted. Rain cascaded down his face, his gaze fierce and profound like a roaring leopard in the night, keeping others at bay. They had not remained in the palace, but had ventured out into the rain. In the carriage, Jiang Fenghua and Su Tingwan sat steadily, while Xie Shang ignored Su Tingwan's pleas to join them. The events of the evening had left Su Tingwan anxious, and she dared not provoke Xie Shang. Witnessing her aunt's fate frightened her, and she was uncertain why Xie Shang was suddenly so disturbed. Upon exiting the palace, Xie Shang instructed the driver to return the two women home, but Jiang Fenghua insisted on following him, since she could not persuade him to come aboard. They would silently accompany him. The emperor suspected the empress was behind the evening's turmoil, thus misdirecting his anger at Xie Shang. Jiang Fenghua speculated that perhaps Xie Shang felt disheartened due to his lack of the emperor's trust. She had not anticipated that a grown man like Xie Shang would be so affected by his father's lack of faith, as he had always longed for the emperor's approval. Indeed, at that moment, Xie Shang was deeply troubled, and Jiang Fenghua sensed it. As the rain continued to pour, she feared for his well-being, knowing he would not perish from the downpour, but she did not wish for a frail husband in the future. Suddenly, Jiang Fenghua halted the carriage, took an umbrella, and leaped down. Su Tingwan was taken aback by her swift movement. She recalled how Jiang Fenghua had always appeared delicate and dependent. Had she been feigning weakness all along? Anger surged within Su Tingwan. This deceiver, this schemer, had bewitched Xie Shang. What transpired next left Su Tingwan in disbelief, even consumed by jealousy. The rain fell heavily, soaking Jiang Fenghua's shoes and skirts as she rushed to Xie Shang's side, exclaiming, "Your Highness." Xie Shang glanced at her, stating, "Did I not instruct you to return home?" She suddenly declared, "Let me dance for you." Her purpose was not to admonish or counsel him, but to accompany him. Xie Shang was momentarily stunned, and before he could react, Jiang Fenghua began to dance gracefully in the rain, her face aglow with joy, resembling a spirited sprite. He found the woman beneath the umbrella to be soft and elegant, her every movement imbued with poetry. She hummed a tune, lost in the moment, enveloping Xie Shang in her presence. The sound of the rain became a symphony in her dance, radiating her vibrant energy and beauty. Xie Shang watched intently as she cast aside the umbrella, allowing the rain to drench her completely. In an instant, she seized his hand and twirled, as if searching for a partner, urging him to follow her lead and dance freely. Xie Shang roared, pulling her close. "Jiang Fenghua, what are you doing?" She nestled against him, her eyes sparkling, playing. "Is this the time for games?" Xie Shang thundered. "Isn't life about play? Why can't we dance here? Wherever I desire can be my stage, as long as I am happy and ensure your highness finds joy." Her sole intention was to bring him cheer, and warmth flooded his heart. Jiang Fenghua spun away from him, her hair brushing against his cheek, causing him a slight sting. He had always been composed and restrained, never engaging in impudent or extreme behavior. He thought that letting the rain wash away his troubles would improve his mood, yet he found himself sinking deeper. Jiang Fenghua appeared like a ray of light before him, whimsically dancing in the rain. She had once expressed that she danced to alleviate boredom and forget her troubles, claiming that a good night's sleep would mend everything. He had never envisioned the gentle, poised Jiang Fenghua performing such wild antics in the rain. Suddenly, Xie Shang took her hand and began to dance with her until she was breathless, her laughter blooming as she fell into his embrace. A newfound clarity blossomed within him. He recognized Jiang Fenghua's earnest attempt to uplift his spirits. Although her methods were extreme and unconventional, they proved remarkably effective. He lifted her into his arms and carried her toward the carriage, casting a cold glance at Su Tingwan, who immediately stepped back in trepidation. Xie Shang effortlessly boarded the carriage, commanding in a low voice, "Return to the residence." Chapter 67. The couple fell ill together upon boarding the carriage. Xie Shang draped a cloak over her shoulders and embraced her, gently tending to her hair. Jiang Fenghua, however, pulled away from his grasp, insisting, "Your Highness is drenched as well. Allow me to assist you." "I am in good health, but you must not catch a chill," Xie Shang replied. Concern etched across his features. Her voice, delicate and tender, grated painfully in Su Tingwan's ears. The spacious carriage could easily accommodate 3 or 4 people, yet they nestled together, exchanging tender care. Unable to restrain herself, she interjected, "Jiang Fenghua, cease your pretense. You deliberately leaped down to dance and entice Xie Shang." Xie Shang was taken aback by Su Tingwan's harshness. He had misjudged her. Just as he was about to respond, Jiang Fenghua distanced herself slightly from him, her eyes sparkling with clarity. What does Su Sifei mean by this? Without hesitation, Su Tingwan declared in Xie Shang's presence, "I saw you leap from the carriage just now." Jiang Fenghua's eyes widened in confusion, tinged with anger. Maintaining her graceful demeanor, she responded, "Given the height of the carriage, how else would I have disembarked? What exactly does Su Sifei imply? Such insinuations of seduction could tarnish my reputation, leading others to misconstrue my character." Su Tingwan felt a surge of discomfort, jealousy, and resentment bubbling within her. It seemed Jiang Fenghua was accusing her of intentionally seeking to ruin her honor. "Xie Shang, that was not my intention," she quickly retorted. "Wanwan, I have advised you to think carefully before speaking or acting. You must refrain from speaking recklessly," Xie Shang admonished. Evading her touch, his gaze frosty. Do you know the truth about what transpired in the palace tonight? What schemes does Su Guifei harbor? And why was it only in her palace that the man appeared? Su Tingwan's body stiffened, her fingers twisting the handkerchief nervously. I know not why my aunt would act thus. I refuse to believe she would conspire with another man. She must have been wronged. Xie Shang cut to the chase. Even if she was wronged, she must bear responsibility for her actions. I do not wish to defend Su Guifei. Why would my aunt target the princess? Su Tingwan feigned ignorance, growing increasingly anxious. Why would she target Ruan? You truly do not know? Xie Shang questioned, suspecting her motives. Why did you invite the princess to the imperial garden? That man was concealed there. Are you aware of Su Guifei's intentions? I have already explained. I merely wished to admire the flowers. I was unaware of any man lurking there. I did not see anyone when I arrived, and I have remained in the estate. Knowing nothing, Su Tingwan insisted, recalling Yunfang's warning that should she be exposed, she must deny everything, or it would spell her doom. Where is the maid sent by Su Guifei to attend you? Xie Shang pressed, aware that Wan had changed. She was not the same as before. The maid? You mean Yunfang? She was sent by my aunt to teach me etiquette, but I have not seen her today. I know not where she is gone. Su Tingwan replied. Xie Shang had already deduced that Yunfang had intentionally lured a drunken man to harass Jiang Fenghua during the flower viewing gala. He had remained silent until now, not believing Wan was involved. He never imagined she would lie. Even during their intimate moments, she had drugged him. Who had taught her such vile tactics? He understood that Su Tingwan could not conceive such devious plots, yet he did not trust that she was entirely ignorant. The puppet master behind Yunfang was undoubtedly Su Guifei. This evening, it was apparent that she had instructed Yunfang to take Jiang Fenghua to the imperial garden. But they were intercepted by Zhang Yuma midway. Thus, Zhang Yuma had accompanied Jiang Fenghua, a move orchestrated by Jiang Jinyan. The man had openly admitted that it was Su Guifei who brought him into the palace. Without the emperor's decree, she could not leave. However, Yunfang, who was close to Su Tingwan, could come and go freely, bearing Su Guifei's special token. Just as before, she could conceal her identity with a veil, making it impossible for the man to discern her true visage. Regardless of the man's identity, it would be revealed upon leaving the palace. Moreover, with the students entering the palace today, he could easily masquerade as one of them. All of this was quite easy to piece together. Only Jiang Fenghua remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Xie Shang had no intention of informing her. Suspecting that Jiang Jinyan also wished to keep her out of palace intrigues, yet his methods were undeniably direct. Jiang Fenghua gazed at Xie Shang with wide eyes, shock, confusion, and disbelief flooding her features. Your Highness claims Su Guifei intends to harm me. I bear no grudge against her. Why would she wish to do so? Naturally. It is for Su Tingwan's sake, you fool, he thought. Her innocence and kindness only served to highlight her naivety. Jiang Fenghua believed that by eliminating Su Guifei, she could dismantle Su Tingwan's formidable support. Merely suppressing Su Tingwan would not shake the Su family's power in the slightest. It would be futile. She merely needed to unearth the desires buried deep within Su Tingwan's heart, allowing Xie Shang to see her for what she truly was, a woman adept in cunning schemes. Just like Su Guifei, he would awaken to reality through Su Tingwan, ultimately leading to her enlightenment. Thus, even if the Su family remained powerful, she had to sever their ties within the palace first. To utterly defeat the Su family, she would need to proceed slowly and methodically, devising a plan to undermine their foundation, striking them down one by one. Toppling Su Guifei was a crucial step in this endeavor. Upon returning to the Heng Wangfu, Xie Shang instructed Steward Cheng to seek out Yunfang's whereabouts in front of Su Tingwan. Subsequently, he accompanied Jiang Fenghua to the Lanyue Pavilion. Su Tingwan felt an overwhelming sense of dread upon hearing this. Without Yunfang by her side, she felt as though her anchor had vanished. Xie Shang refrained from further questioning her, uncertain of whether he believed her or not. At the Lanyue Pavilion, Jiang Fenghua awoke in the latter half of the night, disturbed by the thunderous roar outside. Realizing she was drenched in sweat, her pillow dampened. As she turned, she encountered a body radiating heat. It was then that she fully awakened to the reality that Xie Shang was burning with fever. She nudged him, calling, "Your Highness." After several attempts yielded no response, she hurriedly rose to light the lamp, only to find his face flushed scarlet. In a flurry, she rushed to the side room to fetch cold water, wringing out a cloth and placing it on his forehead. In her past life, she had diligently cared for 2 children, raising them to adulthood, so she was somewhat familiar with managing high fevers. She possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding herbal medicine and had even learned acupressure techniques from the imperial physician. Knowing the quickest means to reduce a fever, Xie Shang had already succumbed to unconsciousness from the heat. Should it persist, he risked becoming a fool, rendering all her efforts a mockery. Jiang Fenghua worked swiftly, retrieving silver needles from the medicine box, precisely targeting the acupoints, and frequently changing the cloth until his forehead felt cool. After changing his clothes and tidying up the bedding, she found herself breathless and fatigued. Xie Shang, robust in build, was difficult for her frail form to maneuver, yet fortunately, he lay quietly on the bed, allowing her to tend to him. Once she had changed his garments and replaced the pillowcases, she finally completed her tasks after a laborious span of time. Outside, the rain continued to pour, showing no signs of abating. If it persisted, flooding would surely ensue. When Xie Shang awoke, he saw Jiang Fenghua slumped beside the bed, fast asleep, still clutching the cloth in her hand. 2 basins of water lay at the foot of the bed, surrounded by a disarray of cloths, while his own garments were neatly folded to the side, leaving the room in utter chaos. He attempted to speak, yet his throat felt as though it had been torn apart, rendering him mute. Internally he lamented, "Have I become a mute?" My head throbbed painfully, and my body ached with fatigue. Furrowing his brow, he stirred, inadvertently waking Jiang Fenghua. Upon seeing him awake, her countenance brightened with evident joy, but as she opened her mouth to speak, she was met with a searing pain as if a knife was lodged in her throat. Her voice came out hoarse, "Your Highness." Xie Shang froze, realizing Jiang Fenghua had also fallen ill. Chapter 68. A kiss that caused illness at the break of dawn. Dr. May hurriedly arrived at the Prince of Heng's residence. After examining the situation, he stated, "Your Highness has exhausted himself, leading to a weakened constitution. Symptoms have been present for 10 days, and with the recent exposure to rain, the illness has flared up violently. Fortunately, the princess managed to reduce the fever last night. Had the fever accumulated within, Your Highness might have slipped into a coma, posing a grave threat to your life." Xie Shang was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the severity of the situation and increasingly grateful to Jiang Fenghua. He scribbled on paper, questioning why the princess was also rendered mute and how her condition could have deteriorated so drastically. "Her singing is so melodious. She would surely be distressed if she could no longer sing," he wrote, insisting that Dr. May must cure the princess's throat. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I will administer acupuncture to the princess, and she shall soon regain her ability to speak," Dr. May reassured. The princess, too, has been affected by the cold, resulting in a swollen throat and obstructed vocal cords, making it difficult for her to produce sound. He hesitated, then clarified that the princess's affliction was indeed a consequence of the illness that the prince had contracted, with the rain merely acting as a catalyst. In such warm weather, even exposure to rain should not lead to such a severe illness. Xie Shang glanced at Jiang Fenghua and wrote again, recalling that during his recent official duties, he had merely felt fatigued and had no other symptoms. "Are you suggesting that I transmitted this illness to the princess?" Dr. May nodded affirmatively. In a flurry of concern, Xie Shang inquired how the princess could recover and how they could prevent future occurrences. He knew that Jiang Fenghua had risen to care for him the previous night, inadvertently allowing the chill to penetrate her body. "With ample rest, I will prescribe remedies for both your highness and the princess. If you take your medicine regularly, your conditions will gradually improve," Dr. May advised. As for prevention, he stated with a feigned calmness, "It would be best for you and the princess to minimize contact during your recovery. It is advisable to refrain from sharing a bed and, ideally, avoid dining at the same table, as mouth and nose contact is the most direct transmission route. To prevent reinfection, minimizing contact is the most effective approach." His message was clear enough for His Highness to comprehend. Jiang Fenghua, upon hearing Dr. May's words, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Her gaze lowered, revealing her modest demeanor. She had always prioritized her health, and it was disheartening to realize that she had contracted the illness from Xie Shang. Xie Shang felt a pang of awkwardness, never expecting that a mere kiss could lead to her illness. The servants surrounding them were taken aback, pondering how the affection between the prince and princess could lead to such dire consequences that left her unable to speak. Su Tingwan, having learned that the Tai had been summoned to the residence, hurried over to see for herself. Upon hearing the doctor's words, she felt an uncomfortable tightness in her heart. Recalling her past with Xie Shang, they had known each other for 3 years and had been together for 2. During that time, he had showered her with affection, kissed her, and teased her, Yet he had always respected her boundaries and never forced her into anything she did not desire. She had once believed herself the happiest woman in the world, convinced that his love would remain constant and unwavering. However, she was unprepared for the depth of feelings he now shared with Jiang Fenghua, the intimacy they had developed over countless nights. After Dr. May departed, Granny Sue and the maids hurried to prepare medicine, while Steward Chung dispersed the curious servants outside and rushed to the government office to request leave for the prince. Inside, Xie Shang observed Jiang Fenghua sitting elegantly and decorously, her head bowed, her eyes filled with shyness, her delicate face pale yet tinged with a rosy hue. He longed to check on her but hesitated to approach. Instead, he wrote a note, passing it to her. I must attend to official matters in the study. Please focus on your recovery. Jiang Fenghua lifted her gaze to meet his and replied in writing. Your Highness also needs rest. Official duties can wait. Xie Shang sighed. The cases that Steward Chung has received outside are piling up and must be addressed promptly to provide the people with answers. Jiang Fenghua could have spoken, but her throat ached, and her voice was hardly pleasant, so she wrote instead. It is I who have caused trouble for your Highness. Xie Shang wished to approach her, but restrained himself. No, it is I who should thank you. I appreciate your consideration for my affairs. I am more than willing to address these cases to heed the voices of the people. Jiang Fenghua chose not to say more. She did not wish to claim credit. Xie Shang was a capable man, and her intent was to assist him in serving the populace, thereby enhancing his reputation among them. She was paving the way for him. Xie Shang cast one last glance at her before heading to the study. Shortly after, Lin Feng brought the medicine to him. Your Highness, the medicine is ready. Xie Shang was engrossed in reviewing a case file concerning a murder where a daughter-in-law had killed her mother-in-law. The daughter-in-law was currently imprisoned, having fully confessed to the crime. It seemed a straightforward case, meriting a swift judgment of death by beheading. However, the maternal family of the accused had filed a petition for a retrial, which the authorities dismissed, even resorting to violence against them. As the execution drew near, the family remained undeterred and had submitted their petition to the princess residence. Xie Shang learned the full story. The woman had endured years of abuse at the hands of her mother-in-law and husband, who had treated her as less than human. After enduring relentless torment, she had finally retaliated one fateful night, leading to the tragic outcome. Lin Feng urged again, Your Highness, it is time to take your medicine. Xie Shang lifted his head, took a sip, and immediately regretted it. The bitterness was overwhelming, prompting him to spit it out in disbelief. What is this? Lin Feng, startled, asked, Your Highness, what troubles you? The maid worked hard to prepare it. Xie Shang pounded the table, mouthing furiously, What in the world is this? My throat is already in agony. He vowed never to gamble with his health again. Lin Feng finally understood and scribbled on paper, It's medicine. Why does it surprise you? Why must it be so bitter? Xie Shang wrote back. Good medicine is often bitter, Lin Feng explained. Given the severity of your illness, strong medicine is necessary. Dr. May stated that you must take this concoction 4 times today, and you have already rejected the first dose. Chapter 69. The unwelcome disruption by consort. Xie Shang felt a profound sense of despair, unable to comprehend the dreadful concoction before him. He scribbled down, Does the princess also consume this? Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Has she tasted it? A glance revealed the truth. Lin Feng shook his head. No. She finds it unbearable too. Granny Sue is currently comforting her. Internally, Lin Feng scoffed. Who told you to dance in the rain last night? Now you're suffering the consequences. You should have thought of this before. Xie Shang wrote re-examine on the paper, then rose from his seat and strode outside. Lin Feng hurried after him. Your Highness, please take your medicine first. Do you not wish to recover? A man should not fear medicine. What would that say about your dignity? Upon arriving at Lanwei Pavilion, Xie Shang peered through the window and saw Jiang Fenghua languidly reclining on a soft couch. Her legs elegantly crossed, engrossed in a book. Granny Sue chimed in, Your Highness, good medicine is often bitter. How can you recover without taking it? Jiang Fenghua shifted to the other side, declaring, I've never tasted such foul medicine before. I refuse to drink it. My lady, even if it were poison, you must consume it. Without it, how can you heal? Jiang Fenghua frowned in distaste, glancing at the potion with disdain. This is worse than poison. Granny Sue presented a plate of candied fruits, suggesting, Perhaps some sweets will help you swallow the medicine. Jiang Fenghua sat up, pinched a piece, and reluctantly took a small sip of the medicine, contorting her face in revulsion. Unable to endure the taste, she set the cup down defiantly. Seeing her refusal, Granny Sue was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Turning around, she spotted Xie Shang by the window. He gestured for silence, indicating Granny Su to open the window. She promptly complied, quietly lifting the window pane. Outside, the rain had ceased, and the sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow on her book, which she adjusted to continue reading. Xie Shang approached the window, sampled a piece of candied fruit, and found it excessively sweet. He continued to taste various pieces until he discovered one that was pleasantly tart, and he offered it to Jiang Fenghua, mistaking his gesture for that of a maid. She accepted it without a second thought. As the delectable morsels delighted her palate, her face lit up with joy, prompting her to reach out for more. Xie Shang, undeterred, fed her another piece. In a short time, she had consumed several pieces, her spirits lifted. Granny Su frowned, realizing that while the sweets were meant to coax her into taking the medicine, they had consumed most of the treats without a single drop of potion being ingested. She stepped forward to intervene, but was halted by Xie Shang, just as he was about to feed her again. She finally noticed the masculine hands at work and turned to see Xie Shang standing there. "Your Highness," she exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. "What brings you here?" Xie Shang smiled gently, stepping back to maintain distance, concerned for her health. He retrieved paper and brush, inscribing, "Do you truly not wish to take your medicine?" Jiang Fenghua's eyes darkened as she dashed barefoot from the couch to the writing desk, scrawling, "I can't swallow it." He replied, "Then do not drink it. Please request Physician Mei to return and prepare a new prescription, one that is sweet." Jiang Fenghua's face brightened, and she hastened to the window, nodding vigorously. Granny Su interjected. "Physician Mei has stated that only this medicine can cure both your Highness and the princess. Bear with it. A single dose will alleviate your throat by tomorrow. Your Highness cannot indulge the princess's whims. No matter the remedy, it will always be bitter. Good medicine is often hard to swallow." Lin Feng remarked. "The prince himself has not taken it and has even vomited. Physician Mei has declared that only with the medicine can one heal, yet the prince stubbornly refuses." The couple exchanged glances, their mutual aversion to the medicine evident. Lin Feng could not resist teasing them, since neither the prince nor the princess desires to take their medicine. "Let us not force them. We, the servants, must not compel our masters." However, Physician Mei did mention that while their ailment persists, the prince and princess cannot meet. They may as well be mute. Granny Su caught the underlying tone and, taking the medicine bowl, prepared to exit. "If you refuse to drink, then so be it. Rest may aid recovery, though it will take time and be quite uncomfortable without a moment's pause." Jiang Fenghua snatched the bowl and forcefully consumed the entire contents. Once she finished, her face contorted in distress. Xie Shang stood in shocked silence, gesturing to Lin Feng for more medicine. Lin Feng, ready for the moment, presented the bowl to him. Immediately, Xie Shang overcame his reluctance and downed the potion in its entirety. The servants in the room watched in astonishment as his face turned crimson. He turned and walked away, perhaps longing to see her again. Jiang Fenghua rested her chin in her hands, gazing at Xie Shang's retreating figure, pondering. Surely, he must feel her affection now. If a woman could brave all adversities and love him wholeheartedly, he would reciprocate that love in full. She feigned affection towards him, yet he found himself genuinely enamored with her. At dinner, Xie Shang obstinately had the meal served in Lanhua Pavilion. After taking his medicine, he returned to the Shui Pavilion for a restorative nap, feeling significantly better. They sat at distant tables, an unusual sight, yet he could hardly resist stealing glances at her. Observing Jiang Fenghua's graceful demeanor, he noted her increasing beauty, every aspect of her radiated charm. The side hall was thick with unspoken tension, the maids discreetly withdrawing to avoid disturbing them. Suddenly, Su Tingwan entered with a food box, disrupting their tranquility. She offered a slight bow, addressing them. "I pay my respects to the prince and princess." Xie Shang frowned slightly as Su Tingwan placed dishes before him, stating, "This oil-braised chicken is made by me, your highness. It was your favorite." She presented another dish, "And this is braised carp. Do have a taste." Xie Shang could not indulge in such oily and spicy fare while still recovering, having only previously acquiesced to Su Tingwan's preferences. Jiang Fenghua, however, had never partaken in overly rich or heavily seasoned dishes. Now, his own table was laden with lighter fare, tailored to Jiang Fenghua's dietary habits. Su Tingwan observed this with a heavy heart, knowing they shared the same ailment, wishing she had also braved the rain last night. She resolved that Xie Shang favored her authentic self and believed that by being true to herself, she could rekindle his fond memories of her. Without hesitation, she plopped down beside him. "Your Highness, Allow me to keep you company during your meal. Xie Shang was left speechless, unable to voice his refusal. Jiang Fenghua, keeping her gaze downward, finished her meal in silence before exiting the side hall. The presence of a third person dulled the sweetness of their interactions. And regardless of Su Tingwan's actions, Xie Shang would always harbor a soft spot for her. He cast a glance at her retreating figure, pondering whether she was upset. Chapter 70. The enormous debt of concubine Su Jiang Fenghua took the initiative to leave, and Su Tingwan felt at ease, striving to please Xie Shang. My lord, do taste this fish. Xie Shang pointed to his throat, indicating pain, implying he could not eat. Nevertheless, she picked a piece and held it near his mouth, smiling. Let Wanwan feed you. Xie Shang was taken aback. He had not expressed a desire for fish. Observing her eager demeanor, he wished to admonish her. Wanwan, do not act thus. Su Tingwan set down her chopsticks, her voice rich with emotion. Ah Shang, how I long to return to the past, to the days when we were carefree together. I realize I have changed, become sorrowful. Watching you and the princess share such affection saddens me. I often ponder whether you love me. Yes, Ah Shang loves Wanwan. With genuine confession, tears welled in her eyes. I love you, and in this lifetime, I cannot be separated from you. I belong to you in life and in death. Ah Shang, you promised you would always care for me. Xie Shang felt a shiver run through him, his face burning with embarrassment. He had never claimed to dislike her. She continued, could you perhaps share a fraction of your kindness towards the princess with me? Even if you could spare me just one evening, I would be overjoyed. Xie Shang was momentarily stunned. Seeing her on the verge of tears, he felt reluctant to leave. Each time he faced her, he found himself a villain. Realizing he should not cause her distress, he had been neglecting her, suppressing the pain in his throat. He took a piece of fish from in front of her and placed her favorite oil-braised chicken in her bowl. Tears cascaded from Su Tingwan's eyes, and she choked back sobs of joy as she picked up the chicken. Ah Shang, I knew you still cared for me. Xie Shang began to feel fortunate that he had become mute. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words in response to Su Tingwan. He began to introspect, acknowledging that he should like Su Tingwan, yet both she and Jiang Fenghua were now his women. Perhaps liking one over the other did not hold much significance anymore. He felt happier with Jiang Fenghua, leading him to question if he favored her more. After dinner, Su Tingwan remarked, both the prince and the princess are ill. The physician advised that for your health, you should not meet. How about you rest at the Sandalwood Pavilion tonight? Wanwan can take care of you. Xie Shang had already taken leave, but found himself unwell again, rendering it impossible to attend to affairs at the manor. He suddenly could not find a reason to leave. Since his last departure from the Sandalwood Pavilion, he had not returned. She was the woman he cherished. He could not neglect Wanwan simply because he had developed feelings for Jiang Fenghua. What would become of the 3 years they had spent together, reduced to a mere joke? He refused to admit his complete change of heart, reminding himself that he could still harbor affection for Su Tingwan while also liking Jiang Fenghua. Determined to prove he still held feelings for Su Tingwan, he accompanied her to the Sandalwood Pavilion. From behind a window, Jiang Fenghua watched them depart, aware that Xie Shang must have known she was observing. To claim that Xie Shang loved Su Tingwan deeply would be an overstatement. Otherwise, he would not have so easily been drawn to her, disregarding Su Tingwan's feelings in the process. Love, the most inexpensive of sentiments, was foolishly believed by Su Tingwan to cause her heartache due to Xie Shang's absence. Given Xie Shang's current health, even a visit to the Sandalwood Pavilion would yield little. She was destined for disappointment. Jiang Fenghua relished the thought of witnessing Su Tingwan's frustration at wanting what she could not have. With an indifferent expression, Jiang Fenghua willingly consumed her medicine before retiring to bed, resolute in not allowing a man to compromise her well-being. It was an unwise bargain. She resolved to focus on her own recovery. Xie Shang lay in bed with his eyes tightly shut, utterly disinterested in Su Tingwan's actions. This time, she did not dare to drug him again, instead choosing to nestle beside him. Her delicate shoulder was exposed, her attire thin. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around his waist. Preparing to undress him, her voice sultry as she leaned close to his ear. Wanwan knows your throat is uncomfortable, so you need not speak. Xie Shang seized her wrist with force, suddenly speaking. This prince is unwell. You should sleep. His voice was hoarse, having taken medicine all day. But at least he could speak now. Su Tingwan was undeterred, climbing onto him to kiss him. He pushed her hands away, shifting aside. Wanwan. Physician, Mei said my illness is contagious. We should sleep separately tonight. Keep your distance. I fear you may catch it too. Su Tingwan insisted. I am not afraid. I can care for you. As she attempted to get closer, Xie Shang's eyes flared with anger, his voice low. If you persist, I shall leave. Hearing this, she dared not move again, tears brimming in her eyes. She had never envisioned they would arrive at such a state, sharing a bed, yet dreaming separately. With her eyes closed, she held back her tears. Xie Shang, witnessing her cry, felt a surge of confusion. He grasped her hand, yet his body betrayed him. He simply wished to sleep until dawn. The following day, Lin Feng waited outside the sandalwood pavilion, refraining from entering. When Yinqing called to him, he ignored her, merely fulfilling his duty as a guard. Xie Shang emerged early from the pavilion, his face cold, inquiring, "What happened this morning? Who has vexed you?" "Oh, the prince's voice has improved. It seems concubine Su took good care of you last night," Lin Feng remarked with a teasing tone. Xie Shang coughed lightly, contemplating an explanation but ultimately saying nothing as he headed straight for the study. He felt a twinge of guilt, hesitant to face Jiang Fenghua. Steward Cheng had delivered the documents he had reviewed to the Jingzhou mansion. The officials would reassess the cases based on Xie Shang's annotations. Steward Cheng then presented a stack of account books to Xie Shang, stating, "My lord, these are the accounts from the past 2 months for your review." Xie Shang replied, "Such trivial matters have always been managed by Steward Cheng. Handle them as you see fit. I have cases to examine." Steward Cheng, anxious, continued, "In addition to the manor's accounts, there are also bills from Minjiafang, Quiyuxuan, Hufeng Restaurant, Liuji Cloth Store, and Li's Dim Sum Shop. All the renowned shops in the capital have come to the prince's residence." Confused, Xie Shang asked, "What is the purpose of their visit? What do these have to do with the Heng Wangfu?" Steward Cheng laid the accounts on the table, urging him to review them one by one. Xie Shang flipped through a few pages, remarking, "If the princess desires these, then settle the accounts." Steward Cheng, in a state of distress, protested, "No, my lord. These are not the princess's accounts. I have inquired, and it appears concubine Su has been using the princess's name to acquire these items." Upon hearing this, Xie Shang's expression turned grave. "What is the meaning of this? How could one purchase things under the princess's name?" Steward Cheng elucidated, "Initially, I too found it peculiar that so many external debts suddenly appeared. Upon inquiry, the princess denied purchasing any of these items. After investigating the shops, I discovered that it was indeed concubine Su and her attendants who were accruing debts under the guise of the princess. They frequently dined at the restaurant and charged it to the princess's account, indulging extravagantly, even acquiring jade ornaments worth thousands of taels and numerous pieces of jewelry. In total, over the past 2 months, the Heng Wangfu owes an external debt of 48,979 taels. Su Tingwan's attendant was naturally Yunfang. Xie Shang was incredulous. Such a large sum. He had only glanced at the signatures, which bore Jiang Fenghua's name but were not in her handwriting. If the Heng Wangfu did not settle such debts promptly, they would encounter significant trouble and might even face censure from the officials. Steward Cheng thought, concubine Su is more trouble than she is worth, and with such a sudden financial shortfall, he found himself in a precarious position. He felt the responsibility of managing these affairs was like holding a hot potato, and he remarked, "I have something I am uncertain whether to say." "Speak." Xie Shang was filled with indignation. He had never anticipated that Su Tingwan could be such a person. Previously, when the prince had not yet married the princess, he had entrusted the management of the household to the old servant, which was a matter of no consequence. However, now that the prince had taken a wife, it was only fitting that the authority over the household be entrusted to the lady of the house. Steward Cheng, wary of concubine Su, feared that should another incident arise, he would be at a loss for funds to rectify the situation. Xie Shang had never considered this perspective. "Are you suggesting that the princess should oversee the household?" Chapter 71. The prince stealthily climbs onto the princess's rooftop. Butler Cheng remarked that, after all, the princess was the head of the household and should begin to learn how to manage the affairs within the royal residence. Suddenly, Xie Shang inquired whether the princess had purchased anything since marrying into the royal family, be it garments or jewelry. "Indeed, she has bought things, but all with her own money. She has never taken a single coin from the public account," Butler Cheng replied honestly. Xie Shang pressed his fingers to his temples, appearing fatigued. He had not slept well the previous night. It felt as if needles were pricking his back, making slumber elusive. He endured a state of half-sleep until dawn, finally feeling somewhat relaxed upon leaving the sandalwood courtyard. Butler Cheng continued, "The kitchen's meals are never criticized by those in the Lanyue Pavilion. Even when Granny Su requests the kitchen staff to purchase ingredients to make the princess's favorite pastries, she privately takes money for it. The Jiang family frequently sent garments and jewelry as well, particularly the princess's second sister, who always ensured that fine items such as brocade gowns, fashionable fans, and gold and silver ornaments arrived promptly for the princess. Her elder brother also sent unique gifts to amuse her, so the princess lacked for nothing. Yet, Xie Shang pondered, why did Jiang Fenghua not spend his money? Did her family believe she was wronged in the royal residence, or did she think he lacked wealth? Noticing his silence, Butler Cheng ventured, on the contrary, those in the sandalwood courtyard have their demands. Even Chef Xiao from the kitchen lamented that he could not afford to serve this concubine and her maids. Xie Shang casually remarked that Wan had a fondness for meat. Having grown up in the frontier where such customs prevailed, urging Chef Xiao to be more accommodating, he handed his waist token to Butler Cheng, instructing him to take some silver from his private account to settle the debts. Butler Cheng was taken aback. "Your Highness, this seems unjust to the princess." Xie Shang was momentarily stunned and retorted, "Since when have my decisions become subject to your scrutiny? Do not let the princess or woman know of this matter." "Yes, I understand," Butler Cheng responded, shaking his head. The prince seemed to have married a vampire into the household. If this continued, the royal family's fortunes would be squandered by concubine Su. He wondered what the prince's intentions were regarding relinquishing control of household affairs to the princess, if he were to hand over such authority to the concubine. Butler Cheng shuddered at the thought and hurried to the accounts office to request Mr. Du to meticulously calculate the accounts. This debt must not be allowed to linger. While the prince's private wealth was substantial, amounting to several tens of thousands of taels, was not insignificant, especially since it was a sum calculated by the empress for the prince's benefit, and it must not be squandered by concubine Su. As someone loyal to Empress Cheng, he was specifically assigned to manage the residence for Xie Shang, and he would naturally inform the empress of these matters. Moreover, Butler Cheng had heard that the prince had stayed at the sandalwood courtyard last night. While the princess worried for him despite his thoughts lingering on the concubine, he left the study, shaking his head in silence. Lin Feng then entered with medicine, his demeanor far from pleasant. "Your Highness, it is time to take your medicine." Xie Shang sniffed the concoction, finding it even more unpalatable than the previous day's dose. Without further contemplation, he swallowed it in one go, only to feel an odd sensation afterward, nearly gasping for breath. He furrowed his brow and, once he regained his composure, asked, "Why does today's medicine taste different? Is the prince feeling particularly unwell and reluctant to drink?" Lin Feng replied sarcastically, "If the prince does not wish to drink, he needn't. That way, he can avoid visiting the Lanhua Pavilion." Xie Shang's eyes gleamed with coldness as he shot Lin Feng a frosty glance. "Why do you concern yourself with whether or not I visit the Lanhua Pavilion?" Lin Feng, perceptive to the prince's demeanor, refrained from revealing that he thought the maids there were appealing. He exited the study with the medicine bowl in hand, leaving Xie Shang bewildered by his sudden anger. He felt mentally exhausted, still unwell, and disinterested in state affairs. He had intended to rest on the soft couch, but found sleep elusive. His mind wandered, wondering if Jiang Fenghua had risen. Had she taken her medicine? How was her throat? If Lin Feng spoke so much, he could at least mention what the princess was doing. Unable to sleep any longer, Xie Shang rose from the couch and made his way to the Lanhua Pavilion. Today, he did not use the front entrance, but instead scaled the courtyard walls to sneak into the yard. Lian Yi observed from a distance, initially mistaking him for an audacious thief daring to intrude upon the prince's residence. Upon recognizing him as Prince Heng, she feigned ignorance and hurried inside to whisper a few words into Jiang Fenghua's ear. Jiang Fenghua was seated at her vanity, adorning herself. She wore a long gown of pomegranate red with flowing sleeves, the layered hem embroidered with dancing butterflies, vibrant and striking. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with jade hairpins, and her long, slender neck was graced with white jade earrings. The fitted gown accentuated her ample bosom, making her figure appear exquisite. Xie Shang gazed down from above, feeling a rush of blood, regretting his clandestine ascent to the rooftop. She applied a delicate touch of rouge to her lips, instantly transforming her into a vision of beauty as she rose gracefully, gliding with poise. Lian Yi attended to her attentively, playfully commenting, "If the princess were to venture out in this attire, she would surely captivate anyone who laid eyes upon her." Jiang Fenghua mischievously tapped Lian Yi on the forehead, retorting, "But I see you all walking just fine. No one has stumbled." Just as she prepared to exit, Xie Shang, feeling anxious, nearly lost his footing. After 2 days of rain, the tiles on the roof had become slick with moss. He could only strive to maintain his balance and avoid detection while spying on her. lest he tarnish his princely dignity. Once Jiang Fenghua had departed the Lanhua pavilion with her two maids, Xie Shang descended from the rooftop. Suddenly, Lin Feng appeared behind him. "Your Highness," he said. Startled, Xie Shang exclaimed, "What are you doing, appearing so mysteriously? You nearly frightened me. One need not fear if one is not doing anything wrong. Why is your Highness so anxious? Is there something you wish to hide?" Lin Feng glanced up at the rooftop, then back at Xie Shang. He steadied himself, standing tall, his handsome visage betraying no emotion, and asked, "So early in the morning, where is the princess headed? Wouldn't the prince ask the princess himself?" Lin Feng remained silent. Xie Shang threatened directly, "This month's allowance will be reduced by 1. A young lady from the Jiang family presented an invitation to the princess, requesting her presence at the Jiang Guogong's residence. Lin Feng informed him, "Surely, one cannot visit so early." Xie Shang expressed his confusion. Lin Feng replied, "I heard from Hong Xiu that the princess intends to first stroll through the market to purchase gifts for the Jiang family." Xie Shang contemplated. If gifts were to be given, he could simply instruct Butler Qing to prepare them. Why must she personally shop? Seeing that he was also preparing to leave, Lin Feng deliberately asked, "Will your Highness be heading to the Yamen? Butler Qing has already granted you a 3-day leave, and today is only the 2nd. I too wish to visit the market and observe the people's sentiments," he stated. Lin Feng did not press further. "Will you be riding or taking a carriage, your Highness?" "I shall arrange for it." "A carriage," Xie Shang replied coldly. Chapter 72. The King's Judgment. Xie Shang followed Jiang Fenghua as she wandered through several shops, purchasing various items before finally entering the residence of Duke Zhang. There, Zhang Yuma personally opened the door to welcome her, prompting Xie Shang to turn and head to the Jingzhou Prefecture Court. Upon his return to the court, he immediately summoned the case files regarding the daughter-in-law who had murdered her mother-in-law, ordering that the accused be brought to the stand, alongside her family members and her husband. The case's retrial caused quite a stir, compelling the prefect, who had taken 3 days off, to return to work the very next day. The Jingzhou Prefecture was thrown into chaos, with citizens crowding the court, making it nearly impossible to navigate. Dressed in official robes that exuded both authority and solemnity, Xie Shang took his seat behind the judge's desk, flanked by 4 imposing bailiffs wielding whips, with clerks and scribes assisting him, creating an atmosphere of gravity and seriousness in the courtroom. The accused, Hu Jianyang, was brought in, her family already in tears. She had languished in a dark, dismal dungeon, convinced of her impending doom, devoid of any will to survive. Upon seeing her loved ones, she broke down, exclaiming, "Father, mother, your unfilial daughter." The onlookers outside murmured among themselves, some condemning the woman for her heartlessness in murdering her own mother-in-law. Such cruelty! How can she dare to plead for mercy? For her crime, she should descend into the depths of hell. Yet, some neighbors who knew the truth defended her, explaining that Hu Jianyang had endured years of mistreatment from her mother-in-law and physical abuse from her husband, who would beat her mercilessly whenever things went awry. They lamented that her 3 children had been left unattended since her imprisonment, asserting that her act of violence was born of desperation. Regardless, murder is murder. One must pay for such a crime. The crowd erupted in noise, prompting the prefect to strike the gavel forcefully, silencing the courtroom with an air of authority. "Who stands before me? State your name." "Commoner Hu Jianyang," she replied, already aware that her family was supporting her case and that the newly appointed prefect intended to review the matter. Hu Jianyang reiterated her account, explaining that her mother-in-law had assaulted her and threatened her life, leading her to inadvertently strike back with an axe. "Bring Gao Xiaohu to the stand." Soon, Gao Xiaohu was dragged in, reeking of alcohol. Upon seeing Hu Jianyang kneeling, he drunkenly slurred, "You venomous woman! You're still alive? I ought to strangle you for your audacity to kill." He attempted to rush at her, only to be restrained by the bailiffs, forced to kneel in the center of the courtroom. "How dare you? You're nothing but a scoundrel," Gao Xiaohu protested. "It was that wretched woman who committed murder. Let her pay the price." Hu Jianyang's mother wept, lamenting, "My daughter has endured 13 years of toil for your family, yet you repay her with cruelty and abuse. She has yet to voice her grievances, and you dare to accuse her. You've beaten her at every turn. Has she ever known a day of peace in your household?" Gao Xiaohu retorted, "You old hag, your daughter is worthless. 3 days without a beating, and she becomes insufferable. She disrespects her mother-in-law. Such a woman deserved to die for her actions." Xie Shang struck the gavel again, commanding silence. He refrained from inquiring about the murder itself and instead addressed Gao Xiaohu. "So, you admit to abusing your wife, Hu Jianyang?" Gao Xiaohu, Intimidated, confessed, "Indeed. She killed my mother, the commoner's dear mother. Let the prefect judge fairly and punish the Hu family." Hu Jianyang's mother cried out, "My daughter married into your family, laboring to provide for your household, yet you treated her so cruelly." Xie Shang, with a cold demeanor, instructed the bailiffs, "Give Gao Xiaohu 20 lashes." The first strike sent him crashing to the ground, and as he attempted to rise, the bailiffs relentlessly pursued him to deliver the remaining blows. Awakening from his drunken stupor, Gao Xiaohu instinctively sought to flee, but Xie Shang's mere glance caused the bailiffs to seize him, forcing him back to his knees. "Why do you run?" Xie Shang questioned. "Because it hurts. Only a fool would remain." Gao Xiaohu retorted. "Did your mother enter the woodshed to insult and beat Hu Jianyang?" Xie Shang pressed, his voice imbued with a chilling authority that compelled Gao Xiaohu to speak the truth. "Yes, she did," Gao Xiaohu admitted. "Hu Jianyang, do you acknowledge that you killed your mother-in-law?" Xie Shang shifted his gaze. "I confess, but it was in self-defense. She threatened my life," Hu Jianyang replied, detailing the tumultuous events that had transpired. "So, you acted out of a sense of peril?" Xie Shang inquired further. "Yes. She struck me and declared her intent to kill me, causing a significant uproar that many neighbors witnessed," Hu Jianyang recounted. "Yet, Gao Xiaohu, when the bailiff struck you, you not only wished to flee but also to retaliate," Xie Shang observed, his piercing gaze fixed upon him. "Indeed, but I wouldn't dare strike an official," Gao Xiaohu protested, though the truth lay evident. "However, you dared to strike your daughter-in-law, even to the point of contemplating her demise." Gao Xiaohu, "You had the audacity to physically assault your wife and subject her to over a decade of torment, all while expecting her to remain submissive. Should she dare to defy you, it would only result in further brutal beatings. If you were to endure such a life for a single day, would you truly wish to continue?" Xie Shang suddenly erupted in fury, his voice resounding like thunder. Gao Xiaohu stood there, rendered speechless by fright. Chapter 73. Did she come specifically to observe his trial? The crowd gradually came to a realization, as if awakened from a stupor. The reason behind Hu Jianyang's actions became clear. After enduring abuse from Gao Xiaohu and being scolded and beaten by her mother-in-law, she had no choice but to flee, leading to the tragic incident of her mother-in-law's death. Among the onlookers, someone remarked, "If it were me, I would have struck that vile man down long ago. How could one endure such mistreatment for over a decade?" Indeed, she was a pitiable woman, locked away by her husband. She still faced beatings from her mother-in-law in the woodshed. Such a cruel old hag deserved her fate. Who could bear a husband's abuse for so long? It was well past time for her to seek a divorce. A knowledgeable individual sighed, but how could Jianyang dare to ask for a divorce? Such a request would only lead to further beatings. It is truly lamentable. She had borne 3 children for the Gao family, and her heart ached for them. Moreover, what woman who sought a divorce ever found happiness? She was forced into her circumstances. Silence enveloped the courtroom once more, as the gathered crowd refrained from speaking loudly. The magistrate announced, after a thorough investigation and testimonies from neighbors, "I hereby declare Hu Jianyang not guilty." Hu Jianyang had been a victim of domestic violence, and on the night she killed her mother-in-law, she faced further insults and physical threats. Her actions were deemed justifiable self-defense. Upon learning of her acquittal, Gao Xiaohu unleashed a torrent of abuse upon her. Had it not been for his own predicament, he would have beaten Hu Jianyang in front of the officials. The magistrate, unable to tolerate this further injustice, inquired about Hu Jianyang's wishes before granting a decree of divorce. She expressed her gratitude, and her family bowed in thanks. Everyone had expected Hu Jianyang to face dire consequences, yet she was unexpectedly released and successfully divorced her abusive husband. The crowd was astounded, praising the magistrate as a paragon of justice. Another voice in the crowd lamented the plight of Hu Jianyang's 3 children, who had been living in abject conditions, on the brink of starvation while their father contemplated selling them. Hu Jianyang, unwilling to see her children suffer, beseeched the authorities to allow her to take them. Some advised her against it, arguing that raising 3 children would be akin to carrying burdens. Life would only become more difficult. Yet, she remained resolute, and her family, sympathetic to her plight, agreed to assist her in escaping from the tiger's den, unperturbed by the prospect of additional mouths to feed. Meanwhile, Jiang Fenghua and Zhang Yuma found themselves amidst the crowd. This time, it was Jiang Fenghua who had invited Zhang Yuma. Knowing that Xie Shang had followed her discreetly but would undoubtedly make his presence known at the court, she remarked to Zhang Yuma, My brother will one day advocate for the common people just as he has today. He has always harbored such ambitions. Zhang Yuma's complexion brightened, and she shifted the topic. Praising His Highness, the Prince of Heng, is indeed a commendable official. Fenghua is truly fortunate to have such a husband. Jiang Fenghua mused. There are countless cases like this in the world, yet how many can find justice like Hu Jianyang? As a granddaughter of a duke, Zhang Yuma was well educated and understood the nuances of the situation. It was precisely because Hu Jianyang was defended by the Prince of Heng that she had the chance to reclaim her life. Otherwise, it could have ended tragically. Jiang Fenghua led Zhang Yuma back to their carriage, preparing to return home. At that moment, Lin Feng hurried after them, calling, "Your Highness, please wait." "Why is the guard here? What is the matter?" Jiang Fenghua asked, perplexed, as she had been concealed beneath a veil in the crowd. "It was my duty to inquire how the princess came to the court. I did not see you. It was only because the prince mentioned you that I pursued you." Xie Shang had seen Jiang Fenghua earlier. He had deliberately concluded the trial before sending Lin Feng to find her, uncertain of how to respond. Jiang Fenghua considered claiming she had come specifically to watch Xie Shang's trial, but that felt too contrived. Zhang Yuma interjected with an excuse. "We were simply bored at home and decided to take a stroll. Upon hearing that the court was in session, we came to witness the proceedings." Zhang Yuma had another reason for inviting Jiang Fenghua out. She wished to uncover the truth of the events that had transpired in the palace. Having harbored feelings for Jiang Jinin for years, she was taken aback when he suddenly sent her a message, leaving her dazed. Once she regained her composure, the occurrences in the palace led her to believe there was more to the situation than met the eye. Jiang Fenghua did not conceal the truth from her and revealed that Su Tingwan was favored by the Prince of Heng, and that Su Guifei and Su Tingwan had plotted against her. Naturally, Zhang Yuma's loyalties shifted. Regardless of the authenticity of their romantic entanglements, she favored Jiang Fenghua, believing her to be the rightful wife of the Prince of Heng. Zhang Yuma, quick-witted, turned to Lin Feng and said, "The princess has asked me to accompany her to explore the night market in the capital. Unfortunately, I just remembered my grandmother desires some sweet cakes. I must hurry to procure them." With that, she departed with her maid, realizing that the Prince of Heng's guard had been sent to retain Fenghua, thus creating an opportunity for them to cultivate their relationship. Jiang Fenghua wanted to call out to her, but Zhang Yuma had already distanced herself. Lin Feng, observing the two maids, spoke amiably, "Ladies, I presume you are hungry? Allow me to treat you to a meal. I know a tavern renowned for its delectable dishes." Hong Xiao and Lian Yi exchanged glances at Jiang Fenghua. "Your Highness, we." Lin Feng, sensing Jiang Fenghua's lingering displeasure towards Xie Shang, quickly added, "The prince intends to take the princess out for a meal. We shall not intrude. I will ensure they return safely before seeking the princess again." Jiang Fenghua chuckled at his antics. "Go on, I shall wait for the prince here." Since Xie Shang was already aware of her presence, leaving would only appear overly dramatic. After all, he had climbed onto her roof that very morning. She wondered what his intentions were. Jiang Fenghua turned and boarded the carriage, waiting for Xie Shang to change his attire before they departed. Lin Feng then led the two maids into the throng. Xie Shang entered the carriage and, upon seeing Jiang Fenghua seated upright, felt a twinge of awkwardness. He quietly instructed the driver to Hefeng Tavern. As the carriage rolled forward, Xie Shang stole a glance at her, noting her serene demeanor. Unable to decipher whether she was displeased with him due to the previous night's events, he inquired, "Are you feeling better?" "Much improved," she replied succinctly. "That is good to hear. Dr. May's skills are among the finest in the capital," he remarked before asking, "What brought you to the court today?" Recalling Zhang Yuma's words, she replied, "I was invited by Miss Zhang of the Zhang family to visit her home. Finding it dull there, I ventured out and heard that the court was in session, so I came to witness the proceedings." Xie Shang recognized her response as a mere evasion. She was well aware that he was the magistrate overseeing the trial, and that was why she had come. Did she truly come specifically to observe his trial? Chapter 74. The royal couple before long. The carriage arrived at the Hefeng Tavern. Xie Shang gracefully disembarked first, extending his hand to assist her. Jiang Fenghua meticulously adjusted her veil before emerging. She placed her fingers in his palm, and he instinctively tightened his grip, waiting for her to alight from the carriage. Even after she had stepped down, Xie Shang did not release her hand. A subtle smile graced his lips as their fingers intertwined, and Jiang Fenghua's eyes sparkled with brilliance, glowing radiantly. At that moment, Xie Shang unexpectedly lifted her veil, revealing an exquisitely beautiful visage. She exclaimed, "Your Highness," this to which he replied, You are my princess. There is nothing to conceal. His brows were sharp, his gaze deep and affectionate, and as his distinct features drew closer, he continued, in public, you may call me your husband, just like an ordinary couple. You are my wife, and I am your husband. A tremor ran through Jiang Fenghua's heart, and a flush of crimson graced her cheeks, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, she found herself unable to utter the words, for no matter the lifetime, she would forever remain his princess. Life was long, and such an endearing term as husband felt like an extravagant luxury to her. She could honor him, but loving him was beyond her reach. Upon entering the tavern, the waiter approached with enthusiasm. Welcome, esteemed guests. Will you be dining or staying? Would you prefer the main hall or a private room? Dining in a private room. Xie Shang replied succinctly, inwardly scoffing at the audacity of someone who dared to offer credit to the royal house without recognizing its members. He added, please prepare the finest room available. Xie Shang was not a miser. If material comforts could bring her satisfaction, he was willing to compensate her, irrespective of the cost. However, today, he was somewhat deliberate, as it was mealtime. The two ethereal figures entering the tavern, clad in opulent garments, exuded an air of nobility, unmistakably of royal lineage. Before long, some recognized him as His Highness, the Prince of Heng, whose reputation in Shengjing was formidable, particularly after his recent commendable cases. Jiang Fenghua, adorned in a pomegranate-red dress, also commanded attention, radiating grace and elegance, yet none could identify her, having deliberately avoided public appearances before her marriage. Even as the Princess of Heng, few were acquainted with her. Speculations arose regarding her status, whether she was the prince's primary wife, a secondary consort, or another favored beauty. Xie Shang led her up to the second floor. Jiang Fenghua glided gracefully, her slender waist swaying gently, her demeanor poised and dignified, her red dress flowing like a dream, captivating all who beheld her. Once they disappeared from the staircase, the patrons began to murmur. I heard His Highness has wed the daughter of the Jiang family. Surely that is her. It must be. Her poise and grace suggest she is indeed the princess. Someone reminisced, however, the last time I dined here, I encountered two ladies. One clad in red, and I recall her mentioning she was the Princess of Heng. The bill was charged to the royal house, and she seemed rather carefree. Though not exceptionally beautiful entering the private room, Xie Shang indulged his vanity, reveling in the beauty of his wife, his pride evident. The waiter inquired about their meal choices. Let my wife order, he said, turning to Jiang Fenghua. Choose what you desire. The waiter, witnessing his affection, eagerly began to recommend dishes. Our specialties include crab pot lion's head, succulent and flavorful, and squirrel fish, drizzled with our secret sauce. Truly a delight, Xie Shang interjected. Bring one of each specialty dish. Certainly. The new waiter beamed, as more orders meant a greater commission. Jiang Fenghua suggested, please serve smaller portions and charge us as per your usual rates. Xie Shang, a true scion of privilege, was not one to be overly modest. It was their first meal together, and she would not hold back. He had spent lavishly on Su Tingwan, using her name for his own benefit. In the realm of deceit, Su Tingwan had observed Jiang Fenghua, gifting numerous fine items to the prince, fostering a sense of imbalance within her. Unbeknownst to her, she squandered her own resources, while Su Tingwan accrued debts. Xie Shang must surely have realized Su Tingwan's antics by now. Kai Kuan, the tavern's manager, upon learning of the royal couple dining above, rushed up eagerly. The royal house was a significant patron of Hefeng Tavern, and just that morning, the house steward had settled the royal debts, a dazzling sum that was nothing short of euphoric. As Kai entered, he bowed deeply, greeting, I am Kai Kuan, and it is an honor to welcome His Highness. Your presence truly elevates our establishment. Manager Kai? Xie Shang's voice was low and commanding. Kai Kuan, startled, replied, Indeed, Your Highness. What may I assist you with? My wife and I have yet to sample your tavern's offerings. Today, we happen to pass by and wish to indulge. Please select your finest dishes that my wife would enjoy. Money is no object, Xie Shang stated calmly. Kai Kuan glanced at the waiter, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Why has the menu not yet been presented to His Highness? The waiter, bewildered, stammered. Did I not just report? The princess requested one of each specialty dish. Only then did Kai Kuan dare look at Jiang Fenghua, and he was left speechless. The Princess of Heng? Jiang Fenghua feigned innocence. Do you recognize me, manager? Kai Kuan shook his head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It is my first time meeting the princess. Xie Shang sternly warned, Manager Kai, be cautious. Do not mistake identities. Kai Kuen's heart raced, and he nodded earnestly. I shall remember. But who then was the woman he had encountered before, who claimed to be the princess of Heng and dined freely? This morning's settling of debts and her possession of the royal token suggested she had deceived him. He resolved to confront those two women upon their next meeting. Xie Shang, with a nonchalant air, instructed, "You may leave. Your services are no longer required here." With trepidation, Kai Kuen and the waiter exited the room. "Manager, why did you suddenly freeze?" The waiter inquired softly. Kai Kuen smacked the waiter's head. "The prince and princess were here, and you failed to report it." "I did not recognize them." The waiter lamented. "I have only just begun working here and am still familiarizing myself with the menu." Kai Kuen struck him again. "Fool. In the capital, survival depends on recognizing the important figures." "Uncle, why do you keep hitting me? You said to familiarize myself with the menu first to earn money. Be more observant next time." Kai Kuen, exasperated, left, realizing that Feng Tavern had crossed paths with formidable individuals. Their visit served as a pointed reminder to the establishment. Chapter 75. His heartfelt attention to her. As Master Kai descended the stairs, he overheard the guests in the lobby discussing the identity of the woman beside Prince Heng. Among them were many regular patrons, and to avoid offending anyone and disrupting the business of the restaurant, he interjected, stating that the one accompanying Prince Heng was undoubtedly the princess, urging them to refrain from further speculation lest they find themselves in trouble. With this clarification, the patrons ceased their conjectures, returning to their meals and drinks, astonished by the prince's evident affection for the princess. Given her royal status, they dared not voice further opinions, only feeling a heightened respect for Prince Heng, who had recently handled several significant cases. In the private dining room, exquisite dishes were served, each a feast for the senses. Xie Shang remarked, "I know you prefer lighter fare, so let us make do with something simple today." Jiang Fenghua was not ungrateful. Xie Shang's gentle reprimand of Master Kai in her presence had already avenged her grievance against Su Tingwan for impersonating her to enjoy free meals. His adept handling of the situation indicated Xie Shang's intelligence. He understood how to navigate the complexities of two women's emotions. Regardless of his personal inclinations, at this moment, he was sincerely attentive to her. She took the initiative to fill a bowl with a clear, shimmering soup and offered it to him, saying, "I know the prince has not eaten all day and must be quite hungry. Please have some soup first to warm your stomach. It is good for your health." Indeed, Xie Shang was famished. He had spent the day poring over case files and interrogating prisoners, dedicating himself to his duties in the court, acutely aware that each case involved not just a life, but the fate of families, some cases, like that of Yang Jing, affecting hundreds. These responsibilities were merely a fraction of what a governor of the capital would face. The responsibilities of higher officials were even more substantial. Jiang Fenghua also felt a pang of hunger. Xie Shang selected a few dishes he deemed worthy and placed them in her bowl, noting her refined taste during meals. She nodded slightly, affirming, "Yes." She then offered him a piece of steamed fish, saying, "Your Highness, do eat more. This dish is delightful." Xie Shang ate with a sense of joy, feeling content. Midway through their meal, he suddenly set down his chopsticks. "One has incurred some debts under your name. I will handle this matter. Please do not take offense." Since Steward Chung had approached Jiang Fenghua first, it was clear she was aware of Su Tingwan's deception, and he felt it necessary to reassure her to quell any worries. "I bear no ill will. It is good that you can manage it," Jiang Fenghua replied, continuing her meal. After growing weary of the dishes prepared by Granny Su, she found the occasional meal outside quite enjoyable. Xie Shang resumed eating, sensing a shift in her tone but unable to discern whether she was displeased. This was the most she had spoken during their meal together. Yet her eating remained graceful and composed, savoring each bite with poise befitting a lady of high birth and a princess. In the past, Xie Shang had shared meals with Su Tingwan, who was boisterous and lively, never sitting still, yet he doted on her, accompanying her without reservation. Much like this occasion, he was still willing to unconditionally support Su Tingwan, even inviting Jiang Fenghua to the restaurant as a means of speaking well of Su Tingwan. Jiang Fenghua mused that such boundless tolerance could only stem from genuine love for another. Indeed, loving someone means embracing every facet of their being. She internally scoffed. In this world, true love was a myth. Xie Shang's affections were merely driven by desire. She endeavored to play her part convincingly, and he, in turn, provided her with what she needed. Thus, they were even in their dealings. Unaware of Jiang Fenghua's inner thoughts, Xie Shang tenderly served her more dishes. Once she had her fill, she ceased eating, accommodating him, for men usually consume more than women. Upon leaving the restaurant, Jiang Fenghua remained gracious and polite, expecting Xie Shang to escort her back to the manor. To her surprise, he chose instead to stroll leisurely through the streets with her. Their striking appearance drew the attention of many passers-by, and he seemed indifferent, as though proclaiming to the world that she was indeed the princess. Holding her hand as they walked slowly, the street was vibrant, one of the liveliest in the capital. By nightfall, it became even more animated, illuminated brilliantly, exuding an air of extravagance and indulgence mingled with the essence of life. Arriving at the entrance of Tsiyu Pavilion, Xie Shang led her inside to select jewelry. After browsing, Jiang Fenghua felt no interest, as she already possessed an abundance of the latest styles. Observing her lack of enthusiasm, Xie Shang inquired, "Is there nothing that catches your eye?" Jiang Fenghua shook her head. "I already have everything." This reminded Xie Shang of Steward Cheng's words. The Jiang family could provide her with the best, and thus she lacked for nothing. Recalling how Su Tingwan had cherished every gift he had given her, he realized he had yet to present Jiang Fenghua with a gift of his own. Determined to find something special for her, he began to search earnestly, inadvertently drawing the attention of nearby young ladies, who marveled at a man so devoted to selecting jewelry for a woman. Jiang Fenghua walked contentedly beside him, occasionally sharing her thoughts. For the pieces she admired, Xie Shang would arrange for them to be wrapped and sent to Heng Wangfu for payment. They soon became aware of the identity of the captivating couple, realizing that they were indeed the prince and princess, especially since the jewelry at Tsiyu Pavilion was not inexpensive, often costing thousands of taels. Su Tingwan had frequently visited, making her a valued customer, and the staff recognized her, now realizing she was no longer the princess. The revelation of her impersonation was more than just a public embarrassment. It was a significant blow. The owner of Tsiyu Pavilion, much like the proprietor of Hefeng restaurant, appeared visibly uncomfortable, as though his face had cracked under pressure. Next, they visited Minjiafang, where nearly all of Jiang Fenghua's garments originated, a business owned by Jin Ji and Jiang Ruming. Naturally, she found little to choose from, prompting Xie Shang to generously request the embroiderers to create something unique for her. After leaving Minjiafang, he suggested they visit Li's pastry shop, but Jiang Fenghua suddenly grasped his hand. "Your Highness, let us not wander any further. It is quite late. We should return to the manor, as you have official duties tomorrow." "I have taken 3 days off. I need not go to the office tomorrow," Xie Shang replied. "Then why did you go today?" she gently probed. He refrained from explaining that he had followed her out only to handle a grave matter at the court. "I can forego my duties tomorrow," he assured her, with no counterargument. Jiang Fenghua recognized his status as a prince allowed him the luxury of choosing when to go or stay. "What are you pondering?" he asked playfully, lightly pinching her nose with affection. Jiang Fenghua's cheeks flushed slightly, her lips curving into a smile, thinking, "Oh, Prince." Chapter 76. Su Tingwan has completely changed. Her long eyelashes lay delicately upon her almond-shaped eyes, which sparkled like the clear autumn waters, imbued with tenderness and innocence. Xie Shang, unable to resist the urge, cradled her face, yearning to kiss her. Yet, recalling the words of Physician Mei, he restrained himself and took her hand, leading her toward the lakeside. Jiang Fenghua, suddenly pulled away by him, gasped for breath as they reached the lake, which was serene and beautiful, a stark contrast to the earlier clamor. "I adore this place," she remarked with a smile. Xie Shang wrapped his arm around her waist and quietly placed a necklace around her neck. Jiang Fenghua felt a tremor of surprise in her heart. Upon touching it, she discovered it was made of jade. "What is this?" she inquired. He leaned closer to her ear, whispering gently, "A gift for you." "But your Highness has already bestowed many gifts upon me today," Jiang Fenghua replied, perplexed about when he had purchased it. "This one is different," he insisted. "This piece is unique in the world." Jiang Fenghua glanced at it, realizing she did not recognize its form, a delicately crafted rabbit made of jade, evidently a remarkable treasure. She held it in her palm, her eyes alight with joy, cherishing it immensely. A woman must not rebuff a man's affection. To decline once could mean a permanent loss of such gestures. In a voice barely above a whisper, she said, "I truly adore this gift." "Thank you, my husband." This pleased Xie Shang, fulfilling his desires. Xie Shang paused, seemingly overwhelmed with satisfaction as Jiang Fenghua's face radiated joy. "Ruan, what do you call me?" he asked. Just then, a series of explosive sounds erupted in the night sky, shattering the tranquility around them. The sky was filled with brilliant fireworks. bursting forth in a kaleidoscope of colors. Jiang Fenghua pointed at the sky, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Your Highness, look at the magnificent fireworks. They are so beautiful." Xie Shang glanced across the lake, noticing Lin Feng and others waving at them. He gave Lin Feng a thumbs up, indicating that this month's silver had doubled. Lin Feng, receiving the signal, worked even harder. It was a rare occasion for the prince to accompany the princess on an evening out. And he understood the importance of setting the right atmosphere, a skill essential for a guard to master to avoid falling out of favor. However, Hong Xiu and Lian Yi felt a pang of sadness. Such splendid fireworks and a romantic scene should have stirred the prince's heart solely for one woman, but alas, he cared for more than just the young lady. Jiang Fenghua's heart raced as Xie Shang queried, "If I were to do something that may worsen your condition, would you agree?" She was taken aback. In the next moment, Xie Shang cupped her face and kissed her lips, a fleeting touch like a dragonfly skimming water, before retreating. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She had expected a passionate embrace, yet he only grazed her lips, and in that instant, she felt her blood freeze, her heart pounding wildly. Seeing her blush, he playfully teased, "What were you just thinking about?" "Whatever the prince thinks, I think as well," she replied, her face a picture of shyness. He smirked, exuding a carefree charm, and pretended to be composed, saying, "I was thinking of taking you to see a play. I used to go often, and it was quite entertaining." "A play?" Her eyes widened in astonishment, thinking he wanted to kiss her instead. Before her, Xie Shang appeared both noble and warm, commanding yet aloof, and in that moment, she felt as if she had forgotten how to breathe, as if the world had come to a standstill. She mused that any woman would be moved by his actions today, perhaps even lost in his tenderness. Su Tingwan had also been spoiled by him. If she were to learn that Xie Shang had brought Jiang Fenghua to the theater, it would surely drive her mad. Subsequently, Xie Shang took her to see the play, and they did not leave until the early hours of the morning. Yet the streets were brightly lit, bustling with life, as if it were still daytime. Jiang Fenghua sensed Su Tingwan lurking nearby. She intentionally drew closer to Xie Shang, linking her arm with his, and spoke of the play they had seen, exclaiming, "I never knew a play could be performed in such a manner. It was truly delightful, almost causing me to laugh until I burst." Xie Shang replied softly, "If you liked it, I shall take you again next time." "Indeed, I love it, as long as I am with you, my prince," she said, playfully wrapping her arms around his waist. Unable to contain his affection, Xie Shang leaned in and kissed her cheek, effortlessly lifting her and heading toward the carriage. From her hidden vantage point, Su Tingwan watched Xie Shang's adoration for Jiang Fenghua unfold. He had taken her to their theater, and her heart ached as if pierced by a knife. How could he bring another woman to the theater? She did not dare to reveal herself, fearing the embarrassment of her own distress. She knew that even during the 2 years she spent with Xie Shang, though he professed his love for her, he had never treated her with such tenderness. Doubts crept into her mind. Did he ever truly care for her? If he loved her, why would he not embrace her? If he did not love her, why promise to marry her? Clenching her fists, she harbored resentment, thinking, "Xie Shang, you have wronged me." She realized that Xie Shang had been completely captivated by Jiang Fenghua, while her aunt had fallen from grace, and Yunfang's whereabouts were unknown. She had no one to confide in. Her thoughts turned clear. Her aunt had surely been framed by Jiang Fenghua, and she must expose Jiang Fenghua's true nature. First, she needed to locate Yunfang. Filled with hatred, she vowed to make Jiang Fenghua's existence unbearable. Su Tingwan swiftly returned to the southern Su general's residence. Meanwhile, Jiang Fenghua had climbed into the carriage with Xie Shang, nestling against him as he seemed weary, his eyes closed in repose. Through the curtain, she caught a glimpse of the figure that stormed away in the darkness. Unfazed by Su Tingwan's wrath, Jiang Fenghua thought. Su Tingwan had forgotten that it was she who had insisted on marrying Xie Shang at the land temple, without even a proper bridal sedan chair, entering the prince's residence. When she had boldly declared her claim, flaunting her union with Xie Shang, insisting she was the one in his heart, Jiang Fenghua had been disregarded. Su Tingwan's actions were merely a desperate attempt at self-preservation. There was no right or wrong, only the struggle for victory. Upon returning to the palace, Xie Shang led Jiang Fenghua directly to the Lanyue Pavilion. The following morning, Xie Shang did not go to the government office. When he awoke to the bright daylight, he gazed down at the woman asleep in his arms, her skin as lustrous as mutton-fat jade, partially visible through her silk nightgown. They had returned late the night before, bathed, and fallen asleep, perhaps too exhausted to awaken until now. Suddenly, he grasped her waist, his fingers slowly tracing her abdomen. Jiang Fenghua, with her slender and firm form, murmured in her sleep, brushing his hand away and turning her back to him to continue her slumber. Chapter 77. She would not soil her hands. Xie Shang's heart was restless, and he pulled her tighter into his embrace. Ruan. Jiang Fenghua felt an uncomfortable tickle in her ears and inadvertently pushed him away, murmuring, "Did not the prince say he would consider my health? So please, let us sleep peacefully." Only now did Xie Shang realize she had been awake for some time, and his desires grew more intense. To allow her to recuperate for an additional day, he had refrained from touching her the night before. He turned her body towards him, his deep and magnetic voice whispering in her ear, "When did you awaken?" Jiang Fenghua suddenly opened her eyes, staring intently at him, her snow-white arms wrapped around his waist. Mimicking his earlier actions, she pinched his waist and slowly caressed his firm abdomen. Her voice, sweet and soft, replied, "I awakened when the prince was treating me this way." Xie Shang was utterly captivated by her, a charming smile gracing his lips. Ruan has learned to be mischievous, has she? It is the prince who taught her. Before Jiang Fenghua could finish her sentence, he silenced her with a kiss, this time insatiable, desiring more. After an intimate encounter, Xie Shang found immense satisfaction, never having imagined he would become so enamored with a woman's body, even to the point of madness. Unlike his usual gentleness, he was now driven by a ravenous hunger. He recognized that he was losing control, drawing close to her, his low voice murmuring, "Did I hurt you?" "A little," she replied, shyly burying her face into the covers, reluctant to recall the wildness of their earlier encounter. Although exhausted and breathless, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and enjoyment, realizing that even if their affection was feigned, she could not detach from Xie Shang's embrace. At that moment, she truly needed him. Her soul held the essence of a 35-year-old woman who had endured 2 decades of solitude. She understood the torment of such loneliness, which made their union feel utterly consuming. Xie Shang adeptly learned how to please her, pulling her into a euphoric state, nearly pushing her to the brink of madness. He perceived a different Jiang Fenghua, one who, despite her previous composure, now radiated an intense passion. He found himself enamored by every facet of her being, engaging in playful banter as he surrendered to his desires. "Your Highness, please, stop teasing me." Jiang Fenghua dared not provoke him further. Xie Shang merely teased, leaning closer to her ear, his tone filled with playful innuendos. In the courtyard, Granny Su and a group of maids waited anxiously. The master had not called for them, and they dared not intrude, having never seen their young mistress rise so late. Granny Su could not help but worry about the implications of the princess's late rising with the prince. Fearing the queen's reprimand, young couples could be spirited, yet they must not indulge excessively, lest it harm them. After a moment, a cold voice emerged from within, "Come in." Granny Su led the maids inside, only to find Jiang Fenghua and Xie Shang already dressed, the room in perfect order. The maids, heads lowered in embarrassment, busied themselves with tidying the bed and changing the linens before discreetly exiting the chamber. Hong Xiu and Lian Yi assisted Jiang Fenghua in her grooming, momentarily stunned by the marks on her skin. The prince, they exchanged glances. Seeing this, Granny Su sent the 2 maids away, instructing them to prepare breakfast. Once alone, she noticed the Prince Heng had also emerged, dressed impeccably. She personally arranged Jiang Fenghua's hair, gently advising, "Men do not cherish women. The princess must learn to cherish herself. Know when to refuse, for you are now the princess consort of Heng and must not indulge in sloth." "Do not worry. I have my plans," she replied calmly. "The prince had no official duties today and slept late, which is why I rose later than usual. In the mornings, a man's vigor tends to be robust, hence his fervent demands upon her, leaving marks that were unusual. Typically, he was gentle with her. When she was with Xie Shang, she found enjoyment in their union, no longer wishing to be bound by rigid moral constraints. Life is fleeting, and given Xie Shang's future status, seizing the moment for cherished memories seemed wise. "Indeed, I only worry for your welfare, fearing the man may cause harm to the woman, with the burden falling upon her," Granny Su explained. She knew Granny Su had cared for her since childhood, and with a smile, she requested, "Please apply some ointment for me." She wished for her skin to remain flawless. Su Tingwan had not returned the previous night, a significant breach for a married woman, especially within the royal family. Without Yunfang by her side, she had lost her composure. Jiang Fenghua gazed at her own enchanting reflection in the mirror, her beauty captivating, her delicate features striking enough to leave her breathless, much less Xie Shang, who had already tasted the sweetness of her allure. In her previous life, she had been foolish, believing that her decorum would earn his affection. Yet, it was quite the opposite. The more she held back, the further she pushed him away. Men are easily swayed by temptation. Should she not entice him, he would be drawn to other women. Granny Sue, having lived in a scholarly family, could not grasp these truths as she had not experienced a second chance at life. She remained unaware of the consequences of passivity. In this lifetime, he was enchanted by her from their first meeting, and everything that followed unfolded according to her design. Having savored the beauty of her form, would he truly look back on Su Tingwan? For instance, Yunfang would surely attempt to seduce him in the future and might even succeed. The inherent flaws of men are not easily rectified. It is better to hold tightly to what one possesses. As Xie Shang left the Lanyu pavilion, Granny Wang approached him, saying, "Your Highness, I must inform you that concubine Su did not return to the palace last night." Xie Shang had returned late himself and was unaware of Su Tingwan's absence. "Where has she gone?" I inquired with the gatekeeper. "And concubine Su left in the afternoon and has not returned since," Granny Wang relayed. Xie Shang instructed Granny Wang, "I shall step out for a moment. Please inform the princess not to wait for my meal." Granny Wang conveyed this to Jiang Fenghua, who responded gently, "Thank you for your trouble, Granny Wang." Granny Wang added, "Concubine Su's unauthorized absence from the palace is quite inappropriate. When she returns, the princess must discipline her. I trust the prince will exercise his judgment," Jiang Fenghua replied calmly. Unwilling to take on the role of the villain, nor would she tarnish her hands. Su Tingwan was indeed cherished by Xie Shang, and she preferred to let her self-destructive tendencies play out. Granny Wang thought to herself, if the prince were truly discerning, he would not have defied the queen's wishes to bring Su Tingwan into the palace. This matter must be reported to the queen. In the afternoon, the queen's decree summoning Jiang Fenghua to the palace arrived at the Heng Prince's residence. Jiang Fenghua also sent word to inform Xie Shang of her impending visit to the palace. Chapter 78. Su Tingwan's wrist. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xie Shang found Su Tingwan at the Su residence. "Ah Shang, did I do wrong? I wanted you to come find me. I wished to know if you cared for me, which is why I returned." Su Tingwan pouted, having settled back into the residence upon her return. This morning, Yunfang had unexpectedly come to see her alone, returning to the Su house, and had scolded her for running away without permission, admonishing her for her ignorance of the strict royal rules. Now that she was married, returning without consent could lead to dire consequences. Her anger at seeing Xie Shang and Jiang Fenghua being affectionate at the theater prompted her return. Fortunately, she had come straight to the Su residence. Had she ventured elsewhere, it would have been far more difficult to explain, given the customs surrounding marrying into the royal family. Seeing her such a naive child, constantly needing him to come find her, Xie Shang had lost patience. He was quite busy with official duties. "If I had not come, would you have intended to stay here indefinitely?" he questioned. "I knew you would come," Su Tingwan replied sweetly. "You wouldn't forget our promise. We vowed to be together for a lifetime. If I were to get lost, you would come find me, and if you went missing, I would seek you out." Xie Shang paused, astonished at the childishness of such a sentiment. "Have I ever spoken such foolish words?" Feeling slightly awkward, he replied gravely, "Very well. Return to the palace with me, but do not act so willfully again. Should there be a next time, I will not come." "I understand," Su Tingwan obediently replied. At that moment, a servant passed by, announcing, "Miss, the meal is ready. Please eat before you depart." Su Tingwan rubbed her stomach and urged, "Ah Shang, let us eat first. I am hungry." Xie Shang, vigilant, asked, "You aren't planning to put anything in the food again, are you?" "Ah Shang, how could you think of me that way?" Su Tingwan gasped, quickly apologizing. "I know I was wrong last time. I promise I won't do such a thing again. It was merely my jealousy over your closeness with the princess that caused my foolishness. I truly regret it. Please forgive me after all this time." In truth, she had confided in Yunfang that if Xie Shang came for her, she would drug him to ensure she bore his child. However, Yunfang had dissuaded her, insisting that a second attempt at drugging him would sever their bond irrevocably. Having already made the mistake of leaving the residence without permission, returning to the Su house was a way to cover her tracks, but drugging him again would be unwise. "I have not blamed you for the last incident, nor will the Empress know of it. It is my fault for being negligent and disregarding your feelings," Xie Shang stated earnestly. Observing Su Tingwan, who seemed like a stranger to him now, he reflected that even if she hadn't drugged him, he would not betray her trust. He had intended to stay at the Sandalwood courtyard that night, but voicing his thoughts now felt meaningless. Her actions since entering the royal palace had left him profoundly disappointed. She desired new clothes, jewelry, and delicacies, and though he could provide her with funds, she should not have misappropriated Jiang Fenghua's name. All I need is for you to love me forever. Even if I am not your primary wife, as long as I remain by your side, I will be content. Su Tingwan declared, wrapping her arms around his waist, whispering sweetly, "Shall we eat first?" "Very well. I too have not eaten and came to find you," Xie Shang replied, his tone softening. Yet, doubt lingered in his heart. He had been searching for Yunfang's whereabouts, but to no avail. Where could she be hiding? As a servant to Su Tingwan, did she know of Yunfang's location? If Su Tingwan was in contact with Yunfang, it suggested that she had also been complicit in the previous scheme against Jiang Fenghua. The deceased man had been a mere ruffian. Did Yunfang associate with such individuals? Or had she been deceiving him all along? Xie Shang cast aside his troubling thoughts, unwilling to believe that Su Tingwan harbored such malicious intent. She was not that kind of person, yet the signs indicated her innocence was questionable. He affectionately stroked her hair, saying, "You must not throw such tantrums again. Even if you contemplate leaving home, you must not stay out overnight. If it reaches the Empress's ears, I cannot guarantee your safety." "I understand." Su Tingwan thought him still fond of her, and she eagerly climbed onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, kissing his lips. Now, she could not afford to relax her vigilance. She must firmly capture Xie Shang's heart. Xie Shang felt a twinge of resistance if she had not acted wrongly. She bore no fault. Nevertheless, he found himself responding to her advances, deepening their kiss. Su Tingwan was taken aback by his reciprocation, kissing him more passionately, nearly breathless. "Ah Shang, take me. Aren't you hungry? We should eat first." He released her, placing her back on the chair, deeming the Su residence an inappropriate setting for further intimacy. In truth, it was merely an excuse. His desire for her had waned. Blushing, Su Tingwan leaned closer to his ear and provocatively whispered, on the grasslands, "Love knows no bounds. I assent that what you like about me, Ah Shang?" Ignoring the propriety of the Su residence, she seized his hand and dashed towards the bedroom. Closing the door, she pushed him onto the bed, kissing him fervently. "Ah Shang, I want you to kiss me like before. Please." Xie Shang, unable to resist her pleading, took charge, pinning her beneath him, fulfilling the responsibilities of a husband. Concealed in the shadows, Yunfang watched as the prince and Su Tingwan shared such intimacy. A fierce fire igniting within her. She believed Xie Shang had not discerned the connection between palace affairs and Su Tingwan. As for who had aided Jiang Fenghua in her escape, that remained unknown to her. Although the noble consort Su had fallen from grace, General Su was poised to return. The Su family remained Su Tingwan's stronghold, and they still had a chance. Yunfang schemed quietly, while Xie Shang awaited his own opportunity. After their tender moments in the bedroom, they finally made their way to a side hall for dinner. Just as they were halfway through their meal, Yunfang appeared before Xie Shang, bearing a food box. "Your Highness, I greet you." Yunfang curtsied gracefully before him. Xie Shang maintained his composure. "You are a servant from Wanwan's courtyard. I believe I have seen you before." Yunfang had made a point to present herself attractively. "Yes. I previously served in the palace of Consort Su, but was later sent to serve the secondary consort. I had the honor of meeting the prince once. My name is Yunfang." She raised her gaze to Xie Shang, her eyes glimmering with allure. "It has been some time since I last saw you in the palace," Xie Shang remarked. Although he had scarcely seen Su Tingwan, he was still mindful of her administering the He Huan powder to him, and suspected that Yunfang had instigated her actions. Yunfang, believing Xie Shang was interested in her, had already prepared her excuse. "I returned today after visiting my grandmother." Chapter 79. The queen blames the princess for her negligence. Xie Shang scoffed coldly. Jiang Jinyan had already confessed to him in order to protect Jiang Fenghua. It was Jiang Jinyan who had knocked her unconscious and tossed her into the side hall, subsequently stripping that man and throwing him into concubine Su's palace. Who would have thought that concubine Su would provoke the man and lose her virtue, ultimately being relegated to the cold palace? Perhaps the emperor had feelings for concubine Su and spared her life, or perhaps he feared the Su family, which led him to grant her reprieve. This woman had incited Wanwan to borrow money everywhere, yet Wanwan remained oblivious to her true nature. He chose not to expose her, hoping that Wanwan would eventually recognize the treachery of human hearts. Su Tingwan trusted Yunfang immensely and had already colluded with her. Indeed, Aunt Yun had returned home. This prince remembered Wanwan mentioning that she did not know where she had gone. How could she now claim to know she had returned home? Xie Shang's gaze fixed on Su Tingwan, which was devoid of the tenderness it had earlier held, now imbued with a chilling coldness. Su Tingwan felt a twinge of anxiety. Surprised by Xie Shang's sudden shift in demeanor, Yunfang was quick to react, explaining, "It was I who returned today. The side consort inquired about my whereabouts, and I informed her I had gone home to visit my grandmother. My grandmother fell gravely ill, which is why I did not request leave." "Indeed. I have just learned of it," Su Tingwan replied. Xie Shang remained impassive, asserting that henceforth they should diligently serve the side consort. Such tricks were only imperceptible to Wanwan. "Yes," Yunfang responded cheerfully. At that moment, Lianya approached, reporting to the prince that the princess had been summoned to the palace by Her Majesty the Queen. Xie Shang abruptly rose from his seat, questioning, "What does mother want with the princess?" Liande glanced at Su Tingwan, her eyes reddened, struggling to contain her frustration. The queen was aware that Su's side consort had not returned for the night and had sent an edict requesting the princess to enter the palace for reprimand. Xie Shang's brow furrowed tightly. It must have been Granny Wang who relayed the information to the palace, as she had long been a spy planted there by the queen. Lianya continued to perform, stating, "Yesterday, my lady was well with the prince in the residence. The side consort is responsible for her own actions. If she wishes to leave home, how could my lady control her? Typically, the side consort does not frequent my lady, yet now that she is missing, it is entirely my lady's fault. I observe Su's side consort is in good spirits, is she not? Although my lady is the rightful wife. The prince did not command her to manage this vast residence, nor to imprison the side consort. My lady has never endured such grievances, nor has she ever owed anyone a single coin. My elder brother, my younger sister, and our parents all treat her with utmost care. Why should the daughter of the lesser minister suffer such baseless accusations?" Suddenly, Lianya knelt before Xie Shang, bowing her head. "Today, I spoke words that offended the side consort. I was in the wrong. I implore the prince to punish me." Xie Shang was taken aback, recalling how he had been entwined with Jiang Fenghua that morning, reveling in their affection. Because Su Tingwan had been borrowing money in her name, he had sought to comfort Jiang Fenghua, never considering her status as the daughter of a lesser minister. The Jiang family belonged to the esteemed class. They could not bear such slander. If the rumors of Jiang Fenghua borrowing money spread, it would not be resolved merely by repaying the debts. His efforts to restore her dignity as a princess would not suffice. Even the maidservants would perceive her reputation as tarnished, yet she had not complained to him even once. On the contrary, upon hearing that Wanwan was not in the residence, he rushed to find her. Yet this matter was instigated by Wanwan. She had not been punished. Rather, all the disgrace had fallen upon Jiang Fenghua alone. Their mother was surely enraged, believing Jiang Fenghua had failed her role as the princess, naturally attributing all blame to her. Wanwan had repeatedly shown disrespect to Jiang Fenghua, and indeed, he had never scolded her, instead choosing to be forgiving. Jiang Fenghua adored him, yet had never asked for anything in return. This time, even if their mother were to learn the truth, she would still blame the princess for her negligence. He lamented that he had not entrusted the management of the household to Jiang Fenghua sooner. Steward Cheng had been correct. Granting the princess some authority would have curbed Wanwan's excesses. Otherwise, if he continued to shield Wanwan, it would only harm Jiang Fenghua further. Xie Shang could hardly find the face to punish Jiang Fenghua's maidservant, as her words implied that it was he who had acted unjustly, consistently shielding Su Tingwan. He stepped outside, leaving Su Tingwan and Yunfang bewildered about the unfolding events. Su Tingwan, seizing his arm, pleaded, "My lord, I merely returned to the Su family. Why would Her Majesty be angry with me? She has always held disdain for me, clearly using this as an excuse to trouble Wanwan." Xie Shang shrugged off her hand, replying tersely, "You merely returned to the Su family, yet she is my princess. The affairs of the residence fall under her jurisdiction. Why did you not report your departure to her?" Su Tingwan was rendered speechless. Xie Shang turned away without a glance. And Su Tingwan had never witnessed such a frigid gaze from him. Even when she had drugged him, he had only been angry. Now, upon hearing of Jiang Fenghua's summons to the palace, his anxiety was palpable. Yunfang, aware of the palace's protocols, knew that if the queen learned of this, Su Tingwan could not evade responsibility without offering an apology. She urged, "You have just reconciled with Prince Heng. Hurry and follow him into the palace to plead for forgiveness and apologize to Her Majesty. You must show humility to elicit the prince's sympathy." Su Tingwan quickly chased after him. Lianya cast a deep glance at Yunfang, and as Su Tingwan passed her, she wiped away her tears. vowing to wait until Prince Heng personally entrusted the household management to the princess before settling the score with her. At this juncture, Su Tingwan found herself in a precarious position, neither able to enter the palace nor remain outside. Go on. There are good fortunes awaiting the side consort in the palace. In the palace, Empress Cheng sat regally in her bright red palace attire, exuding an air of authority. She spoke in a grave tone. I had thought you a spirited one, capable of winning Prince Heng's heart and replacing Su Tingwan in his affections. Yet, I find you timid, allowing Su Tingwan to run rampant, using my silver to indulge herself while masquerading in your name. You dare not utter a word. And now you let her leave the residence without permission, remaining absent for an entire night. Is this how you govern the inner chambers as the princess? Jiang Fenghua knelt respectfully before the queen, maintaining her decorum. Mother, please calm your anger. The prince has always favored the side consort. And even the servants in the residence know that Su's side consort holds a special place in the prince's heart. I have been striving to earn the prince's affection, and I truly had no knowledge that she would borrow money in my name. It was only later, when Steward Cheng inquired, that I became aware of it. Humph. What good are your words now? The esteemed daughter of the lesser minister, the rightful wife of Prince Heng, Jiang Fenghua, borrowing money indiscriminately? Even if I know she is responsible, she has used your name. You are the princess. The one who bears shame in the end is Prince Heng, my son. Empress Cheng had already received word from Steward Cheng and was furious upon learning of the incident. Regardless of whether it was the side consort or the princess who had acted, the blame would ultimately fall on her son. Chapter 80. Only soft persimmons are squeezed. Jiang Fenghua had naturally foreseen this step and was aware that Su Tingwan had incurred debts using her identity. She had remained indifferent, simply waiting for the day of exposure. To her surprise, Xie Shang had voluntarily settled Su Tingwan's debt, which cleared the accounts without so much as a reprimand. While Jiang Fenghua aimed to display magnanimity, the empress was far less forgiving. A married woman leaving the palace without permission and staying out all night was far more severe than merely spending thousands of taels of silver. Upon deeper reflection, it was evident that Xie Shang was not an ordinary citizen, but a prince, a lord. Their every action was scrutinized by the populace. No matter how much Xie Shang attempted to shield Su Tingwan, he could not shield the He Wangfu from the gossip of the world. Previously, the empress had clearly known that it was Su Tingwan who owed money, yet did not summon her to the palace. While she was quick to summon Jiang Fenghua for reprimand when she left the palace unceremoniously. Such were the royal protocols. Jiang Fenghua had long begun to orchestrate her plans. Luring Su Tingwan to spend money was merely a trigger. Although it would affect her reputation slightly, the impact would not be substantial, as it would ultimately be known that it was the concubine's doing. Furthermore, Xie Shang had personally taken her to various shops yesterday, which could also be seen as a display of his power on her behalf. Jiang Fenghua remarked, yesterday, the prince was at the court for a trial, and I discreetly followed him. We remained together until this morning. I had no knowledge of when Su concubine left the Wangfu or where she went. She is used to her freedom. Her lively nature disregards distinctions between genders. It was only today that Mama Wang informed her of Su concubine's absence, and she felt guilty for not having inquired sooner. The empress, unaware of the trial, became intrigued, asking how Xie Shang fared in the trial, how the common folk reacted, and how many attended. The prince was regarded as a just and upright figure, praised by all. Jiang Fenghua gazed at him with admiration, as if no man in the world could compare to her husband. Upon hearing this, Empress Cheng's mood brightened slightly. As long as Shang could win the hearts of the people, that was all that mattered. The better his reputation, the less his household could afford to hinder him. With a cold voice, Empress Cheng remarked, "You are indeed at fault. As the honorable princess of Hong, you cannot even manage your household. What use is it for me to have married you into the Wangfu if I expected you to suppress Su Tingwan? Yet you allow Shang and her to consummate their relationship? Indeed, once matters arose, she would forever be the scapegoat. Just as in her previous life, when Xie Shang only had eyes for Su Tingwan and never spoke a good word for her. She could only swallow her grievances in silence, enduring all the injustices alone. If Xie Shang chose to bed Su Tingwan, it was her fault. That day you left the palace, I warned you repeatedly to take care of Shang, yet in the end, he fell gravely ill. I should indeed discipline you for your negligence." Empress Cheng showed no leniency. Her heart and eyes filled only with concern for her son. Resuming her tirade until Jiang Fenghua was thoroughly chastised. "You have been in the palace for some time now, yet your belly shows no signs of movement. If your health is poor, let Mama Wang adjust it so that you may soon bear a son for Shang. That is your duty. It is all my fault. I accept my punishment. Jiang Fenghua knelt on the ground, appearing submissive. In her heart, she scoffed, thinking she had also accompanied her son during his illness. Yet not a word of inquiry was directed at her. Rather, all blame was thrust upon her. If Xie Shang wished to walk in the rain, what was that to her? Had she not intervened to pull him back to the carriage? Who knew if he would have survived the night? Was she to be treated as Xie Shang's mother or his wet nurse? If he fell ill, was it also her fault? She was in good health, simply unwilling to hasten her pregnancy to create opportunities for Su Tingwan. It seemed that with the downfall of Su Guifei, Empress Qin was left with more leisure. Having no one to vent her frustrations upon, thus taking it out on others, truly absurd. Jiang Fenghua understood Empress Qing's intentions. She had sent Mama Wang into the He Wangfu to monitor Xie Shang's every move, which had long caused his displeasure, leading to the previous life where Xie Shang ascended the throne and, based on Su Tingwan's words, conferred Su Guifei the title of Empress Dowager of the West. Since she received no favor from the emperor, all her energies were redirected toward controlling Xie Shang, a desire for power that bordered on madness. Empress Qing allowed her to remain kneeling, granting her not even a cushion. Her delicate skin had turned bruised from kneeling, yet she did not shift, pressing her knees harder against the ground. When Xie Shang stormed into Kuan-Ning Palace, he found Jiang Fenghua kneeling in the center, her body trembling in fear. He did not even glance her way. Respectfully bowing to the empress, son pays his respects to mother. Following closely behind was Su Tingwan, who also respectfully bowed. Your servant greets her majesty, wishing you longevity. Mama, she entered, having been instructed by the prince not to announce her presence. Empress Qing, upon seeing this, quickly rose from her seat, her expression shifting. What brings you here, Shang-er? Xie Shang's countenance was frigid. I heard mother summoned the princess to the palace, so I came to check on her. Jiang Fenghua was the princess mother had insisted he marry. Was she not the one most favored? Yet now, she was summoned to kneel as punishment. Now understanding the situation, Xie Shang realized that his mother sought not only to control him but also Jiang Fenghua. She despised Su Tingwan precisely because she could not control her. Caught in the middle of their conflict, Jiang Fenghua was the one suffering the most. Empress Cheng cast a glance at Su Tingwan. There has been a disturbance in the Wangfu. Mother has sent for the princess to inquire about the situation. Mother should also summon her son. She thought. Mother only targets the soft persimmons. As the matriarch of the Wangfu, the loss of funds and mismanagement of the household were not Xie Shang's responsibilities, but the princess's. Empress Qing turned to Su Tingwan, saying, It is quite rare to see you, Su concubine, having not returned to the Wangfu for the night. This is the first time since your marriage to the He Wangfu that I have laid eyes on you. Her words were deliberate, insinuating that Su Tingwan had never once paid her respects. Remembering Yun Feng's admonition, Su Tingwan knelt and humbly stated, Your servant has not returned to the Su residence in quite some time, merely wishing to visit. I should have come to pay my respects, but feared disturbing you and inciting your displeasure. You have only been married for 2 or 3 months, and yet you behave as if you are still in your maiden family, constantly running back home. What purpose is there in your marriage if you continue to do so? Perhaps you should remain at the Su residence. Empress Qing's irritation was palpable, attributing all grievances to Su Tingwan. Su Tingwan quickly offered her apologies. I acknowledge my wrongs. Humph. Since you recognize your mistakes, I must punish you. Do you accept your punishment? Empress Cheng inquired. This time, Su Tingwan did not retort, I accept my punishment. The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. Your aunt cannot suppress her desires in the palace and dares to engage in infidelity. Who has to say you wouldn't follow her example, sneaking out at night to meet some lover and bringing shame upon the prince? Before Xie Shang, Empress Qing showed no mercy, commanding, Mama Shi, take Su concubine to the side hall. Su Tingwan was bewildered, uncertain of the purpose of being taken to the side hall. Glancing at Xie Shang, Prince, save me. Xie Shang, equally perplexed by his mother's intentions, hastily interjected, Mother, Wan. Shang-er, do not interfere. Am I to kill her? For years, I have been unable to prevent her from approaching you. Now that she has entered the He Wangfu, if I do not discipline her, she will only become more unruly, Empress Cheng stated sternly. Xie Shang understood that Su Tingwan was indeed lacking in decorum. If his mother punished her, it would serve as a lesson. Empress Qing then addressed Xie Shang, Go help Wan up. I do not wish to punish her. As the matriarch of the Wangfu, it is essential to ensure your husband has no concerns and to manage the household well. Chapter 81. He wishes to completely dominate her emotions. Xie Shang, with a steady gait, stepped forward to assist Jiang Fenghua. urging her to rise. He understood his mother well. Whenever he showed a hint of affection towards anyone, she would inevitably regard that person as an adversary. For over 2 decades, his mother's overwhelming concern had suffocated him. Jiang Fenghua's eyes brimmed with unshed tears as she attempted to stand, her legs stiff and unyielding. With Xie Shang's support, she managed to rise. But as he released his grip, she stumbled and fell to the ground, her complexion pale as death. Seeing this, Xie Shang's heart raced with worry as he swiftly lifted her into his arms. Wan, what is wrong? Why do you look so unwell? I am fine. Perhaps just a little dizzy from kneeling for too long. I simply need to step outside for some fresh air, Jiang Fenghua replied softly, suppressing her discomfort. Xie Shang held her tightly, battling the fury that simmered within him, and carried her out of Kunning Palace. Empress Cheng had not anticipated such an outcome. Her intention was merely to instill in Jiang Fenghua an understanding of whom she ought to heed. She hurried after them, instructing Shang, take Wan to the side hall and summon the imperial physician to examine her. It is my fault. I should not have vented my ire on Wan. Xie Shang remained silent, continuing on his path. Meanwhile, Su Tingwan, despite her martial prowess, dared not resist or speculate on the empress's impending punishment. Once brought into the inner chamber, she realized the nature of her predicament, her limbs restrained by four palace maids, rendering her powerless. A short while later, Mama Xi, her expression grim, rushed out and whispered into the empress's ear, the side consort's body has been compromised. It is recorded where the prince sleeps upon returning to the estate. At that moment, Su Tingwan emerged with reddened eyes, searching for Xie Shang, but upon finding him absent, she contemplated leaving. Although Su Qingqing had been confined to the cold palace, the empress faced suspicion from the emperor, leading to incessant quarrels that drove them further apart. All instigated by Su Qingqing. Consequently, she seized the opportunity to chastise both Su Qingqing and Su Tingwan without mercy. Suddenly, the empress approached and slapped Su Tingwan across the face. Why have you struck me, my lady? Su Tingwan seethed, feeling wronged. The empress coldly replied, how dare you question me? It is no wonder you returned home late. With whom did you spend the night? Speak the truth. The empress claims to punish me. Yet it is merely a pretext for humiliation. I have done nothing wrong. I have only shared a bed with the prince. If you doubt me, ask him whether he has touched me, or investigate the Su household, where I have remained. Su Tingwan nearly choked with indignation, well aware that the empress was purposely humiliating her out of spite. With Su Guifei cast into the cold palace, no one was left to defend her. The empress coldly asserted, the Su household is filled with your kin, even male servants. What assurance do you provide? I see you are just as restless as your aunt, luring others with your charms. Do not use Shang'er as your shield. She had suffered suspicion from the emperor her entire life for having fallen into this trap. Mama, she suddenly had an idea and leaned close to the empress, whispering, I have a plan. Upon hearing this, the empress considered it a viable option. Unable to procure evidence of Su Tingwan's infidelity, at least it would ensure the legitimacy of the heir. She gestured for Mama Xi to prepare. Moments later, Mama Xi presented a bowl of medicinal soup. Please drink this, side consort. Su Tingwan inquired, what is this? Mama Xi explained, last night, you vanished for an entire evening. It remains unclear whether you acted dishonorably towards the prince. Drink this contraceptive soup, and you shall not conceive. From now on, every time you share a bed with the prince, it will be documented, ensuring any child you bear is his. Hearing this, Su Tingwan's face drained of color. I refuse to drink it. Why should I? I have done nothing to betray Ah Shang. I insist you summon him. I wish to confront him directly. The empress felt her face flush with embarrassment. A man's willingness to engage with a woman signifies affection, should Su Tingwan become pregnant under such circumstances. With her absence from the prince's residence the previous night, it would create insurmountable complications. Mama Xi commanded the other 4 maids to restrain Su Tingwan. As she attempted to force the medicine into her mouth, Su Tingwan, terrified, clamped her lips shut. She had finally secured Xie Shang's affection and would never let the empress's schemes come to fruition. However, Su Tingwan's martial skills allowed her to resist their attempts easily. With a sudden headbutt, she struck Mama Xi's nose, causing blood to gush forth. Seizing the moment of their surprise, she sprang up and began to flee, creating chaos in Kunning Palace as vases and potted plants shattered around her. The empress clutched her chest and raged. This is insurrection. How could Shang'er marry such a woman? Escaping from Kunning Palace, Su Tingwan inquired of the palace maids about the prince's whereabouts and hurried towards the Morning Sun Palace. Xie Shang initially intended to carry Jiang Fenghua back to the prince's residence, but she insisted they wait for Su Tingwan to exit the palace. Believing the empress's fury would soon subside, Jiang Fenghua consistently defended Su Tingwan, yet the latter, consumed by jealousy, sought to create trouble for her, even believing the words of a maid intending to tarnish her reputation. When Xie Shang rolled up her pant legs, he noticed her knees were bruised and swollen, filling him with concern. As he gently applied ointment, he was acutely aware of her fear of pain, and his movements became increasingly tender. Jiang Fenghua bit her lip, suppressing her cries of pain. "It is I who failed to consider your situation. My indulgence of Su Tingwan has led her to commit these wrongs, thus implicating you. I apologize." Every time the prince apologized for Su Tingwan, it suggested a profound affection for her. Jiang Fenghua's voice remained calm, revealing nothing of her emotions. Xie Shang paused, his actions unceasing. "You are upset because I care for Su Tingwan. Why would I be upset? You treat me well, too." Jiang Fenghua's eyes widened in surprise. Upon hearing her words, Xie Shang felt a heaviness in his heart. Jiang Fenghua harbored feelings for him while allowing him to love another woman. Despite her suffering due to Su Tingwan's interference, she never uttered a complaint. Was she truly so magnanimous, devoid of jealousy or anger? He pondered whether she understood the essence of genuine love. Sensing his lack of focus, Jiang Fenghua inquired, "My lord, what are you thinking?" She was acutely aware of Xie Shang's thoughts, leading her to conclude that men are inherently fickle. The more unattainable something is, the more they desire it, her emotions included. Yet he remained incapable of being loyal to her. Xie Shang, too, appeared indifferent, seemingly sulking, with no thoughts to share. Chapter 82. Reborn is the fortunate star of this king. Jiang Fenghua was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. Xie Shang was unconditionally enamored with Su Tingwan, allowing him to endlessly indulge and pamper her. Suddenly, she remarked that even children are held accountable for their words and actions. Why should the favored concubine be exempt? Su, no longer a child, could not rely on her naivete and vivacity to navigate every situation. While she may disregard trifles, Jiang Fenghua could not afford to be capricious and unjustifiably angry. That day, witnessing the prince's decisive judgment in the court filled her with admiration. She believed he could discern right from wrong in all matters. Yet, she was taken aback to find that he, too, could be blinded by love. Losing his sense of proportion, Xie Shang gazed intently at her. Was she disappointed in him, thus indifferent? She would not utter such words that could harm their marital bond, and quickly shifted the conversation. Was he curious as to why the empress harbored such resentment towards her without inciting her anger? "Why? You have done nothing wrong, my mother." The love of a parent for their child often leads to deep considerations. Jiang Fenghua's eyes sparkled, her voice gentle and soft. "I understand that the empress punishes me because I have not performed to her expectations. Her ultimate aim is to consider your well-being. If you are well, so am I. How could I let down the empress's good intentions?" Xie Shang recognized his mother's concern for him, her every action calculated for his sake. Throughout his life, he remained unaware of the tears she had shed in secret, yet she always greeted him with a smile. Even when he doubted her as his true mother, he felt grateful for her nurturing care. Jiang Fenghua fixed her gaze upon him. "My lord, has anyone ever told you that your eyes are identical to the empress's?" He was taken aback. "Identical? But I am not her biological child. How could that be?" Jiang Fenghua nodded emphatically. "They are strikingly beautiful. There is an adage among the people, sons resemble their mothers, bringing greater fortune." She sought to mend his relationship with the empress, as this would aid her future plans to elevate her brother to a core position in the court, necessitating support from the Cheng family, the empress's maternal clan. Without the empress's backing, even if she became the crown princess, it would be insufficient. Meanwhile, Su Tingwan had already caused turmoil with the empress, making reconciliation nearly impossible. "Only mothers and their biological children bear such resemblances," he suddenly declared. "Indeed, yet my lord's facial features resemble the emperor's. Equally resolute and handsome," she replied. Xie Shang rushed to the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. A sense of astonishment flooded him. They truly were alike. How had he never noticed this before? From a young age, he recognized his mother's beauty, yet his father's disdain for her fostered resentment within him. He even questioned whether she had a hand in the death of his biological mother, a memory that haunted him, particularly on the anniversary of that fateful day. Yet, his mother had always treated him with utmost kindness, as if she wished to offer him the best of everything. After all these years, perhaps it was time he sought the truth of that past. He considered investigating, but the fear of discovering a reality he dreaded had kept him at bay. Now, it seemed he might have been mistaken all along. Enlightened, Xie Shang joyfully swept Jiang Fenghua into his arms, spinning her around like a child in delight. Jiang Fenghua was taken aback by his exuberance. She recalled that in her past life, Xie Shang had been indifferent towards the empress, and Su Tingwan, unchanged, exacerbated the situation with her disrespect. However, the empress had toiled tirelessly for his ascension, while the Qing clan plotted for the king of Heng. No one anticipated that he would elevate the empress's sworn enemy as the Grand Empress Dowager, leaving the empress devastated. Reflecting on Xie Shang's transformation, she remembered that he only softened when she spoke in defense of the empress. Even, he had uttered a particular phrase. A startling thought struck Jiang Fenghua. Had Xie Shang always believed that the empress was not his biological mother? Even the emperor's cold demeanor towards the empress made her ponder whether she had been mistaken for the same reasons, believing that his heart belonged to another. If the emperor detested the empress, was it due to her feelings for another man, leading him to think that Xie Shang was the offspring of that union? She quickly dismissed this notion. The royal lineage would never allow for impure bloodlines, and Xie Shang was indeed the emperor's son. Or else he would not be alive today. Stunned, she felt as though she had inadvertently uncovered a monumental secret within the palace. My lord, I am dizzy from your spinning. Please set me down. Jiang Fenghua hastily adjusted her composure, ensuring that Xie Shang would not perceive any cracks in her facade. Such palace secrets were beyond her purview, and she could not risk challenging the royal authority under the guise of his affection. Wan is this king's fortunate star. Xie Shang had never felt such joy. In his exuberance, he nuzzled against her, showering her with kisses, prompting Jiang Fenghua to evade him. At that moment, Su Tingwan burst into the chamber, tears streaming down her face. Upon witnessing Xie Shang's jubilant embrace of Jiang Fenghua, she froze. Realizing that while the empress and the wet nurse intended to administer a concoction to her, they were instead indulging in tender affection. Jiang Fenghua truly possesses remarkable skills. Su, the concubine, Jiang Fenghua quickly interjected. At that point, the wet nurse and others chased in, and upon seeing the prince holding the princess, they promptly averted their eyes and retreated, not forgetting to drag Su Tingwan along. Xie Shang placed Jiang Fenghua on the soft couch. I shall see what is amiss, he stated. Jiang Fenghua nodded in agreement. As he prepared to leave, he added, I will no longer plead for Wan. Some consequences are hers to bear, and I will no longer indulge her whims. Indeed, Su Tingwan's temperament was ill-suited for the role of the princess of Heng, let alone for managing the affairs of the prince's residence. Only now did he truly comprehend his mother's good intentions. Peering through the window, Jiang Fenghua observed Su Tingwan being restrained by several maids. The wet nurse bore a bloodied nose, a testament to Su's prior outburst. The concubine nearly wreaked havoc in Kunning Palace, leaving all in disarray and even injuring the old servant, she recounted, causing the empress to suffer a headache from the stress. What has happened to my mother? Xie Shang asked, concern etched across his features. The empress has fainted from her anger, lying in bed unable to rise. My lord, you must check on her, the wet nurse urged. As Xie Shang prepared to depart, he suddenly remembered Jiang Fenghua's presence and dashed back. Wan, I must see to my mother. Please go, I will wait here. I am not well myself. As he left, he cast a cold glance at Su Tingwan, speaking with a heavy tone. I have been too indulgent towards you, leading to your reckless behavior. If you do not wish to live well, I shall send you back to the Su residence. The implication of divorce sent Su Tingwan trembling in fear. Shang, it is not my fault. They forced me. Enough. Where have all the lessons you learned gone? Do you think you can casually utter my name? If you refuse to heed my guidance and remain obstinate, do not expect to return to the prince's residence. Tears streamed down Su Tingwan's face. He no longer desired her. Just this morning, they had been so amiable. All she needed to do was to placate him a little, and he would accede to her every wish. Xie Shang had no intention of lingering further, his long strides carrying him swiftly out of the Morning Light Palace. Chapter 83. The queen joyfully hosts a family feast. Once Xie Shang departed, Su Tingwan cast a furious gaze at Jiang Fenghua, convinced that it was she who had spoken ill of her to Xie Shang, inciting his disdain. The old maid, Shimomo, was equally startled. She had never witnessed the Prince of Heng express anger towards the concubine Su, nor had she seen him show such concern for the queen. Jiang Fenghua, radiating grace and authority, confronted Su Tingwan with an unwavering stare, her demeanor cold and commanding. Concubine Su, do you believe that you can brazenly exploit my name without the prince's knowledge? Su Tingwan, taken aback, hastily denied the accusation. What are you saying? I do not understand. Not understanding is inconsequential. The signature of concubine Su is present, and the written word cannot be denied. Panic seized Su Tingwan as she realized the gravity of the situation. Why should you have the right to use His Highness's funds while I cannot? You may use them, but you must not misuse my name in doing so. Jiang Fenghua replied, her eyes icy. You once scorned the singing women, claiming to be of higher virtue. Yet, within 2 months, you squandered more wealth than an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime on extravagant jewels and gold. What kind of purity allows for such indulgence? Su Tingwan's face flushed with shame, yet she remained defiant. If not for you, Xie Shang would have taken me as his wife, and I would have had all the privileges of the Wangfu. You have used funds, yet you dare accuse me? As the daughter of a minor official. How much wealth could your father possibly bestow upon you? The garments you wear must have cost hundreds, if not thousands, of taels. Were they not purchased with the prince's money? Jiang Fenghua's tone grew grave. Shimomo. Here, your highness, the old maid responded, sensing the queen's formidable presence. What punishment did mother speak of? Jiang Fenghua inquired. Shimomo hastily replied, I have discovered that concubine Su has been compromised and has not returned to the palace at night. The queen fears that she has sullied herself with unsavory company, hence I have prepared a potion to prevent further issues. Jiang Fenghua's heart trembled at the thought of how Xie Shang had been led astray during his brief absence. A look of disbelief filled her eyes. This matter does not require your involvement. My lady, allow the servants to handle it to spare you the burden, Shimomo continued. The prince has already declared that if concubine Su resists further, she shall be sent back to the Su residence to fend for herself. Su Tingwan was gripped by fear. She did not wish to be cast aside, believing Xie Shang would not abandon her. He had merely spoken in anger. Jiang Fenghua gracefully retreated to her chamber, her heart aching at the memory of how Su Tingwan had instilled disdain in her children, even teaching them to resent her. No one could fathom the anguish of being scorned by one's own flesh and blood, a pain that felt like a knife piercing her heart. Despite her despair, thoughts of her children kept her tethered to life. She had relinquished Xie Shang but could never forsake her children, who were her very essence. She had endured until the age of 35 before succumbing. What did it matter if Su Tingwan failed to conceive? That was of no concern to her, especially since it remained uncertain. In her previous life, Su Tingwan had indeed given birth to a daughter in the prince's residence, a child spoiled beyond bounds. This time, she would ensure that her child was born amidst Xie Shang's anticipation and affection, determined not to repeat the mistakes of her past. Jiang Fenghua did not concern herself with how Su Tingwan would be forced to consume the potion. News of the affairs between Kunning Palace and Qinshi Palace spread throughout the other palaces, eliciting mere chuckles. For years, consort Su had overshadowed the queen. And now that she was relegated to the cold palace, the queen had every intention of reprimanding her niece. After all, her niece had ensnared the queen's son in her web of charm, compelling the queen to reluctantly accept her into the palace as a concubine. Yet, who could blame the queen for enforcing discipline now? The most pitiable was Jiang Shaofu's daughter. Despite her status as the prince's consort, she was still devoid of her husband's affection. This sentiment echoed throughout the court, a shared lament of unfulfilled longing. However, in this life, the narrative had shifted. The prince's consort was now revered as knowledgeable, dignified, and extraordinarily beautiful, with the prince lavishing her with affection. Suddenly, the queen announced a family feast, inviting all the concubines to Kunning Palace, even summoning the princes, princesses, and young lords and ladies to enter the palace. Everyone was perplexed. It was neither a festival nor a celebration, prompting curiosity about the queen's unusual behavior. Yet, her invitation was not one to be disregarded. Despite her lack of favor with the emperor, she remained the matriarch of the harem, the esteemed queen mother. Thus, Jiang Fenghua and Xie Shang remained in the palace. The banquet hall was filled with the emperor's sons, daughters-in-law, grandchildren, and concubines who had not ventured out in ages. Even the favored Wang Marin and the emperor's new favorite, Ye Fei, were present, creating a lively atmosphere within the palace. Wang Marin possessed a delicate beauty, evoking a sense of protectiveness, akin to a soft ink wash painting, embodying grace like a lotus in bloom. However, since Ye Fei's arrival, Wang Marin had lost her former allure. Ye Fei, with her striking features and captivating eyes, exuded an irresistible charm, instantly drawing all gazes upon her entrance. Even Xie Shang found himself momentarily entranced. Jiang Fenghua offered a cup of wine to Xie Shang. My lord. He reluctantly tore his gaze away, accepting the cup with a hint of embarrassment, taking a small sip. The customs of the Chaoshi kingdom are indeed progressive. Jiang Fenghua remarked. You are familiar with the Shi kingdom's ways. Yes, my lady, he replied softly. My elder brother often spoke of the cultures beyond our borders. And I have absorbed bits of knowledge here and there. Jiang Fenghua recalled how, in her previous life, Yafei's unique position had led to a fierce rivalry with consort Su, ultimately resulting in Yafei's downfall when she bore no sons and the emperor passed away. Had consort Su not been cast into the cold palace, she might have assisted Yafei, but that was no longer necessary. Glancing at Wang Marin, Jiang Fenghua noticed her eyes filled with unmasked resentment, a sentiment she did not even attempt to conceal. Jiang Fenghua chose to remain uninvolved in the intrigues of the emperor's harem. Her focus lay solely on nurturing her own domain. Chapter 84. The emperor's presence at the head of the table sat the empress, adorned in a magnificent and imposing phoenix robe. Despite the presence of the emperor's numerous courtesans throughout the palace, the joy radiating from her countenance was unmistakable. Today, she had organized a family banquet, a rare occasion for everyone to gather and indulge, filling her heart with happiness. She felt elated by her son's care and concern, wishing for the world to know it. Xie Shang, Ruan, do eat more. The dishes on the table are all your favorites, the empress encouraged. Xie Shang, feeling slightly awkward, replied, Thank you, mother. It dawned on him that all she sought was a mere expression of his concern, something he had failed to offer over the years, often instead burdened by grievances. He gently added, Mother, you should eat more as well. He then selected the finest dishes, placing them before the empress. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears of joy as she consumed the food he provided, and when he called her mother, it moved her to tears. As the meal progressed, a palpable tension hung in the air, with everyone feeling the weight of unspoken words, save for the empress, who remained blissfully content. Suddenly, the voice of a eunuch pierced the atmosphere. The emperor has arrived. Everyone rose to pay their respects, and in strode the emperor, clad in a dragon robe, his gaze piercing and his demeanor radiating an innate imperial authority that commanded awe. Since it is a family banquet, please be seated, he declared, taking his place with an air of gravitas opposite the empress. The atmosphere shifted, with all present feeling increasingly uneasy. Yet the emperor seemed oblivious to their discomfort. His attention fixated solely on the empress's beaming face. Her laughter irked him, and he felt a desire to stir some trouble for her. The empress, keenly aware of his scrutiny, felt a rising frustration. Were it not for their son, she would not care to be his empress at all. The palace staff, including the diligent steward Chao, trembled as they served the emperor, meticulously tasting each dish to ensure its safety before presenting them. However, the emperor found little pleasure in the meal, his mood souring the taste of everything before him. His gaze swept across the hall, causing everyone to instinctively lower their heads, feeling as though they were under a deathly glare. Chowda, the emperor called suddenly. The steward stepped forward, attentive to the emperor's command. It feels rather lifeless in here. Let music be played, the emperor ordered. Chow quickly summoned dancers and musicians, and soon the hall was filled with the sounds of stringed instruments, though the performance was lackluster. As the dancers faltered, sensing the emperor's discontent, he abruptly set down his cup. The steward, understanding the emperor's displeasure, swiftly dismissed the current performers in favor of another dance. Fearing the emperor's wrath, the dancers moved stiffly, their anxiety palpable. At that moment, the beautiful Wang Marin offered, I would be honored to play a tune for your majesty. The emperor, recalling her talents, smiled. It has been a while since I have heard my beloved play. I grant you permission. As the enchanting melody filled the hall, Wang Marin's fingers danced gracefully over the strings, producing a captivating and melodious sound that resonated throughout the space. Upon the conclusion of her performance, the emperor erupted into laughter, exclaiming, I shall reward my beloved with gold and jewels. Wang Marin quickly expressed her gratitude, stating, Your Majesty, it is my honor to entertain you. I seek no reward. Then I shall promote you to Jowie and grant you 1,000 taels of gold, along with jewels of your choosing, he declared, his generosity overwhelming. This sudden elevation left Wang Marin momentarily flustered, and it was only with the assistance of her maid that she managed to express her thanks. The emperor's words had elevated her standing significantly, inciting envy among the other concubines. As the palace atmosphere grew lively, the graceful Yafei also performed a dance to entertain, drawing all eyes to her captivating figure. Meanwhile, Jiang Fenghua observed quietly, noting that the emperor's gaze had not strayed from the empress. What could this mean? Did he wish for her to dance as well? She quickly dismissed the thought, knowing the empress was no longer in her youth. Yet, in the next moment, the emperor unexpectedly said, I recall the Empress's extraordinary skills on the qin. Why not have her play a piece for me? The Empress, mid-sip of her wine, found herself choking at his words, the fiery liquid causing her to cough uncontrollably. The ever-attentive Mama, she hurried to her side, patting her back. Xie Shang, witnessing his father's humiliation of his mother, clenched his fists, his brows furrowing in anger as he contemplated standing to defend her honor. Jiang Fenghua, noticing his agitation, gently grasped his hand, whispering for him to remain calm. Your Highness, I have heard that the Empress was once a master of the qin. Should she take the stage, she would not be outshone by the younger talents. Xie Shang's expression darkened as he recalled his mother's unparalleled skill. In his childhood, she had often played for him, but as he grew older, he had rarely visited her palace, and thus had not heard her play in years. Meanwhile, others around them mocked the Empress's age, suggesting she would only embarrass herself before the Emperor and his favored courtesans. Xie Shang's icy gaze shot towards Xie Yu, angered by the Emperor's blatant disregard for the Empress, displaying a lack of affection toward her as his wife. Simultaneously, the Empress felt a deep-seated tension, though her figure remained graceful. She was no longer the young girl she once was. The Emperor's request seemed a deliberate attempt to humiliate her in front of his other favorites, further deepening her sense of despair. The palace fell into a heavy silence, all eyes on the Empress, anticipating her response, curious to see how she would navigate this moment. Jiang Fenghua, sensing her mother-in-law's turmoil, spoke up. The Empress had endured years of neglect and solitude, having weathered countless trials. She had been ridiculed for years. Yet now she feared further mockery? Over the past decade, Jiang Fenghua had dedicated herself to improving her own musical and dance skills, hearing whispers of the Empress's unparalleled talent. However, the Empress had adhered to royal decorum, maintaining her regal demeanor and poise. With Jiang Fenghua's words hanging in the air, all eyes turned to her. Standing respectfully, she addressed both the Empress and the Emperor, her voice sweet and playful. If I may be so fortunate to hear my mother-in-law's exquisite performance, it would be a delight. Today is a family banquet. Let us not keep such talent hidden from view. Chapter 85. The Queen's exceptional musical talent captivates all. As the Queen awaited a moment to catch her breath, she turned her gaze toward Jiang Fenghua. In her eyes, she found not derision or mockery, but an encouraging glimmer. Once, she too had been the illustrious daughter of a noble family, raised in the arts of music, chess, literature, and poetry. She had been cherished by her parents and later married the Emperor, experiencing her own youthful beauty, only to see half of her life slip away. Her perseverance was fueled by a single breath. She could not allow her son to be looked down upon. She wished for the Emperor to witness that Chenglangjin had once shone brightly. Xie Momo, please fetch my exquisite Linyang Yaoqin, the Queen commanded, casting a glance back at the Emperor. It has been many years since I last played. I fear my skills have dulled and may offend your Majesty's ears. I ask for your forgiveness. The Emperor's gaze was intense as he replied, it matters not. With the Queen's performance to enliven the gathering, this family banquet shall surely be a success. The Queen's eyes turned slightly frosty, yet her lips remained adorned with a gentle smile. As long as your Majesty finds it satisfactory, even if I am to present a poor performance, it matters little. The interplay between the Emperor and the Queen was sharp and lively, as he too was unwilling to concede defeat. Music requires accompaniment. Without dance, a feast lacks spirit. The Emperor casually gestured and said, let Yafei dance for the Queen. The Queen sat up suddenly. I require no such accompaniment. Before the Emperor could respond, Xie Shang stood up respectfully and bowed, addressing his father. The Emperor, growing impatient due to the Queen's stance, replied sternly, what is it? He suspected that Hong Wang wished to extricate the Queen from her predicament. I recommend my future wife to dance for mother, Xie Shang stated, his deep-set eyes fixed upon the Emperor. I believe that if Fenghua and mother perform together, it will surely please father. A moment passed before the Emperor's authoritative gaze shifted back to the Queen. Then let Heng Wangfei dance for the Queen. Is that acceptable? The Queen bypassed the Emperor, her phoenix robe swirling as she rose from her seat, indifferent to his approval. The Emperor, momentarily taken aback, soon wore a subtle smile that concealed his true emotions. Xie Shang fixed his gaze upon Jiang Fenghua, determined to ensure that his mother would reclaim her dignity this evening. Jiang Fenghua recognized that tonight was not her stage but the Queen's. She needed to avoid overshadowing the Queen while still commanding respect. The Emperor's sudden insistence on challenging the Queen suggested he could not bear to see her joyful. Why was he consistently at odds with her? As the Queen donned her resplendent scarlet phoenix robe, and took her place by the qin. All eyes were drawn to her. In that moment, she exuded an air of nobility and grace, her delicate willow-leaf brows and elongated eyes, framed by a flawless visage, exuded an aura of dignified authority. Her ruby lips were enchanting, and despite her age, she retained an extraordinary beauty that rivaled even the favored Su Guofei, who had long been the emperor's disdain. The emperor straightened slightly at the sight of her. As she removed her armor, her fingers, pale as jade and elegantly long, calmed her spirit. She sought only to ensure Jiang Fenghua would not hinder her. Today, she would demonstrate her unparalleled musical prowess. A slight curve graced her lips, her eyes sparkling with confidence as she began to play, producing melodies that evoked the intimate whispers of youthful camaraderie. The emperor shifted slightly in his seat. Jiang Fenghua, too, had adorned herself beautifully. Her graceful figure seemed to dance effortlessly, each step choreographed to the music, showcasing her remarkable skill. Together, they performed a solo dance and an instrumental piece, their synergy exquisite and harmonious. Suddenly, the music swelled with a powerful intensity, reminiscent of warriors charging into battle, while the queen's eyes sparkled with fervor as her fingers danced upon the strings, merging her gaze with the melody, transporting all into a dreamlike realm. In an instant, the music transformed, delicate as willow fluff drifting without roots, as they swayed in the vastness of the world. A poignant interlude brought forth a sense of melancholy, yet they embraced the vastness ahead, having long since relinquished past grievances. The intimate connection between the two women reflected their shared journeys, from the heights of public acclaim to the depths of despair, leaving only the lingering echoes of their performance. They seemed to embody the grandeur of a flourishing era, conversing about the vicissitudes of life and the challenges of existence, with the queen resembling a solitary phoenix amidst a chorus of birds. Qing Huanghe's performance encapsulated her life, while Jiang Fenghua's dance revealed a spectrum of emotions from youthful innocence to the poignant sorrow of a mature woman, culminating in a serene acceptance. As the final notes faded, an overwhelming sorrow enveloped the audience, leaving them in stunned silence. No one had anticipated the usually dignified queen to possess such extraordinary musical talent, nor did they expect Heng Wangfei's dance to be so ethereal. The queen seemed to narrate a story through her music, while Heng Wangfei expressed it through her movements. Each frame of their performance evoked a deep sense of sorrow for the lives of these women. At that moment, the emperor's gaze turned icy, and he abruptly strode toward the exit. The onlookers, bewildered, quickly rose to bid him farewell. Once he departed, the queen stood from the qin, her spirits lifted. "Everyone, please return. I trust His Majesty has enjoyed himself this evening." Before the joy could fade from her expression, Gong Chao hurried back, exclaiming, "The emperor requests Heng Wang to see him." The queen's expression shifted instantly. "What does the emperor want with Xie Shang? I must find out." Just as she was about to follow, Gong Chao pressed on, "Your Majesty, the emperor has not summoned you. Please return to the palace." Jiang Fenghua quickly approached the queen and whispered, "Mother, remain calm. It is likely that father is simply pleased to see the Wangya in the palace and wishes for him to fulfill his filial duties." Now, Jiang Fenghua understood. The emperor was upset with the queen, and Xie Shang was her vulnerability. If the queen pursued him, it would only escalate the conflict. Xie Shang was brought before the emperor, who, upon entering the Chengxian palace, immediately discarded his dragon robe and settled at his desk to review memorials. The fury that had simmered within him dissipated in an instant. "Sit," he commanded. "Father," Xie Shang replied respectfully as he took a seat. "I have heard some whispers regarding today's events in your palace." The emperor remarked with a cold smirk, "I never imagined I would produce such a romantic offspring." Xie Shang replied solemnly, "Am I not your own flesh and blood, father?" At these words, the emperor seized a brush holder from the table and hurled it at Xie Shang. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xie Shang evaded the projectile, which struck a nearby pillar with a sharp thud before crashing to the ground. Quickly, Xie Shang knelt. "I seek only the truth. Why has father treated mother so? What wrong has she committed to deserve such punishment? 20 years of torment, is that not enough? I have learned the truth from mother. The maidservant bore your child. Yet in her desire for an early birth, tragedy struck, resulting in both mother and child lost. Mother has recognized her mistakes. Her schemes emerged from your numerous consorts. As the empress, deprived of children, she was driven to err. You are her husband." The emperor interrupted coldly, "I am her husband, but I am also the emperor. I am the sovereign of all, not merely her Cheng Lang Jin. She could seek solace with any man she chooses. He was not just the queen's master, but the ruler of the realm, and his wrath surged uncontrollably. Xie Shang was taken aback. The queen had defied a man's authority. The emperor was no ordinary man, and he could not tolerate her betrayal, be it physical or emotional. Chapter 86. Su Tingwan secretly met Su Qingqing. The empress mother did nothing to betray the emperor. Xie Shang boldly remarked, "Father, you should see how mother lives in Kunning Palace. Since childhood, I have often heard her weep, night after night, only to smile again afterwards. While you were with Su Guifei, or even Yin Fei, Wang Marin, Yifei, or other women, she remained alone in that place for over 20 years. Regardless of her faults, father, you ought to visit her." Upon mentioning the empress, the emperor was suddenly reminded of her graceful piano playing just moments ago. 30 years ago, she was just as radiant. He once held affection for her. Captivated by her charm, "Shang, do you harbor resentment towards me?" The emperor, appearing weary and aged, seemed to bear the weight of his burdens. Xie Shang hesitated, then reluctantly replied, "I do not harbor resentment, father." The emperor was disinclined to engage in riddles. Over the years, the empress had often played her wits against him. He could not deny that Prince Heng was the most outstanding of all his sons. "Father, allow me to play a game with you." This was Xie Shang's dream since childhood, a chance to gauge the emperor's feelings towards him. He honed his chess skills to match wits with his father, trained in martial arts to spar with him, and studied military strategy with hopes of accompanying him to battle. He longed for achievements that would earn the emperor's admiration, yet he felt invisible. He wished for the kind of father-son conversations other children enjoyed, questions about his studies, his calligraphy, his martial progress. This time, the emperor did not refuse him. In their chess match, Xie Shang played with ease, leaving the emperor defenseless. He had not anticipated that his son had grown into a towering figure. Meanwhile, Su Tingwan, initially punished to kneel, seized the opportunity to slip away to the cold palace when no one was watching. Inside the cold palace, despite Su Qingqing's current destitute state, she maintained her poise and had devised a means to send messages to the Su family. In recent days, she had meticulously considered every detail, realizing that she had fallen into a trap of her own making. The perpetrator had turned the tables on her, leaving her utterly defenseless, while Jiang Fenghua distanced herself completely. "Aunt," Su Tingwan said, her face streaked with tears, "I have finally found you." Seeing her in disarray, Su Qingqing slapped her face and exclaimed, "You wretched child. How dare you cry? I have been brought to this state because of you. The palace is full of eyes. How did you manage to come to the cold palace?" Su Tingwan could only swallow her grievances. "The empress is hosting a banquet, and everyone has gone there. I snuck away, and I." She recounted the events of the day, distressed. "What should I do? A Shang no longer cares for me. The empress, that vile woman, she loathes me, and has turned her ire upon you," Su Qingqing said, anger boiling within her. For years, she had aspired to usurp the empress's position, yet had failed. Although the emperor did not favor the empress, he would not allow any other concubine to encroach upon that status. At this juncture, Wanwan, "Our only hope lies with the Su family. I am imprisoned, but you are still free." She continued, "Reflect on everything that has occurred since your marriage to Prince Heng. He clearly cherished you. Why then did he grow fond of Jiang Fenghua?" Su Tingwan's eyes burned with resentment as she recalled Jiang Fenghua's gaze. "Aunt, it's all because of Jiang Fenghua. She must have schemed against me. I feel as though I have fallen into her trap." Su Qingqing was incensed, her chest aching with fury. "You only now realize you have been ensnared? Where were you before? You infuriate me." "Aunt, I know now." She recounted the incidents that transpired in the Wang residence. "Did Yunfang instruct you to do this? That wretch. I thought she would support you. Instead, she indulges herself and leaves you to bear the blame. It is not Aunt Yunfang's fault. She has always aided me. It was Jiang Fenghua who deliberately lured me in. I foolishly used her name to buy things in a moment of rashness." Su Tingwan still held faith in Yunfang, who had consistently helped her deal with Jiang Fenghua, even teaching her how to win Xie Shang's favor. "Are the garments and jewelry solely yours? How much can you eat alone at the tavern?" Su Tingwan then realized that Yunfang had also taken a liking to the items she purchased. "Fool, she is a servant. How can a servant dine at the same table as her mistress? You even bought her clothes and jewelry? Who is the master here?" Su Guifei was infuriated, lamenting, "How did our Su family produce such a foolish child? I truly do not understand what Xie Shang sees in you." Su Tingwan exploded with indignation. "Aunt Yunfang was sent by you to assist me, was she not? Did you not say she was one of us and that I could trust her? Xie Shang likes me, for who I truly am." In that moment, she could not articulate what exactly Xie Shang appreciated about her. nor did she understand what her true self entailed. It dawned upon her that she possessed no authentic self. Everything was a fade, yet she undeniably cherished Xie Shang. And he will never love me again. He has taken a liking to Jiang Fenghua. It is she who has seduced him and turned his heart. Su Tingwan felt utterly wronged. He promised to love only me. Why has he betrayed me? What have I done wrong? Su Guifei could only smile coldly. 1-1. Do you still dream that Xie Shang will love you alone for a lifetime? A man's affection is of little worth. He is a prince, destined to have many wives and concubines. I must tightly grasp power in my hands to secure my future. But he promised. He vowed to love only you. Yet now he has turned to Jiang Fenghua. What happens when he finds another, perhaps Li Fenghua or Jiang Fenghua? What will you do? Su Guifei felt her niece was still naive and patiently advised her, we must secure power. That is our best assurance. As long as you maintain your status as a side consort, you still have an opportunity to rise again. Unbeknownst to Su Tingwan, since she had stealthily ventured to the cold palace, her whereabouts were being monitored, and their conversation reached Jiang Fenghua's ears. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fenghua remained unfazed. Xie Shang returned to the palace just before dawn, and Jiang Fenghua, still drowsy, felt his arms tighten around her waist. She attempted to turn, but Xie Shang's deep voice murmured, 1-1, don't move. I just want to hold you. We will leave the palace soon. Jiang Fenghua obediently stilled, closing her eyes to drift back to sleep, carefree as ever. After breakfast in the palace, they prepared to return to the Prince Heng's residence. Chapter 87. The princess consort of Heng officially takes charge of the household affairs of the Wangfu. Xie Shang summoned a palace maid to bring Su Tingwan, and he addressed Jiang Fenghua, stating that despite her transgressions, she must return to the palace with him. After all, she is the side consort of the Heng Wang. Whether the empress chooses to punish her is her prerogative. Empress Qing found her irksome and had no desire to keep her nearby. Ultimately, Su Tingwan would have to return to the Heng Wangfu. Jiang Fenghua had no grounds to obstruct this. Upon meeting Su Tingwan, who appeared battered and pitiful, Jiang Fenghua was taken aback, realizing the depths of her plight. After a visit to Su Guifei, Jiang Fenghua's perspective shifted. Su Tingwan respectfully knelt before Xie Shang and Jiang Fenghua, greeting them with a soft voice. Xie Shang's body stiffened, a flicker of pity crossing his features. Yet reminded of her wrongdoings, he sought to maintain distance. Rise, and accompany me back to the palace. Upon your return, be cautious in your words and actions. I understand. Su Tingwan replied gently, vowing to heed Jiang Fenghua's counsel in all matters. Her heart brimmed with venomous thoughts towards the empress, vowing to make her suffer for the spiteful act of forcing her to drink a contraceptive potion. If only Xie Shang would share a bed with her, she could have conceived a child. But, get into the carriage. There is no need to kneel, Xie Shang instructed. At that moment, Mama Shi hurried up, greeting them respectfully, greetings, Wang Ye and Wang Fei. She continued, these silks and jewels are gifts from Her Majesty to the Wang Fei, the finest adornments that cannot be purchased outside the palace. The empress believes a flower like age deserves to be adorned in vibrant hues. Xie Shang acknowledged the gifts, appreciating Mama Shi's efforts, while Jiang Fenghua graciously returned her thanks. Mama Shi praised Jiang Fenghua excessively, attributing the empress's good mood entirely to her. Xie Shang understood Jiang Fenghua's merits. Without her, the empress would not have been so pleased. He took Jiang Fenghua's hand, assisting her into the carriage first. Witnessing Xie Shang's tender care for Jiang Fenghua, Su Tingwan's heart ached, yet she resolved to endure, believing that one day she would have the chance to outmaneuver Jiang Fenghua. She obediently entered the carriage, where Xie Shang offered her assistance, but she quickly withdrew her hand, addressing him formally. Xie Shang felt an unexpected chill of distance. On the journey back to the Wangfu, Su Tingwan refrained from gazing at him, recalling her aunt's warning that this was her sole opportunity, thus employing a strategy of feigned vulnerability, reminiscent of how Jiang Fenghua had initially captured Xie Shang's attention. Unbeknownst to Su Tingwan, Jiang Fenghua's allure was a timeless tactic, contingent upon her being a true beauty. Through the carriage curtain, Jiang Fenghua admired the grandeur of the palace, marveling at its majestic aura, which compelled many to risk injury to enter its gates. She mused that seeing the vulnerable Su Tingwan would surely ignite Xie Shang's protective instincts. Men truly are fickle. She scoffed, convinced that Su Tingwan would never regain her footing, having ingeniously undermined her. Upon returning to the Heng Wangfu, Xie Shang immediately summoned the steward to transfer the household management to Jiang Fenghua. The steward gathered the various overseers of the estate. This was the first time the Wang Ye and Wang Fei had summoned them simultaneously, and naturally, no one dared to be negligent. Now, the Heng Wangfu was under the authority of the Wang Fei and the side consort, and everyone was acutely aware of the dynamics. Although many claimed the side consort had the Wang Ye's favor, today, the Wang Ye himself had decreed her house arrest for 3 months, while the Wang Fei assumed control of the household, making the Wang Ye's affections unmistakably clear. After Xie Shang departed, Jiang Fenghua perused the household accounts, spending an entire day without finishing. She was astonished by the vast wealth of the Heng Wangfu, realizing that despite her own 10 years of careful planning for the Jiang family, their riches paled in comparison to the Heng Wangfu's fortune. The Jiang family's assets were hard-won, while Xie Shang's wealth had been effortlessly bestowed by the royal family. Some were born with a silver spoon, while she, despite her decades of life, could only claim a degree of comfort. Thus, birthright proved crucial. She continued to examine the previous accounts of the Wangfu, noting Xie Shang's considerable expenditures on Su Tingwan. Did Su Tingwan truly love Xie Shang? She pondered. If he had not spent so lavishly on her, would she still hold affection for him? Would Su Guifei have meticulously plotted on her behalf? Was it not also Xie Shang's status that drew the Su family's interest? People were inherently selfish. If Xie Shang were to abandon his aspirations of becoming emperor, she would sever all ties with him, as their relationship was merely transactional. She firmly believed one must look after oneself or face dire consequences. With this reasoning, Jiang Fenghua felt little remorse. In her previous life, she had spent 35 years in idleness, and in this life, her decade with the Jiang family had been one of ease and luxury, without any knowledge of household management. She had not imagined it would be so challenging. That evening, upon returning from the Yamen, Xie Shang headed directly to Lanyue Pavilion. Seeing Jiang Fenghua engrossed in her studies, he refrained from disturbing her and changed out of his travel-worn garments in the side hall. Jiang Fenghua, aware of his return, set the table for dinner and selected a comfortable outfit for him before heading to the side hall. As she lifted the curtain, she was startled to find Xie Shang bare-chested, revealing a muscular physique, marred by a deep, crimson gash on his back. "Wang Ye, you're back." Xie Shang quickly gestured for silence, whispering, "Do not make a fuss." Jiang Fenghua lowered the curtain, placing the clothing on a rack before stepping out of the side hall. Lanyue Pavilion lacked medicinal supplies for treating wounds, so she discreetly sent Lian Ye to fetch some, instructing Heng Xiu to set the dinner in the chambers before leaving. After locking the door, she heard the sound of water from the side hall and rushed in. "You mustn't let the wound come into contact with water." Xie Shang remained unfazed, assuring her, "I know what I'm doing." Jiang Fenghua took the cloth from her hand, noticing he was half submerged in water, and she quickly averted her gaze, focusing instead on his wound, which had ceased bleeding but was stained with blood. She gently wiped the area clean with a fresh cloth. "Wang Ye, how did this happen? You seemed fine when you left at noon." Her voice quivered with concern. "I was ambushed while apprehending a criminal," he disclosed, recognizing her worry and opting for honesty. "This cannot reach my mother's ears. She would only overreact." "The palace is filled with her spies," Jiang Fenghua remarked, acknowledging the empress's doting nature. While Empress Cheng may have been overly concerned, she understood that it stemmed from a mother's heart. Ruan, I am grateful for your presence," Xie Shang suddenly stated, catching her off guard. "Ah." Jiang Fenghua was left bewildered. Chapter 88. Preparing for a long stay at the Moon Pavilion. Xie Shang remarked, "Thanks to you, my injury would have been far more troublesome to manage without your assistance. You understand that I cannot let Wang Momo or Steward Cheng learn of this injury. Otherwise, it would inevitably reach the ears of my mother." After all, Lin Feng could still assist him with the ointment, but it seemed that Xie Shang's gratitude was not solely for this matter. He was clearly preserving some reserve for himself. She replied, "As the prince's wife, such matters fall within my responsibilities." Jiang Fenghua meticulously bathed him, carefully avoiding the injured area, attending to every other part of his body. She thought to herself, "You were injured in your back, not your hands. Surely you can manage the lower parts yourself." Seeing her cheeks flushed, Xie Shang noted her embarrassment. "After all this time, you still blush as if you have never seen me without clothes." She retorted, "A gentleman should properly adjust his attire and maintain decorum, presenting himself in a manner that commands respect. Do you wish for me to treat you with such gentlemanly decorum henceforth?" Jiang Fenghua's face turned even redder. "That is not what I meant." "Oh dear, Your Highness, please wash yourself. This is becoming increasingly difficult to articulate." Xie Shang grasped her wrist, pressing her hand against his bare chest, causing her heart to race. Was this really necessary? "You dog of a man, do you treat Su Tingwan in the same manner?" he declared. "I am hungry, Hurry and finish washing, so we may dine. Jiang Fenghua diligently cleaned his chest and draped a towel over him, Xie Shang now completely unabashed. She reassured herself, it is merely flesh. Everyone has it, and gradually she began to relax. Upon exiting the side chamber, they proceeded directly to the inner quarters, where Lien Yi had already fetched the medicine box, complete with gauze and healing powder. The room contained only the two of them. Noticing that his wound had begun to ooze blood again, Jiang Fenghua applied the medicine before carefully bandaging him. As the gauze wrapped around his chest, her face inadvertently pressed against him, her lips brushing against his skin, causing her to tremble, and he too felt a shiver run through him. Once the wound was properly treated, she found him some undergarments to wear. She took charge of everything, embodying the role of a dutiful wife. During their meal, Xie Shang feigned an injury, requesting her to feed him, as though any exertion of his arm would cause him pain. Due to his injury, Xie Shang did not visit the study or the Shui listening pavilion after their meal, instead having his belongings moved to the Moon Pavilion, indicating his intention to stay long-term. Noticing her written proposals on the table, he inquired, "What is the purpose of this assistance hall?" Jiang Fenghua explained, "It aims to support the vulnerable, such as women, children, and the impoverished. Since I find myself with idle time, I thought to have Steward Chang purchase some property to shelter these unfortunate souls. We could also invite educators to impart knowledge or skilled trades to them, ensuring that they do not lead aimless lives." Xie Shang replied, "The world is full of suffering. How many can you truly assist as a woman?" Jiang Fenghua smiled, "Your Highness, your acknowledgement of the world's suffering speaks to your benevolence. My father did not misjudge you. He always said you are learned and kind-hearted, a man worthy of lifelong trust." Recently, Xie Shang had felt a sense of superiority after being appointed as the governor of Jingzhou. "Did your father truly say that?" "I would not deceive you, Your Highness. When the imperial edict for marriage arrived, I was not yet wed and knew little of your character. It was my father who firmly asserted that Ruan could marry you." Jiang Fenghua's expression revealed the unwavering support and admiration her family held for him, bolstering Xie Shang's belief that the Jiang family stood firmly on his side. In truth, her father had never explicitly stated that she could marry. It was she who had subtly guided the conversation. The emperor bestowed the marriage. "What right do you have to question my character?" Jiang Fenghua quickly covered her mouth, realizing she had misspoken. "I do not presume to challenge you." Xie Shang did not take offense. After all, Jiang Shaofu was a teacher, and the Jiang family held high moral standards. Even if the emperor granted the marriage, Jiang Huai would still need to evaluate the character of his future son-in-law. It was only natural. He playfully teased her, "What if my character were lacking?" Jiang Fenghua was unfazed by his provocation. "How could your highness's character be lacking?" Xie Shang was momentarily at a loss, pondering how one could define good character. He dared not claim himself to be a good man, but he did not consider himself a villain either. In her eyes, he possessed commendable qualities, serving as a fatherly figure to the common people. Her father had always said that those who serve the populace are good people. Jiang Fenghua implied that she had never considered not marrying him. There were no contingencies in her life plan. What constitutes a bad person? Born into royalty, there are no inherently good or bad people. Ultimately, everyone can become corrupted, for good people do not live long. Thus, how could he possibly be a good man? Xie Shang then asked, "Who conceived the idea of the assistance hall?" "It was my own idea," she replied. "I want to place Lingyun Mountain Villa under the name of the Heng Wangfu." My elder brother, upon returning from his studies abroad, recounted the many hardships faced by the common folk. "However, we are powerless to assist meaningfully. My brother engages in business outside and occasionally offers aid, but it is merely a drop in the bucket. I often feel that our efforts amount to nothing. Today, I reviewed the accounts of the Wangfu and found the income to be quite considerable. Rather than spending silver on jewelry and extravagant clothing, it would be far more virtuous to establish an assistance hall. It is also a way to accumulate merit. Not all people require aid. We can focus on helping the vulnerable, such as children, teaching them skills and literacy." She suggested that despite Jiang Jinyan's lofty ambitions, he lacked the influence to effect real change. If the Heng Wangfu undertook this initiative, the impact would be vastly different. Xie Shang pondered for a moment. Jiang Jinyan was still out investigating the missing imperial tomb treasures. His desire to ally himself indicated a genuine wish to accomplish something significant. "This is no small matter. As the Heng Wangfei, it is unwise for you to make your intentions known." Jiang Fenghua felt a twinge of disappointment. "I understand. Thus, this remains merely a plan." Xie Shang perused the several pages she had filled, realizing she must have dedicated an entire afternoon to this endeavor. Jiang Fenghua had made her first request of him, one he found difficult to refuse. If you find yourself bored within the manor, I may be able to assist you in realizing this plan. Before he could finish, Jiang Fenghua's face lit up with joy. Really? She then planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Your Highness has agreed. Seeing her delight, Xie Shang added, while I consent, it is imperative that you do not undertake this as the Heng Wangfei. He also recalled Lingyun Mountain Villa. According to Lin Feng's investigations, it had been founded by Tan Guanqing, who had taken in many homeless women and children. The villa sustained itself through escorting and odd jobs. Its scale may not be large, but it operated with considerable success, albeit in precarious financial conditions. The Great Zhou indeed required more such assistance halls. The more, the better. Even the government should take notice. Unfortunately, as merely the governor of Jingzhou, he had limited authority over these matters, and his father would be displeased if he overstepped his bounds. In other words, while these issues seemed trivial, their implementation held great significance. He firmly believed that, although ants are small, they can shake a great tree. I shall take the time to introduce you to someone. Chapter 89. She is the unique Jiang Fenghua at Lingyun Villa. When Jiang Fenghua appeared in men's attire at Lingyun Villa, Tan Guqing was utterly stunned. How did she manage to arrive here alongside the Prince of Heng? Just days ago, she had sent word that she would meet her soon, yet it happened so swiftly. Xie Shang noticed Tan Guqing's bewildered gaze fixed on Jiang Fenghua. Evidently, the owner of the villa recognized her. Tan Guqing's voice trembled. This young gentleman seems somewhat familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Jiang Fenghua could only roll her eyes. Tan Guqing was about to put on a show again. She replied coolly, I do not know you. Without hesitation, Tan Guqing reached out to lift Jiang Fenghua's chin, inspecting her throat and ears. You are a woman. Thus, we must have met. Jiang Fenghua quickly hid behind Xie Shang, exclaiming, What sort of person does the prince bring me to see? Why are you being so forward? I do not know her. Xie Shang looked puzzled. Where could the owner of the villa have met my wife? Only then did Tan Guqing realize her rudeness. So it is the Princess of Heng. I beg your pardon. I must confess, 3 years ago, when my sister encountered misfortune, a young lady aided me. I was nearly a victim myself. And had she not provided me with some silver, a vial of medicine, and some provisions, I would have perished. Suddenly, Jiang Fenghua recalled, 3 years ago. Was it in Xinghua village? I was accompanying my parents back to our hometown to pay respects to our ancestors. There was indeed a bloodied young woman. But her appearance was obscured by blood. Was that you? It was a harrowing sight that remains vivid in my memory. Tan Guqing was overjoyed, kneeling before Jiang Fenghua. It is I. Guqing has finally found you. If not for your kindness, I would not be alive today, nor could I avenge my sister. Please allow me to pay my respects. Without hesitation, she bowed deeply 3 times. Jiang Fenghua quickly urged, Please rise, Miss Tan. I did little for you. It was merely a small act, nothing worthy of such honor. It is a blessing to see you well. Tan Guqing stood, pulling Jiang Fenghua closer. It was the princess's benevolence that saved me. Later, with the silver you provided, I ventured into business. Perhaps it was your good fortune that led me to successfully acquire this villa, which I named Lingyun Villa, hoping one day to meet my benefactor again. All those here are unfortunate souls I have sheltered over the past 3 years. These children are orphans. She introduced Jiang Fenghua to the others, who were moved by her compassion, and Jiang Fenghua acknowledged, Miss Tan, you embody true righteousness. I admire you greatly. Your Highness, indeed. There are still many good people in this world, like Tan Guqing, who is not only kind-hearted but also gentle, Jiang Fenghua remarked to Xie Shang. Xie Shang recalled her ruthless actions against Yang Jing and the gruesome fate that befell him, shuddering at the thought. Can such a woman truly be associated with kindness and gentleness? Reflecting on their conversation, he stated, It is indeed a remarkable coincidence. The reason my wife and I came to seek you out, Miss Tan, was her intention to. They expressed their purpose, and Tan Guqing was overwhelmed with excitement. The princess wishes to establish a shelter for us homeless women? Seeing her enthusiasm, Jiang Fenghua felt embarrassed, stating, something like that. I merely had a thought. But to implement it, I require my husband's support. After all, he provides the funds, and your villa is a suitable location. It is no wonder he brought me here. I must confess, Lingyun Villa has been struggling for some time now. More and more children need food. And we rely on the women to earn a meager living through laundry and sewing. I could escort goods, but it is unrealistic and perilous for women to do so. The world is exceedingly harsh for us. Tan Guoqing's eyes brimmed with helplessness. Jiang Fenghua suggested, if we could find them some work, perhaps we could alleviate their struggles. They are merely unfortunate women, lacking skills, and these children, abandoned by families unable to care for them, know nothing. At least here, they have shelter from the elements. Xie Shang interjected, you yourself are struggling, why take them in? You could marry and avoid this plight. I am already as good as dead, and have merely survived through the kindness of others. Tears glistened in her eyes. The Yang family harmed me. Who would want a woman like me? Besides, I vowed never to marry. Rather than live a joyless existence, I choose to do something meaningful. Perhaps I overestimated my capabilities, believing I could save everyone, only to find myself battered. Jiang Fenghua empathized with her sorrow. She understood that even women like Hu Jianyang, who married, faced hardships. Raising 3 children would be even more challenging, yet she could not bear to abandon them. Your Highness, Jiang Fenghua turned to Xie Shang. Please refrain from gifting me jewelry or clothing in the future. Instead, let my second sister convert those into silver for these women. Foolish girl, everyone thinks this way. Their lives will only become more difficult. Xie Shang recognized that the inefficiency of the government and the royal family had led to widespread suffering. If everyone had enough to eat, who would abandon their children? If men respected their wives, women like Hu Jianyang would not suffer domestic violence or abuse. Fewer villains like Yang Jing would mean fewer women harmed. As a prince, he realized he must not only manage the affairs of the capital, but also care for the welfare of the people. Jiang Fenghua understood that the most prosperous individuals to engage were noble women like herself. Their consumption would provide sustenance to the common folk. After years with Su Tingwan, she had only sought benefits from Xie Shang, desiring to be a noble and enjoy life. Gradually, Xie Shang would comprehend the type of wife he truly needed. Through the events at Lingyun Villa, Xie Shang became more resolute in his pursuit of being a good prince, while Jiang Fenghua would become his capable partner. The allure of beauty could not be relied upon indefinitely. After all, countless beauties existed in the world. A day would come when he grew weary of her charm. To ensure Xie Shang's enduring affection, she needed to win his heart and earn his respect as his true wife. Jiang Fenghua drew inspiration from Empress Chang, son of the previous dynasty, whose legacy remained celebrated among the people even after a century, though she harbored personal ambitions. If she could utilize her desires to achieve meaningful outcomes, it would serve both her interests and those of others. In the days that followed, Xie Shang and Jiang Fenghua almost always entered and exited together, using Lingyun Villa as a base to expand by leasing adjacent properties. Jiang Fenghua sought out her second sister to hire experienced embroiderers from the Jin family to teach skilled women embroidery techniques. High-quality pieces could be traded for silver at the Jin family. The Jin family, renowned for their business acumen, knew that Central Plains embroidery fetched high prices in the western regions, allowing them to exchange it for gold without worry over demand, only concerned that the embroiderers possessed the necessary skills. Jiang Shaofu, aware of the endeavors of the Prince of Heng, volunteered to organize virtuous students to teach the children at Lingyun Villa, which was aptly named Jishintang. Xie Shang was inspired. Realizing these children were not inherently dull, but simply lacked opportunities to showcase their intelligence. However, the pursuit of opportunity required effort, for all are equal. Whether they wished to learn martial arts or medicine, any boy over 13 could be recommended for training in the military. He reported this to the emperor, wary that ill-intentioned individuals might misconstrue it as raising private soldiers. This matter was brought to his attention by Jiang Huai, and he felt the need to be cautious. Xie Shang had been increasingly frequenting the Jiang residence. Consequently, the couple, the king and queen of Heng, found themselves perpetually busy, while Xie Shang's opportunities to visit the emperor multiplied, leading to a constant state of separation between the two. Tan Guangqing and Lin Yuxiao teased her, suggesting she was merely digging her own grave, yet she countered that life is long, and excessive proximity could lead to mutual disdain. Thus, a certain distance and an aura of mystery between spouses is essential. She remained unconcerned. In her previous life, during this very year, Xie Shang had spent his days entwined with Su Tingwan, traversing rivers and mountains, savoring the myriad delights of the world. While she languished within the confines of the Heng Wang Fu, steeped in self-pity and waiting in vain, she yearned for a vast expanse of life. Yet she would not tread the path that Su Tingwan once walked, for she was not a mere substitute for Su Tingwan. She was the incomparable Jiang Fenghua. She pondered, if given the choice, Would Xie Shang prefer to engage in meaningful pursuits with her, or roam freely across the landscape with Su Tingwan? Alas, he would never know. Chapter 90. She aims to alter Zhang Yuma's fate. 2 months later, Jiang Jinyan returned, accompanied by Sang Yupian. Upon seeing her, Jiang Fenghua was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't she the princess of the Chaoshi kingdom? The Chaoshi envoys had already returned home. How was she still here? And why did she return with her elder brother? She recalled that in her previous life, Sang Yupian had no connection with her brother. Sang Yupian was destined to inherit the title of Empress of Chaoshi, and years later, minor conflicts arose between the Daizhou and Chaoshi kingdoms. Sang Yupian was not as agreeable as their current empress. When she declared a desire for war, it was a certainty. Could it be that she had taken a liking to her elder brother, wishing to bring him to Chaoshi as her consort? If that were the case, what of Zhang Yuma, who had harbored feelings for him for so long? Would she be doomed to a fate of unrequited love, perhaps even leading her to contemplate ending her life by jumping into the river? It seemed that only a few months remained before Zhang Yuma would take such a tragic step. She recalled that when she had perished, the lake was frozen over with ice and snow, her body sinking to the depths, never to be recovered. Her elder brother had been filled with guilt, knowing her demise was tied to him, and he had fallen into a deep despair. Jiang Fenghua was lost in thought. Would Zhang Yuma's tragedy repeat itself? Even if her brother did not have feelings for Zhang Yuma, she wished to prevent any misfortune from befalling her. Jin Yan's sister, Sang Yupian, called out to Jiang Fenghua, but she did not respond. Ruan, Jiang Jinyan also called her. Jiang Fenghua snapped back to reality. Ah, Xie Shang stared at her. What is troubling you? What are you thinking about? Perhaps I did not sleep well last night. My mind is somewhat scattered, Jiang Fenghua replied softly. Xie Shang sensed her evasion. Let us return to the manor. I shall keep you company for a while. Jiang Fenghua felt awkward at the thought of Xie Shang accompanying her, knowing that sleep would elude her. He had been busy lately with his duties as the governor of Jingzhou, and their encounters had been few and far between, leaving her restless during each meeting. Sang Yupian remarked, the prince and princess share a wonderful bond. The relationship between the princess and Jin Yin is also commendable. Xie Shang added. Jiang Jinyan quickly interjected, Your Highness misunderstands. My feelings for Jin Yin will certainly mirror those of Your Highness and the princess. Sang Yupian eagerly stated, Though Jin Yin has yet to accept me, I firmly believe that sincerity will open even the hardest of hearts. Jiang Jinyan swiftly changed the subject. I will step outside for a moment. You two continue your conversation. Sang Yupian followed his lead. I shall step out as well. Once the two departed, Xie Shang expressed his confusion. Your elder brother is already 27. Why has he not wed? Does he not have any romantic interests? Is there a hidden ailment? Jiang Fenghua had not contemplated this question. The reason for his single status was simply that he had been away, leaving no opportunity for marriage. She explained, in truth, our parents had arranged a match for him long ago, but he insisted on focusing on his studies and pursuing a career first. Subsequently, he has been preoccupied, and numerous families have come to propose, yet he has shown no interest. The Zhang family has also approached us several times, but each time he was absent. Zhang Yuma is resolute in her desire to marry him, and now at 19, she still has not. I wonder what he thinks of Miss Zhang. And now with Princess Yupian in the picture, this situation grows ever more complicated. Why has she taken a liking to my brother? What will become of Zhang Yuma? You appear to favor Zhang Yuma. Do you wish to play matchmaker for them? Xie Shang inquired. That is not the case. It is ultimately up to my brother to choose whom he wishes to marry. Their lives are theirs to lead, and it is not for us to interfere. Jiang Fenghua replied. It seems that the Zhang family holds your brother in high regard, keeping their granddaughter available for him, Xie Shang noted. Jiang Fenghua had not considered this angle. Her concern was purely for Zhang Yuma. She did not wish for a life to vanish so easily. Nor did she want her brother to live with a lifetime of guilt. Thus, she felt compelled to act. I had initially resolved to create an opportunity for my brother and Zhang Yuma upon his return, but now, with Sang Yupian's emergence, my plans are thwarted. She is the crown princess of Chaoshi. If she desires a man and cannot have him, what consequences might follow? Xie Shang cautioned her. The cooperation between the Daizhou and Chaoshi kingdoms has just been established. We must not jeopardize this agreement over your brother's affections. This matter requires careful handling. Jiang Fenghua felt increasingly overwhelmed. She believed herself to be a master strategist, keeping Xie Shang close at hand, yet some matters were beyond her control. Jiang Jinyan had returned with good news as well. The treasures lost from the Daizhou imperial tomb had all been recovered. including the royal seal of military command. Fortunately, those who had taken them were ignorant of their value, and Jiang Jinyan had acted swiftly. Otherwise, should such items fall into the wrong hands, the Dezhou would be in peril. Xie Shang had informed the emperor of this development, and as a result, Jiang Jinyan was honored for his significant contribution, receiving an official title of the 5th rank as a minister in the Ministry of War. Since Jiang Jinyan did not participate in the spring imperial examination, protocol would ordinarily prevent him from being appointed to a court position directly. However, the emperor's personal appointment rendered him exempt from such rules, and no one dared to contest it. Given Jiang Jinyan's talents, it was certain that he would ascend swiftly. Moreover, his sister was the princess of the Heng family. Since the Heng Prince's marriage, coupled with his role as governor of Jingzhou, his reputation had soared, garnering widespread acclaim among the populace. On this day, the 4th prince's residence welcomed a new little princess, and a grand banquet was to be held to celebrate her first month. Invitations had been sent to all the prominent families. Jiang Fenghua and Xie Shang received their invitations and donned their finest attire for the occasion at the residence of 4th Prince Xie Shang. Upon their arrival, they were quickly surrounded, with many people offering their respects and seeking to establish connections. In a matter of moments, Xie Shang was escorted away, while Jiang Fenghua found herself surrounded by ladies of high status. She had grown quite adept at mingling with the noble women of the capital, and they all took a liking to her. The 3rd princess consort approached her. "It has been some time since we last met. You have grown even more beautiful." "Oh, my dear sister-in-law is teasing me. Did we not see each other just a few days ago at Minister Su's residence?" "Surely, in just a few days. I cannot have transformed into a monster," Jiang Fenghua replied, playfully linking her arm with the princess consort's. Her words elicited laughter from the crowd. When it came to beauty in Shijing, if the Heng Princess consort claimed 2nd place, no one dared to claim the 1st. "Indeed. I too believe that the Heng Princess consort is the most beautiful," another lady chimed in. "The Heng Prince is truly fortunate to have wed such a radiant beauty," someone else remarked. "Oh dear, ladies, do continue your flattery at your leisure. I must go take a look at the little princess of the 4th prince's household." Jiang Fenghua feigned stepping forward to leave. The 3rd princess consort called out, "The 5th princess consort is feeling shy. Let us follow her." Everyone eagerly followed suit. As they were all there to celebrate the little princess's banquet, the 2nd princess consort arrived a bit later, lingering behind. Initially, she had not intended to attend, but as the 2nd princess consort, it was against decorum to abstain, so she grudgingly made her way there. Upon arrival, she overheard the compliments directed at Jiang Fenghua, which stirred discomfort within her. As the discussions turned to the 4th princess consort's newborn daughter, her heart felt as though it were being torn apart, filled with resentment at her own inability to bear a child. Chapter 91. She lies with clarity today. Zhang Yuma also visited the 4th prince's residence. At first glance, she spotted Jiang Fenghua and hurriedly greeted her, paying respects to the princess of Hengwan. Sister Zhang is once again indulging in these formalities. She had come today primarily to see Zhang Yuma, as her elder brother had returned to the capital some time ago, received an official title from the emperor, and had since been preoccupied with his duties. Curiously, Sang Yufei did not reside in the inn as a princess. Instead, she directly moved into the Jiang residence, causing everyone there to be on edge, careful, and cautious. This news had spread somewhat, yet the townsfolk only knew that a woman had come to the Jiang household, unaware of her status as a princess from the kingdom of Chaoshi. Some even jested that the Jiang family might be on the verge of good fortune, but Jiang Mu, not wanting to reveal that she was merely a distant relative borrowing a place to stay, found herself at a loss for words. Jiang Fenghua was busy with the affairs of the Jishintang and did not extend an invitation to Zhang's residence to meet. "Let us first pay a visit to the little princess," Jiang Fenghua suggested. "Allow me to lead the way for the esteemed ladies," Zhang Yuma replied. This was Jiang Fenghua's first encounter with the 4th prince's consort, Zhang Shi, since marrying into royalty. Zhang Shi possessed a gentle beauty. She was the daughter of the Duke of Zhang, a mere secondary daughter, yet marrying the 4th prince was an extraordinary honor. In terms of seniority, the 4th prince's consort was akin to Zhang Yuma's aunt, and their similar ages allowed them to draw closer together. The ladies present began to lavish compliments on the beauty of the little princess, swiftly shifting the topic to Jiang Fenghua. "It has been half a year since the princess of Hengwang married. It is time for some good news, isn't it? Perhaps she has not consulted a physician and might be unaware of her condition. For a first child, one must not be careless." Utmost attention is necessary. It is no wonder that the Princess of Hengwang appears to have gained some weight lately. Could it truly be that good news is imminent? The chatter continued, and Jiang Fenghua grew increasingly embarrassed. For the past 2 months, she had been practicing contraception. And with Xie Shang's busy schedule, sometimes absent for half a month due to official duties and matters at the Jishintang, their time together was scarce. The incessant comments left her feeling bashful, her cheeks blooming like ripe apples. Seizing the moment, she grasped Zhang Yuma's hand and made her escape. The third prince's consort quickly intervened. She has only been married for half a year. Let her enjoy her time with her husband. Fenghua is still young. There is no need to rush. During the meal, the discussion lingered, and the words inevitably reached Xie Shang's ears. Thus, the gentleman began to jest with Hengwang, inquiring if he was too engrossed in duties to pay attention to his wife. Xie Shang had also visited the fourth prince's little daughter, who was utterly adorable. Her face smaller than his palm, swathed in swaddling clothes. He imagined how beautiful a daughter Jiang Fenghua might bear, should she have one. With a smile, he glanced toward the ladies' table, but did not see Jiang Fenghua. Setting down his wine cup, he rose and moved outside. Meanwhile, Jiang Fenghua had invited Zhang Yuma to a pavilion, where they engaged in light conversation. She could discern that Zhang Yuma had many thoughts she wished to express. Yet the words seemed stuck in her throat. Uncertain of her standing, especially after Jiang Jingyan's rejection, she felt her dignity had been compromised. Yet, if in this lifetime she could not marry the man she adored, she would rather remain single forever. Sister Zhang, do you wish to see my elder brother? Jiang Fenghua urged, unwilling for her to harbor her feelings alone, fearing it might lead to troubles. Zhang Yuma tightened her grip on her handkerchief. Can I? He likely does not wish to see me. She continued, I have heard that a woman has taken residence in your household. Might she become your sister-in-law? Jiang Fenghua did not conceal the truth, nodding. Yes, yet I cannot ascertain whether she will indeed be my sister-in-law. Zhang Yuma's eyes glistened with tears. Fenghua, I understand now. Thank you for not hiding this from me. Jiang Fenghua was perplexed. What do you understand? Noticing the tears on Zhang Yuma's cheeks, she offered her a handkerchief. Why do you like my elder brother? He is rather dull and does not know how to make a girl happy. He is merely more handsome than other men, with no other merits. Yet you are wonderful, Zhang Yuma replied. Jiang Fenghua wanted to clarify that he was her brother. Naturally, he would be good to her. Zhang Yuma added, even if he cannot charm women, I do not mind. I admire his talents, his grace, everything about him. She confessed. When he suddenly approached me to speak, my heart nearly leapt from my chest. She had even contemplated becoming his concubine if Jiang Jingyan would accept her. Jiang Fenghua felt that Zhang Yuma's love was too humble, reminiscent of her past life. If Zhang Yuma were aware of the hardship she had endured, would she still believe that marrying him was enough? Could she withstand decades of such existence? Yuma, we women must not live devoid of self-worth. Nothing is more important than our own selves. Regardless of a man's feelings for you, they will never surpass your own importance. Only by living can there be hope. She intended to encourage her to cherish life and avoid thoughts of despair. Zhang Yuma, still bewildered, replied, I will live well. Suddenly, she looked up, Your Highness Hengwang. Jiang Fenghua turned to see Xie Shang's unexpected arrival. She hurried over. Why are you here, Your Highness? I noticed your absence from the table and came to find you. He replied coolly. It is crowded here. Do not wander off. She gently responded, I would not get lost. Did he overhear her words? She merely wanted to console Zhang Yuma, hoping she would not embark on a path of no return. Sensing the awkwardness, Zhang Yuma quickly excused herself. I shall seek my grandmother. Once she departed, Jiang Fenghua grasped Xie Shang's hand. Have you been drinking today, Your Highness? Just a little, he replied, taking hold of her delicate fingers. Her radiant cheeks and bright eyes reflected her inner thoughts. In her heart, he was less significant than her own self. She seemed to live with clarity. Are we to return? Jiang Fenghua asked, aware of Xie Shang's sensitivity, particularly regarding matters of the heart. He could indulge her infinitely, for she was entirely devoted to him. Offending him would require her to appease him later. The banquet will soon conclude. It might not be appropriate to leave just yet. He remarked, Have you seen the little princess? She is so small, soft, and utterly adorable, she chirped, seeking a topic of conversation. He abruptly halted. Does Ruan like children? Jiang Fenghua's eyes sparkled with joy. Yes. Does your highness like them? He suddenly inquired. Is there still no news regarding your condition? Shall we summon Physician Mei for a checkup? He seemed quite fond of the idea. I was examined last time. I am in good health. She replied. He leaned closer. whispering, "Let us have a daughter as lovely as Wan, or perhaps a son as handsome as you." Jiang Fenghua began to tease him. The couple strolled along, their conversation flowing seamlessly until they heard faint sobbing from a nearby corner. As they approached to investigate, a woman dressed as a maid suddenly fled. They exchanged glances, puzzled. For today, the fourth prince's residence was hosting a joyous event, a full-month celebration. It seemed odd for a maid to hide away in tears. Yet, they chose not to interfere, recognizing it was not their concern. Chapter 92. The fate of Princess Luo Ziqiang of the Yu Kingdom. It was heard that the young princess had met with misfortune and was currently receiving treatment from a physician. How could this happen? Wasn't the wet nurse and the maids always by her side? It was truly pitiful. In a mere moment, the face of the 1-month-old infant had been so gravely harmed. Xie Shang and Jiang Fenghua happened to be heading towards the front courtyard when they noticed the maids in a state of panic. Their steps hurried. Upon inquiring, they learned that the young princess had been injured on her face, leaving such a tiny child disfigured. Who could possess such a heart of malice? Both Jiang Fenghua and Xie Shang had seen the child, her delicate face as tender as tofu, smaller than a man's palm. Who could be so heartless as to inflict harm upon such a young soul? The couple hurried towards the rear courtyard, only to hear the fourth princess consort wailing in despair, unleashing her fury upon a most unexpected individual, Princess Luo Ziqiang of the Yu Kingdom. Could it be that Princess Luo had harmed the young princess? The onlookers began to murmur and blame her, speculating that her jealousy over the fourth princess consort's children had driven her to such heinous acts. What kind of venomous heart would strike at such an innocent child? No wonder she had been unable to conceive. This was retribution indeed, as even the child could sense her cruelty, refusing to take refuge in her womb. The accusations and curses echoed around, and Princess Luo appeared utterly dazed, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Her typically unyielding character was now rendered mute, frozen in shock. At that moment, Xie Yu charged into the scene without regard for the circumstances, striking Princess Luo across the face with a resounding slap that instantly roused her from her stupor. Tears streamed down her face as she stammered, "My lord, you vile woman, look at the havoc you've wreaked." Xie Yu thundered in rage. "I did not," Princess Luo pleaded, grasping at his sleeve. Her voice choked with sobs. "My lord, I swear I did not. I merely admired the young princess's beauty and came to see her. She was perfectly fine when I left. How could this happen? I truly do not know." In a fit of fury, Xie Yu kicked her in the abdomen, declaring, "You shall pay for your misdeeds with your life today," as an explanation to the fourth princess consort. The pain from the kick left Luo Ziqiang doubled over, and the crowd, witnessing Xie Yu's wrath, stepped aside, their eyes cold and judgmental. Such a woman deserved to be punished for her cruelty. Despite her suffering, Princess Luo clung to Xie Yu's leg, pleading, "My lord, please believe me, it wasn't me." Xie Yu's gaze was fierce, and he delivered another kick, causing her to writhe in agony on the ground, yet she refused to let go, continuing to beg for mercy. In a fit of anger, Xie Yu spat, "You wretched creature, I shall end your life here." Just as he prepared to strike again, Xie Shang pushed through the crowd, speaking in a low voice. "If you kill her, you will be accused of murder. Should I take you to the magistrate to pay with your life? This is a matter of my household. The Jingzhou prefecture should not interfere." Xie Yu retorted, having grown more obedient since the last encounter, yet still unable to tolerate Xie Shang's presence. "Household matters are one thing, but a homicide is another," Xie Shang asserted firmly, unwilling to stand by as Xie Yu threatened to kill. At the same time, Jiang Fenghua rushed to assist Princess Luo, gently asking, "Are you all right?" With tears streaming down her face and her lips trembling in pain, Princess Luo instinctively tried to push Jiang Fenghua away, but was held tightly. Her posture suggested she had sustained injuries below. "Xie Yu is truly ruthless," Jiang Fenghua remarked. "Do not be foolish. All evidence points to you as the one who harmed the young princess." "I did not," Princess Luo shouted in frustration. Jiang Fenghua recognized her anger, knowing she had not dared to confront the accusers earlier, but now found herself at the receiving end of Princess Luo's wrath. She wished to shake off this ungrateful woman, but feared the consequences of escalating the situation, as it might lead to Princess Luo's death. Luo Ziqiang's only fault was her inability to bear children, and while she may have been sharp-tongued, it was not a capital offense. If you wish to prove your innocence, you must live to do so. If you are killed today, you may be labeled as one who committed suicide out of guilt. Those who wish you harm are likely reveling in this chaos, Jiang Fenghua cautioned. The royal family was notoriously callous, for the sake of appearances. They would go to any lengths. Instantly subdued, Princess Luo whispered, "You believe me?" Reflecting on her past humiliations of Jiang Fenghua, she realized how little trust remained between them. She ought to derive satisfaction from trampling on Jiang Fenghua like others had done. In truth, she harbored no animosity towards Jiang Fenghua. Her grievances lay solely with her husband, whose lustful nature had driven his infatuation with beautiful women. "As long as you have done nothing wrong, no one can wrongfully accuse you," Jiang Fenghua reassured her. With the intervention of the Prince of Heng and his consort, Xie refrained from further violence. Though Princess Luo bore the pain of the kicks, she straightened her posture and locked eyes with Xie once more, reiterating, "I did not harm the young princess." Seeing Xie Shang standing like an immovable judge, Xieyu's voice softened considerably. "If not you, then who? Everyone claims that after you left, the child's face was ruined. Reflect on your past actions. Who else could it be? Your jealousy over others' ability to bear children has blinded you. You cannot even lay an egg." This was a frequent taunt from Yan Fei. "I have said it is not me." Princess Luo could only deny it, left speechless. Still refusing to admit it, Xieyu's fury reached its peak. "I shall divorce you." Upon hearing this, Princess Luo exploded with anger. "On what grounds will you divorce me? I have done nothing wrong. Is it because you wish to make space for your concubines? Who do you intend to elevate? Li Shih, that shameless woman, or Feng? How dare you? With your barren womb, how can you still hold the position of princess of you? I shall divorce you," Xieye declared angrily. "Do you think I long to be your princess of you? Had your mother not begged my family, claiming that it would strengthen ties, I would have never wed you. Every time we shared a bed, you required medicine, yet could not last long. Xieye, your name truly suits you, merely a release of desires. You have enough women in your household. Why seek more outside? Do you have no shame?" Her words laid bare Xieyu's flaws, prompting laughter from the crowd. Fuming, Xieye stepped forward to strike again, but Xie Shang quickly restrained him and urged the onlookers to disperse. Fourth Prince Xie Yang hastily intervened, suggesting a resolution. "Let us wait for Dr. Mei to see if she can heal the child. If she can, let it be." The fourth princess consort was unconvinced, lamenting her daughter's youth and the disfigurement she had suffered. "I demand justice for my beloved daughter, even if it means confronting the emperor and empress. I will not let this go." With a fierce glare directed at Princess Luo, she vowed, "I shall not rest until I see justice done." Jiang Fenghua, lost in thought, recalled her previous life, where she had never set foot in the Heng Prince's residence, unaware of the events unfolding. She did not know whether the fourth princess consort's daughter had indeed been disfigured, but she remembered that Princess Luo had ultimately been divorced for her inability to bear children. With her own survival at stake, Jiang Fenghua could hardly concern herself with the fate of others. Chapter 93, The Harmonious Couple. Singing in unison to uncover the true culprit, she cast a discreet glance at the fourth prince and princess. In her past life, the feeble fourth prince's rebellion ended in failure, and out of brotherly affection, Xie Shang exiled the entire fourth prince's household to a desolate land. The fifth prince, Yuang, who had a deep-seated enmity with Xie Shang, squandered his life in a haze of womanizing, ultimately falling out of favor with Xie Shang. The fifth prince's household faced ruin in later years, living a wretched existence. Rumors suggested that his newly wedded princess was far more formidable than Luo Ziqiu. She lamented, "Evil must be tempered by evil." The third prince, Xie Shang, born with a disability, preferred to keep a low profile, pairing with the third princess to form a charming couple. As for the current fourth princess, she evoked no sympathy from her. Those who dared to conspire against the throne were hardly deserving of pity. The fifth princess would not be foolish enough to attempt harm on a 1-month-old infant at such a time, especially with so many servants around. How could it be mere coincidence that the moment she entered, the young princess was disfigured? Was this not a case of entrapment? Only Xieyu's foolishness could lead him to indiscriminately lash out. Jiang Fenghua observed coldly, aware that Xie Shang was far more astute than she. Matters of the royal family were best left to his discernment. Now was not the time for her to step forward. Moments later, the nurse and maid responsible for the young princess were summoned, kneeling in a line. Who discovered the young princess's injuries? Xie Shang's gaze was icy, exuding an aura of regal authority that instilled fear in all present. A maid in pink attire trembled and quickly bowed her head. "It was I," she confessed. "And who accused the fifth princess of harming the young princess?" Xie Shang did not rush to ascertain right or wrong. He sought only the process to uncover the truth, navigating the investigation with ease. "It was I," a woman replied. Xie Shang inquired, "Do you have evidence to implicate the fifth princess in the child's harm? Speak clearly." For if there is concealment or deception, I shall not be lenient. The nurse recounted, I am the young princess's wet nurse. When the fifth princess entered to see the child, I had just finished feeding her and placed her in the cradle. I asked the princess to keep an eye on her, and she readily agreed. So, you did not witness the fifth princess harming the child? Xie Shang's voice was cold. The nurse quickly replied, yes, but when I left, the fifth princess was the only one there. She must have been the one to injure the young princess. She was merely trying to shirk responsibility by blaming the fifth princess. Xie Shang then questioned the fifth princess about the accusations against her. The fifth princess, sensing Xie Shang's lack of malice, realized he only sought the truth. I have not harmed the young princess. I adore such a small child. How could I wish her harm? If not you, then who do you believe it to be? Xie Shang pressed. The nurse stated that you were the only one left with the child. Do you have evidence to prove it was not you? The fifth princess recalled. It must have been that maid. Which maid? Xie Shang inquired, his tone stern. After I left, I saw a maid enter, one dressed in a pink gown. I assumed she was there to care for the young princess and thought nothing of it as I departed. At the time, I was in a foul mood and did not pay attention to her appearance. Xie Shang continued, have all the maids in attendance arrived? Yes, they have, the nurse confirmed. The fifth princess scanned the room and shook her head. I truly have no impression. All the maids in the fourth prince's household were the same attire. Jiang Fenghua leaned closer to Xie Shang and whispered, earlier in the garden, it was also a maid in pink. Xie Shang grew alert and instructed Xie Yang to summon all the maids of the estate for identification. If the fifth princess fails to recognize them, she shall be the prime suspect. Given the implications for the royal heir, I may have to report this matter to the emperor. Who dares to harm a royal grandchild? If discovered, they shall not escape unscathed. Xie Yang quickly interjected, there is no need for such elaborate measures. The incident has occurred, and we should allow the physician to treat her. Xie Shang understood his inherent weakness. He was timid and risk-averse, yet he was also perceptive. After all, it was his own daughter who had been disfigured, and he seemed intent on avoiding further conflict. Did he know something more? Xie Shang turned to the fourth princess. Do you not wish to investigate further? The fourth princess could not possibly desire anything less. She exclaimed, we must uncover the truth. I must seek justice for my daughter. Who would have the heart to harm such a small child? May I have a word with you, princess? Xie Shang suddenly asked. The fourth princess, puzzled, inquired what he wished to discuss. Xie Shang gestured for Jiang Fenghua to join them in the inner chamber. After all, it was a matter better suited for women. The fourth prince attempted to enter but was stopped by Xie Shang, reminding him that a celebratory banquet was underway and it would be difficult to investigate amidst the crowd. It would be unwise to cause a scene that could tarnish the royal family's reputation. The fourth prince's gaze shifted, and he exited. Though his destination was not to calm guests, but rather to a secluded courtyard, with Xie Shang urging Xie Yu to follow discreetly. Xie Yu, reluctant, protested. I will not go. Your princess has attempted to harm the royal heir. If this reaches the emperor's ears, how do you expect to escape blame? Xie Shang threatened directly. Xie Yu shot a scornful glance at Luo Ziqiang, begrudgingly following along. Meanwhile, in the inner chamber, Xie Shang directly questioned the fourth princess. Have you recently offended anyone? Could the young princess's injuries be the result of an enemy seeking revenge against you? The fourth princess vehemently denied it, stating that even if she had enemies, they would target her directly, not her daughter. Xie Shang remained silent and signaled Jiang Fenghua to press further. The couple, in perfect harmony, engaged in a seamless exchange. Jiang Fenghua remarked, if the enemy could not reach you, they might resort to harming the young princess, suggesting that someone may have infiltrated the estate. The fourth princess tightened her grip on her handkerchief, denying the possibility. It cannot be. The fifth princess is usually arrogant and domineering, and she has no children of her own. She may harbor resentment against those who do. This is why everyone is quick to accuse her, but the law demands evidence. We cannot simply point fingers. If the fifth princess insists on her innocence, what recourse do we have against her? Fourth sister, consider carefully whether you have offended anyone. Suddenly, the fourth princess's expression faltered, her eyes betraying fear. Xie Shang discerned the shift in her demeanor, while his position prevented him from voicing certain thoughts. Jiang Fenghua's words carried weight. He silently commended her clarity of thought and her ability to guide the fourth princess with subtlety. He signaled to Jiang Fenghua, who nodded in agreement, drawing the fourth princess aside. Sister, if there is something you cannot speak of, please confide in Fenghua. If the fifth princess is wronged, her temperament will not allow this matter to rest. If we fail to identify the true culprit, we only embolden the perpetrator. The young princess is still so innocent. If further harm befalls her, how will the fourth princess ever forgive herself?